and welcome to Revolutions. Supplemental 3.21a, Talleyrand. So I was in fact able to carve out some time to produce this little gift before I officially come back next week. And while I'm here, I'd also like to say that I'm glad to see everyone buying gifts for themselves at revolutionspodcastfundraiser.com. It closes up shop in just about 3 weeks, so now is the time to buy. But the supplemental is also a gift to myself, because as I mentioned once upon a time, one of my favorite great men of history is the brilliant, duplicitous, far-sighted, amoral, treasonous, brutally cold-hearted, seductively passionate, pragmatic, womanizing, excommunicated, atheist, ex-bishop, and greatest diplomat of all time, Charles Maurice de Talleyrand, or, as I know him, Talleyrand. But tragically, though he has been around for everything that has happened so far in the French Revolution, he's always been just off to one side, and hard to wedge directly into the story when other men around him are just a little bit more central to the narrative at any given moment. It's been bugging me that I haven't gotten to talk more about the man whose name has become a byword for both amoral double-dealing and unrivaled diplomatic prowess. So here today, I give you the early life and times of Talleyrand. Talleyrand was born in Paris in 1754 into an old noble family that held a position at court. He was the oldest child of a younger son of that noble family, however, so Talleyrand's parents weren't themselves particularly rich or prominent. His father was an army officer, constantly on assignment, and Talleyrand said later that he was basically raised an orphan, never having spent more than a week total under the same roof as his parents. When he was a toddler, he developed a debilitating and permanent limp in one leg that was either a birth defect or the result of an accident, the latter being Talleyrand's own explanation. This limp precluded the military career his disappointed father had planned for him, and so Talleyrand was instead pointed towards a career in the church. But since a priest couldn't also serve as a proper head of a family, Talleyrand was simultaneously stripped of his inheritance rights as firstborn son, and they were bestowed upon his younger brother. The disinherited Talleyrand was then shipped off to boarding school, and then a few years later to a seminary. But though he was something of an embarrassment, his parents did still have high hopes for him. His uncle was the Archbishop of Reims, please don't make me try and pronounce that in French properly, and the plan was for Talleyrand to eventually succeed to that position, which would bring a huge salary and control of church lands that would enrich his relatively impoverished nuclear family. When he got to seminary, however, Talleyrand discovered he did not much like the church, and the church did not much like him. He was a precocious reader and freethinker who took one look at the superstitious dogmatism of Catholicism and decided it was all a bunch of laughable nonsense. Then, when he became a teenager, he became, well, a teenager. He liked having a good time, he liked staying out late, and then he discovered girls. At the age of 21, Talleyrand was freed from the confines of the seminary and sent to finish his studies at the Sorbonne in Paris. There, he either blossomed further or rotted further, depending on who you talk to. He embraced the freedom and delights of Paris, made fast friends with other carefree young nobles, and then added the final piece to his disreputable puzzle when he discovered cards, at which he immediately became an obsessive shark. In many ways, Talleyrand is the perfect example of everything pious Catholics complained about in the Church of the Ancien Regime. Here was this gambling young noble who liked to drink wine all night, cavort with mistresses, and make an open secret of his atheism. And not only did he not get kicked out of the church, he was rapidly promoted because of family connections at court. He was indeed given positions within the church bureaucracy and enjoyed the salaries they provided before he was even ordained as a priest. After he finally was ordained at the age of 25, Talleyrand was appointed an agent general of the church, traditionally considered a cushy job that required little work in exchange for a fat salary. But once he was appointed agent general, the other side of Talleyrand emerged, because he was not in fact some shiftless, good-for-nothing leech on society. Talleyrand was bursting with energy, full of ideas, and he had a passion for good, hard, intellectually stimulating work. As agent general, he found himself overseeing church property, and he immediately put what he controlled to more efficient and profitable use than his less enthusiastic predecessors had managed. He also undertook a huge inspection tour of northwest France that led him to write up an unexpectedly impressive report that recommended a huge list of practical reforms, though not all of them were embraced. When Talleyrand, for example, discovered that wives of fishermen lost at sea were trapped in a terrible legal limbo that did not allow them to be considered widows and thus eligible for remarriage, the enlightened pragmatist Talleyrand recommended that if a number of years passed, let's let them move on. But the church council he recommended this to was appalled by his lack of respect for the spiritual bonds of marriage and did not take Talleyrand's advice. The fishermen's wives remained trapped in limbo. But this hard-working reformist Talleyrand never got in the way of entertaining man-about-town Talleyrand, and through the 1780s he made quite a name for himself in the Paris salons for many fine, but other not-so-fine reasons. He was acknowledged one of the finest conversationalists of the day and an intellectual force to be reckoned with, but also one of the most amoral cads in Paris, who didn't seem to care about the scandals he always left in his wake. But in spite of his immorality, he expected to soon be appointed to high ecclesiastic office, and while he waited, he struck up a mutually admiring rapport with Controller General Calonne, and in February 1787, Calonne invited Talleyrand to join the secret little working group that was cobbling together the reform package that Calonne was about to present to the First Assembly of Notables. So this all happened back in episode 3.5. But when Talleyrand showed up to take on his assignment, he was shocked to discover how disorganized and last-minute Calonne's preparations seemed to be. And as you'll recall, the Assembly of Notables took the same view, using the haphazard nature of Calonne's package as an excuse to go through it line by line and object to practically everything. As the Assembly of Notables gave way to the Estates General, Talleyrand gravitated naturally into Adrien Dupour's Liberal Noble Society of 30. At the same time, he found himself finally appointed to high ecclesiastic office when King Louis made him Bishop of Autun in late 1788, mostly as a favor to Talleyrand's dying father. Now, Talleyrand had of course never been to Autun in his life, and would in fact only go there once as their bishop. That was in April 1789, when he wanted the local clerics to elect him as their representative to the Estates General. When he arrived in Autun, he did his best to talk the clerical talk, and he managed to get himself elected as a First Estate delegate from Autun, which speaks volumes for his ability to talk his way into just about anything. Because election secured, Talleyrand then ducked out of town before Easter so he wouldn't have to lead Mass, which, despite being a bishop, he had no idea how to do. In the early days of the Estates General, Talleyrand was of course in the liberal noble minority of the First Estate, but he prudently remained one step behind the rush of events. He was not among the first clerical deputies to defect over to the Third Estate, and only took his seat in the National Assembly after the botched royal session in June 1789, and we saw all of that at the end of episode 3.10. In typical Talleyrand fashion, he said of his decision to take a seat in the National Assembly, there remained only one rational course of action, to yield freely before being compelled, and while one could still earn favor from doing so. Good advice for all of you aspiring cynical survivors out there. But despite all of his enlightened rationalism and embrace of reform, Talleyrand was not a revolutionary. A revolution is way too messy and unpredictable. So, when the crisis of July 1789 hit and the Bastille fell, he had a secret meeting in the palace in the middle of the night with the Comte d'Artois. Talleyrand told d'Artois that if he wanted to save the monarchy, the only course of action would be to violently suppress the insurrection in Paris and then break up the National Assembly by force. Anything less than that would be the end of the Bourbon dynasty. D'Artois took this advice to Louis, but Louis refused to take such tyrannical measures, and d'Artois decided to emigrate from France the next morning. He and Talleyrand would not meet again for 25 years, when the memory of that midnight conversation secured Talleyrand an influential position in the soon-to-be restored Bourbon dynasty. More good advice for you aspiring cynical survivors out there. Plant all the seeds you can. You never know which one might grow a life-saving vine for you down the road. Back in his daytime role as liberal noble bishop in the National Assembly, Talleyrand was appointed to a position on the all-important Constitutional Committee. For the moment, that committee was dominated by Mounier, who Talleyrand was happy to work alongside, but certainly not follow out the door when Mounier resigned the committee after his proposals for a two-house legislature and absolute veto for the king failed. That was all in episode 3.13. Talleyrand would in fact stay on the Constitutional Committee for the rest of the National Assembly's existence, though he was never its driving force. Politically, he liked to stay one step behind so he could avoid pitfalls that often consumed those in the vanguard. But that said, on matters of religion, the non-believing Talleyrand was actually further out in front than almost anyone. On October the 10th, 1789, he was the first to propose the nationalization of church property as a solution to the debt crisis. We saw that in episode 3.15. Talleyrand was intimately familiar with the church's portfolio and believed 2/3 of its vast holdings would be more than enough to support a reformed church. The rest could be used as collateral to secure necessary bridge loans to see the kingdom through these tight times. These forward ideas led him to become an early member of the Jacobin Club, but he soon drifted over to the far less rabble-filled Society of 1789, where men of standing and education could converse comfortably without being heckled by belligerent fishmongers. He then stayed out in front on religious matters, backed the new civil constitution of the clergy, and then wound up being one of only 2 bishops to take the first civic oath. His quote-unquote constituency, back quote-unquote home in Uton, then declared him a backstabbing Judas, so Talleyrand simply resigned the bishopric, which he reckoned was about to be legally abolished anyway. But his fellow delegates in the National Assembly probably wished he hadn't defrocked himself quite so quickly. The newly elected constitutional bishops would need to be ordained by an existing bishop to secure the legitimizing link of apostolic succession. But no Ancien Regime bishop would ordain the sacrilegious new constitutional bishops. So, in March 1790, Talleyrand agreed to ordain the first group of 3 new bishops, so they could go ordain the rest. Everyone overlooking the inconvenient fact that Talleyrand had already resigned his own bishopric. This is right about the time he gets excommunicated by the Pope, an excommunication Talleyrand celebrated with a party of cold meat and iced wine, because all good Christians were now supposed to deny him fire and water. In the daily grind of the National Assembly, Talleyrand spent most of his time enmeshed in securing the financial health of the kingdom, and he was no fan of the drive to wrest the new order on the shoulders of the assignats, the revolution's paper money that Talleyrand correctly predicted would soon create a destructive whirlwind of inflation. But when he wasn't buried in ledgers, he focused his energy on a great passion project, the total reinvention of French public education. Free and compulsory education was his goal, and his resulting report on public education laid out a remarkably modern program. But unfortunately, that program would be buried in the chaos of the coming, chaos. In July 1790, the revolutionary leadership was again having a hard time getting a respectable bishop to bless their work. Specifically, no one would preside over the great Feast of the Federation, celebrating the anniversary of the fall of the Bastille. So the self-defrocked Talleyrand was tapped again, and over his own doubts that he could even run the ceremony properly, he put on the heavy robes and did his best to muddle through his part of the theatrics, all of which I described in episode 3.16. There is an apocryphal little story that goes along with that, though, that when he administered the great patriotic oath to Lafayette at the climax of the celebration, that Talleyrand said, quote, "Don't make me laugh," which is interpreted either to be a dig at the ambitious Lafayette's allegedly high-minded and self-effacing patriotism, as in, don't make me laugh, or as a genuine request that Lafayette please not make Talleyrand laugh, because Talleyrand was trying to get through this absurd ceremony with a straight face. He spent the rest of the National Assembly's life diligently working on constitutional business alongside the triumvirate of Lameth, Barnave, and his old intellectual acquaintance Duport, the triumvirate who now controlled the Constitutional Committee. Talleyrand had for a while been angling for a position in the royal ministry, but he had to give that up when the National Assembly barred its members from serving in dual roles. He also would have maybe tried for a seat in the coming Legislative Assembly, had he not been barred along with the rest of his colleagues from seeking election. So, when the National Assembly dispersed in September 1791, Talleyrand found himself out of power and out of a job. But soon enough, his friend from the good old carousing days in Paris, the Comte de Narbonne, was appointed Minister of War, and Narbonne tapped Talleyrand in early 1792 to go to London and act as an unofficial agent of the revolutionary government. So that more or less catches us up to where we left off in the main narrative. But just to wrap up this phase of Talleyrand's life, I'll give you the details of the inauspicious launch to his otherwise magnificent diplomatic career. Barred from serving officially as an ambassador, he was sent unofficially to London to secure British neutrality when France and Austria inevitably declared war come the spring of 1792. Talleyrand was eager to take the job, as he was a great believer that a commercial and military alliance between Great Britain and France would be beneficial to both countries. But this first diplomatic adventure turned out to be a personal failure, though technically a public success. He was received badly by the ministry of William Pitt the Younger, and even worse by King George III and his wife Queen Charlotte, who literally turned her back on this atheist ex-bishop, who all reputable gossip had it as lacking any morals whatsoever. But luckily for Talleyrand, Prime Minister Pitt had already decided to stay out of the coming Franco-Austrian War. So, as badly as Talleyrand was treated, he got what he was sent to get: British neutrality. Once the war between Austria and France did break out in April 1792, and we'll get into all that next week, Talleyrand will be sent back to London to make sure the British stay neutral. And, repeating his experience, he'll once again be treated shabbily by the British, but with Pitt still set on British neutrality in the Continental War, Talleyrand will technically succeed in his mission. So, we'll leave him there for now, ready to come back to Paris in the early summer of 1792. But Talleyrand is about to disappear completely from the scene, as the coming Republican insurrection of August the 10th, 1792, will force him into a hasty emigration back to England, where he will stay for 2 years until being booted from the country by Pitt's order of expulsion in 1794. Finding no safe haven in Europe, he will actually wind up living in Philadelphia for 2 years, where, among other things, he'll make friends with Alexander Hamilton. He'll finally return to our main stage in 1797. After being allowed to return to France, he will be appointed foreign minister of the Directory, the regime that will rule the country after the fall of Robespierre. As we will see, Talleyrand will faithfully serve the Directory outwardly, but inwardly, he will recognize about 2 days into the gig that the Directory is fatally flawed and destined to fail. So, Talleyrand will spend his idle moments keeping tabs on men who might help him topple the Directory and give France a government it could be proud of. And it wasn't long before he noticed, and then started up an admiring correspondence with a young general from Corsica who was having remarkable success in Italy, Napoleon Bonaparte. revolutionspodcastfundraiser.com. Hello, and welcome to Revolutions. Episode 3.22, War. When we left off last time, Europe was hurtling towards war. The French believed the Austrians were a stagnant relic that could not possibly withstand the might of the fully mobilized French nation. The Austrians believed the French armies were in disarray, the French treasury was empty, and the French leadership was a bunch of amateur lawyers who could not possibly withstand the might of a wet tissue, let alone the combined weight of the Austrian and Prussian armies. The Prussians, meanwhile, thought the coming war would last approximately 0 months and result in their getting some prime real estate for no money down. A Prussian minister actually advised a group of officers not to buy new horses for the campaign, since the fighting wouldn't last long enough to make it worth the expense. Everyone turned out to be spectacularly wrong about all of this. But before we get into this week's episode, I want to remind everyone that revolutionspodcastfundraiser.com will be open until January the 21st. That's just 10 days from now. If you haven't already, please go there when you're done with this episode. I need the help, and the anniversary of Louis's execution will be on us in no time. I would hate for you to miss out on some limited edition merchandise, and for me to miss out on, well, taking your money in exchange for that limited edition merchandise. revolutionspodcastfundraiser.com. To back up a little bit, so we can understand the chain of events for today's episode, you'll recall that just as the new Legislative Assembly was convening in October 1791, that the Feuillants Club managed to get a few of their guys appointed to key positions within the royal ministry. And so, over the winter of 1791-1792, Louis was surrounded by what is called the Feuillants Ministry. They favored strong prerogatives for the king and were not in favor of launching a war. But one key position they did not hold was Minister of War. That was because the sitting Minister of War had been appointed back in November 1790 and did not resign until December 1791. By the time that vacancy popped up, the influence of the Feuillants was already on the wane, and so they were unable to prevent the appointment of the Comte de Narbonne to the job. As I mentioned last week, Narbonne was an old drinking buddy of Talleyrand's, and both remained unreconstructed liberal nobles. It was, for example, at Narbonne's initiative that Lafayette was appointed to high command within the army in mid-December 1791, an appointment that might otherwise be difficult to explain given the collapse of Lafayette's public reputation. Narbonne believed that a quick war with Austria would be just the thing to reassert the legitimacy of the Constitution of 1791, and to this end, he went on an inspection tour of the frontier over the winter, and came back with a report saying that everything was groovy, and we only need a couple more thousand troops to fill in some recent losses in personnel. This was an optimistic assessment, to say the least. By March the 1st, 1792, war had become all but unavoidable. Remember, that was the day Louis had marked as Ultimatum Day for the Austrians. But when the Legislative Assembly convened on March the 1st, what they read from the Austrians was not a letter of contrition, but rather a bellicose declaration promising to end the upstart revolutionaries if they didn't stand down. That sent the assembly into a fit, the immediate consequences of which we'll talk about in a second. But before we do, we need to talk about the other thing that happened on March the 1st that made war unavoidable. Though the French couldn't yet know it, Holy Roman Emperor Leopold II suddenly died that very day. Remember, Leopold had long been trying to stay out of a war with France, and was under the impression that further Austrian blustering would lead the French to turn their collective backs on Jacques-Pierre Brissot and his warmongering friends, and restore the moderate Feuillants to power. Would Leopold have pulled back when he realized the blustering was having the opposite of its intended effect? Who knows, because he died, and was succeeded by his 24-year-old son Francis II. Francis was young and inexperienced, and at this moment couldn't possibly put the brakes on the war even if he wanted to. So as I've said a few times now, all the Austrian saber-rattling wound up doing was lead the Legislative Assembly to throw their lot in completely with Brissot and his pro-war gang. Adding fuel to the fire, someone had managed to procure the quote-unquote ultimatum the king had sent the Austrians, which was written by his foreign minister, an unassuming Feuillants bureaucrat named Antoine de Lissard. Lissard's ultimatum turned out to have been some pretty weak tea, and seemed to explain exactly why the Austrians felt comfortable answering with further chest-thumping. The outraged Legislative Assembly voted immediately to impeach Lissard. After these revelations, War Minister Narbonne publicly laid into his Feuillants colleagues, which was not really something you're supposed to do if you're a royal minister, so instead of sacking his beleaguered foreign minister, Louis instead sacked his loudmouth war minister, which only upped the fury of the Legislative Assembly. They met on the night of March the 9th to prepare articles of impeachment for Lissar, whose trial would be used as an opening to tear down the whole Fuyang ministry, and possibly the whole monarchy. There was now open talk of impeaching the queen and suspending the king. Louis had no interest in letting the Legislative Assembly put on that kind of show, and there's even evidence that Louis very particularly did not wish to play Charles I to Lissar's Earl of Strafford, a historical reference that we should all now be well acquainted with. So instead, on March the 10th, the king dismissed his entire ministry and formed a new one from a list of acceptable candidates supplied by the Legislative Assembly. This new ministry has become known to history as the Girondin Ministry. We'll have plenty of time to talk about the Girondins in the episode to come, but just so you know, they'll get saddled with that name because some of the most prominent members of their party hailed from Gironde, a department in southwest France that included the city of Bordeaux. When this delegation arrived in Paris, they intermingled with Brissot and his crowd, and then a few other prominent figures who shared a basic worldview that skewed Republican, though there is no discernible Girondin platform or ideology to speak of. But for the moment, they didn't need a broad platform. All they needed to rise to power was the one single issue that bound them all together, the one single issue they harped on relentlessly through the winter of 1791-1792. War with Austria, war with Austria, war with Austria. So just remember, at this point, Girondin and warmonger are synonymous. The place where these loosely affiliated Girondins met after hours was in the salon of one Madame Roland. Madame Roland was a politically ambitious young woman from Lyon, married to a politically ambitious manufacturer and sometime philosopher, Jean-Marie Roland. By all accounts, Madame Roland was the more impressive and influential of the two, but the rules of the day forced her to sit on the sidelines. As the revolution picked up steam, the couple moved from Lyon to Paris, where Madame Roland did what she was able to do according to the rules of the day. She began hosting a regular salon, through which most of the future Girondins came into contact with each other. This salon elevated her husband's profile enormously, and when their old friend Brissot began to dominate the Legislative Assembly and then orchestrate the teardown of the Fuyang ministry in March 1792, Madame Roland made sure her husband was appointed Minister of the Interior. Now, all that said, initially, the leading figure in the new Girondin ministry was not a Girondin at all. That leading figure was new Foreign Minister Charles-François Dumouriez. Dumouriez was a career soldier and veteran of the 7 Years' War, the disastrous consequences of which he blamed solely on the Austrians, who he hated with the heat of 1,000 suns. His alliance with Brissot and the Girondins were not based on any real shared political principles. Indeed, Dumouriez's plan was to use a short war to re-establish the power and authority of the crown, which was certainly not what Brissot was after. But the only person on earth who wanted war with the Austrians more than Brissot was Dumouriez, so the alliance was sealed. After he became foreign minister, Dumouriez would periodically show up at the Jacobin Club to deliver further evidence that the Austrians were weak and the French were strong. When he delivered these speeches, he often wore for dramatic effect a red Phrygian cap, modeled on those worn by freed slaves in ancient Rome. Though Dumouriez was not the first to wear the red cap of liberty, his embrace of it on the brink of a patriotic war caused the fashion to spread throughout Paris, and it became an enduring symbol of the revolution, right along with the tricolor cockade. By the end of March, Austria learned that their belligerents had backfired, and that the French war party had pushed its way into power. So in the middle of April, they moved 50,000 troops into position along the border, and it was clearly now just a matter of when, not if, the war would commence. When reports of the full Austrian mobilization reached Paris, the Legislative Assembly decided there could be no further delay, and they told the king it was time to make good his ultimatum. So King Louis and his ministers entered the Legislative Assembly on April the 20th, 1792, to do just that. Dumouriez kicked things off with a scathing attack on the Austrians and every poisonous fruit born of the despicable Treaty of 1756, which had made France the slave of Austria and drained French blood and treasure in the service of a deceitful and treacherous ally. Then, to the rapturous applause of all the assembled delegates and spectators, the king stepped forward and asked for the assembly to declare war, which they did nearly unanimously. There were only 7 no votes from the 700-plus delegates. Pointedly, though, this declaration of war was aimed only at the King of Hungary and Bohemia, that is, Francis II. This was because A, Francis hadn't been confirmed as Holy Roman Emperor yet, but more importantly because B, this was allegedly going to be a new kind of war, one aimed only at the despotic monarch and not his people. The Legislative Assembly swore that this would only be a defensive war waged against an aggressive tyrant who threatened French liberty. They further swore that French arms would never be used against the natural liberty of other peoples, and that the lives and property of those other peoples would always be protected by French soldiers. Now, this all sounded great, and was maybe even believed by a few of those voting for war, but it sure didn't take long for all those pledges to get tossed overboard. Back on the other side of the lines, King Frederick William II of Prussia was simply delighted that the French were taking the initiative to declare war, because that meant when the Prussians inevitably won, he would be able to extract further concessions at the bargaining table, because France will have technically started it. The Austrians, for their part, did not wait for the French to take the initiative. On April the 28th, 2 days before they actually received the French declaration of war, Francis II and his ministers themselves declared war on France. And so it was war. The French forces were arrayed in 3 main armies along the frontier. The Army of the North was stationed up near Lille and was commanded by our old friend General Rochambeau, hero of the American War of Independence and longtime liberal noble supporter of the Revolution. The Army of the Center sat along the Moselle River and was commanded by Lafayette, who was chomping at the bit to rehabilitate his reputation. Further south was the Army of the Rhine, commanded by, of all things, a Bavarian named Nicholas Luckner, who had served in the French army since 1763. It was agreed that the opening move in the war would come in the north, where Rochambeau's army would cross the border into the Austrian Netherlands, aka Belgium, where they would be greeted as liberators by the locals, who would then help the French permanently detach the region from Austrian control. Now here I must pause for a moment, because in all my discussions of the confusing dance of European international diplomacy, I have somehow managed to not talk about the Austrian Netherlands or their recently failed attempt to declare independence from Habsburg rule. The quick and dirty history of all this is that after the War of Spanish Succession ended badly for the Spanish in 1715, their possessions in Europe were divided amongst the victorious powers. At the insistence of the British and Dutch, the Spanish Netherlands were given to the Austrians, mostly because the British and Dutch didn't want the territory to fall under French dominion. But the funny thing is that the Austrians didn't really want the Spanish Netherlands, which were geographically isolated from the rest of their domains. The Austrians only accepted the territory at the behest of their then ally, Great Britain. For the next 75 years, the Habsburgs would show up at every European treaty negotiation or interstate summit, dying to trade the Netherlands away in exchange for what they really wanted, which was Bavaria, because locking up Bavaria would complete their domination over southern Germany. But they could never get anyone else to go along with it, so they were stuck with this little island of territory up on the North Sea. The locals in the now Austrian Netherlands were never given much attention by the Habsburgs until the 1780s, when Holy Roman Emperor Joseph II started rolling out his project of enlightened reforms, which were heatedly opposed by the locals. So, shortly after the French Revolution broke out, these locals rose up in revolt, kicked out the Austrian garrison in October 1789, and declared themselves the United Belgian States. But this self-declared little country was not recognized by the other European powers, and was badly divided internally. So when Leopold II succeeded his brother in September 1790, one of the first things he did was roll an army into the United Belgian States and turn them back into the Austrian Netherlands. The important thing for us to keep in mind, though, is just how badly this was all misunderstood by the revolutionaries in France. All they appear to have seen was a subject people rising up against the despotism of an absolute monarch. Just like us. What they utterly failed to recognize was that this uprising got going because the local nobility and conservative Catholics didn't like the thrust of the Habsburgs' enlightened reforms. So the aims of the revolutionaries in France, anti-aristocratic and anti-clerical, and the aims of the revolutionaries in Belgium, pro-aristocratic and pro-clerical, could not have been more opposed. So for the French to think that they would be greeted by anything but overt hostility when they crossed the border in April 1792 was the purest of follies. But on April 28, 1792, coincidentally the same day the Austrians declared war, the first French forces crossed the border. It then became immediately apparent that the war was not going to be the cakewalk that Brissot and the Girondins had been selling. The vanguard of the French Army of the North was a 5,000-man mix of veteran cavalry and newly raised volunteer infantry, under the command of an Irish general named Theobald Dillon. Dillon's forces quickly ran into a battery of Austrian artillery, took one look at the guns, and turned and ran. The most demoralizing part of this ignoble flight was that it was not triggered by the new volunteers, but by the seasoned cavalry, which did not bode well for the French. The flight of the cavalry then got caught up with a pre-planned withdrawal of some forces further down the road. Suddenly, the whole line was engulfed in a panicked retreat. General Dillon himself took refuge in a peasant cottage, where he made the ill-fated decision to take off his uniform coat. Suspecting that he was housing a traitor, the peasant sheltering Dillon alerted some nearby soldiers, who barged in, took the protesting general into custody, and dragged him off to Lille. There, General Dillon did not even enjoy the spectacle of a kangaroo court. He was convicted of treason by the riotous acclamation of a mob composed mostly of regular soldiers, National Guardsmen, and civic-minded locals, who then stabbed Dillon to death and hung his body from a lamppost. Luckily, in the midst of all this chaos, neither the Austrians nor the Prussians were yet in position to take advantage of the situation, so the war was not immediately lost. The consequences of this whole fiasco were twofold. First, it absolutely destroyed whatever morale was left among the French officers. Remember, well over half the old officer corps had already emigrated. Those that remained were just told in no uncertain terms that the punishment for failure in the field would be mob execution. And it's not like every battle and skirmish is just going to go our way. You know, things happen. So, the desertion rate skyrocketed. The second consequence was to turn Paris into a paranoid madhouse. There are a lot of different moments you can point to and say, this is the moment when the French Revolution goes from this project of enlightened human progress into an insanely bloody free-for-all. But for me, it's basically the moment Paris finds out about the fiasco in the north, because it is all going to get very paranoid and very bloody from here on out. The immediate problem for Brissot and his allies in the Legislative Assembly was to explain why the supposedly invincible French army had just turned and run at the first sign of the enemy. So Brissot stood up and said, look guys, this isn't that big of a deal. I probably shouldn't have promised total victory right out of the gates. There are gonna be some stumbles while our armies get their feet under them. It's just the nature of the beast, so, everyone relax. Oh wait, he didn't say that at all. He launched into a full-throated conspiracy theory that asserted that the royal family, the generals in the field, and a cabal of aristocratic reactionaries he collectively dubbed the Austrian Committee were plotting to intentionally lose the war. The Legislative Assembly that had bought into Brissot's propaganda in the first place and now needed to defend their rush to war were happy to believe his conspiracy theories, rather than admit that they had maybe miscalculated. When three top generals, Rochambeau, Lafayette, and Luckner, sent a joint dispatch on May the 18th urging peace rather than risking these raw and poorly led armies in battle, well, that was just further proof of a treasonous conspiracy to hand France over to the Austrians. It was also the last thing Rochambeau did before resigning. This certainly was a new kind of war, and one he wanted no part of. Since the problem did not lay with the French army, or the righteousness of the French cause, but rather a sinister network of internal enemies, the Legislative Assembly turned all their attention to rooting out those enemies. On May the 20th, they passed a law putting all foreigners under surveillance. Then a week later, they passed a law allowing for the immediate deportation of any non-juring priest who had been denounced by a sufficient number of active citizens. Then, on May 29th, they decreed that Louis's personal bodyguard would be dissolved. This last measure, though, was accepted suspiciously easily by the king, and fed fears that he didn't mind losing his bodyguard because he knew the regular troops left in Paris were preparing to launch a royalist coup. So, the Legislative Assembly announced on June the 8th that all regular troops left in Paris were hereby ordered to the front lines, and 20,000 dependable National Guardsmen would be dispatched from their local departments to help defend Paris. This influx was to conveniently coincide with the coming celebrations on July the 14th of the now third anniversary of the fall of the Bastille. The king, however, sensed an opportunity to keep his enemies divided when he learned that the 8,000 or so men of the Parisian National Guard were not happy that their collective prestige was about to be diminished by the mass arrival of mere provincials. They wrote a petition to the Legislative Assembly protesting the order, and Louis announced his intention to support them and veto the order. He also announced his intention to veto that thing about deporting non-juring priests. This triggered an almost unprecedented breach of political etiquette. Interior Minister Roland, almost certainly at the prodding of Madame Roland, sent a blistering letter to the king, very possibly written by Madame Roland, attacking Louis for blocking the will of the French people. A royal minister publicly attacking his own king was unheard of, and it didn't take long for Louis to respond. Roland was dismissed along with most of his colleagues on June the 13th. Foreign Minister Dumouriez resigned 2 days later, though it is entirely possible he was happy to be leaving, since he made straight for the front lines to take up an active military command and hopefully kill a bunch of Austrians. Still technically holding the right to appoint his own ministers, Louis then replaced the ousted Girondins with minor non-entities formerly of the Feuillants Club. This sudden ministerial bloodbath galvanized the people of Paris into forceful action. Ever since the massacre of the Champ de Mars, the populist leaders of the capital had been laying low, but as 1792 had progressed, they began to come out of the shadows, and then they began to re-rally the people. As usual, they were able to get their foot back in the door due to food shortages in Paris. But this time, it wasn't a basic commodity like bread that was disruptively scarce. It was instead a commodity that might be considered a luxury, but which was nonetheless essential to daily life: sugar. Now, I'm not going to go into too much detail on the cause of this shortage, since, if I ever actually complete the French Revolution, we will be talking about it at length, because back in 1791, there had been a major slave uprising on the key sugar-producing colony of Saint-Domingue. So, in January and February 1792, sugar shortages in Paris led to demonstrations organized by the leaders of the radical sections. Then, in April, these radical leaders successfully organized a mass gathering in support of the soldiers who had been locked up for their role in the Nancy Mutiny, which we talked about back in episode 3.17. The political climate had obviously changed quite a bit since August 1790, and the mutineers were released from prison and paraded as heroes through the streets of Paris on April 15th, as part of the patriotic run-up to war. So when the king purged the Girondin ministry in mid-June, the radical sections of Paris already had a full head of steam, fueled also, of course, by the sudden bad news from the front and Brissot's conspiratorial rhetoric about counter-revolutionary aristocrats plotting their collective downfall. Then this head of steam was further fueled by an open letter from Lafayette that arrived in Paris on June 18th. Lafayette announced that the internal unity of France was threatened not by some secret Austrian committee, but rather by demagogues using seditious political clubs as platforms to attack the Constitution. He advised the Legislative Assembly to immediately shut down the Jacobin Club and the Cordelier Club. This, of course, did nothing but confirm everyone's belief that Lafayette was a traitor to the revolution. The final bit of fuel was heaped on by the king on June 19th, when he went ahead and vetoed both the law on deporting non-juring priests and the law calling in the 20,000 National Guardsmen to Paris. So June the 20th, 1792, was conveniently enough the third anniversary of the tennis court oath. and the radical leaders of Paris used it as an excuse to call for a mass meeting outside the Tuileries Palace, ostensibly to plant a commemorative liberty pole in the Tuileries Garden. That morning, tens of thousands showed up outside the palace to make their displeasure with the king known. It was at this rally that the revolution also begins to hear the first prominent assertions that the sans-culottes, that is, those workers and artisans who did not wear the fancy knee breeches, were not only an independent political force all their own, but that they were a superior political force, that the distinction between active and passive citizens should not be abolished, it should be reversed. The will of the true people of France should dominate. All aristocratic culotte-wearing swine should be swept aside. The demonstration of June the 20th was organized to be a peaceful one. Yes, the mob was armed, and yes, the mob was intimidating, but intimidating was all they wanted to be for the moment. They first pushed their way into the Legislative Assembly and presented a petition calling for an investigation of the king's treason against the nation, specifically his alleged undermining of the war effort. The petition concluded that if the king was found guilty, that he had to be removed from power. Then they went off and pushed their way into the royal apartments themselves. The National Guardsman on duty simply let them pass. Knowing that there was nothing he could do to stop them, Louis ordered the doors to his private chamber opened, and in came the rabble. For the next 2 hours, Louis put on a brave face as these thousands of lowly wretches filed past to get a look at him and maybe hurl an insult or two. When a red liberty cap was thrust in his direction, the king prudently put it on. When a glass of wine was thrust in his hand, he raised it and drank to the nation. But though these symbolic gestures helped sort of win the people over, he also pointedly declared his continued faith in the Constitution and that he had no intention of reinstating the dismissed Girondin ministry. Eventually, the mayor of Paris, Pétion, whose sympathies clearly lay with the mob but who decided he should probably do something to restore order, arrived on the scene, mounted a chair, and convinced everyone to disperse. The demonstration of June the 20th was ominous, and not a little bit surreal, but it failed to achieve its immediate objective. The king would not reverse any of his vetoes, and he would not reinstate the dismissed ministers. Then, in the medium term, it actually did quite a bit to damage the revolutionary cause, or at least the revolutionary cause as seen from the perspective of the emerging sans-culottes. Because once the rest of the nation got word that the mobs of Paris were trying to dictate national policy by means of foul language and general smelliness, moderate provincials would sympathize with the king and start wondering why so much power was concentrated in Paris, where foul-mouthed, smelly mobs could wield such disproportionate influence. This would combine with other grievances particular to each department, paving the way for a general breakdown of political harmony between the center and the periphery of the nation, and then lead to out-and-out civil war. In the long term, though, the events of June the 20th fit neatly into the straight line leading directly to the subject of next week's episode, the Great Insurrection of August the 10th, an insurrection that might plausibly be called the Second French Revolution, because next week we will see a similar mob of radical Parisians rise up, overthrow the monarchy, and declare France a republic. Hello, and welcome to Revolutions. Episode 3.23, The Insurrection of August 10th. Last time, we saw the profound impact that France's declaration of war had on domestic politics. So far, the revolution had played out against a backdrop of peace. Yes, fears about the intentions of the Austrians had long played a role in how the revolutionaries thought and acted, But until now, it had all been theoretical. So while the clashes between the various political factions were heated, they were never dangerous. But with the war off to a bad start, and victory no longer confidently guaranteed, suddenly a mortal threat was aiming straight at the very heart of the revolution. Failure now meant extermination at the hands of a foreign enemy. It meant the loss of everything. The fear inside Paris that the Austrians and Prussians would soon be marching into the capital magnified the willingness of everyone to see enemies everywhere and then do whatever it took to survive. It is going to get very vicious and very bloody from here on out. Now, the bad start to the war, though, does raise a point that I did not sufficiently return to last week. I mentioned in passing that after General Dillon's vanguard turned tail, that the Austrians were not yet in a position to respond. And it's true, they really weren't. But then I hopped back to Paris and carried on with the story all the way through the demonstration of June the 20th without ever returning to the frontier. So, what was happening back out on the front through May and June? Surely something must have been going on. But no, nothing much to speak of. Now, the reason for French inaction is obvious. Its commanders were convinced their armies were in no shape to go on the offensive. Remember, the top generals, Rochambeau, Lafayette, and Luckner, even went so far as to advise the Legislative Assembly to sue for peace before the weakness of the French armies was fully exploited. But that doesn't explain Prussian and Austrian inaction. What does explain their inaction was that they were not feeling the slightest bit of urgency about any of this. This war was going to be easy once it got going, so there was no need to rush into things. So the allied Prussian and Austrian armies took their sweet time getting ready. And oh, by the way, I'm about to start using the Allies and Allied armies as a synonym for the Austrians and Prussians, be aware. But through May and June, the Allies coordinated their staffs, they discussed how the invasion of France would proceed, and they put troops into position. And they pretty much went about it like they had all the time in the world. The only risk was in moving so fast that they made a mistake. So, carefully, deliberately, and methodically, they got ready to invade with an eye on crossing the border in early August. That is, if the French hadn't given up yet. Meanwhile, back in Paris, there was nothing careful, deliberate, or methodical about anything that is about to happen. Fear had gripped the capital. Rumors swirled in tight, vicious circles. The generals are about to lay down their arms. The Prussians are on the move. The Austrians will be here any moment. The king is planning a coup. The mobs are planning to rise up. The effect of these swirling fears were accusations and counter-accusations about what the greatest threat to France really was, who was to blame for what, and what we should do now. The sudden mob demonstration of June the 20th only further fractured domestic unity. The radical leaders in Paris believed the king was an enemy, the generals traitors, the monarchy itself a threat to the nation. Inside the Legislative Assembly, the Girondins were now officially nervous about those mobs. Sure, the demonstration of June the 20th had been organized in part to get their guys reappointed to the ministry. Sure, they didn't like the king, and no, they didn't much like the aristocratic generals either, but mob anarchy? No, thank you. Meanwhile, those aristocratic generals out on the front were acutely aware that the weakness of the French army was real, and believed France was threatened by radicals and demagogues who had no idea what the situation was out on the front and just wanted to blame everyone else for their own misguided rush to war. That last bit, for example, was the considered opinion of Lafayette, who is now approaching the end of his revolutionary career. But in the aftermath of June the 20th, Lafayette saw one last opportunity to take center stage and maybe save both the revolution and the nation. His primary concern was the growing power of the radical mobs in Paris and the deluded warmongers in the Legislative Assembly who were demanding too much from the super shaky French armies. After those armies stumbled out of the gate and Brissot went into conspiracy overdrive, Lafayette started coming round to the idea that the capital might have to be pacified by force. To this end, he even sent feelers out to the Austrians, asking if they maybe wouldn't mind holding off their offensive if it turned out that he needed to march his army into Paris. After all, if they were really interested in securing the safety of the royal family, it would absolutely be in their best interest to let him go. Once the monarchy was saved, Lafayette could come back to the front and the war could commence as planned, if the war was even still necessary. Lafayette also signaled his displeasure with the situation to the Parisians themselves when he sent that letter to the Legislative Assembly demanding that they suppress seditious political clubs. Then, when he got word of the events of June the 20th, just a few days after he sent that letter, he decided the time had come to act. He left the front and rode for Paris to hopefully take control of the situation before things got out of hand. Savior of the Revolution. That has a nice ring to it. But when Lafayette appeared before the Legislative Assembly on June the 28th, he discovered just how little influence he had left. He demanded the leaders of the June 20th demonstration be punished, and then repeated his call for the suppression of the Jacobin Club and the Cordelier Club. This was greeted not by rousing cheers, or even stony silence. It was instead greeted by catcalling, and demands to know why exactly he had abandoned his post in the middle of a war. Basically, what are you doing here? Get out of here. Shaken, Lafayette left the Legislative Assembly and tried for an audience with the royal family. But the king and queen refused to see him because at this point they absolutely hated Lafayette's guts, believing him to be a traitor to his class who had proudly served as their jailer after convincing them to abandon Versailles. Getting a little worried now, Lafayette reached out to his old comrades in the Parisian National Guard. He had, after all, been their first commander. He had organized their companies, designed their uniforms. Surely they must. But they, too, told him to take a hike. We don't take orders from you anymore. Far from being the hero everyone was begging for, Lafayette discovered he was now little more than a disgraced villain. If he had really been planning the coup so many of his enemies accused him of planning, now would have been a good time to order his army to move on Paris. But Lafayette hadn't thought that far ahead. His troops weren't sitting around waiting for that order, and he maybe wasn't bold enough to take that last step anyway. He was, after all, a political idealist, not a ruthless cynic. Lafayette quietly returned to the front to mope. After the insurrection of August the 10th, which we'll be getting to here in a moment, it will be made very clear to Lafayette that remaining in France would now be hazardous to his health. After the Legislative Assembly yelled at Lafayette to get back to his post, they went back to trying to solve the problem Lafayette had thought he was the answer to: how to salvage the deteriorating political situation. The June 20th demonstration had forced everyone to take sides in a domestic squabble, right at the moment a foreign threat loomed out on the frontier. As I said at the end of last week's episode, the abuse of King Louis by the mobs of Paris had been abhorrent to a lot of people. Petitions of solidarity with the king started coming in from the provinces, demanding the same thing Lafayette had just demanded, that the organizers of June the 20th be punished. The governing board of the Department of Paris, that is, the department within which the Commune of Paris was legally nested, took action on July the 6th and removed Paris Mayor Pétion from power for his role in abetting and or failing to contain the demonstration. The delegates of the Legislative Assembly were mostly in agreement with all this, but they were pretty unsure now of what they could do about it. They were not insensible to the fact that they were a little island smack dab in the middle of Sans-Culotteville, and who knows what they'll do to us if they decide that we are a part of the problem. But if they were worried about losing control of the situation, the Legislative Assembly then made a few decisions that all but guaranteed they would lose control of the situation. First, they decided to ignore the king's veto of the order calling in the 20,000 National Guardsmen into Paris. They skirted the issue by simply keeping open the invitation to the provincial National Guard units to come attend the third Feast of the Federation on July the 14th. Because of this direct connection to the Feast of the Federation, the companies that accepted the invitation, and who would soon play a central role in the insurrection of August the 10th, have been collectively dubbed by history the Fédérés. Then, on July the 5th, the Legislative Assembly passed the famous law on the country in danger, that, if invoked, would send all legislative and administrative bodies into permanent session, and then grant those bodies emergency powers beyond what the Constitution technically allowed. While the Legislative Assembly sowed these seeds that they would soon come to deeply regret, they also launched a sustained attack on the king's ministry. Since the demonstration of June the 20th had failed to convince the king to ditch his new ministry and recall the Girondins to power, the Legislative Assembly, coordinating with the Jacobin Club, decided to heap all kinds of abuse on the newly appointed ministers themselves. No doubt acutely self-conscious of their own role as mere pawns in a bigger game, the oh-so-recently appointed ministers collectively resigned on July the 10th. So the executive branch of government was now all but headless. The next day, a dispatch came in from the frontier saying that the Prussians were finally moving into attack position. So on July the 11th, the Legislative Assembly invoked the law declaring the country in danger. They called for 50,000 new volunteers to join the army and authorized all local National Guard units to be dispatched at once to the front. Mayor Pétion was put back in office to redirect energy that had been building to have his removal from power reversed. So this state of emergency, then, was the backdrop for the third Feast of the Federation. The first had been a mass rally of national unity. The second had been a subdued affair, mostly defined by the collective realization that no one was really satisfied with the status quo. The third, on July the 14th, 1792, was said to have been as big and well attended as the first, but there was something deeply menacing about the show. Those National Guard units, those fédérés, that had accepted the invitation to attend were in many cases even more radicalized than the radicalized sections of Paris. These guys, after all, had been out on the front lines battling counter-revolutionary plots back home. Plots they believed were being actively assisted by the royal family. So the third Feast of the Federation wasn't about patriotic unity. It was about the potential for patriotic action. And it didn't take long for formal planning of that patriotic action to get underway. Shortly after the feast, the Jacobin Club started to turn away from their long-standing defense of constitutional monarchy. Robespierre, who had been quietly biding his time while Brissot and the Girondins took control of his beloved Jacobin Club and then drove it into a war he opposed, now flanked them on the left and came out in favor of ditching the Constitution of 1791. So the Girondins were now losing their grip on things everywhere. I mean, they had wanted their men reappointed to the royal ministry, not see the royal ministry abolished. But they were unable to stop a Jacobin petition from being issued on July the 23rd calling for an end to the monarchy. Since it was now becoming dangerous to defend the monarchy publicly, Brissot and the Girondins opened secret negotiations with the king to figure out what they could do to preserve the constitution. This secret correspondence is not going to look good at all when the Girondins get dragged before a hostile revolutionary tribunal after things really go off the rails next year. Nor, frankly, did it do much to preserve the Constitution of 1791, which is about to get chucked into the dustbin of history. Compounding this loss of control, the national emergency the Legislative Assembly had just declared allowed the various assemblies of the Paris sections to sit in permanent session, giving the radicals an institutional base from which to organize that direct patriotic action. And it was at this moment that Georges Danton stepped back into the limelight and drove events into what, as I said last week, might plausibly be called the Second French Revolution. When last we left Danton, he had slipped out of Paris following the massacre of the Champ de Mars and taken a well-advised vacation to England. He was able to safely return just a few months later, though, when a general amnesty was declared at the closing of the National Assembly in September 1791. He then stood for a seat in the new Legislative Assembly, but with his public reputation still a little bit singed, he was unable to win a seat. Despite this setback, he was still a highly visible figure both in the streets and in the Jacobin Club, but as Brissot and the Girondins stirred up war fever, Danton joined Robespierre in the very unpopular opposition to that war. He had looked on approvingly then as the sugar shortages began to re-stir up the people of Paris, but he opposed the demonstration of June the 20th as a counterproductive exercise that only generated sympathy for Louis. After June the 20th, however, Danton decided the time had finally come to do something very productive, and he started actively planning to overthrow the French monarchy. A very patriotic action indeed. From his base in the Cordeliers district, Danton made the rounds to the Paris sections and urged them to start ignoring the distinction between active and passive citizens. everyone should be admitted to all proceedings. The poorer assemblies wasted no time, and soon their meetings were teeming with sans-culottes, workers, artisans, apprentices, shopkeepers, none of them happy, all of them ready to do something about it. On July the 27th, Danton then helped organize a coordinating committee that would start holding regular meetings in the Hôtel de Ville to, coordinate the activities of the Paris sections, the Fédéré National Guard companies, and allied political clubs, including, of course, the Jacobins, who were represented on the committee by Robespierre. Many of the better-off sections of Paris declined to send representatives, which meant that the coordinating committee was free of all moderation or doubt. Now, what exactly they were coordinating for was still a closely held secret, but it wasn't too hard to guess. The day after the coordinating committee was established, a bomb was dropped on Paris that sealed the fate of the French monarchy. From his headquarters just beyond the border, the Allied commander-in-chief, the Duke of Brunswick, issued the instantly infamous Brunswick Manifesto. This manifesto declared the war aims of Austria and Prussia: to end the anarchy in France, to stop attacks on the king and on the Catholic Church, to re-establish to the king all his sovereign authority. And then it got to the juicy bits. If anyone in Paris decided to harm even a single hair on the king's head, the violence visited upon the Parisians collectively would be, quote, exemplary. Clearly, Austria and Prussia had decided to learn nothing from the counterproductive results of their previous tough talk, because once again, this direct threat only galvanized the French into mass resistance and led directly to the overthrow of the monarchy it was ostensibly trying to protect. After the manifesto landed in Paris on July the 28th, events moved very quickly. On July the 30th, the Legislative Assembly passed an order that passive citizens would now be allowed to join the National Guard, and that all patriotic citizens should do so at once. Then that same day, a 500-man company of National Guardsmen arrived from Marseille. Now, the men from Marseille turned out to be a particularly eager bunch. Their home city down on the Mediterranean coast had become something of a regional hub for patriotic revolutionaries, and its citizens had appointed themselves defenders of the revolution in the southeast. They sent armed units to help the annexationists seize control of Avignon. Then, they identified the nearby city of Arles as the center of counter-revolutionary activity and sent out a 6,000-man expeditionary force to lay siege to Arles and expel its leaders. Over the spring of 1792, the patriots in Marseille egged on outbreaks of pro-revolutionary violence, much of it playing out as a more overtly political version of the upheavals of the Great Fear, with aristocratic estates targeted and ransacked. So the 500 men from Marseille who arrived in Paris on July the 30th were absolutely ready to take this fight to the next level. And when they came into the capital, they came in singing a new patriotic anthem that had been written by an army officer stationed out on the Rhine just a few months earlier. The song had quickly spread, and when the Marseille company arrived in Paris, they came in singing it proudly, which is how the song wound up getting called La Marseillaise, better known right now as the French national anthem, with its chorus, "To arms, citizens, form your battalions, let's march, let impure blood water our furrows." Now, when ultra-patriot fédérés like the Marseille Company arrived in Paris, they pointedly did not put themselves at the disposal of the official Paris Commune government, but instead pledged their loyalty to Danton's coordinating committee. With a growing army at its command, the coordinating committee now began to wield more practical power than the official Paris Commune government. And it wasn't long before the power of the committee began to rival the Legislative Assembly itself, which had been backed into an uncomfortable defense of the Constitution of 1791. When, on August the 3rd, Mayor Pétion presented the Assembly with a petition demanding the overthrow of the monarchy, the Legislative Assembly refused to consider it. And indeed, Brissot and the Girondins spent most of the first week of August giving speech after speech opposing any violent move on the king. Though, of course, they were not of one mind about this. More than a few of them could see the writing on the wall, and were afraid that if they didn't back the Paris sections, that they would be swept out with the monarchy that they themselves had no particular love for. But the Legislative Assembly as a body had more or less decided to oppose what Danton and his coordinating committee were trying to force them to do. When, for example, the delegates came under intense pressure to impeach the damned traitor Lafayette, they debated the case on August the 8th and then refused. The next day, they finally agreed to discuss whether or not to suspend the king, but after debating the matter for a few hours, the Legislative Assembly adjourned without coming to a firm conclusion. At this point, Danton and his associates concluded that the Legislative Assembly was beyond hope, and the coordinating committee met in an all-night session, at the end of which they declared themselves now to be the Insurrectionary Commune. Then, just before dawn on August the 10th, 1792, they set about seizing control of Paris. First, the old Commune government was expelled from the Hôtel de Ville. Well, expelled isn't really the right word. Mostly they just didn't show up for work if they knew what was good for them. Then the Insurrectionary Commune, already controlling most of the Fédéré companies, declared themselves in control of the Parisian National Guard. Most of those companies accepted the declaration willingly, though not all would go over immediately. Indeed, once the tocsin bell started ringing, signaling the beginning of the insurrection, the commander of the Parisian companies, a guy named Mandat, rushed around blocking up the bridges across the Seine to prevent mobs from the two sides of the city from linking up. Then he went down to the Tuileries Palace to lend what help he could to the rapid fortifications being erected to defend the palace grounds. When Danton learned that Mandat was taking orders from the king, not the Insurrectionary Commune, he ordered the National Guard commander to come at once to the Hôtel de Ville to explain himself. Mandat resisted for a few hours, but eventually decided he could maybe forestall an armed confrontation if he went and made his case. But when he got to the Hôtel de Ville, he was hauled in front of Danton, who bawled him out for insubordination and then ordered the now clearly ex-commander of the Paris National Guard thrown in prison. But the unfortunate Mandat never made it to prison. As soon as he was outside, one of his more patriotic escorts shot him in the head with a pistol. Back at the Tuileries, the royal family waited nervously for the hammer to drop. The palace grounds were defended by about 2,000 National Guard, a couple hundred random courtiers and regular army officers, and then 900 Swiss mercenaries. King Louis flirted briefly with the idea of leading the defense of the palace personally, but he was persuaded that that was a really bad idea, and that he and his family should take formal asylum within the Legislative Assembly, who had gathered for a nervous session composed of the few hundred delegates willing to make some kind of public demonstration that they were in fact still a thing. So at about 9 a.m., the royal family crossed the courtyard to the Legislative Assembly and were placed in a small room where their safety could at least be reasonably hoped for. It would be the last free act of their lives. About 2 hours later, the forces of the Insurrectionary Commune had finally cleared the bridges, gathered in one great mass, and arrived at the palace gates. They were at least 20,000 strong by now, and at their head was no longer scruffy artisans or angry fishwives, but trained soldiers. And at the head of the head was that particularly eager company of National Guardsmen from Marseille. Now, what happens next is a bit confused, not just to us, but to the people at the time. What we do know is that the National Guard inside the palace immediately defected to the mob. Then it seems like there was a back and forth that led some in the crowd to believe that the Swiss and the leftover courtiers were going to stand down and let them in. So when the gates opened and they poured in, it came as quite a shock when the Swiss guard suddenly opened fire. It reminded the angry mob of nothing so much as the betrayal at the fall of the Bastille, when a similar mob rushed into a similar courtyard and was similarly shot at. Now, why the Swiss fired, whether it was by accident or by design, is a mystery, but the reaction of the mob was not. They started shooting back, and a heated firefight engulfed the Tuileries. From his hiding place inside the Legislative Assembly, the king issued an order for the Swiss to stand down, but there was no way to get them that order. Inevitably, the vastly outnumbered Swiss were forced to fall back, and when they did, the mob surged forward and just overwhelmed them. No quarter was offered. The Swiss guards were engulfed by an angry nightmare of sans-culottes, bearing knives and daggers and pikes, which they used to hack the guards to death. The explicit details of all this are actually quite a bit more gruesome than you might even be picturing, and I'm not going to go into it, but the bloody frenzy was soon out of control. It took hours to track down and kill the last few stragglers who had gone into hiding inside the palace. In total, about 600 of the Swiss guards were killed either in the initial fighting or the subsequent massacre. About 300 from the Patriot mob lay dead alongside them. Inside the Legislative Assembly, the delegates who remained at their posts did what they could to placate the mob. They voted immediately to suspend the king. Then they declared that elections would be held immediately for a new national convention. The task of that convention would be to drop a new constitution for France, because as of this moment, the Constitution of 1791 is dead as a doornail. Crucially, elections to the new National Convention would be held on the basis of universal manhood suffrage. No more of this active, passive citizen baloney, because those citizens out there don't seem very passive to me. The royal family was then transferred under close guard to the Temple, a medieval fortress on the outskirts of Paris, where they would remain until the convention could come to a final conclusion about their fate. The Legislative Assembly then pressed on as best they could. Though the king was personally suspended, the royal ministry still technically existed, and so they voted to reappoint all the ousted Girondins to their previous posts. But to this new ministry, they added one new member, and that one new member actually got more votes than anyone. Georges Danton, by nearly unanimous acclamation, was appointed Minister of Justice. But after the blood and smoke of August the 10th cleared, it would soon become clear to everyone that neither the Legislative Assembly nor the new ministry wielded any real power. Real power now lay in the insurrectionary commune, who had just overthrown the national government and seized control of not just Paris, but all of France. Oddly enough, we're now 50 episodes into Revolutions, and this is practically the first fully realized revolutionary act of the series. As we've seen, most of the revolutionary acts of the English, American, and French revolutions have been backed into accidentally. I mean, nobody planned to overthrow Charles I. Certainly no one planned to put him to death. And even then, all the subsequent experiments with republican government were more or less improvised in the moment. American independence was stumbled into by everyone. It was all but unthinkable until the moment the Second Continental Congress looked around and was like, yeah, okay, I guess we better do it. We have, after all, been at war for like a year now. And now here in the French Revolution, all the big moments, the tennis court oath, the fall of the Bastille, the Women's March on Versailles, were all spontaneous reactions to events. The insurrection of August the 10th, though, was planned. It was organized. It was armed. It had a revolutionary purpose. And when it was launched, it violently and successfully seized power. In the future, all aspiring revolutionaries would of course study the events of the French Revolution with great interest. But the clever ones did not look to the Revolution of 1789 for inspiration and guidance, but rather to the Revolution of 1792. And it should come as no surprise that Lenin thought Danton the greatest master of revolutionary tactics yet known. Next week, we will deal with the fallout from this Second French Revolution. The insurrectionary commune will now be calling the shots, backed by an intimidating street army that was done coddling the counter-revolutionary enemies of France. The Allied armies will finally cross the frontier and begin what will look to both sides like a steady and irresistible march on Paris. This will lead to a reaction in Paris that will make Brissot's paranoid rhetoric about secret conspiracies seem downright restrained. Because now that the mobs were running Paris, words alone would not be enough. Which is how we will get to the shocking brutality of the September massacres. I'll end this week with a final reminder that revolutionspodcastfundraiser.com closes on January the 21st. That is Wednesday, January the 21st, 2015. Go to Revolution's Podcast Fundraiser right now. Find something you like. Place an order. If it's a t-shirt, you'll be entered to win one of those 2 assignats I have in my possession. I just need you to support Revolutions because, look, I've only gotten to August 1792 and the French Revolution, and there's still a bajillion more things to cover, and I don't think you want me going anywhere before I cover them. So if you haven't done so, please, right now, go to revolutionspodcastfundraiser.com. Hello, and welcome to Revolutions. Episode 3.24, The September Massacres. So last week, we witnessed a massive turning point in the French Revolution, a massive turning point in world history. The insurrectionary commune, backed by an army of militant sans-culottes and ultra-patriotic National Guardsmen, violently seized control of Paris on August the 10th, 1792. The king was now suspended, the royal family in prison. And though it wasn't yet official, this insurrection had just brought an end to a 1,000-year-old monarchy. And for the men who successfully pulled it off, that was hopefully just the beginning. And it was just the beginning. But that wasn't necessarily a good thing. Because this second French Revolution is about to open the door for all the worst excesses we think of when we think of the French Revolution. And today, the revolutionaries will officially set out on the bloody road that will lead them all to the Reign of Terror. In the days after August the 10th, power was shared haphazardly by 3 institutions. First, the insurrectionary commune, who had just seized control of Paris by force. Second, the Legislative Assembly, who were trying to put on a brave face, but who surely recognized that they had just been rendered impotent. And finally, a new thing called the Provisional Executive Council. This 6-man council was essentially the restored Girondin royal ministry, plus Danton as Minister of Justice. But because the entire constitutional order had just been overturned, it was difficult to tell who had authority over what. But in those first few days, it became clear that the Legislative Assembly was now taking its orders from the insurrectionary commune, that is, if they knew what was good for them. So, under pressure from the radical Parisians, the Legislative Assembly passed a law granting municipalities the right to arrest anyone they thought suspicious for any reason. Then, the Assembly appointed commissioners to head out into the departments to make sure that the provincials understood that August the 10th meant that there was a new sheriff in town, and that anyone who didn't like it, or who was suspected of supporting the now suspended king, or who just happened to make a joke at the wrong time, faced arrest or worse. These commissioners also spread the word that new elections would commence in a few weeks to elect a national convention, whose job it would be to write a constitution that reflected true revolutionary principles, and that in keeping with those principles, every man would be allowed to vote. Back in the capital, the Legislative Assembly then took no steps to halt the suppression of royalist-leaning newspapers. Conservative editors were arrested and their presses seized by armed units under the direction of the insurrectionary commune, because the revolutionary principle of freedom of speech could not possibly apply to men who advocated counter-revolution. While the Legislative Assembly deferred to the will of the Commune, the Provisional Executive Council deferred to the will of new Minister of Justice Danton. If any one man could be said to be in control in these chaotic days after the Second French Revolution, it was Danton. The insurrectionary commune was basically his creation, the sans-culottes out in the streets hailed him as their champion, and the Legislative Assembly had just given him more votes than any other member of the Provisional Council. So it was not surprising that Danton, now all of 32 years old, found himself the most powerful man in Paris. But most powerful does not mean all powerful. Danton was not some dictator, not by a long shot. He simply radiated a bit more authority than any other man in the city. Yielding to this radiant authority, the Legislative Assembly appointed Danton's close confidants, Camille Desmoulins and Fabre d'Eglantine, to be his official secretaries, and then they voted the Justice Minister 550,000 livres to go attend to his duties. Danton and his friends then started spending this money right away, mostly to build up a network of spies and informants to quickly root out all the internal enemies of France before they could form a fifth column to aid the about-to-invade Allied armies. Now, just to foreshadow a little bit, though, the liberal spending of all this money, the inadequate receipts kept, and the elevation of d'Eglantine to a position of official power would all come back to haunt Danton. But for the moment, he had things to do, money to pay for it, and trusted friends to help him get it done. After the insurrection, Danton himself was pretty much forward-looking. That is, what can we do to prepare Paris to defend itself from the Austrians and Prussians? But his sans-culotte friends out in the streets, and their representatives in the Paris sections and the insurrectionary commune, were stuck looking backward. Specifically, they wanted revenge on all those who had spilled patriot blood on August the 10th. So that meant the few Swiss guards left alive, and a few other random army officers and court functionaries who had been taken into custody. The whole insurrection was now being cast as a necessary response to some vaguely defined royalist conspiracy, and the conspirators had to be punished. But more generally, the sans-culottes now demanded all the revolution's enemies be hunted down and locked up, reserving particular wrath for non-juring priests who had abused the leniency with which they had been treated to foment counter-revolution. It was time for that leniency to end. So under pressure from the sections, the Legislative Assembly decreed that a new civic oath must be taken immediately to distinguish the patriotic clergy from the traitorous clergy. And finally, there was one guy above all who the sans-culottes singled out for intense hatred: the Marquis de Lafayette, aka the Butcher of the Champ de Mars. The Parisians wanted his head on a platter, and they wanted it right now. Danton himself personally loathed Lafayette, and so he wasted no time obliging his people. On August the 14th, a warrant was issued for Lafayette's arrest. Out on the frontier, Lafayette was tipped off about the warrant, and knowing full well that if he gave himself up, he would likely be put on trial and executed, he did the prudent thing. Accompanied by a few loyal officers, he packed his bags, and on August the 17th, he crossed the lines into the Austrian Netherlands. Now, since the start of the war, French officers who deserted across the lines had, for the most part, been allowed to pass through Austrian territory unmolested. It made sense to encourage defections. So Lafayette's plan was to find a port and sail to the United States, where his adoptive countrymen would welcome him with open arms, unlike his actual countrymen, who were now trying to cut his head off. But when Lafayette's party encountered another French émigré officer attached to the Austrian army, the émigré recognized Lafayette, and Lafayette was in way too deep with the revolution to just be allowed to pass like some disgruntled second lieutenant. Lafayette was taken into custody, declared a prisoner of state by a military tribunal, and then transferred to an old fortress run by the Prussians. He would remain in Prussian custody until May 1794, when he was handed back over to the Austrians, who would then keep him locked up until Napoleon negotiated his release in the Treaty of Campo Formio in 1797, which we'll get to roughly 147 episodes from now. During Lafayette's captivity, emissaries from the United States tried to get him released, but they lacked the standing to pull it off. They did, however, do him one signal favor. Congress passed a bill granting Lafayette full back pay for his 6 years' service as a general in the Continental Army, a bill quickly signed by Lafayette's surrogate father and now President of the United States, George Washington. And that money is what Lafayette would live on during his 5 years in prison. The same day Lafayette slipped over the lines, August the 17th, the Legislative Assembly gave in to further pressure from Paris and established an extraordinary tribunal to prosecute those who had committed counter-revolutionary crimes on August the 10th. A few days later, This tribunal handed down its first guilty verdict. An administrative secretary of the Paris National Guard was sentenced to death for his role in the alleged royalist conspiracy. His execution on August the 21st would have been unremarkable were it not for the method of his execution. Because that's right, my friends, it's time to finally introduce one of the most famous characters of the French Revolution, Madame la Guillotine. The unfortunate secretary of the Paris National Guard holds the distinction of being the first political prisoner executed with the guillotine. And oh boy, will he not be the last. Now, as some of you may know, the guillotine, or as it was initially called, the machine, was conceived as an instrument of humanitarian reform. Capital punishment in the bad old days was a brutal process. Criminals were hanged, broken on the wheel, drawn and quartered. So as the waves of reform washed over France in those idealistic days of 1789, eminent physician and National Assembly delegate Dr. Joseph Ignace Guillotin proposed all executions be carried out by a new device he had invented. A device I'm sure you're all familiar with, so there's no need to describe how it works in detail. The benefits of Guillotine's machine were twofold. First, it would end needless and frankly barbaric suffering inflicted on the condemned. Second, it would bring a measure of equality to the process of executions. In the new era ushered in by the Declaration of the Rights of Man, why should nobles alone enjoy the privilege of having their heads chopped off? But the National Assembly never moved on the proposal, and Guillotine shelved his plans for the machine. After the Legislative Assembly convened in 1791, however, radicals in the Jacobin Club started agitating again for the idea that every condemned citizen should die in the same way. That is, if they weren't as radical as Robespierre, who wanted to abolish capital punishment altogether. So these radicals started working on a plan to extend the privilege of beheading to everyone. But nervous Paris executioners explained that beheading someone took precision and concentration, and if the lines got long, the quality of their work might suffer, and if the quality of their work suffered, who knew how much the condemned would suffer? So, the plans for Dr. Guillotine's machine were dusted off, and problem solved. In April 1792, just as war fever was hitting a fever pitch, the Legislative Assembly took time out of its day to order a piano maker to build a prototype of Guillotine's machine. Once the prototype proved effective on corpses, it was handed over to the executioners of Paris. On April the 25th, a convicted highwayman became the first official victim of La Guillotine. And everyone in the crowd that day agreed it was a major letdown. Usually they got to watch the victim flail around for a bit, but this was all zip, thud, the end. What is the fun in that? So getting back to it, although the extraordinary tribunal had just found a royalist conspirator guilty and executed him, and would, over the next few weeks, find more men guilty and execute them, the pace of their work was far too slow for the liking of the sans-culottes. And these hungry lower classes of Paris were fed red meat by that friend of the people, Jean-Paul Marat. Now, up until this point, Marat had been regarded by Danton's inner circle of the Cordelier leadership as a crank to be tolerated. His angry screeds were lively, and certainly directed at the right people, but they also never circulated widely enough to really be a problem. So the leaders of the Cordelier indulged and protected Marat. But after August the 10th, Marat suddenly became the voice of the Parisian sans-culottes, and his circulation skyrocketed. He seemed to be the only man willing to say what they were all trying to say. There are enemies in our midst, and they must be destroyed before we are destroyed. Marat really came into his own after August the 10th, and the articles he wrote left little to the imagination. The enemies of the revolution should be rounded up and killed. France must be cleansed if she was going to be saved. Marat was no longer a fringe crank. He was now a murderous force to be reckoned with. In the midst of all this, really bad news started coming in on the war front. On August the 19th, the Allied army of Prussians, Austrians, and French émigrés, led by the Duke of Brunswick, finally launched their invasion and took the fortress at Longwy without a fight. Word of this got back to the capital on August the 26th, sparking a new round of paranoid fears that the French army was full of traitors happily clearing the Allies a path to Paris, and that Paris was full of traitors ready to hand over the keys to the city once they arrived. The Legislative Assembly immediately gave all non-juring priests 2 weeks to either take the new civic oath or leave the country. After that, if they were caught, they would be deported to Guyana. But of course, these days, no one was allowed to leave Paris without a passport, and those passports were issued by the Paris sections. So you can imagine how many non-juring priests strolled into the sectional assemblies to ask for said passport. So while the city slowly locked down, and the enemies of the state were locked in, Marat howled for counter-revolutionary blood, and the pressure inside Paris began to grow unbearable. With the capital now seriously threatened by the Allied army, there was some loose talk, specifically from Interior Minister Roland, that the revolutionary leadership should withdraw from Paris to avoid being captured by the enemy. But Danton would have absolutely none of this, and on that point, he and Jacques-Pierre Brissot agreed. They would die before they ran. To organize a defense of the city, Danton organized a systematic search of Paris, ostensibly to look for guns, ammunition, or able-bodied men who could be used to fight the approaching Allied army. But that was really just a pretext fed to the Legislative Assembly to get them to approve the house searches. Really, it was about barging into homes and rounding up anybody who was suspect, knew someone who was suspect, or had the same name as someone who was suspect. On August the 30th and 31st, armed companies started banging down doors and hauling out suspects. In all, about 3,000 were rounded up and shoved into the various Paris prisons, all of which were now badly overcrowded. What to do with these prisoners became a topic of heated discussion. But the direction things were headed became clear when the insurrectionary commune appointed Jean-Paul Marat to serve on its committee of surveillance, a committee that had jurisdiction over the prisons. After agreeing with Danton about not abandoning the capital, Brissot then tried to pivot and reassert the overarching authority of the Legislative Assembly. He engineered a vote demanding the Paris Commune hold new elections to replace the likely illegal insurrectionary commune. But of course, the insurrectionary commune ignored this order. Well, they didn't just ignore the order, they used it as proof that the faction from Gironde, as Robespierre was just now dubbing them, were themselves suspect. Why was Brissot trying to dissolve the commune? Why had Roland just advocated abandoning the people of Paris to the enemy? But before this movement to arrest the Girondin leadership picked up too much momentum, Danton appears to have stepped in to squash it, likely saving, at least for the moment, all of their lives. He also probably saved the life of Talleyrand, who came around one day asking if maybe he couldn't get one of those passports out of the city. Despite having just rendered his most revolutionary service yet, drafting a defense of the August 10th insurrection that would be transmitted to the courts of Europe, Talleyrand could see that at the moment Paris was no place for anyone connected to the church or the nobility, and he was connected to both. Danton, who liked and respected Talleyrand, wrote out a passport in his own hand, and Talleyrand managed to duck out of Paris one day before the September massacres began. Now, through all of this, the Allies continued their methodical advance on Paris. Danton had already called for 30,000 men to stand up and go fight them, but he was having difficulty convincing volunteers to leave the city. The sans-culottes were ready to answer the call, eager to answer the call. But there was a problem. All those recently apprehended prisoners were dangerous. The general belief was that the minute the volunteers walked out of Paris, the prisoners would be able to break out of jail and attack the defenseless families that the volunteers left behind. We simply cannot allow our women and children to fall into the hands of the evil counter-revolutionary swine. So the debate about what to do with the prisoners got even more urgent. Then, early on September the 2nd, everything came to a head when word arrived, premature as it turned out, but not by much, that the fortress at Verdun had fallen. The fortress at Verdun was the last fortress standing between the Allies and Paris. When this terrible news landed, Danton took to the floor of the Legislative Assembly and refused to be anything but heroic, defiant, and fearless. He gave a rousing and completely improvised speech, culminating with the call to stand and not shrink before the danger. "The tocsin bell which is about to sound is not a signal of alarm," he thundered. "It is a call to charge upon the enemies of the country. To vanquish them, gentlemen, we must be bold and bolder still and forever bold, and France will be saved." The speech gave Paris the energetic boost it probably needed to survive, but it also meant that the time to act was now. We have to go fight now. And that is when the terrible solution to the problem of the prisoners unfolded. At 2 p.m. on September the 2nd, a group of about 20 prisoners were being transferred in an open cart from the Hôtel de Ville to the Abbé Saint-Germain, now the main political prison in Paris. That little convoy was soon set upon by an angry mob of sans-culottes. The mob dragged the prisoners off the cart. A few of these unfortunate souls were spared, but the rest were killed on the spot. Later that day, another armed band broke into a Carmelite monastery that had been transformed into a prison. This time, the angry mob set up a little kangaroo court to dispense the people's justice. One by one, prisoners were brought forward and accused, convicted, and sentenced all in one breath. Then they were pushed towards a group of sans-culottes armed with pikes, sabers, daggers, and clubs, who proceeded to just gang murder the condemned. Next prisoner. After these initial outbursts, the Commune then stepped in to restore order. But that did not mean halting the executions. That meant organizing them and making them more systematic. The Committee of Surveillance and its now leading light, Jean-Paul Marat, ensured that the people's justice would be swift and bloody and uncompromising. The men who did the killing would be voted wages for their good work. Once the Commune took over the process, the rest of the Paris prisons were pushed into, and ad hoc tribunals were convened to judge those held inside. Those judged were usually found guilty and killed immediately. Though, if you can believe it, there were a few acquittals. This horrifying brand of justice continued unabated for the next 5 days before tapering off for lack of further victims on September the 7th. In all, somewhere between 1,100 and 1,600 were executed. That included men, women, and children. Yes, children. In one prison, the executed included kids as young as 12 and 13 years old. Among the dead were 200 non-juring priests, all the remaining Swiss guards, and man, you gotta feel for those guys, survive one frenzied massacre, sit around in jail for a month, just to get killed in another, more systematic massacre. Yeesh. As well as a handful of aristocrats who had been swept up in the recent house raids. These last included Princess Lamballe, one of the Queen's best friends, who had been with the royal family on the long night of August the 9th. The tribunal the princess faced demanded she swear allegiance to France and then swear a hatred for monarchy in general and the royal family in particular. She said she would do the former, but could not do the latter. So they pushed her into an alleyway where the waiting murder gang stabbed her to death, hacked off her head, and paraded it down to the temple so the queen could get a good look. And in case you're wondering, the royal family themselves escaped the September massacres, but only because when an armed soldier burst into their quarters, Louis dressed the soldier down and ordered him to get the hell out of there. A lifetime of deference to the sovereign was apparently a hard habit to break, and the royal family was spared. For the moment. The majority of those killed in the September massacres, however, were simply common criminals who had been arrested at a really, really bad time. So what political crime could they be guilty of? Well, the tribunal settled on this. Their bad character and rotten circumstances would make them easy tools for the evil counter-revolutionaries to employ in their evil counter-revolutionary work. And so, those common criminals, too, had to die. As the tribunals wound down, one last massacre was staged on September the 9th, as a group of prisoners was being transferred down to Paris from Versailles. This group included former members of the National Assembly, now suspected of being counter-revolutionaries, as well as Antoine de la Sarre. Remember him? The hapless foreign minister who was impeached by the Legislative Assembly for not being sufficiently tough with the Austrians? Well, he had been held in custody ever since, and was now among those being brought down from Versailles. Along the way, the officer in charge of the convoy simply stopped short, and wouldn't you know it, a whole group of armed Parisians were waiting to greet them. They cut every prisoner's throat and left the bodies littered on the ground. The response to the September massacres among the respectable bourgeois revolutionaries was complete silence. Whatever their own personal feelings, no one made a move to stop it. Now, it's hard to tell what level of involvement anyone played in orchestrating the massacres, because in the aftermath, everyone blamed everyone else for being in on it. Brissot and the Girondins would accuse Robespierre of masterminding the slaughter, in the hopes of getting Brissot and the Girondins sucked into the wood chipper. Robespierre would in turn make counter-accusations blaming the Girondins. Of course, everyone believed Danton had to be involved somehow, because as justice minister he just seemed to be inescapably guilty. Madame Roland certainly thought he was the puppet master behind the whole thing. But Danton's crime appears to have been merely to do nothing to stop it, to consciously sacrifice the prisoners to the Paris streets as an unfortunate but necessary part of maintaining patriotic unity and getting the sans-culottes ready to go fight the looming Allied army. If the price to be paid for saving the revolution was the death of treasonous priests, mercenary Swiss, counter-revolutionary aristocrats, and common criminals, was that really so high a price to pay? Danton made it clear he did not think so. In the aftermath of the slaughter, though, Danton was proved right about one thing. The prison massacres freed the sans-culottes from any fear they had about marching to the front, and 20,000 quickly volunteered to heed the new tocsin bell and go charge upon the enemies of the country. And there was no time to lose. An army of 35,000 Prussians and Austrians and the hated émigrés was aiming right for them, and nothing, it seemed, could stop them. But then, suddenly, before the new recruits could even get out there, that army was not only stopped, it was turned around. Okay, so the last time we checked up on the front lines, there were 3 French armies out there in the field, but none of the generals thought their armies were in any shape to fight. But since then, there had been a few changes at the top. I wrote a whole thing trying to explain the game of musical chairs that occupied the French High Command in the summer of 1792, detailing who went where when, and then why they were moved again, but I decided going through all the details would probably make this less comprehensible, not more comprehensible. So the bottom line is that after Lafayette skipped town back in August, ex-Minister of War and rabid Austrian hater Charles-François Dumouriez took command of the Army of the North. A guy named Francois Kellerman, a career officer born in France but into an ethnically German family, he was promoted to command the Army of the Center, and the Prussian-born Nicholas Luckner still commanded the Army of the Rhine. After taking command in the north, Dumouriez had been planning to relaunch the invasion of the Austrian Netherlands as the surest way to force the Allied army to leave France. But with Longwy and Verdun falling so quickly, he had to break off preparations and rush down to try to put something between the Allies and Paris. He ordered Kellerman's army to rendezvous with him at Saint-Menehould, a town which was, well, and I suppose still is, just about 200 kilometers from Paris. Dumouriez then lined up his army running north-south along the main road to Paris to block Brunswick, who was coming in from the east. But Brunswick managed to swing north and scramble up the French left wing, which forced Dumouriez to pull them back, pivoting the direction of his entire line. So now he had the French lined up running east-west, watching the Allies march past them to the north. Now at this point, Brunswick could have easily bypassed the French army and plunged towards Paris, but that would have cut off his supply and communication lines, and he didn't like the thought of his army being isolated so deep in French territory, especially with a bout of dysentery sweeping through his camp. Kellerman showed up the next day to reinforce the French army, and Dumouriez put him in charge of the left. Kellerman took up this command on September the 20th, just as Brunswick was deciding to wheel his army around in a big flanking maneuver to come in at the French from the west. This led Kellerman to advance his own forces towards some high ground near the small village of Valmy. And that is where the two armies met. Now, crazily, of course, when the two sides faced each other, the Allies were the ones standing between the French and Paris, instead of the other way around, which is a bit reminiscent of the early days of the First English Civil War, when the Royalist army of Charles I kept winding up between the Parliamentary army and London, even though the Parliamentary army was supposed to be out there to stop Charles from reaching London. So in a miserable reign, the Allied and French armies stared at each other for a little bit at Valmy, and then decided to settle into an artillery duel to see if the other side would run off. But as it turns out, at this point in history, the French ran the best artillery schools in Europe, and Kellerman's veteran artillery officers pounded the Allies with more precision than the Allies managed to pound the French. But what really surprised the hell out of everyone was that the French troops did not break and run when the shells started falling. Indeed, after a little while, it looked like the ultra-professional Prussians were the ones ready to crack. Continuing to pour on the artillery, Kellerman then started waving his hat, crying "Vive la Nation!" and all his troops took up the cheer. And for whatever combination of reasons, the rain, the dysentery, the sight of surprisingly solid French infantrymen cheering and singing, Brunswick ordered his men to retreat from the field. And then, to the massive shock of just about everyone, he ordered them to march back the way they came, away from Paris, back east toward the frontier. Brunswick was withdrawing the Allied army from France. So just like that, the seemingly inevitable sack of Paris was called off. It should come as no surprise that even the radical anti-clericals in the capital had no trouble describing the Battle of Valmy as a miracle, and no one doubted it was one of the greatest victories in French history. But of course, it really wasn't. It was barely a skirmish, and clearly, had he wanted to, Brunswick could have forced another battle somewhere else if he just didn't like the high ground Kellerman had secured at Valmy. So, what gives? How did this light artillery skirmish lead to the total withdrawal of the Allied army from France? The answer is, no one quite knows. We know the Allied troops were racked by dysentery. We know that they expected this to be a cakewalk, and indeed it had been, but it also appears they really didn't like all those Frenchmen cheering and singing together while getting blasted with artillery. It was unsettling. The commanders also knew that tens of thousands of French reinforcements were on the way. Now, the utterly outraged French émigrés could not explain it any other way than to assert that Brunswick had been bribed by revolutionary agents who offered him the Bourbon family jewels in exchange for retreating. I mean, what other explanation could there be? Now, what role or partial role any of these factors played in the decision to withdraw is ultimately speculation. We don't have a good answer, although the bribery charge does seem paper thin. But then, of course, there was one other thing. There was Poland. That's right, Poland. While the Prussians and Austrians were preparing to invade France, Catherine the Great moved her armies into Poland, and the Poles had surrendered, probably prematurely. The Prussian king, Frederick William II, did not like the idea of the Russian armies milling around in his now clearly under-defended backyard. So he decided that if the invasion of France was going to take even 1 minute longer than anticipated, that he needed the hell out of there. And it looked like it might now indeed take more than 1 minute longer. So he wanted his guys the hell out of there. So maybe it was for this reason, maybe it was for all those other reasons. But whatever it was, the Allies were now in retreat, and Paris was saved. The great and miraculous victory at Valmy on September the 20th, 1792, just so happened to coincide with the opening of the next great political phase of the French Revolution, because the very next day, the newly elected National Convention replaced the now defunct Legislative Assembly in the menage of the Tuileries Palace. Next week, we will introduce the convention, which will become the battleground within which and over which those worst excesses of the French Revolution will now play out. But next week is going to be insanely busy for me on the home front, so next week's episode might be a bit shorter than usual. But my plan is at a minimum to get the National Convention off the ground. Finally, I'm going to end with an enormous and heartfelt thank you to all of you who supported the fundraiser. It was a huge success. We sold 2,060 shirts, 1,590 copies of the Five-Sided Cross, and a good number of books from the History of Rome library. Now, no one bit at the Pick a Revolution, Any Revolution, but I've got an idea about that for next time. So, the big bulk t-shirt order is now being processed. I'm not sure of the exact timeline of when everything will be approved, printed, and then start shipping, but if you've been waiting patiently for your shirt, you will hopefully be getting an email confirmation about shipping soon. Thank you all very, very much. I'm not going anywhere. Hello, and welcome to Revolutions. Episode 3.25, The National Convention. So last time, we dealt with the bloody consequences of the power vacuum that was left after the insurrection of August the 10th. The overthrow of the monarchy and the abandonment of the Constitution of 1791 meant that no one was really in charge, and so no one was really in control. But this dangerous 6-week interregnum ended with the convening of the National Convention. The National Convention's stated purpose was to write a new constitution for France, but as events twisted and turned and constitutions were written, suspended, and rewritten, the convention wound up serving as the national legislative body of France from September 1792 until November 1795. The battles waged in the convention and over the convention would define the worst days of the French Revolution, and today we will follow the bitter and acrimonious start to their violent and disturbing adventure. Elections for the new convention were called by the Legislative Assembly in that nervous session of August the 10th, 1792. The leadership of the Legislative Assembly may not have been ecstatic about dumping the Constitution of 1791 and starting over from scratch, but with the smoke from the battle in the Tuileries Palace still lingering in the air, they decided it was one of those go along to get along type of situations. But though Brissot and his Girondin friends no doubt shuddered when they approved elections that were to be held on the basis of universal manhood suffrage, accepting only servants and the unemployed, they did manage to sneak through 2 bits of procedural minutia that helped ease the pain. First, they stuck with the same 2-tiered electoral system that had been used in the past. A primary assembly to nominate an elector, who would then move on to a second assembly where the vote for the actual delegates would take place. This would hopefully lock out the kind of delegate unregulated democracy might produce. Second, they managed to resist Robespierre's call that the Legislative Assembly pass a self-denying decree, as the National Assembly had once done, a decree that would bar them all from sitting in the convention. But the leaders of the Legislative Assembly were having none of that. They were not going to be swept aside like those naive fouillants. If the electoral pool was going to be universal, so too would the candidate pool. The first round of elections was held on August the 27th, which was just about the time Paris was entering terminal freakout mode. But it wasn't just Paris that was freaking out. There was a lot of freaking out going on. Those commissioners sent out by the Legislative Assembly after August the 10th made it clear that this was the dawn of a new era. And in this new era, enemies of the revolution would no longer be coddled. Decrees started coming out of Paris authorizing the arrest of suspects, and then that extraordinary tribunal gave everyone a look at what justice would look like in this new era when they started cutting off heads with the guillotine. Which, while I'm here, I had better correct something right now, As a few of you pointed out, Dr. Guillotine did not invent the guillotine. He merely suggested that all execution should be decapitation, effected by means of a simple machine. Forerunners of that simple machine had been around for a few hundred years, but the prototype built in April 1792 is officially credited to a surgeon named Antoine Louis. Dr. Guillotine's name wound up attached to the thing, though, much to his everlasting shame and horror. Sure don't like making mistakes like that, but every once in a while I faceplant. I'm sorry about that. So, the elections to the National Convention unfolded under an oppressive blanket of fear and suspicion. So it should come as no surprise that in an atmosphere where the wrong political sentiment, even when expressed offhand, might result in the death penalty, that turnout for the elections was comically low. You never see turnout figures for the primary assemblies higher than 25%, and I've seen them calculated as low as just 5%. Why in the world would you want to accidentally vote for the wrong guy at a time like this? That meant that those who did show up were of a very particular type, and agreed on a very specific set of principles, which is why it's so ironic that of the three major representative bodies we've dealt with so far, the National Assembly, the Legislative Assembly, and now the National Convention, the Convention would turn out to be by far the most rancorous and faction-ridden. The second round of elections was held on September the 2nd, the same day the September massacres got going in Paris. Now, obviously, that couldn't affect the vote out in the departments, but it had a huge impact on the Paris elections. I mean, you would have to be insane to show up and do anything but vote left, and harder left. As a consequence, the Paris delegation would be super crazy radical. Even more super crazy radical than all the previous Paris delegations, and those previous delegations had always been way to the left of everyone. When the results came back in, the Paris slate read like a who's who of major revolutionaries. Robespierre, Danton, Desmoulins, d'Eglantine, Jean-Paul Marat won a seat. But so too did their increasingly bitter opponent Jacques-Pierre Brissot, who was still way too prominent and influential to be denied. Out in the departments, meanwhile, about 200 men who had sat in the Legislative Assembly were re-elected from their various districts, including all the prominent Girondins. Also coming back into the fold were about 80 guys who had served in the old National Assembly, the most famous of whom was the Duc d'Orléans, that renegade prince of the blood, who was now styling himself Philippe Égalité. Regrettably, I have probably not given the Duc d'Orléans the attention he deserves, and at some point I'm going to have to pull off and review his role in the revolution at better length, since he was so instrumental in creating the space within which the early revolutionaries flourished, and I'll probably do that when those revolutionaries cut off his head. So of the 749 members of the convention, almost 300 were experienced legislators and had been central to revolutionary politics for years. The newcomers were, like had happened with the Legislative Assembly, men who had made their name in local revolutionary politics and who were now making the jump to the big stage. Although one of the most famous newcomers had made his name not in local politics, but in international politics, because our old friend Thomas Paine was elected to represent the city of Calais. Paine had just been chased out of Britain for publishing a defense of the French Revolution called The Rights of Man, and he landed in France just in time to be elected as a sort of honorary delegate by some enthusiastic French admirers. The public debate that had just been waged in London between the radical Paine and the suddenly very conservative Edmund Burke probably deserves a supplemental episode all its own, because the French Revolution is insanely complicated and it's very hard to keep up. The convention met as a body for the first time on September the 20th in the Tuileries Palace, and then on September the 21st, 1792, they held their first session in the Menage, taking over that rectangular hall that had served as the home of both the National Assembly and the Legislative Assembly. From the word go, the National Convention was a very, very contentious place to be, because two factions walked into the hall basically ready to drive the other into the dust. Robespierre, his fellow Paris radicals, and about 130 Jacobin-aligned delegates planted themselves on the top rows of a set of steep risers on one side of the hall. This earned them the nickname that would become an all but official party name, the Montagnards, or the Mountain. And I am going to call them the Mountain, so I don't have to mangle Montagnard every time I want to talk about them. Opposed to the Mountain was, of course, the Girondins, now numbering roughly 200 or so delegates who tended to vote together and support each other, though it is an enduring historical debate just how cohesive they really were. Between these two factions lay the majority of uncommitted delegates who filled the seats near the ground, earning them the name the Plain, or the Swamp if you wanted to be snarky about it. Their votes were the prize to be won in the endless rounds of accusations and counter-accusations between the Mountain and the Girondins. Now, the funny thing about these two rival cliques is that in almost every respect they were composed of the same type of man. They were all well-educated, mostly lawyers and professionals, thoroughly of the bourgeois set. Most had grown up obscure in the provinces and had risen to prominence with the Revolution. They all were, or had very recently been prominent Jacobins, and those who had been in the National Assembly or the Legislative Assembly always composed the left side of the left wing. So far, they had really only disagreed about one thing, but I suppose it was a big thing. Brissot and the Girondins were extremely pro-war. Robespierre and his allies were staunchly anti-war. The rest of it comes down to personality. They just didn't like each other. And then there was, of course, power. They both wanted it and saw the other as their main obstacle to grabbing it and holding it. In the beginning, the Girondins clearly had the edge on that power, and in a lot of ways, their position at the beginning of the convention was very similar to that of the Feuillants at the beginning of the Legislative Assembly. The Girondins controlled almost all the important ministerial posts, their immediate numbers gave them the largest plurality of votes in the ménage, and the new delegates arriving in Paris to take their seats initially gravitated into their orbit. For the first few months, the Girondins were able to put their guys in the president's chair almost at will. In a convenient bit of dramatic foreshadowing, though, it appears that when the delegates arrived to take up their seats in the ménage, no one wanted to sit in the area once occupied by those disgraced Feuillants, like those seats were cursed or something. But then the realities of space constraints forced those seats to be occupied by the Girondins. Cue ominous music. The big thing that gave the Girondins their immediate gravitational claim on new delegates was the shock over the September massacres. Most of the provincial delegates were absolutely horrified by the massacres. Including the body count from August the 10th, more than 2,000 enemies of the revolution had been killed in the capital by armed mobs in less than 6 weeks. Aside from the human suffering dimension, most of the delegates in the convention were lawyers, and they were appalled by the total breakdown of the rule of law. So right away, the delegation from Paris came under fire for their role in the massacres. It was well understood that Robespierre and his gang were closely tied to the insurrectionary commune, that in a very real sense, they were the representatives of the commune in the convention. That set them up as villains through these initial sessions. In a very pointed rebuke of the commune, the first president the convention elected was Jérôme Pétion, the now ex-mayor of Paris, who had been deposed when the insurrectionary commune took power on August the 10th. The first order of business, however, did manage to bring everyone together. On September the 21st, the convention voted unanimously to abolish the monarchy and declare France a republic. A new, kingless constitution would now be drafted. This was just about the last thing the convention agreed on. Because once it was settled that the monarchy was abolished, the next question became, okay, well, what do we do with Louis? And that's when unanimity collapsed. Some wanted him put on trial. Others said he'd already been put on trial and found guilty back on August the 10th. Others said a king could never be put on trial. Some people wanted him dead, other people wanted him in prison, others maybe secretly wanted him back on the throne. All of this would be the primary focus of the first few months of the convention, and today I am going to talk about none of it. Instead, I'm going to reserve it all for next week, so I can tell in one coherent story the trial and execution of Louis the Last. Today, we're just going to have a little fun watching the Girondins and the Mountain go at it tooth and nail. The Girondins moved quickly to try to destroy the Mountain before they even got settled. In that first week, they accused Robespierre of orchestrating the September massacre so he could kill all his enemies and set himself up as a dictator. Their main tactic was to link Robespierre to Marat, because everyone knew Marat had been the main instigator of the massacres and had been repeatedly calling for a revolutionary dictatorship to purge France of the impure. The Girondins then pivoted from this personal attack on Robespierre into a general assault on the Paris Commune, which they argued posed a potential threat to the convention. Anytime something didn't go the Commune's way, they could simply unleash the armed hordes of sans-culottes. To counter this, they proposed calling in National Guard units from the provinces to come act as defenders of the convention. But this initial attack petered out when Marat stood up and declared that he had been alone in his call for a revolutionary dictatorship. Robespierre had nothing to do with it. And then, of course, there was the somewhat perplexed reaction to all this from the unaligned delegates of the Plain, who thought attacking Robespierre and the Commune a curious business to fixate on, given everything else that had to be done. But the Girondins were not deterred, and Robespierre was not their only enemy, and they soon set their sights on Danton, that great ogre that Madame Roland was absolutely convinced was really behind the massacres, the man who really wanted to set himself up as a dictator. Danton's position within the convention was a bit odd. He sat with the Mountain, but he very much wanted to remain independent, and he worked behind the scenes to mend the rift between the two factions. They had so much in common it seemed crazy to derail the convention for the sake of indulging personal grudges. To counter the notion that he himself was aiming at dictatorship, Danton announced in his maiden speech to the House that he would resign from his post as Minister of Justice, a promise he kept 2 weeks later once he was sure that the victory at Valmy had actually turned the Allied army around. But that was not enough for Madame Roland, and in mid-October the Girondins started going after Danton hard for his sloppy bookkeeping as Minister of Justice. He had spent a lot of money, and no one knew where it had gone, though it was clear at least a chunk of it had gone to arm the Paris sections, which didn't exactly seem like Justice Ministry business. But while the vast majority of the money was publicly unaccounted for, Danton plausibly made his case that given the circumstances he had spent the money as he thought best to defend Paris, that he had shown his receipts to his colleagues on the Provisional Executive Council, and that they had approved his work, which his fellow ministers then affirmed that he had. Though, as I said, in the days after August the 10th, Danton dominated that ministry, so who knows what actually went on or what his fellow ministers actually approved. All of these attacks culminated at the end of October and the beginning of November, when the Girondins attempted to expel the entire Paris delegation as a threat to the convention. On October the 25th, they sent out one of their guys, a minor character whose name I won't bother you with, to reopen the case against Robespierre. The model of the speech was Cicero's Catiline Orations, and he again accused Robespierre of trying to set himself up as a dictator. But when Robespierre came back a week later with his defense, he absolutely won over the Plain. He dismissed the entire thrust of the Girondin attack as both stupid and petty. He laughed at the thought of anyone thinking him, of all people, anything but an instrument of virtue. He then laid out what would soon become the official revolutionary position on the September massacres, that they were inextricably linked to the insurrection of August the 10th, that they were driven by the same historical force, that to deny one was to deny the other, and since no one wanted to turn back the clock on August the 10th, everyone had to accept the massacres as the unfortunate result of the same virtuous impulses. It had all been illegal. Of course it had been illegal, but it was the will of the people, and that was what mattered. Do you want a revolution, he asked, without a revolution? But all this bickering was really just a sideshow to the main event, because over this first month of the convention's life, committees were being formed and then started reporting back about how best to deal with the king. Next week, we will be back at full strength with a full-length episode to delve into the trial and execution of Louis XVI, whose fate would soon enough be shared by those who currently judged him. Hello, and welcome to Revolutions. Episode 3.26, The Trial of Louis XVI. When the National Convention convened in September 1792, it was ostensibly meeting for one single purpose: write a new constitution for France. But writing that constitution was absolutely not the first priority for the convention delegates when they arrived. No, the first priority was deciding what to do about the king. As we saw last time, the convention voted in its very first session to abolish the monarchy. But that did not solve the problem of what to do with Louis the man, who had been held captive since the insurrection of August the 10th. For the first 4 months of the convention, the debate over the king dominated the agenda, and that debate would help sharpen the political lines that would divide revolutionary France in the bloody months to come. Now, luckily for the delegates of the convention, they were allowed to turn the fate of the king into a factional struggle for power without fear of foreign invasion. I'm going to double back on the war front next week because today I want to focus exclusively on the death of the king. But just know that after the miraculous victory at Valmy turned the Allied armies around, General Dumouriez put the French army in motion, invaded the Austrian Netherlands, and successfully overran the territory. We'll talk about all the details next week, but all that good news from the front meant that there was plenty of room for the Girondins and the Mountain to try to destroy each other. After the insurrection of August the 10th, Louis and his family had been transferred to the Temple, a fortress on the outskirts of Paris, so called because it had been built by the Knights Templar back in the 1200s. Though he was mostly well treated, his guards were encouraged to treat him with studious contempt, and to knock him off his lofty royal perch, they started referring to him as Citizen Louis Capet, assigning him the family name of Hugh Capet, the long ago founder of the Capetian dynasty, of which the Bourbons were a descended branch. Louis hated it. Once the Tuileries Palace was vacated, a hastily organized committee of representatives from the insurrectionary commune, the various Paris sections, and the soon-to-be defunct Legislative Assembly started combing through the royal apartments, collecting every piece of paper they could find, searching for definitive proof of the treason they all knew Louis Capet had been engaged in. This committee began a preliminary survey of the king's papers, quickly finding evidence that Louis had not only been in regular contact with the émigrés, but that he had sent them money to boot. The bulk of the work of sifting through the papers, though, would be left for the coming National Convention. Now, as we saw last time, after the convention voted unanimously to abolish the monarchy, the Girondins then hijacked the agenda for the rest of that first week in an attempt to tear down Robespierre and his allies in the Mountain for their alleged role in the September massacres. To help change the subject, Robespierre's friends in the Commune announced that they had just discovered evidence in the seized documents that Louis had been making regular payments to close to 200 delegates of the Legislative Assembly. No doubt bribes meant to muddy the pure waters of revolutionary government. The Mountain used this revelation to demand an end to the scurrilous attacks on Robespierre so that the convention could move on to the far more important business of the king's fate, which they further argued ought to be swift execution for treason. But the vast majority of the convention delegates were not ready to move that swiftly, and a committee was appointed to take over the seized evidence, sift through the contents, and report back. As the Girondins had already placed their men in all the key administrative posts of the convention, this committee was not surprisingly chaired and staffed by Girondin allies. The evidence committee then came back with a report on October the 4th, announcing that after an initial scan of the documents, it was clear that the king had been up to some shady stuff, and we'll get back to you with a more detailed report later. No deadline was set for that second, more detailed report. And so right away, the battle lines between the Mountain and the Girondins was drawn. Both sides agreed that the king was guilty of treason. Everyone in the convention believed the king was guilty of treason. I mean, it was practically a prerequisite to getting elected to the convention in the first place. So the real dividing line was about what to do next. The Mountain, as we've just seen, wanted to execute the king for his crimes without further delay. For the revolution to live, the king must die. The Girondins, however, were already now doing everything in their power to stall, delay, and avoid executing the king. Now, there was never any coherent or universally held rationale for sparing the king among the Girondins, just a vague sense that the revolution would have more options if Louis was kept alive. Mostly, though, it seems like it came down to the fact that the convention was fast descending into a power struggle between the Girondins and the Mountain. And if the Mountain said hot, the Girondins said cold. If the Mountain said up, the Girondins said down. So with the Mountain saying kill the king now, the Girondins had to say, hold on, let's talk about this. The first big battle fought along these lines was whether the king deserved a trial. Did he deserve a chance to respond to the accusations against him, see the evidence, publicly defend himself? Sticking to their hard line, Robespierre and the Mountain said no. The king had already faced his trial on August the 10th, and he had lost. All that was left for the convention to do was dole out the punishment. The Girondins, meanwhile, argued that some kind of trial was necessary, if for no other reason than to make it look like what we're up to is legally legit. As I said last time, well over half the delegates were lawyers, and they were not at all comfortable with the arbitrary justice advocated by the Mountain, so they were sympathetic to the argument for holding a trial. But there was a huge problem. There was no precedent for trying a king. Strictly speaking, you couldn't try a king. The Constitution of 1791 was explicit that the king had sovereign immunity, and was thus sacred and inviolable. So though the delegates wanted to maintain the rule of law, it was clear that somebody was going to have to do some pretty fancy thinking to get around the insurmountable hurdles to bringing Louis to trial. And even if you cleared those hurdles, who would even have jurisdiction? Who would prosecute? Who would sit in judgment? To settle these questions, the convention appointed a lawyer from Toulouse named Jean-Baptiste Maille to chair a committee to investigate what procedures and rationales might guide the convention. Maille was one of those re-elected members from the Legislative Assembly, and though he was on good terms with the Girondins, he was independent enough to avoid getting swept up in the coming purges. Ordered to figure this thing out, Maille then spent the rest of October doing some pretty fancy thinking. It was while the convention waited for Maille's report that most of the stuff we talked about last week played out, the attacks on Danton's bookkeeping, and then the further attacks on Robespierre and Marat and the rest of the Mountain. This round of fighting culminated with Robespierre's speech on November the 5th, and that was the speech we ended with last week, when he asked in fierce exasperation, "Do you want a revolution without a revolution?" In response to Robespierre's rhetorical triumph, the Girondins pushed their evidence committee to make their second report, and hopefully that would keep up the momentum for a trial, rather than allowing Robespierre to lead the convention into killing the king and killing him now. But that second report only served to undercut the Girondin case further. It was vague, it revealed nothing new, and just kind of made it look like the committee hadn't actually been doing much of anything to dig up final proof of Louis's crimes. But just as the delegates were starting to get restless, the Maille Committee came back with its report, which put the case for a trial back on track. Maille argued that Louis's immunity had been given to him by the people, who were the true sovereigns of France, and could thus be revoked by them at will. As the convention represented the sovereign will of the people, they could go ahead and revoke the king's alleged immunity at any time. So that got them over that hurdle. Maille's report then went on to outline the way forward. Louis obviously couldn't be tried by a regular court of law, but he could be tried by the convention itself. So he advised the delegates to draw up a list of accusations, present those accusations to the king, allow Louis to see the evidence against him, and have an attorney appointed to help him build a defense. Then, after the king had presented that defense, the convention should hold an open roll call vote on his guilt. The structure of Maille's proposed trial was, of course, totally improvised, and had no basis in any existing criminal code, but to most of the delegates it felt legal-ish enough to get the job done. But with this proposal now on the table, two big arguments against holding a trial emerged, though they were proposed for very different reasons. The first came from a guy who was basically a closet royalist. He said, look, there is a clause in the Constitution of 1791 that deals with high crimes committed by the king. There were, in fact, 3 such crimes explicitly enumerated: refusing to swear to uphold the Constitution, leading a foreign army against France, and fleeing the country. And even if Louis were found guilty of any one of those, you could just skip to the bottom and see that the prescribed punishment was forced abdication. Period. That was it. And Louis had already been forced to abdicate, so what is a trial going to accomplish? It was then, and remains now, a very fair point. To respond to this argument, the Mountain sent down the youngest member of the convention to make his debut performance in the French Revolution, 25-year-old Louis-Antoine de Saint-Just, soon enough to be known as the Angel of Death, for reasons that will become clear in the episodes to come. Saint-Just had been born in 1767 to a retired cavalry officer. His father died when he was 10, but his mother managed to scrape together enough money to send her young son off to a good school. But as Saint-Just grew up, a few things became clear. He was super smart, super handsome, and super egotistical. He was flippant, arrogant, and just did not believe the rules applied to him. Basically, the epitome of the obnoxious teenager every adult utterly despises. When he was 19 and possibly heartbroken over losing a woman to another man, Saint-Just stole all his mother's silver and 2 pistols and disappeared off to Paris. The police managed to track him down, and he was stuck in a reformatory for 6 months. After getting out, he briefly studied law, but it didn't take. Instead, he decided that he was a literary genius. In 1789, he published a long satirical poem that brazenly attacked just about every key institution of the Ancien Regime, the monarchy, the church, the aristocracy, and those sustained attacks were broken up only by scenes of graphic pornography because, of course, they were. It turned out, though, that Saint-Just was not a literary genius. When censors caught wind of the poem and set to work tracking down copies to confiscate, they had trouble finding any, because nobody actually bought the thing. But when the revolution hit, Saint-Just found his calling. Unemployed in 1790, he joined his local National Guard unit, showed an amazing capacity for enforcing military discipline, and was soon promoted to lieutenant colonel, despite being just 23 years old. During this period, he took up a correspondence first with Camille Desmoulins, now a major literary celebrity, and Maximilien Robespierre, the incorruptible leader of the Jacobins. Saint-Just lavished praise on Robespierre, and Robespierre reciprocated with a kind of long-distance mentorship. Saint-Just was still too young to fully participate in the real action in Paris, so he wrote a book called The Spirit of the Revolution that reflected on the new political principles that ought to now govern France, but it too went totally unread. Saint-Just's stymied ambitions, though, suddenly caught a break with the insurrection of August the 10th, because he cleared the minimum age requirement to stand for election to the National Convention by 1 month. Thanks to his prominence in the local National Guard, when he was elected by far the youngest member of the new assembly. Saint-Just's maiden speech on November the 13th was an immediate sensation. In an era that loved great oratory, it was apparently a masterwork. Even Brissot admired the performance. In a blistering speech, Saint-Just condemned this man Louis Capet not as a criminal or even a traitor, because treason implies betrayal of your own people, and Louis is a stranger among us. He is an enemy alien in our midst. Legal minutia was irrelevant. Specific charges were irrelevant. Louis's real crime was simply being king. Saint-Just concluded with prophetic words that he himself would soon come to fully and truly internalize. No man can reign innocently. There should be no trial. Louis was guilty, and so Louis must die. Just a few days after this electrifying performance, an even more electrifying revelation hit the convention. Interior Minister Roland came forward on November the 20th and revealed that a secret safe had been discovered in the Tuileries Palace. Roland had opened it and gone through the 600-plus documents contained therein and found some pretty damning stuff. Written proof in the king's own hand that Louis had repeatedly tried to obstruct the National Assembly and then the Legislative Assembly, that he had encouraged his ministers to lie, engaged in shadow diplomacy that contradicted his public statements, that he encouraged emigration, and in his own words, hated the revolution. Contained also in this safe was the shocking proof that the great Mirabeau, first revolutionary hero interned in the Pantheon, had in fact been a bought and paid for royal stooge. After railing against Roland for rooting around in the safe alone to hide or plant God knows what, the Mountain asserted that the documents in the secret safe only further proved that a trial was unnecessary. But the convention delegates were still clearly leaning towards a trial on the basis of Maille's recommendations. Robespierre made one last attempt to talk them out of it by arguing that if Louis was presumed innocent, as he must be for a trial to work, then what does that say about the revolution? But the Girondins carried the day. The convention voted on December the 6th to establish a committee to draw up a formal list of accusations. The king would have his day in court. When that list came back, it took the form of a revolutionary history of events from May 1789 to August 1792. Louis had frivolously bankrupted the nation, called the Estates General to bail him out, and then offered mere token reforms in return. When the Third Estate resisted his will, he ordered troops to bar their meetings and declared a royal session, which led to the tennis court oath. Then the king trampled the tricolored cockade and started massing troops in Paris, which led to the fall of the Bastille. He later delayed the promulgation of the Declaration of the Rights of Man, and through it all he bribed delegates and conspired with counter-revolutionaries. Then after the Legislative Assembly convened, he obstructed the will of the people by continuously vetoing their legislation. He then tried to make a run for it in the flight to Varennes with the plain intention of returning at the head of an Austrian army. When that failed, he encouraged the Austrians to invade on their own, and then on the morning of August the 10th, the king had massed an armed force inside the Tuileries Palace to launch a violent coup. This accusation list complete, the convention ordered Louis to appear the next day to respond to the charges. Louis was escorted down to the Menage on the morning of December the 11th, and he was brought before a chamber overflowing with spectators who had lined up all night for a chance to get inside and see the show. After reading the accusations through in full, one of the convention's secretaries then went through it all point by point and demanded Louis respond to each charge. Though he was hearing all this for the first time, the deposed king had an answer for everything. What law did I break when I ordered the royal session? Moving troops around is my right as king. The story about the trampled cockade is a lie. I only delayed the promulgation of the Declaration of the Rights of Man because I had some revisions I wanted made. The Constitution of 1791 specifically gave me the right to veto legislation, so how could exercising that veto be a crime? And as for the events of August the 10th, the idea that I gathered troops to launch some kind of attack is absurd. Paris had gone into revolt. An armed mob was on the way. As the legal executive, I gathered my legally appointed bodyguards to defend the legal constitution. But though Louis had an answer for everything, some of his answers were obviously lies, as when he asserted that the flight to Varennes had been a harmless family vacation that had just been wildly misinterpreted. He also routinely blamed bad advice from bad ministers rather than accepting responsibility for his own decisions. But the most maddening bit came when Louis started being handed the various pieces of paper that proved this or that charge, papers often written in his own hand. Louis refused to acknowledge that he had drafted them. I mean, he had, of course he had, but Louis was going to make them prove it, which, if it was possible at all, was going to take forever. So, throwing a giant wrench into things, Louis just kept blandly saying that, I've never seen this piece of paper before in my life. It drove everyone crazy. When it was all over, Louis asked for a lawyer to help him prepare a defense, a request that was for the moment ignored. Instead, the king was dismissed back to the temple at about 6:30, ending the first of only 2 times that he would appear before the convention in the whole 4-month ordeal of his trial. The next day, a delegation came over to the temple to tell the king that they had voted to allow him counsel, and in the end, he wound up defended by 3 lawyers, one of whom Louis requested, the other 2 volunteered. When Louis huddled with his team, there were essentially 3 strategies open. He could go the full King Charles and refuse to acknowledge the competency of the convention to try him. He could go in the opposite direction and beg for mercy, Or he could accept the legitimacy of the trial and fight it out. Given his performance on December the 11th, it was clear the direction Louis wanted to go. He intended to present himself as a wrongly accused constitutional monarch. The framework of his defense would be that he could not be held responsible for anything that had happened before he accepted the Constitution of 1791, and since his acceptance, he had broken no laws, committed no crimes, and done nothing to break his oath to uphold that Constitution. Meanwhile, back in the convention, the delegates decided to bypass the legal conundrum created by Louis's refusal to recognize his own handwriting. They simply voted on December the 15th that all the documents were authentic. Problem solved. Now, this solution was, of course, wildly at odds with some of the most cherished legal doctrines held by the lawyer delegates. I mean, you're not supposed to be able to just declare evidence authentic. But they were all now getting a lesson in just how quickly expedience can come to trump principles. No one, it seems, can reign innocently. The convention then dumped the evidence in the king's lap on December the 17th and said, look it over, have your defense ready by December 26th. Surveying the mountains of paperwork, the king's lawyers pointed out that this was clearly not giving them anything resembling adequate time to prepare a defense, which was another one of those cherished legal doctrines. But the convention ignored the complaint, so Louis's lawyers basically didn't sleep for a week and a half as they tried to cobble together some kind of coherent defense. On December the 26th, Louis once again made the coach ride to a packed menage to present that defense. The session began at 9 a.m., and after a few preliminaries, the youngest of Louis's lawyers took the floor. The hours-long oration he delivered covered a lot of the ground we've already discussed, so there's no need to go into too much detail here. But he said, whatever the king's crime, the only punishment prescribed in the Constitution of 1791 is forced abdication, and that has already happened. Also, this whole proceeding is illegal and has flagrantly ignored rights granted to the accused, rules of evidence, access to witnesses. Everything we say we believe in. The meat of the oration, though, was a royalist spin on the history of the Revolution. Louis had voluntarily given up his powers after calling the Estates General. Nothing he had done since accepting the Constitution of 1791 had been illegal. Vetoing legislation, that wasn't a crime. That was his explicit right and, frankly, his duty. Sure, he had sent money to friends in need, but that just showed that he was a generous man. And as for this business about August the 10th, my God, how much can you twist that story? Louis was going to march out at the head of 900 Swiss guards and seize control of Paris? Are you joking? Louis was merely trying to defend himself, as the constitutional sovereign, from an illegally armed mob. When the lawyer finished up, the king was given the last word. Louis reiterated his horror at being blamed for spilling the blood of his people, which he had never intended and certainly never ordered. Then he said simply that his conscience reproached him for nothing. In his heart, Louis truly believed that he was innocent. And then the king was escorted back to the temple. He would not appear before the convention again. Back in the convention, the Mountain called for an immediate vote. Saint-Just came down and argued that whoever Louis the man was, whatever his version of the story was, we need to kill the king to cement the foundation of the Republican Revolution. Forget about the man. Focus on the symbolism. But the convention was clearly wavering about what its next move ought to be. And that's when the Girondins drew the next great battle line in the sand, when they proposed an appeal to the people. The gist of the appeal was that the convention's ruling ought to be ratified in the tens of thousands of primary assemblies across the nation. The logic of the appeal as presented by the Girondins was simple. The convention was deliberating under the dangerous eye of the Paris radicals, and their final verdict couldn't help but reflect the influence of that dangerous eye. For the true will of the nation to be known, the question must be put to the nation. The Mountain, of course, went crazy. Robespierre led the opposition by saying that this has nothing to do with high-minded republicanism or taking the pulse of the nation. This is a naked stall tactic. It will take months just to get the primary assemblies together, and then for them to make an informed decision, they'll need to see all the evidence, which will take forever. I mean, you got your trial. You made your accusation. The king has made his defense. What more do we need? The faction from the Gironde is just trying to get Louis off the hook, and don't think that we don't see this all for what it really is. For the next 2 weeks, the convention raged back and forth over the appeal to the people. By the first week of January, though, the majority of the delegates were exhausted from the debate. It was clear that this was as much about the Girondins and the Mountain taking shots at each other as it was deciding the fate of the king. So that exhausted majority cut through the bickering, and a set of decisive roll call votes was scheduled to begin January the 14th. After even more wrangling, the questions that those decisive votes would answer were laid down. First, is Louis guilty? Yes or no? Second, will there be an appeal to the people? Yes or no? Third, what should the king's punishment be? This last was not a yes or no question, which, as we'll see in a second, added even more confusion to the proceedings. Now, the first vote was easy. Louis was guilty. Everyone believed that. That had been decided before the trial. So on that first roll call on the evening of January the 14th, 693 delegates voted yes, 26 voted some qualified version of yes, and no one voted no. Louis was guilty. That led to the second vote on the appeal to the people. And this was a real test of strength between the Girondins and the Mountain. It took all night to get through the roll, as delegates now wanted to explain themselves and their votes for the record. But when it was all said and done, 283 voted for the appeal, and 424 voted against. After not having its way for months, the Mountain suddenly won an utterly decisive victory over the Girondins. And this vote is indeed a key bit of proof that the Girondins were not a coherent party at all, because many of the men assumed to be in the Girondin inner circle broke ranks and voted against the appeal, and all for their very own particular reasons. After that all-night session, the convention adjourned and came back on January the 16th to start the final vote. What would the king's punishment be? But the very first guy to vote, Jean-Baptiste Maille, as it turned out, said, "I vote for death, but I believe the execution should be delayed." This set off an agitated flutter through the convention, because it meant that if enough delegates backed this delay amendment, they would all have to take another vote on whether to delay the execution, if execution was indeed the verdict. Now, the vote on punishment took even longer than the other two votes, as every delegate now really super wanted to be on the record about why they were voting the way they were voting. When Robespierre came forward to vote for death, even though he was a notorious opponent of capital punishment, he justified his vote by saying, "I do not recognize a humanity that massacres the people and pardons despots." As dawn approached, the voting remained extraordinarily tight. It was basically a race to see if death without qualification could hit the 361 votes needed for an outright majority. It wasn't until the very last departmental delegation voted that death without reservation received its 361st vote. In all the exhausted chaos of the voting, though, there were questions about the final tallies, and so it wasn't until January the 18th that the final vote was announced. 28 delegates had abstained, 319 voted for some punishment other than death, mostly imprisonment or exile, 12 voted for death with a reprieve, 26 voted for the so-called Maille Amendment, death with a delayed execution, but the necessary 361 votes for death without reservation still stood. So execution it would be. But then, oh God, the votes for death with a reprieve and the Maille Amendment forced a fourth and final vote on January the 19th. Would Louis be granted a reprieve? This time things moved quite a bit quicker. 310 said yes, reprieve. 380 said no, reprieve. And that was finally that. At 3 a.m. on January the 20th, the convention approved its proclamation announcing the votes and saying that Louis was sentenced to death and that he would face his punishment within 24 hours. The convention had just spent 4 months debating his fate, and there would be no further delays. Now, Louis had known since the unofficial tally came through on January the 17th that he was a dead man, and he started making preparations. He requested that he be allowed a priest to come and pray with him and give him his last rites, a request that was granted. He also asked for his copy of David Hume's History of England so he could study up on Charles I, just about the only other man in history who could possibly know what Louis was going through. He spent his final night with his family, and even managed to get a few hours sleep. At 8 a.m. on the morning of January the 21st, 1793, the executioner of Paris escorted King Louis XVI into a waiting carriage. The carriage then embarked on a slow and deliberate journey from the Temple to the Place de la Révolution, formerly known as the Place de la Louis XV, and now known as the Place de la Concorde. To prevent anything from even considering possibly maybe going wrong, soldiers were lined up 4 deep the entire route. The gates and walls of Paris were heavily fortified, and every section was ordered to have guards in place everywhere. In all, something like 80,000 men were under arms that day. Nothing went wrong. The carriage arrived at the Place de la Révolution at about 10 a.m. 20,000 Parisians were crammed in for the most unprecedented execution in the history of France. Carpenters had erected a scaffold near the center of the square facing the Champs-Élysées, and the machine, the guillotine, sat silently atop the scaffold, blade poised. The executioners attempted to strip Louis of his overclothes, but the king shook them off, and with great dignity took them off himself. Then he climbed the scaffold. Upon reaching the top, he spoke his final words. "I die innocent," he said. "I pardon my enemies, and hope that my blood will be useful to the French, that it will appease God's anger." But before he could say any more, the general in charge of the day's events ordered the drummers to start up and cut the king off. The executioner then laid Louis on a plank, stuck his head through the fatal hole of the guillotine, and then, zip, thud, the end. The king is dead. Long live the revolution. Louis XVI was not a bad man. He was not a tyrant. He wasn't even a particularly bad king. As I mentioned way back when, had Louis lived in less tumultuous times, he probably would have gone down in history as a perfectly forgettable placeholder. Liked but not loved, certainly not hated. But he lived in very tumultuous times. And so the characteristics that would have made him forgettable, sort of a benevolent cluelessness, left him utterly unable to handle the tidal wave that crashed down on Versailles in 1789. Nothing he did caused the French Revolution. The pieces were already in place when he showed up, and as we saw through the early episodes, his ministry made numerous attempts to patch the ship before it sank. But Louis just didn't have the spine to do what needed to be done. Now, Charles I's great sin was inflexibility. Just maddening and damning inflexibility. I mean, my God, Charles, nobody wanted to kill you. Louis XVI's great sin was overflexibility. The slightest pushback and he bent, whichever way you wanted him to bend. He could have forced through all those judicial and administrative reforms his ministers were pushing for back in the 1770s and 1780s, and had he stuck to his guns and had their back, maybe things would have turned out different. But anytime things got rough, Louis put his guns down. This running indecisiveness made a mess of things once the revolution got going. One minute he was embracing the revolution, the next minute he was rejecting it, and he was tragically prone to taking the wrong advice at any given moment. He was soft when he should have been hard, hard when he should have been soft. I think the most revealing incident was that royal session that was finally held after the drama of the tennis court oath. That session was supposed to be about offering an olive branch to the Third Estate, and Louis instead listened to his arch-conservative brothers and made it about waving the sword in all of their faces. Then, when the Third Estate delegates openly defied his order to disperse, he said, "Oh well, let them stay." I mean, Louis was a really bad crisis manager in the middle of what can only be described as one of the greatest crises in the history of the world. There was just no consistency at the center, and so the whole thing spun wildly out of control. Did Louis XVI cause the French Revolution? No, he did not. Did he make it damn hard to keep under control with all his mixed signals and hypocrisies and vacillations? Yes, he did. And they killed him for it. Next week, we will double back a bit and cover the news from the war front, which, as I said, had given the National Convention the space it needed to focus on killing Louis. And then we will move forward towards the spring of 1793, when the bitter struggles between the Girondins and the Mountain will soon lead to yet another popular insurrection. Hello, and welcome to Revolutions. Episode 3.27, Advance and Retreat. As I mentioned at the beginning of last week's episode, the reason the National Convention was able to spend so much time focused on the king's trial was that out on the frontiers, the French armies were not just successfully holding off the Allies, they were positively steamrolling the Allies. After the victory at Valmy, French forces went on the offensive and enjoyed an unbroken string of successes between November 1792 and March 1793 that not only allowed the convention to emphatically end 1,000 years of monarchy by waving Louis' severed head around, but also to make a bold new set of claims about what the war was about. No longer was this about a quick punch to the Austrians' nose to prove a point. This was now about burning down the old Europe so that a new revolutionary Europe could rise from the ashes. After the Allied army abruptly turned around following the Battle of Valmy in September 1792, the victorious General Dumouriez made no effort to interfere with the retreat. Instead, he followed at a safe distance and then sent emissaries to the Prussian leaders asking if they wanted to cut a deal. Dumouriez was of the opinion that France and Prussia were natural allies, given their mutual hatred of the Austrians. But the Prussian King Frederick William II said that before any negotiations could take place, King Louis would have to be restored to the French throne. Now, as you'll recall, Dumouriez was himself a constitutional royalist. He abhorred the insurrection of August the 10th and the just-announced abolition of the French monarchy. But for the moment, there was nothing he could do about any of it. So, negotiations with the Prussians never got off the ground. After talks broke down, Dumouriez then returned to his original plan, a bold invasion of the Austrian Netherlands. Preparations had obviously been put on hold while he marched down to block the Allied advance, but with the Allies in retreat, Dumouriez redoubled his efforts to get the Army of the North in shape for an invasion. In the weeks after Valmy, that Army of the North absorbed tens of thousands of utterly raw volunteers. That was all those enthusiastic sans-culottes who had joined up in the wake of the September massacres. These guys clearly had a lot of heart, but didn't know the first thing about soldiering. So Dumouriez spent October drilling his new recruits. He had no illusions about turning them into some well-oiled machine, but he could maybe teach them to all charge in roughly the same direction at roughly the same time. By early November, Dumouriez judged his forces ready enough to cross the frontier into the Austrian Netherlands, which, for simplicity and clarity's sake, I'm just going to start referring to as Belgium, because that's basically what we're talking about here. Dumouriez had a very good reason for being confident about his chances, even if his troops weren't professionals. The army he commanded now numbered about 32,000 infantry, 4,000 cavalry, and boasted about 100 heavy guns. The Austrians, meanwhile, had just 20,000 troops total, garrisoning the entire length of the frontier. So when Dumouriez ordered his army to cross the border on November the 3rd, there was just no Austrian force large enough to stop him. As long as his new volunteers didn't run away at the first sign of trouble, the weight of their numbers would be irresistible. On November the 6th, Dumouriez's army encountered the first concentrated Austrian defenses, and they did not run away. The Austrians had stationed just shy of 14,000 men along a 5-mile ridge running between the fortified city of Mons and the town of Jemappes. With his massively superior forces, Dumouriez divided his army up into 2 columns and sent them on a double flanking move to surround the Austrian defenders. But after a morning spent fighting, the uncoordinated waves of French infantry just couldn't dislodge the professional Austrians. So, around noon, Dumouriez switched things up. He ordered one giant column to form in the middle and said, just force your way up there. This time the onslaught was too much for the Austrian defenders. The French captured the middle of the ridge and then managed to dig in and hold it. With the Austrian army now divided, another French column managed to flank the Austrian right at the town of Jemappes, and the Austrians were forced to withdraw all their forces back to Mons. The victory at the Battle of Jemappes, like the victory at Valmy, was immediately seized on as a great victory for the new citizen army of revolutionary France, proof that the old regimes of Europe couldn't possibly withstand the might of a fully mobilized nation. But again, like Valmy, the glory of Jemappes was maybe a bit overstated. With supporting reinforcements, the French threw over 40,000 men at a ridge held by just 14,000 defenders. Yes, it was impressive that the French volunteers kept charging up the hill, and yes, it was impressive that the French were able to muster that many men to begin with, but the actual victory really came down to a numbers game. If those same French forces had only outnumbered their opponents a helpful 2-1 instead of an overwhelming 3-1, would they still have been able to win? How about a battle between equal forces? That real test still lay ahead. In the aftermath of the Battle of Jemappes, it became clear that the Austrians, though, were not prepared to effectively defend Belgium. The forces that had just retreated back to Mons surrendered the city the next day, leaving behind the heavy guns in exchange for safe passage. A few days later, the French marched out of Mons, and the remaining Austrian forces just got out of their way. Dumouriez entered Brussels on November the 14th without firing a shot. Then, as the French fanned out across the countryside, the Austrians just withdrew from the territory back east towards Cologne, where they would spend the winter regrouping. By the end of November, the French were in complete control of Belgium. Now, down south, the French enjoyed a similar run of success, after facing even less resistance than Dumouriez had faced up in Belgium. Along the Mediterranean coast, the old independent feudal territory of Savoy was invaded in September, and the capital, Nice, was captured. Then up along the Rhine, all those little independent German principalities on the west bank of the river found themselves utterly exposed to an attack. When the main Allied army had retreated after Valmy, they just kind of kept going until they were back safe and secure on the east side of the Rhine, which left literally no one protecting those little German principalities on the west side of the Rhine from the advancing French. A steady stream of aristocrats, high church officials, and wealthy families packed up everything they owned and fled east, as the French accepted the wide-open invitation to move on in. So how do we explain the sudden turn in the fortunes of war? In less than 6 weeks, the French had gone from certain annihilation to capturing Belgium, Savoy, and the constellation of principalities along the Rhine. It was an impressive about-face, and it shocked the rest of Europe. So how do we explain it? Now, the big overarching explanation is clearly that the Allies had underestimated just how resilient the French would be. The Austrian and Prussian strategy had basically been invade France, blow through the disorganized French armies, and take Paris. Should take a few weeks at the most. So at the outset, the Allies simply weren't prepared to actually fight, and that does explain a lot of this. But that does not explain why the French were able to give them a fight. So what does? Well, first of all, there was the fact that the whole new concept of every citizen a potential soldier was working exactly the way it was supposed to. 180,000 Frenchmen volunteered for service in 1792 alone. As we just saw, the raw manpower available to the French was an order of magnitude beyond what the Allies were currently putting together with their traditionally small professional armies. But who was going to lead all those enthusiastic volunteers? Well, I'll tell you, a French officer corps that was now becoming an advantage rather than a liability. By this point, every disaffected officer who was going to desert their post had already deserted their post. That meant that those who stayed behind were true believers, emotionally committed to the revolution. And those guys were soon joined by experienced NCOs promoted from within the ranks to fill all the vacant officer spots. This reconstituted officer corps was not secretly hoping the Austrians and Prussians would win. They wanted to spend every waking moment make sure that the Austrians and Prussians got their teeth kicked in. So by the time the French army started pushing out after Valmy, their officers were experienced, dedicated, and passionately committed to the cause. That combination of a hyper-committed officer corps leading a huge mass of regular soldiers was a lethal combination, and if the Allies wanted to defeat it, they were going to have to start taking this all a bit more seriously. With all these sudden victories on their hands, the National Convention then started getting a little giddy, and in between debates over the fate of the king, their whole conception of the war began to change. On November the 19th, they issued the Decree of Fraternity, which basically said, we will offer aid to any oppressed people looking to recover their lost liberties. Now, since the beginning of the war, Brissot's rhetoric had hinted at the larger ideological themes of a war with Austria, that spreading the gospel of the revolution would be a pretty awesome thing to do. But really, until now, this had just been a lot of talk. But now that it looked like revolutionary France might actually have the power to seize territory from the old European powers, the ideological side of the war began to be talked about more seriously. This shift in focus culminated with a further decree on December the 15th that revolutionary principles would be instituted in all the quote-unquote liberated territories. Clerical and aristocratic lands were to be confiscated, tithes and feudal dues abolished, new taxes would be imposed on the rich. All local state functionaries must swear an oath of allegiance to these revolutionary principles. The revolution was now on the march. Robespierre, of course, as usual, was a big stick in the mud about all of this, and he pointed out that this might not all work out the way everyone expected, that the French armies imposing French principles might not be wholeheartedly embraced by the citizens of the occupied, liberated territories. And he said that liberty can never be founded by the use of foreign force. But as ideology came to play a larger role in the French desire to liberate territory from their enemies, there was a much simpler national interest at stake, an interest that was also now being openly discussed. France securing its natural borders. If you look at a relief map of Europe, it's easy to tell what those natural borders ought to be. The Alps in the southeast, the Mediterranean in the south, the Pyrenees in the southwest, the Atlantic Ocean to the west, the English Channel to the north, and the Rhine River to the east. Of those six, only the west bank of the Rhine remained to be secured, and with the German principalities now stormed and Belgium in hand, it was really down to whether the French could peel off the requisite Dutch territory to complete the natural circuit. Which of course brings us to the British, who had done so much to remain neutral so far, and who now could not avoid getting into the war. The provocation of the British began the minute Dumouriez crossed into Belgium. You'll recall that the only reason the Austrians held that territory in the first place was because the British didn't want the French to control it. And indeed, all through the 18th century, British foreign policy had been all about keeping the Low Countries in their sphere of political and economic influence and away from the French sphere of political and economic influence. So despite Prime Minister William Pitt's fervent desire to remain neutral, the French invasion of Belgium put him in a major bind. The first officially provocative action came on November the 16th, when the French declared freedom of navigation on the Scheldt River, which the Dutch had held an exclusive claim to since the end of the 30 Years' War, way back in 1648. Now, access to the river in and of itself wasn't actually a huge deal, but the flagrant disregard for a century-and-a-half-old treaty obligation certainly was. Shortly thereafter, the Austrians evacuated Belgium, and French forces were able to advance all the way to the borders with the United Provinces. The Dutch then started jumping up and down and begging London for assistance that now looked like the British were going to have to provide, unless they wanted to wake up in a few days and discover that revolutionary France now controlled like the entire coast of the continent facing the British Isles. Now, luckily for Pitt, the slow turn towards war was generally supported at home. Now, many liberty-loving Brits had cheered on the revolution when it first got going. Thomas Paine's radical The Rights of Man had outsold Edmund Burke's conservative Reflections on the Revolution in France at like a 10-to-1 clip. Even those who were opposed to the revolution did not see any reason to get involved with the madness currently unfolding on the continent. But the insurrection of August the 10th, and then most especially the September massacres, turned public opinion in Britain decisively against the revolution. So Pitt knew that if he now decided to take the country into war, that he was on firm political footing at home. Pitt's emissaries continued to negotiate with the French to avoid war, but when the National Convention executed Louis, the British stopped talking. Believing their position to be nearly invincible, the National Convention responded by preemptively declaring war on Britain on February 1st, 1793. But, of course, the French position was not nearly as invincible as the National Convention now believed, especially since they had just poked the British in the eye with a sharp, pointy stick. It did not take long for British diplomats to draw a hostile circle around France. Soon enough, Spain, Portugal, Sardinia, and Naples would all join the anti-French coalition. And also soon enough, British money would be going to pay for German mercenaries to grow the ranks of the Allied forces. So far, the French had enjoyed the advantage that comes with being underestimated, but that was not a mistake their enemies would continue to make. Now, just so you know, this whole series of campaigns from 1792 to 1797 will collectively come to be known as the War of the First Coalition, to be followed subsequently by the War of the Second Coalition, and then the War of the Third Coalition, bridging the transition from the Revolutionary era into the Napoleonic era. But though the War of the First Coalition is dated to the declaration of war between France and Austria in the spring of 1792, it is really here, approaching the spring of 1793, that the First Coalition really takes shape as a pan-European effort to fight revolutionary France. Now, speaking of that pan-European effort, we cannot forget the special role somehow played by Poland in all of this. Now, one of the reasons the Prussians had been so quick to pull out of France after Valmy was because the Russians had gone into Poland, and Frederick William II prioritized his eastern flank over his western flank. But as aggressive as Catherine the Great was, she was not super interested in going 10 rounds with the Prussian army now massing on the Polish border. So in January 1793, she proposed to Frederick William II a second partition of Poland. This partition was signed January the 23rd and saw Russia claim the lion's share of Polish territory, with the Prussians receiving a strategically helpful slice that really shored up their eastern borders. The Polish Commonwealth, meanwhile, was left just 1/3 the size that it had been before the first partition back in 1772, which we discussed back in episode 3.6. The upshot of the second partition for us is obviously that the Prussians can now turn their full attention back to the French. So come the spring of 1793, basically all of Europe will be arrayed against France, and the fortunes of war will soon turn again. Now, the other thing that really helped turn the tables against the French was that it turned out Robespierre had been absolutely right. Liberty can never be founded by the use of foreign force. All the people in all those territories that had so recently been liberated quickly discovered that their liberation looked an awful lot like a regular old occupation. The French soldiers now in their midst made themselves right at home, taking what they wanted, drinking what they wanted, sleeping where they wanted. Remember those idealistic decrees about how French armies would always respect the natural liberties of other peoples and that they would always protect the lives and property of those people? Yeah, neither do the soldiers of the French armies. Nowhere was this more apparent than in Belgium. Dumouriez's men had spread themselves across the countryside and were acting as if every farmhouse was their own personal supply depot. And as if that wasn't bad enough, the National Convention's December the 15th decree that imposed revolutionary principles meant that when the damned French soldiers showed up in your town, they not only took everything that wasn't nailed down, they also desecrated churches, seized property, and generally spit on every traditional community institution they could find. And remember, the Belgians had gone into revolt against the Austrians just a few years earlier, not to overthrow all those institutions, but to protect them. So relations between the local Belgians and the occupying French got testy in a hurry. Recognizing that things weren't going super smoothly up in Belgium, the convention dispatched no less a man than Danton himself up to Brussels to try to get a handle on things. His departure to the front in December 1792 is the reason he played almost no part in the main debates over King Louis's fate. Now, one of the other reasons that the great Danton was personally dispatched was because doubts were starting to creep in about the true loyalties of General Dumouriez. Sure, his success in the field was undeniable and publicly celebrated, but it was pretty clear he had his own long-term agenda. He was known to not be real happy about anything that had happened in Paris over the past year. The insurrection of August the 10th, the September massacres, the trial of the king. After he ran the Austrians out of Belgium, the convention started getting troubling reports about Dumouriez's activities. He was apparently aligning himself with local conservatives, talking openly about raising an army of Belgium, composed of local volunteers and funded by grants from the local Catholic Church. This all looked an awful lot like Dumouriez was about to turn Belgium into some personal little power base from which he might do God knows what. So Danton was sent up to assist with the occupation, and by assist we mean Jesus, please make sure Dumouriez doesn't set up some kind of personal little power base to do God knows what. Dumouriez chafed under the supervision, leading to still further resentment about the course of the revolution. Despite the supreme confidence the National Convention now seemed to have in the inevitability of French victory, they did recognize they could not just rest on their laurels. For one thing, now that the immediate emergency of Paris possibly being sacked had passed, a ton of those volunteer soldiers assumed that they had now done their bit to save the nation and just went home. So day by day, France was losing that overwhelming numerical advantage. For another thing, though the armies had fought pretty well, this new kind of national army was going to need a structural overhaul to really work properly. The potent mixture of adrenaline and enthusiasm had temporarily carried the revolutionary armies forward. But if they were going to keep moving forward, they were going to have to get better organized. So shortly after the declaration of war with Britain in February 1793, the Military Committee of the National Convention reported back a reorganization plan known as the Amalgame. The thrust of the Amalgame was simple. Make sure new volunteers are paired with permanent troops of the line, rather than keeping them separate, as was currently the standard practice. Specifically, brigades would be organized on the principle of one veteran battalion for every 2 battalions of volunteers. This would ensure quick assimilation of the new recruits into the daily realities of military life, and ensure that there were always no-nonsense veterans around to keep the newbies in line and in shape. And then, of course, once the battle began, the presumably less fidgety veterans would be interspersed with the rookies to prevent mass panic from ever sweeping the lines. These reforms would eventually be implemented to great effect, but unfortunately, they would not be implemented fast enough to stave off the coming disasters of the spring of 1793. To make up for the steady loss of troops, a big new recruitment push was announced on February the 24th, the so-called levée of 300,000. And this is exactly what it sounds like. We need 300,000 new soldiers, and we need them right now. But critically, though the convention wanted these 300,000 to join up voluntarily, they recognized that that might not happen, and so they authorized impressment into service when and where necessary. So the historical significance of the levée of 300,000 has less to do with its impact on the French war effort than its impact on a region that did not feel much like volunteering for service and were not about to sit back and let bullies from Paris force them into joining. I speak, of course, of the Vendée region of the West, which I have been calling the Vendée region. That's just because the French have this short vowel sound that my barbarian ears just refuse to recognize. So we're going to be talking a lot about the outbreak of the uprising in the Vendée next week, because it is a major, major part of how the revolution will play out over the next few years. But just so you know, the people of Vendée are pretty super Catholic and have been pretty super pissed off at anti-clerical Paris for quite a while now. So the levée of 300,000 was just the match that lit the giant pile of gasoline-soaked rags. Getting back to the war, unfortunately for the French, none of their military readiness and reorganization efforts were going to kick in fast enough to help them once the fighting recommenced. Still supremely confident, Dumouriez took the declaration of war with Britain as a sign that he ought to get going with the next phase of his grand plan: invade the United Provinces. But unfortunately, this focus on advancing north led Dumouriez to ignore an opportunity to combine with the French armies along the Rhine, to push the Austrians, who had evacuated from Belgium, completely across the river. This missed opportunity meant that the Austrians could continue to gather in force outside Cologne on the west bank, from which they would be able to stage a counter-invasion of Belgium. But with the French armies in Belgium now numbering something like 120,000 total men, it is likely that Dumouriez simply believed the Austrians would never be able to push their way back in. So on February the 16th, he personally led an army of about 20,000 up into Dutch territory. Marching almost due north, Dumouriez attacked Breda on February the 21st and took it on February the 24th. He then quickly captured a string of smaller fortresses before getting ready for the big push that would take him through Rotterdam, The Hague, and then on to the big prize, Amsterdam. While Dumouriez made this run up the coast, his eastern flank was supposed to be supported by another French army about 10,000 strong, who were ordered to capture Maastricht and then move up to join him. But Maastricht managed to resist the initial attacks after the French arrived on February the 21st. And no one likes a prolonged siege, especially new recruits who have never done it before, especially in the middle of a Dutch winter. So the French volunteers started deserting in droves. I signed up to charge headlong at Austrians, not freeze to death getting heckled by the Dutch. So the siege of Maastricht had to be abandoned March the 3rd. And that was just the beginning of the bad news for the French. The siege of Maastricht was abandoned in part because that Austrian army that had gathered near Cologne had finally started marching west, and they were now something like 40,000 strong. They smashed a much smaller French army at Aldenhoven on March the 1st, and were looking deadly serious about retaking Belgium. With this army on the move, the National Convention ordered Dumouriez to abandon his ambitious push up into the United Provinces, and instead come down south to lead the defense of Belgium. Dumouriez wasn't happy about being bossed around by the convention, but for the moment he did what he was told, and he headed south. He arrived outside Brussels on March the 11th, and took command of the 45,000 or so men who had rendezvoused to face the Austrians. So let's see what happens when two armies of equal size face off against each other. Upon taking command, Dumouriez had two paradoxical thoughts in his head. The first was that his army was invincible and would whip the Austrians easily. The second was that if he ordered any kind of strategic withdrawal, that his invincible army would disintegrate into a panicked flight. So there was only one thing to do. He ordered a bold advance forward to meet the Austrians head on. The two armies met across an extended line that roughly centered around the town of Neerwinden. Dumouriez divided his forces into 8 columns and identified the Austrian left as the weak link. At dawn on March the 18th, he ordered 3 columns on a flanking maneuver. It took all morning, but the French forces successfully took the main high ground and the town of Neerwinden, and even managed to hold off at least one concerted Austrian attempt to retake the ground. But further attacks and bombardments eventually forced the French to withdraw. Then it was the French's turn to attempt to retake the ground, but their attempt failed, and they had to retreat. Meanwhile, up on the Austrian right/French left, the day had been spent mostly skirmishing around each other. But late in the day, the Austrians launched a hard cavalry charge at the clearly fatigued French infantry, a charge that turned into an utter rout. Dumouriez didn't find out that his entire left flank had fallen apart until the next morning, and when he did, he was forced to order a general retreat. The Battle of Neerwinden finally represented an evenly matched fight, and the French had gotten beat and run on all fronts. Then, to make matters worse, the defeat triggered mass desertions, as the men who ran simply did not come back. Within days, Dumouriez was leading just 20,000 men. That remaining army lost another engagement on March the 21st to an Austrian army that now outnumbered them 2-1. But Dumouriez managed to extract himself back through Brussels, though by now he was clearly formulating a completely new conception of what his next move ought to be. As he passed through Brussels, he opened negotiations with the Austrians, and his terms were simple. You can have Belgium back if you let me withdraw all my forces unmolested. The Austrians agreed to the terms, even allowing a trapped French army to pass through their lines on their way out of the territory. Now, the reason for Austrian leniency was due to the hints Dumouriez dropped about what his next move was going to be. Once I'm out of Belgium, I'm going to turn my armies around, march on Paris, break the National Convention, and restore the Constitution of 1791. All of which sounded pretty good to the Austrians. When the convention got news of all these disasters, they sent a delegation up to confront Dumouriez and demand an explanation for the loss at Neerwinden and the total evacuation of Belgium. When this delegation, led personally by the Minister of War, reached Dumouriez's camp on April the 1st, the general did not mess around trying to pretend like he was still on their side. He arrested the delegation and handed them over to the Austrians. But Dumouriez totally underestimated the loyalty of his officers and his troops. None of them thought highly of the politicians in the National Convention, but as I mentioned, they were all firmly committed to the revolution, and were not about to march on Paris to what? Restore the monarchy with the blessing of the Austrians? No, we are not going to do that. Unable to convince his men to follow him, Dumouriez's plans fell apart, and like so many before him, it was time to slip across the lines. On April the 5th, Dumouriez went over to the Austrians, and among those who defected with him was the 20-year-old Louis-Philippe d'Orléans, son of the Duke d'Orléans and future King Louis-Philippe of France. So obviously, this is all really bad news for the revolutionaries in Paris, as they were once again now facing an imminent Austrian invasion. Which is why they must have been so excited to hear that out west an armed uprising had just broken out in the Vendée. Next time, we will discuss the origins of that major uprising that threatened to destroy the revolution from the inside, just as the European powers were once again threatening to destroy it from the outside. I'll close this week with a few scheduling notes on what's to come in the months ahead. As sharp listeners no doubt just caught, I said next time, because there's not going to be a show next week. But after I come back, I'll be here every week from now until the next round of Revolutions tours get going in mid-April. Those tours are going to ultimately keep me away from the show for almost a month, so my plan is to pre-record a few episodes and stagger the releases so that I don't just disappear completely. And oh, by the way, if you want to make a last-minute impulse buy, we still have a few open slots, so by all means make the impulse buy of your life and come join us. Before now in the tours, though, I will be having the big 250th episode question blowout, which is scheduled right now for March the 15th. I have a ton of great questions from all the wonderful folks who spent more than $150 during the fundraiser, and it is during that episode that I will also be revealing the 2 winners of the Enseignant from among those who bought a t-shirt. T-shirts that are, as we speak, being shipped out. So, I hope you're all looking forward to that, and I will see you all in 2 weeks. Hello, and welcome to Revolutions. Episode 3.28, Provincial Revolt. Last time, we headed off to the war front to follow the rapid advance and then equally rapid retreat of the French armies, culminating with the betrayal and emigration of General Dumouriez in April 1793. This, as you can imagine, was all a distressing development for the delegates of the National Convention. But the setbacks on the war front weren't the only distressing developments the National Convention was dealing with. At this very same moment, armed uprisings began to break out across France against the central revolutionary authorities in Paris, most especially out west in the Vendée. For a few tense months, it looked like the oh-so-recently declared French Republic was about to collapse under the combined weight of internal revolt and external attack. Drastic measures would have to be taken if the revolution was to be saved. This week, we are going to cover the development of those provincial uprisings and the response from the convention. I am, however, going to set aside for next week the third big distressing development the convention confronted, the rise of the Enragés, super radical leaders of the Paris Sans-Culottes who were hell-bent on bending the convention to their will. I'm leaving them off because they will be the driving force behind the insurrection of May the 31st to June the 2nd, aka the Purge of the Girondins, that will be the focus of next week's show. A lot was happening in the spring of 1793, and none of it was good. The first hints that all was not well out in the departments came when the National Convention decreed that levy of 300,000 at the end of February 1793. This troop levy was supposed to replenish the French armies, who were shrinking daily from the combined effects of enlistment terms coming due and outright desertion. Mostly what the levy did, though, was spark angry protests across France. Remember, while the convention hoped that the troop quotas would be filled by voluntary enlistment, local municipal authorities were authorized to compel service when necessary, which sort of ran counter to the whole era of liberty that has supposedly dawned. I mean, how is it that I'm supposed to stand here listening to you wax poetic about individual freedom and civil rights while pointing a gun at my head and ordering me to march to the front lines? So all through February and March 1793, reports came into Paris describing hostility and opposition to the recruitment drive. This resistance was, in most places, overcome eventually. But even so, the hostile response to the levy of 300,000 put the authorities in Paris on notice that the French nation was not yet the unified power it needed to be if it was going to prevail in its war against Europe. But though resistance to the draft was eventually overcome in most areas, in one region in particular, resistance was very much not overcome. Instead, it blossomed into a full-scale armed revolt that history has dubbed the War in the Vendée. This extraordinarily bitter civil war would be waged through 1796 and would be defined by some of the worst atrocities of the Revolutionary era. Captured rebels in the Vendée wound up supplying just over half the total victims executed during the Reign of Terror, and that was on top of the tens of thousands of civilians massacred by the so-called Infernal Columns in early 1794. The war in the Vendée is a dark and brutal fight, and it's going to be a major theater of action for the next few years, so let's dig into why things got so ugly. The Vendée region composes roughly the 4 departments south of the Loire River in western France. Never a major economic center, nor boasting a major port, the Vendée was not on the beaten path from anywhere to anywhere, so the inhabitants of the region were generally isolated from the rest of France. On top of that, its geography was defined by dense hedgerows and thick forests, which led to sparse habitation compared to, say, Brittany, its far more densely populated neighbor to the north. This meant that both the Vendée region as a whole and the individual communities within it were fairly insular. And as is often the case with insular rural communities, the people were happy with their traditional ways. So from the very beginning, the revolution was an unwelcome intruder in the Vendée. But opposition to the revolution in the region wasn't just because the locals were a bunch of backward neophobes. Mostly, it was because their experience with the allegedly rotten parts of the Ancien regime had always been fairly positive. For one thing, the peasants never felt any intense hatred of the local aristocracy. The general poverty of the region meant that the Vendée nobles could never afford to move away to the big city like so many of their aristocratic brethren had done in the years leading up to the revolution. By remaining on their ancestral estates, they remained a part of the local community, with all the rights and responsibilities that went along with it. And they did not neglect the responsibility side of that equation, because basically it's much harder to be a jerk to people that you see every day. So there was never a strong us versus them mentality among the peasants or the nobles, both of whom pretty much accepted that they needed each other. But that general lack of anger at the aristocracy was nothing compared to the practically non-existent anger at the Catholic Church. And it was over the church more than anything else that the war in the Vendée was fought. As a consequence of that regional insularity, the local churches and the local priests of the Vendée were always strong pillars of the community. And more so than in other regions, those local priests were not outside appointees. They were native sons who went off to ecclesiastic college and then returned to minister to their friends and relatives and neighbors. On top of that, the economic relations between the priests and their parishioners was never a source of much tension. The priests of the Vendée enjoyed livings that always kept them fairly comfortable, while the tithes imposed were never so oppressive that their parishioners saw them as mere parasites. In short, for the people of the Vendée, the traditional Catholic Church was working just fine as a bedrock of our community, thank you very much. So it shouldn't be too hard to guess what the reaction in the Vendée was to the civil constitution of the clergy when it was promulgated in 1790. They were appalled. Just about every single Vendée priest refused to take the civic oath, and they were roundly applauded by their parishioners for doing so. Whatever the godless Philistines in Paris are up to, we want no part of it. Now, as I mentioned, the National Assembly tended to tolerate the non-juring clergy, but after the Legislative Assembly took over and the war with Austria began, the central authorities in Paris decided that coddling the refractory priests was no longer an option. So the Assembly voted to shut down illegal services, arrest non-juring priests, and make sure every parish was staffed with a fully sworn-up member of the new civic clergy. When revolutionary authorities came around hunting for non-juring priests, though, the people of the Vendée did not hesitate to hide their sacred brothers in barns and in fields and provide them with all the food and supplies they needed to survive. But all of this said, the Vendée was not uniformly opposed to the revolution, and the major towns were filled with exactly the kind of patriotic bourgeoisie we find in other regions. And while there wasn't much tension between the peasants and the nobility, there was tension between the peasants and those townspeople, especially as the revolution progressed. For example, the seizure and sale of church lands was of course opposed by the pious peasantry of the Vendée, but once it got going, there was some general hope that maybe it would bring some relief to those who had too little land or no land at all. I mean, some justice might spring from the sacrilegious program. What wound up happening, though, is that the patriotic townspeople bought up all the land because they were the only ones who could come up with the cash at auction time. So all that land was simply transferred from the church, who the peasants loved, to the patriotic townspeople, who they really, really did not. And then the patriotic townspeople started coming along asking for rent. But still, into 1793, resistance to the revolution in the Vendée was mostly passive. Sure, the locals had a tendency to fling dung and garbage at the poor civic clergymen who were assigned to minister to these superstitious peasants, but that was about the worst of it. But then the godless revolutionaries in Paris killed King Louis, who God had appointed to be their father protector, an almost unthinkable crime. And then about a month after that, the National Convention handed down the levy of 300,000, and that was the end of passive resistance in the Vendée. It's one thing to sit and put up with a revolution you despise. It is quite another to be ordered to the front lines of a war to defend that despised revolution with your life. Adding to the insult of forced conscription was the fact that all those patriotic townspeople who actually supported the revolution filled up the ranks of the local National Guard units. And wouldn't you know it, when the levy of 300,000 came down, those local Guard units were exempted from service on the front lines because they were already considered mobilized at home. So the only people actually benefiting from this stupid revolution are also the only people who don't have to go off and die for it. And that's right about when the peasants of the Vendée started picking up sharp objects. By early March, groups of armed peasants started banding together in large numbers to resist the draft. They were done taking it. It was time to start dishing it out. But since this is the French Revolution, when it came time to dish it out, these pious peasants had as little remorse for their opponents as the most vicious sans-culotte heretics in Paris. On March the 11th, an armed peasant mob stormed the town of Machecoul. The town's little National Guard unit mustered, but they were vastly outnumbered. The peasants overran the town, hunting down any pro-revolutionary patriot they could find and killing them on the spot. Then they even set up the same kind of little kangaroo court that had sprouted up during the September massacres to judge prisoners, this time for pro-revolutionary crimes rather than counter-revolutionary crimes. The result was the same, though. Mass summary executions. Upwards of 500 people were killed, and the war in the Vendée was off to a very bloody start. But as I just mentioned, resistance to the levy of 300,000 was not unique to the Vendée, and was actually fairly widespread across France. For example, just north in Brittany, similar armed mobs began to form to resist the draft. But there was a huge difference. Brittany was both densely populated and strategically located on the coast facing Great Britain. That meant it was well garrisoned by large companies of National Guard and regular soldiers. These troops quickly moved in to clamp down on resistance before it got out of hand. But down in the Vendée, the isolated, insular Vendée, there had never been any reason to maintain that kind of military presence. So once the peasants got to rampaging, there was no one to stop them, and the thing snowballed in no time. The National Convention started getting reports of all these anti-draft disturbances in the Vendée and everywhere else through the first weeks of March. This was right at the moment when they were also getting reports that the Austrians had launched their re-invasion of Belgium and were cutting their way through the French armies out on the frontier. Par for the course, the assumption among the convention delegates was that some sort of sinister royalist conspiracy must be at work. What else could adequately explain these simultaneous threats to the nation? If the new republic was going to avoid collapse, it was going to have to root out these conspirators and then work hard to forge a truly unified nation that would not be susceptible to the kind of internal discord that was currently being exploited by the alleged royalist conspirators. Selfish parochialism must give way to selfless nationalism, by force if necessary. So on March the 9th, the convention started creating institutions that they hoped would help them survive the crisis. And these institutions would soon become the means through which the coming reign of terror would be implemented. First, they established a new revolutionary tribunal to quickly try and convict identified traitors to the nation. And this tribunal would of course become the legal facade of the terror. Then on that same day, the convention voted to dispatch 80 of its members out to the departments to ensure that the political, military, and economic might of the nation was all being properly mobilized and pulling in the same direction. These delegates, soon dubbed the Representatives on Mission, were supposed to go out and make sure that local communities were coordinating properly with national policy. And right now, that meant explaining the nature of the military emergency facing France, raising the necessary troops to fill the army back up, and then rooting out suspected counter-revolutionaries. But to carry on their work, the representatives on mission were granted nearly unlimited power, able to overrule any other political or military authority for any reason and dispense whatever justice they saw fit when they saw fit. Needless to say, the more zealous representatives would wind up becoming some of the most notorious figures of the whole revolutionary period, as they ruthlessly implemented the Reign of Terror in their assigned departments. Just over a week later, the news of the defeat at Neerwinden arrived along with reports about General Dumourier's suspicious behavior. In response, the convention created two more pillars of the coming terror. First, on March the 21st, they ordered that committees of surveillance be established in every municipality to make it easy for counter-revolutionary activity to be identified and denounced. Then came the biggie. Aware that running a full-scale war abroad and a counter-revolutionary campaign at home required more responsive executive action that could be provided by the huge and unwieldy convention assembly. So the convention voted on March the 25th to create the Committee of Public Safety. Initially, 25 men were supposed to sit on the new committee, but that was soon whittled down to just 9, and then eventually settled at 12. Members were to be elected monthly, but they could be re-elected at will. Now, technically, the convention had tried something like this once before when they created the Committee of General Defense back on January the 1st, but that committee had never been very powerful or effective. The Committee of Public Safety was designed to correct for the weaknesses of the Committee of General Defense, and it was granted broad jurisdiction over practically everything. And as the dangers facing revolutionary France grew, so too did the power of the committee. Now, ironically, Robespierre, who would go on to be so deeply and malevolently linked to the Committee of Public Safety, initially opposed its creation, believing it to be a gambit by the Girondins to consolidate power in their own hands. But on that score, he was wrong, and after the committee was created, it was dominated not by the Girondins, but by the most prominent of the delegates elected to its ranks, Danton. Indeed, for the first few months of the committee's life, it was casually known as the Danton Committee. It would not be until after the purge of the Girondins that Robespierre would take his place and help transform the Committee of Public Safety into the Jacobin instrument of terror that we know and love today. While the convention was creating these new instruments of revolutionary order, the situation in the Vendée was going from bad to worse. By the middle of March, bands of peasants were starting to link up, and soon irregular armies numbering in the tens of thousands were starting to take shape under an improvised rebel leadership. Wearing Sacred Hearts and royal white cockades, they were now calling themselves the Royal and Catholic Army, with the battle cry of "Give us back our priests and our king." The first real battle of the war was fought down near the Lay River on March the 19th, when 2,000 Republican soldiers moving north were attacked by a few thousand peasants. The two sides spent 6 hours fighting to a draw until an influx of rebel reinforcements arrived to force the regular soldiers into retreat. Meanwhile, further north, there was almost no reason for full battles. On March the 22nd, for example, 300 Patriot soldiers found themselves facing nearly 20,000 armed peasants. The soldiers just ran, which I can promise you is exactly what I would have done. Despite these initial successes, though, the original rebel leaders, who were mostly just prominent members of the local community, recognized that they needed real military leaders to take over if they were going to wage a real war. So they approached various local lords, many of whom had been soldiers in the Ancien Regime days, and asked them to take the reins. A few of these lords agreed, and so a real war it would be. To deal with the explosion of violence in the Vendée, the convention hastily mustered as many troops as they could find to pour into the region, and their immediate efforts were pretty impressive. Nearly 50,000 troops were mobilized to go put down the uprising by the end of March. Because of their uniforms, these troops were dubbed the Blues, a name that would stick to the Republican forces for the duration of the war in the Vendée. But as impressive as an influx of 50,000 troops sounds, the vast majority of the Blues were brand new recruits, who had no idea how to fight a regular war, let alone fight the kind of insanely difficult irregular war that they just got dumped into. As we'll see, the war in the Vendée is about to become the textbook example of a war of occupation. The 50,000 Republican soldiers had to be broken up and spread across the countryside to regain control of the region. These detachments usually wound up being too small to do anything but huddle together in unfamiliar territory, surrounded by a hostile population, and just be scared to death that at any moment some huge peasant mob might descend and kill them all. Meanwhile, the rebels knew every tree and brook and ditch by heart, and could congregate, attack, and then disperse before the beleaguered Blues could do anything about it. Morale in the Republican ranks was basically non-existent, and into April and then May, the rebels continued to advance, and they started looking poised to break out of the Vendée and wage a more general campaign against revolutionary Paris. But the next stage of the War of the Vendée must wait for another episode, because as I've said, the uprising in the West was not the only anti-Paris uprising that the National Convention was facing in the spring of 1793. At this same moment, the seeds of the so-called Federalist Revolt were being planted in the East. Now, the Federalist Revolt is really just a catch-all label for a bunch of local uprisings that just so happen to share a common enemy, those damned Jacobin radicals in Paris. Because just as those damned Jacobin radicals in Paris were concluding that the only way forward was to centralize all political, military, and economic power, local leaders out in the departments were coming to the opposite conclusion, that the only way forward was to decentralize all political, military, and economic power, to take power away from Paris and vest it in the regional capitals. Two of those regional capitals deserve special attention at this point: Marseille and Lyon. When last we checked in with Marseille, we were talking about a city that was as pro-revolution as any city in France. They were basically operating an independent campaign against counter-revolutionaries down in the southeast. Their men had stood on the front lines during the insurrection of August the 10th. The great revolutionary anthem was called La Marseillaise. So why are they about to revolt against Paris? What has changed? Well, for one thing, as it turns out, the patriotic leaders of Marseille were simply a super active minority of hardcore Jacobins who did not necessarily represent the views of the general public. Aristocrats and conservatives had been chased out of public life, and the prominent merchant traders of the great port city had declined to take an active role in government, electing instead to keep their heads down and focused on their businesses. That left a vacuum for the local Jacobin-aligned patriots to step in and run the city as they saw fit. Initially, they were backed by the working classes, who were eager to embrace the great improvements promised by the revolution. But this power dynamic was disrupted by a breakdown of the maritime trade that didn't just form the basis of the city's economy. I mean, it was the city's economy. This all started up first when major disturbances erupted in the colonies that affected both the import and export of goods across the Atlantic. Then when war came, the sea trade was restricted still further. This economic slowdown got the merchants thinking maybe they couldn't sit on the political sidelines anymore, and got the workers thinking that all their previous support for the Jacobins had gotten them was less work and lower wages. So over the winter of 1792-1793, the various sectional assemblies, Marseille having the same municipal setup as Paris, started to be filled by poor workers and rich merchants, both angry about the economic situation and now aligned with each other against the Jacobins. When the National Convention declared war on Britain in February 1793, things were then clearly set to go from bad to worse, because the first thing the British did was start up a permanent blockade of the Mediterranean. And since they had the best navy in Europe, that spelled big trouble, possibly fatal trouble, for Marseille. Aware that things were starting to get out of control, the local Jacobin leadership followed the lead of Paris and established their own little revolutionary tribunal to arrest suspects. They also authorized the National Guard to march around hunting for any weapons that might be used to help the war effort, and by that we mean not get used against us. And then they also demanded a series of forced loans from the merchants. And none of this was much appreciated by anyone. Then, to make matters worse, the representatives on mission assigned by the convention to Marseille arrived, took a look around, and endorsed the entire repressive program the Marseille Jacobins had been implementing. This sent the rest of the city into an uproar. The sectional assemblies, now packed with opponents of the Jacobins, started talking amongst themselves, and they decided that they were going to have to take matters into their own hands. But though they despised the arrogant Paris radicals, there was no reason to ignore the super effective way that they had seized power on August the 10th. Clearly copying Danton's playbook, the Marseille sections formed their own insurrectionary commune, rose up in armed revolt in mid-April, and drove the representatives on mission out of the city. Marseille was suddenly in counter-revolutionary revolt. Further to the north, Marseille was about to be joined in counter-revolutionary revolt by the great manufacturing city of Lyon. Now, the cases of Lyon and Marseille are one of those same but different things. Both had economies that hinged on a single major economic engine that was now sputtering badly. But where Marseille's economy was driven by overseas trade, Lyon's was driven by the manufacture of silk. It was the main industry of the city, and it was probably the single biggest manufacturing industry in all of France, and it was not doing well at all. The silk trade had already been taking hits prior to the outbreak of the revolution. It's one of the reasons so many in the city were so ready to support the convening of the Estates General. But since the revolution, things had only gotten worse. Silk is obviously a luxury good. So what happens to demand when the mere display of luxury goods, like silk finery, is suddenly enough to get you denounced as a counter-revolutionary pig? That's right, demand plummets. Well, okay, say the good silk manufacturers of Lyon, that's not good, but maybe we can hang on, as long as access to our extensive foreign markets aren't cut off too. What's that? You've just declared war on the whole of Europe, and we're cut off from our foreign markets too? Well, that's just great. What are we going to do now? Adding to the misery of Lyon's population was the fact that even the limited resources they had available couldn't buy up the food and provisions they needed to survive. And that was because the armies stationed along the front lines east of the city were gobbling up all the food. Bread riots broke out in September 1792 after prices skyrocketed in the wake of the Allied invasion, and this led directly to a group of hardline Jacobins riding a wave of anger into power, promising cheap and plentiful bread as soon as they were elected. But once in office, these guys realized that there was no more bread to be had, and even if there was, they didn't really have any money to pay for it. After a rotten winter, the citizens of Lyon had become pretty well disenchanted with both the leadership of the Jacobins in Lyon and in Paris, who both seemed to be doing everything in their power to drive Lyon into the ground. In late May, another riot broke out and a food warehouse was ransacked. The local representatives on mission ordered a detachment of regular soldiers in from the front lines to quell the disturbances. But this led to the not unjustified fears that the representatives and their Jacobin allies in the Lyon municipal government were preparing to massacre anyone who opposed them. So the departmental authorities, that is, the leaders above Lyon's Jacobin-controlled municipal government, met on May the 28th and decided to call in the National Guard units that they controlled to do two things. First, restore order in Lyon, and second, toss out the Jacobin government. After literally marching up and evicting the Jacobins from City Hall, a new government of Lyon was convened, one in explicit opposition to Paris. So by the end of May 1793, two of the biggest cities in France, Marseille and Lyon, were in open revolt against the tyranny of Paris. And that was before they found out about the latest sans-culotte insurrection in the capital, an insurrection that is usually identified as the cause of the Federalist Revolt. And next week, we will head back to Paris to talk about that insurrection. The economic situation in Paris was as bad as it was in Marseille and Lyon, and popular disturbances were now breaking out on a regular basis. But with the National Convention meeting right in their backyard, the angry Parisians will focus not on trying to break away from the national authorities, but in overawing them and purging the ranks of the convention of all those who oppose them. and welcome to Revolutions. Episode 3.29, The Purge of the Girondins. As we've seen over the last two episodes, the spring of 1793 brought no good news for the revolutionaries running the young French Republic in Paris. Its armies were getting beat out on the frontiers, its provinces were starting to rise up in armed revolt. And as if that was not enough, there was also major trouble right in their own backyard. Paris was not spared the economic troubles that had helped send Marseille and Lyon into insurrection. And so while the National Convention attempted to grapple with some pretty major national emergencies, they had to do so with angry sans-culottes standing over their shoulders. And those sans-culottes were now moving beyond serving as mere shock troops for the more respectable revolutionaries like Danton and Robespierre. They were starting to develop an independent political program that put them at odds not just with moderate Girondins, but also with the more radical delegates of the Mountain, who had been their allies and their leaders all through the upheavals of 1792. The trouble in Paris began shortly after the king was executed. As we discussed last week, most of the major urban centers of France were dealing with major economic disruptions, and Paris was no exception. Basic commodities like bread, coffee, and sugar were disappearing from the market, prices started going through the roof, and so public protests started up in earnest in February 1793. But it wasn't just the simple mechanism of supply and demand that was affecting prices. There was also a matter of the collapsing value of the assignat, the revolution's paper currency. As you might recall, the assignat had begun circulating at the end of 1789, backed by the extensive property of the Catholic Church, property that was in the process of being nationalized. The vast extent of these lands, the expectation that they would fetch a good price at auction, and the promise of further fiscal reforms led the assignat to be treated by France's creditors as an acceptable form of payment, and so the National Assembly had been able to temporarily solve the debt crisis that had broken the back of the Ancien regime. But as the months and then years passed, the value of the assignat steadily eroded. The problem with the currency was that the church lands were becoming a less viable source of revenue. There was so much of it out there on the market that real estate values naturally declined. And then, as the expected fiscal reform started to materialize, the tax revenues they generated fell well short of expectations. So by the time the Legislative Assembly took over in October 1791, the assignat was trading at 80% face value. And then over the winter, it plunged down to 60% face value. This destabilization of the revolution's money was troubling enough that Brissot and the Girondins made the case for war against Austria in part about strengthening the assignat. A quick and decisive victory would elevate France's international credibility, all but forcing the other European powers to accept the assignat as a valid form of payment, which would help stabilize its value. The currency did stabilize a bit as a result of the war, and then really got a shot in the arm when the French armies went on the offensive and started acquiring new territory in the fall of 1792, and it had risen back to about 70% of face value by the end of the year. But unfortunately, these gains were undercut because the National Convention was indulging in a pretty counterproductive solution to the problem. If it now took 3 assignats to pay for something that used to cost 2 assignats, then the answer was simple. You just print more assignats. But as we all know, and the delegates of the National Convention clearly did not, money itself follows a supply and demand curve, and continuously printing more and more assignats triggered utterly predictable inflation. By February 1793, an assignat was being accepted at about 50% face value in your average Parisian bakery or grocery shop. Wages, on the other hand, were still being paid out at the nominal face value. This deadly combination of rising prices and falling wages was not going over well in the poor sections of Paris at all. With the cost of basic necessities suddenly spiraling out of reach, the Paris section sent a deputation to the National Convention on February the 12th, demanding maximum prices be legally decreed. But even with the bitterly divisive fight over the king having just barely wrapped up, the convention delegates were unified in their opposition to the proposed maximums. Both the Mountain and the Girondins basically supported the continuation of market prices for commodities, because they had more than just the final consumer to worry about. The entire supply chain was feeling the effects of reduced supply and increased inflation, and that was why the final price to the consumer was so high in the first place. To guarantee maximum prices in Paris, the convention would have to basically subsidize every supplier, wholesaler, and transporter as the goods traveled to market. Now, some subsidizing of grain was already in effect, but it was costing the National Convention a lot of money, and expanding the program would be a fiscal disaster. But the lower classes in Paris didn't care about that. They were cold, they were starving, and they wanted to be able to afford food again. So, rebuked by the convention, the poor Parisians took matters into their own hands. On February the 25th, a mob of fed-up wives and mothers stormed grocery stores across the city, selling off the inventory to each other at what they considered to be fair prices. Then they dutifully handed the proceeds of these forced sales over to the beleaguered shopkeepers, who were of course now ruined because they had paid double what they had just been handed to get the stuff there in the first place. The National Guard fanned out in force and successfully quieted the streets, but the poor sections were just getting warmed up, and they were now egged on by a much harder core group of leaders. The original cohort of radicals in the Cordeliers district, specifically the group surrounding Danton, had now graduated off to running the National Convention. And while they were busy running the nation, the leadership of the Cordeliers Club passed into the hands of even more radical agitators. Among the most prominent of these new agitators was Jacques Roux, a Catholic priest who had settled in one of the poorest Paris sections after the revolution got going and quickly became a tireless advocate for the poor. As a political force, he really started to come into his own back in the spring of 1792, when he was always out on the front lines demonstrating against the king. Always ready with the most extreme answer to any problem, Roux's reaction to the rising prices in Paris was to demand the death penalty for anyone caught hoarding goods. Also among the new breed of street leaders was Jean-François Varlet, who had set up a box just outside the convention to harangue anyone who happened to be passing by about the need for radical economic and social reform. Then there was Théophile Leclerc, who had served in the army and fought at the Battle of Jemappes, and was now back in Paris promoting a brand of hardline radical populism that called for mass purgings of the government and the army of anyone suspected of not being 100% committed to the revolution. He was joined in this endeavor by Claire Lacombe, a former actress who had herself fought on the front lines on August the 10th and taken a bullet through the arm for her troubles. Along with Pauline Lyon, Lacombe would form the Society of Revolutionary Republican Women in March 1793, possibly because they had gotten it into their pretty little heads that all this talk of liberty and equality actually applied to women too. Collectively, this new breed of agitators were dubbed the enragés, variously translated as the madmen, the enraged ones, the angry ones, obviously a derogatory name given to them by more respectable revolutionaries. Though they were as haphazardly organized as any of the alleged parties during the revolutionary era, and were often at odds with each other, the enragés did share a brand of aggressive equalitarianism that usually gets them described as either proto-socialists or proto-anarchists. They did not believe private property was a core component of political liberty. They believed it was an instrument of political oppression, and they wanted to see it abolished. As for the enlightened rights of man, well, missing from its tenets was the simple right to exist. They believed that government should be empowered to take from those who had and give to those who had not, to guarantee that right of existence. And they also tended to share a belief that the revolution could only succeed if all the traitors and foot-draggers and secret royalists were exposed and purged. The enragés were coming out so far to the left that on their list of counter-revolutionary suspects included the now thoroughly left-wing Jacobin Club. It remained to be seen whether the Jacobins would be able to demonstrate enough revolutionary purity to save themselves from the coming storm engineered by the enragés. For the moment, though, the rage of the enragés was focused almost exclusively on the faction that had demonstrated nothing but revolutionary impurity of late, the Girondins. And it's not like the Girondins weren't asking for it. Ever since the National Convention had gathered, the Girondin delegates had set themselves up as enemies of Paris. They claimed the Parisians posed a threat to the convention. They had called on the provincials to come protect them from the Parisians. They had attempted to move the convention out of Paris altogether. And as if that wasn't bad enough, these guys had just tried to use every trick in the book to get that damn traitor Louis Capet off the hook. When news started hitting Paris in February and then March 1793 about nationwide resistance to the draft and a full-on uprising in the Vendée, it all seemed to add up to the provincials finally taking up the Girondin call to revolt against Paris. Clearly, if the revolution was going to succeed, the Girondins were going to have to go. So on the night of March the 9th, the same night that the convention had created the Revolutionary Tribunal and the representatives on mission, mobs of sans-culottes marched around breaking Girondin newspaper presses. And then on the morning of March the 10th, a few thousand gathered outside the convention to demand that 22 specifically named Girondin deputies be expelled from the convention, including Jacques-Pierre Brissot and former mayor of Paris, Jérôme Pétion. But the time was not yet ripe for purging, and when 9,000 National Guard arrived on the scene, the mob melted away. Inside the convention, the shaken Girondins went on the offensive to defend themselves. They quickly returned to the theme that they had opened the convention with, that Robespierre and the Mountain were conspiring to have us killed by a mob. This latest attempt on our lives is just that, the latest attempt. But this characterization of events was swiftly rebutted by Robespierre himself, who took to the floor to openly denounce the demonstrators for illegally attempting to interfere in the sovereignty of the convention. And Robespierre was not being disingenuous. He had had nothing to do with the mob showing up, and was uncomfortable with the idea of these armed crowds dictating terms to the convention. It was one thing for noble patriots to rise up and overthrow a treasonous king. It was quite another to threaten the duly elected representatives of the nation. Robespierre was not yet ready to let his principles give way to the political threat posed by the enragés. Failing to bust Robespierre, the Girondins then turned on Danton. It was an odd time to go after Danton, since he too had had nothing to do with the aborted insurrection of March the 10th. As I mentioned, Danton had spent the winter bouncing back and forth between Paris and Belgium, trying to consolidate the revolution's advance on the frontier. Not only did this disconnect him from the Paris streets, but it's also clear that after the run of events from the insurrection of August the 10th through the September massacres, that Danton was deliberately stepping back from the radical fringe. He was now positioning himself as an intermediary between all the rival revolutionary factions. What he wanted now was revolutionary unity and mutual understanding. Now that didn't mean he was going soft, and when he voted for the establishment of the Revolutionary Tribunal, he famously said that it was important for the government to be terrible so that the people wouldn't have to be. But he was talking about dealing with royalist rebels and defiant priests, not committed revolutionaries who just happened to disagree with you on some particular issue. But while up in Belgium, Danton's desire for unity was possibly blinding him to the signals emanating from General Dumouriez that he was about to turn traitor. Danton had been trying to coax the unhappy general back into the fold, while simultaneously sending letters back to his convention colleagues explaining why Dumouriez was still cool. When Dumouriez did defect, it then looked like Danton had been covering for a traitor the whole time. In an attempt to capitalize on this, and probably deflect attention from their very own close ties to Dumouriez, the Girondins tried to impeach Danton for high treason and send him off to be judged by the Revolutionary Tribunal. The core charge was failing to arrest Dumouriez even after it was clear that Dumouriez needed to be arrested. But they also threw in some stuff about Danton personally enriching himself while in Belgium and possibly trying to make himself a French version of Oliver Cromwell. These charges were met by an incredulous and thundering defense from Danton on April the 1st that quite easily carried the day. Not only did the convention not vote to impeach him, they appointed Danton to the newly created Committee of Public Safety, a committee that included no Girondin delegates, because that's the way the winds are now blowing. In defiance of these winds, the Girondins then decided to go after some lower-hanging fruit, and they turned their guns on a man who was disliked by just about everyone in the convention, including Robespierre and Danton, Jean-Paul Marat. Now serving as president of the Jacobin Club on top of everything else, Marat had signed a circular letter inviting the departments to recall or dismiss any deputy who had voted for the appeal to the people at the very end of the king's trial. The Girondins seized on it as a pretext to impeach Marat and send him to the Revolutionary Tribunal. Now, the vote to impeach Marat succeeded, where the vote to impeach Danton failed, because first, as I just said, Marat was not very popular within the convention, whatever his standing was out on the street, and second, those who might have supported him, that is, the hardcore of the mountain, well, they had all been volunteering to serve as representatives on mission, and were now away from the convention. But the impeachment of Marat turned out to be a huge mistake for the Girondins. After a very public trial that saw daily massings of enragés sans-culottes parading in support of their hero and calling for the expulsion of the Girondins, Marat was completely acquitted on April the 24th. The sans-culottes literally carried him away on their shoulders in triumph. This little referendum on who truly represented the revolution could not have been more decisive. Bloodthirsty advocate of wholesale slaughter, yes. Moderate Republicans, no. It did not take long for the delegates of the mountain to determine that they were either going to have to align themselves with the sans-culottes or risk getting tossed out with the Girondins. So on May the 4th, they successfully steered through the convention the maximum on grains, also known as the first maximum, because there will be others. This established a ceiling on grain prices that would be enforced by all departmental authorities. The Girondins, unwilling to yield, vigorously opposed the measure, which was no doubt much appreciated by the mountain. You see, angry Parisian street mobs? Those are the guys you want. We're on your side. Aware that some kind of a reckoning was on the way, the Girondins hunkered down to make a fight of it. On May the 10th, they managed to convince the convention to establish what would quickly be dubbed the Commission of 12, a committee who would investigate threats to the convention posed by the radical sections of Paris. The membership of the commission was packed with Girondins. They believed that there was a conspiracy afoot inside the radical sections not just to purge the Girondins, but to dissolve the convention itself. They aimed to root out this conspiracy and destroy it. On May the 24th, the Commission of 12 made its first move, ordering the arrest of Jean-François Varlet and a radical journalist named Jacques-René Hébert, who was not generally lumped in with the enragés, but who had spilled a lot of ink lately denouncing the Girondins in terms that would make Marat himself blush. The arrest of these two provoked immediate protests from the Paris sections, who were then further provoked when a Girondin orator took to the floor of the convention the next day and said that if the sections weren't careful, that the rest of France would rise up and literally annihilate Paris, and that later men would search the banks of the Seine in vain for signs of the city. These were fighting words, and the enragés were absolutely spoiling for that fight. After that, things pretty much descended into chaos. Believing now that the Girondins were beyond saving, Robespierre took to the floor of the Jacobin Club on May the 26th, and endorsed the call for Paris to rise up against the corrupt and irredeemable Girondin deputies. The next day, a session of the convention was invaded by angry Parisians, and the few delegates who did not flee voted to abolish the Commission of 12 and then release Varlet and Hébert. The day after that, though, order was restored, and the besieged Girondins were able to engineer the reinstatement of the Commission of 12, though the release of Varlet and Hébert was ratified. Once released, Varlet set to work organizing a new insurrectionary commune that wound up representing 33 of the city's 48 sections. Meeting at the former palace of an archbishop, this new insurrectionary commune set itself up in opposition not just to the National Convention, but also to the old insurrectionary commune, the one that had stormed to power on August the 10th, but which was now seen by the enragés as insufficiently patriotic because things move very fast in the French Revolution. On the morning of Friday, May the 31st, the new insurrectionary commune launched an armed uprising. As luck would have it, the second in command of the Paris National Guard, a guy named François Henriot, was sympathetic to the insurrection, and with the overall commander of the Paris National Guard having just ridden off to help fight rebels in the Vendée, Henriot took charge of the National Guard and deployed it in favor of the insurrection. The insurrectionaries marched first on the General Council of the Paris Commune, barged into the Hotel de Ville and declared the Commune deposed, and then began issuing its demands. The exclusion of all named Girondins from the National Convention, the abolishing of the Commission of 12, the immediate arrest of all counter-revolutionary suspects, a systematic purge of all government agencies, the establishment of a revolutionary army composed of sans-culottes who would enforce revolutionary decrees like the maximum on grain, bread prices to be fixed at a reasonable rate, expanded aid to the poor and needy and families of soldiers, and then finally voting rights only for sans-culottes. Only after the Commune agreed to go along with all the insurrectionaries' demands were they allowed to continue their sitting. The government of Paris thus cowed. The mob then marched down to the convention and issued the same demands, couching it all as a response to a vast conspiracy that they had uncovered that threatened the nation. To their great credit, the Girondins did not duck out the back door. Instead, they defiantly stood their ground. And their courage was probably bolstered by the fact that the insurrection had in fact been very ill-timed. Friday was a workday, so the angry mob that showed up at the convention's doorstep was intimidating, but not overwhelmingly so. As the day progressed and the convention debated what to do, the strength of the mob diminished as men and women drifted home. At the end of the day, the question of the alleged conspiracy and the proper response to it were referred to the Committee of Public Safety. The Girondins lived to fight another day. But they did not live to fight another 2 days. Obviously, the result of the May 31st uprising was unsatisfactory to the enragé leaders. So 2 days later, on Sunday, June the 2nd, this time not a work day, they relaunched the insurrection. And this time, somewhere in the neighborhood of 80,000 people turned out, and almost all of them were armed. At their head were the mobilized companies of the Parisian National Guard, under the command of François Henriot. Once they arrived at the convention, a group of petitioners pushed their way in to demand action against the alleged conspiracy that they had uncovered. A brief war of oratory was then waged between the Mountain and the Girondins that actually saw the Girondins get the better of it. And once again the petition was referred to the Committee of Public Safety. The convention delegates quickly discovered, though, that they were not going to get out of it that easy. When one of their members tried to leave the hall, he came back in a few minutes later and said, "Guys, they're not going to let us leave." This sent waves of indignation through the convention as even Danton demanded that the freedom of the House not be so nakedly abused. When the president of the convention sent a message to Henriot to stand down, Henriot said some very naughty words and then ordered cannons aimed at the doors. This prompted about 100 delegates then to leave the hall altogether as a group, hoping to force Henriot to let them pass. But the National Guard commander refused to stand aside. So instead, the delegates walked a circuit of the building, saw that it was surrounded by an armed mob of Parisians who had blocked all possible exits, and then they headed back inside, where it was time to start capitulating. Though most of the delegates abstained in protest, the convention voted to indict 29 Girondin deputies, plus a few non-deputy ministers, and then commit them all to house arrest. The Rolands, husband and wife, probably would have made the list too, but Madame Roland had already been arrested by the Parisian authorities on the night of May the 31st, and her husband had gone into hiding. By a naked show of force, the streets of Paris had just asserted that they were the true masters of revolutionary France. The response to all this out in the departments was immediate rebellious outrage. Lyon and Marseille were of course already in a state of revolt, and they were now joined by other major provincial cities. First up, not surprisingly, was Bordeaux. Bordeaux was the major city of the Gironde, so you can imagine their indignation when they heard the news that lower-class yahoos in Paris had just expelled their representatives from the National Convention. Bordeaux had been getting hit just as hard as Marseille by maritime trade disruptions, but they had not yet gone into full-on revolt. When Paris arrested their guys, though, Bordeaux went into full-on revolt. On June the 7th, the city declared itself in insurrection against the National Convention, which quite literally no longer represented them. Bordeaux then sent delegations out to other cities, calling on them all to first elect a shadow national convention that would meet anywhere but Paris, and second, raise an armed force at least 80,000 strong to march on the capital and bring the Parisians to heel. This call was heeded in the north by the Norman city of Caen and the Breton city of Rennes, and then down in the southeast, most fatefully, by the Mediterranean port city of Toulon, which happened to house France's naval dockyard, and it's really not good when the city that houses your navy goes into revolt. As I said last week, this wave of declarations against Paris has been dubbed the Federalist Revolt. Federalism in this case meaning a movement to decentralize power, as opposed to the old American federalism, which was a movement to centralize power. But though they are now in revolt against radical Paris, in many ways the Federalists were more revolutionary than the Parisians. Because when you look at the program that has been emerging from the capital these last few months, forced conscription, committees of surveillance, arbitrary tribunals, attacks on freedom of the press, price controls, a general police state watched over by representatives on mission with unlimited powers, none of that is what the revolution was supposed to have been about. Every single part of it was just a recasting of the most despotic elements of the Ancien regime. So, who was really the counter-revolutionary here? Both sides, of course, pointed to the other guys. Back in Paris, the sans-culottes went back to work, and the convention delegates tried to manage the fallout from the insurrection. 75 delegates signed an official protest against the purge of the Girondins. Now, there is no reason to believe that most of those signatures did not simply represent principled rejection of the idea that armed mobs could just expel representatives that had been legally elected. But when the terror picks up, every one of those signatures would stand as proof enough of complicity in some far-reaching Girondin plot, and they too would be arrested for their alleged crimes. The proscribed Girondins, meanwhile, sat under a very loose house arrest that was only tightened when a few of them, including Jérôme Pétion, got up and walked out the door one day, eventually surfacing up in Normandy. The delegates of the mountain, meanwhile, couldn't quite bring themselves to bask in the glow of their final victory over the Girondins. No, they did not like those guys, but their alliance with the Enragés was something of an embarrassment. Though they were clearly the beneficiaries of the insurrection, that did not mean they really wanted to encourage lawless upheavals like this. And as we'll see once the terror gets going, Robespierre and the Committee of Public Safety would be as quick to use la guillotine against radical populace in the streets as they were to use it against some aristocratic swine. For the moment, though, the Mountain tried to co-opt some of the Enragés' demands and hopefully keep the streets mollified. The convention voted to enroll that so-called Revolutionary Army, which was really just organized bands of sans-culottes to enforce things like the maximum on grains. That would hopefully keep them occupied. They also voted to spend every working day working on the thing that was supposed to have been the whole reason the convention had been called in the first place. Does anyone out there even remember why the convention had been called? That's right, to draft a new constitution. Well, here we are 8 months later, and virtually nothing had been done about that new constitution. So next time, the convention will finally produce that new constitution, dubbed by history the Constitution of 1793. That constitution wound up being far more egalitarian and democratic than just about anything that had come before it in world history. It's a pretty stunning document in terms of the political access it granted and the breadth of the rights it guaranteed. But the funny thing about the Constitution of 1793 was that as idealistic as it was, and as popular as it was never actually implemented. The moment it was ratified, it was set aside. The threats facing France were determined to be too dire to abandon the emergency revolutionary government currently in place. Led by the Committee of Public Safety, that revolutionary government was attempting to navigate the multiple crises that threatened to destroy France. And by navigate, I of course mean cut off as many heads as possible and hope for the best. But it will be 2 weeks before we pick up that story, because when you add up all the episodes from the history of Rome and revolutions and exclude the supplementals, next week's episode turns out to be my 250th career podcast episode, which is pretty crazy. That's a big number for one guy, one computer, and a pile of books. So to celebrate, next week will be question time, where I will answer questions about Rome, the revolutions we've covered so far, my work process, and where I'd like to go if I have a time machine. Hint, it's not Paris in the spring of 1793. Hello, and welcome to Revolutions. Episode 3.30, the 250th episode. So I just went back and reread what I wrote at the beginning of the 100th episode of the History of Rome. I expressed some surprise that I was still working on the show 3 years after I started it, and said some stuff about how I had no idea I would ever get near 100 episodes. The transcript at that point stood at 390,000 words and 34 total hours of audio content, and apparently we weren't even to Marcus Aurelius yet. Well, here we are now 7.5 years after the release of the first episode of the History of Rome. I am very, very surprised to find myself still doing this. The combined transcripts of the History of Rome and Revolutions now stand at 976,000 words, with 102 total hours of content. Yikes. And we're not even to the Reign of Terror yet. So I'll echo today another thing that I said then, which is how long will it take me to complete Revolutions? I no longer have any idea. I won't make predictions anymore, but I sure hope everyone is enjoying the French Revolution because we still have a long ways to go. Though I do promise that next week we are going to break out of the infinity loop that is the spring of 1793. This week, of course, we are celebrating the occasion of my 250th podcast episode by opening the floor up to questions being asked by those good listeners who spent more than $150 during the recent fundraiser, which went great, and everyone should now have everything that they ordered. If for some reason you have not received your order yet or received the wrong merchandise, please email me back by the end of the week. That is March the 22nd, 2015, so we can get it straightened out. Just email me at revolutionspodcast@gmail.com. After March 22nd, we are going to smash the print screens to ensure that this round of shirts remain the limited edition collector's items that I promised they would be. Okay, we have a lot of questions to get to today, so let's get to it. Presented here in the order in which they were received. Mike Manfrin, that means you are last. So first question is from Robert Prigg. Given the choice of any historical figure, whom would you want as a dinner guest and why? So I've probably gushed way too much about Talleyrand already, so I won't say Talleyrand, even though he'd be a really good answer. By all accounts, he was a magnetic conversationalist, and I'm sure dinner with Talleyrand would be epically entertaining. But I wouldn't want him to be my guest so much as I would want to be his. Talleyrand was famous for his devotion to fine dining, and he actually played a pretty huge role in the advancement of modern French cuisine. He would sure give me a better meal than I would ever give him. So Talleyrand aside, I think an evening with David Hume would have to be the answer. As I'll discuss more in a little bit, I studied political theory and philosophy as an undergrad, and as I plugged my way through the history of Western philosophy, Plato and Aquinas and Locke, I always absorbed the various arguments and made sure I understood them. But as interesting as it all was from a historical perspective, none of it really ever captured me. And then I got to Hume. David Hume was the first guy I ever read and said, holy crap, I think this guy might be onto something. No one can cut through bullshit faster and with more precision than David Hume, and he's as close to an intellectual hero as I'll ever have. The world would do well to read a lot more David Hume, so I would love to just sit and talk with him about whatever happens to be on his mind. And of course, being an 18th century Scotsman, he probably won't complain about the food. Okay, next question is from Lewis. We have all heard that those who do not study history are destined to repeat it. Can you point to an example where today's revolutionaries, reactionaries, etc. are repeating the mistakes of history unlearned? Any examples of lessons that appear to have been learned, thus leading to more successful revolutions, counter-revolutions, or defenses against revolutions today? Well, I don't know which exact mistakes per se are being repeated, but you can see all over the Arab world right now how quickly an uprising opposed to despotism and vocally promoting democratic participation slides seamlessly into ultra-radical cliques grabbing power and instituting just their own preferred brand of despotism. I think, for example, that everything that has happened in Egypt over the last few years has been painfully easy to predict. As for the reactionaries or counter-revolutionaries, there is a real danger to putting off necessary and obviously needed reforms for too long. I think a lot about the last few generations of Roman senators, how intransigent and hostile they were to making even the slightest nod in the direction of addressing the vast array of social and economic and political complaints that were sweeping through Italy in the 1st century BC. If you make a few voluntary reforms early in the process, you can utterly deflate brewing insurrections, and even get credit for your enlightened benevolence. But wait too long, and suddenly you're a villain who must be destroyed. I think there is a major test coming for the elites of the post-industrialized West about the very real problem of growing economic inequality. And economic inequality is not a problem because it's not fair. It's a problem because it's starting to become a major drag on the world economy and a major hindrance to the continued legitimacy of the system. The preposterous imbalance of the distribution of global wealth is going to have to be dealt with eventually. The only question is how drastic and violent the solution will be. So, will the elite give a little today to keep a lot tomorrow, or do they give nothing today and find themselves lined up against a wall tomorrow? Right now, it's their choice. Down the road, it probably won't be. Dave Webster asks, how come you've never sold the show? For example, 99 cents per episode or $10 per revolution. I imagine your fan base is quite substantial, and this type of costing approach would bring in a pretty healthy income. Have you considered this as an option for the future to keep you in the podcasting business? When I started the History of Rome, I had a full-time job. The podcast was a hobby. There was no need to make money at it. Then I started getting some ad revenue, and the History of Rome became half a job, and I was able to cut back my hours at the day job, and I was perfectly content with that. I always wanted to err on the side of not wrecking the listener base by throwing stuff behind a paywall. I still think putting episodes behind a paywall is a quick way to kill everything that I've built. But that said, I am getting better at the monetization thing. The ads are working, the fundraiser worked, the tours are working. The option of putting select bonus material up for purchase is always a viable option, and I'll almost certainly do that this year. But I've always run into problems finding the time to write the bonus material. I put a lot of time into each episode. So I can't change the past, nor do I want to. But going forward, I will be a better capitalist, I promise. John Newton asks, who influenced you in the design, presentation, pace, style, and humor in podcasting for both the History of Rome and Revolutions? Was there a new source of inspiration in Revolutions? Were there earlier history podcasts before the History of Rome, or did television and radio from PBS or NPR or the BBC influence you? Longtime listeners of the show know that the first podcast I listened to that knocked my socks off and really got me into the game was 12 Byzantine Rulers by Lars Brownworth, so I won't repeat myself on that. Instead, I'll talk about 2 TV shows I discovered more than a decade ago that really influenced my approach to presenting history. The first is Simon Schama's A History of Britain. I stumbled across it one weekend back in 2001 when it was running as a marathon on the History Channel, back when the History Channel actually showed history, and I didn't leave the couch for like 2 days. I was hooked. The idea of telling a huge historical story in one continuous narrative with one single voice clearly got into me, because that's essentially what the history of Rome turned out to be. In that same vein, there's also this totally obscure old series from the late 1980s called The Western Tradition, produced by Annenberg and hosted by UCLA professor Eugen Weber. It covered the entire history of Western civilization in 52 half-hour-long episodes. So it was the same thing. Huge historical story, one continuous narrative. It used to come on Oregon Public Broadcasting at super random times, sometimes in mid-afternoon, other times at like 3 in the morning. Anytime I managed to hit it, it was like winning the channel flipping lottery. You can Google it and watch them all for free now. It's called The Western Tradition. It is highly recommended. Andy Schwartz asks, do you have any recommendations for sources of information on the history of Rome that would be appropriate for young children? That is really hard. I have occasionally toyed with the idea of writing stuff for kids myself, but whenever I do, it's always like, okay, and then what happened next is that Octavian and Mark Antony got together and decided to murder a bunch of people and take all their stuff. Or like, boy, the Punic Wars sure were exciting. 50,000 men were hacked to death in a single day. Caracalla? Well, yeah, he was a bad emperor. He stabbed his brother to death right in front of their mother. Roman history is the stuff of nightmares. That said, I do think that the Horrible History series does a good job wrapping up all the terrible bloodiness with enough humor to keep it from being too traumatic. And my own first serious encounter with Roman history came from a 1987 World Book Encyclopedia, and that was all pretty antiseptic, so maybe you could try that. Sam Wigington asks, your ability to both comprehend and explain in clear terms such complex historical events causes me feelings of inadequacy. Is there anything you suck at? And I don't mean like I can never quite nail the first movement of Beethoven's Piano Sonata number 14, which for the record I know I cannot quite nail. I mean a common skill that you're embarrassingly bad at or a subject that you're shamefully ignorant of. It would help me feel better about myself and my own modest abilities. I am not handy at all. I once called a repair guy because the furnace broke. He swapped out the filter and charged me $50. We just moved into a new house, and I was very proud of myself for installing some coat hangers in the mudroom. 3 days later, the whole thing fell off the wall. Mrs. Revolutions is the go-to Miss Fix-It in our house. If civilization collapses and you're looking for somebody to join your team to help you stay alive, you want her and not me. Will Weinberg asks, in your opinion, how many distinct revolutions did Rome experience before the fall of the Western Empire? And are there any similarities which you would draw with the 3 revolutions you have covered in the new series? In my opinion, there were 3 big Roman revolutions. First, the expulsion of the kings and the founding of the Republic around 509 BC. That's the move, obviously, from monarchy to republic. Second, the collapse of the Republic and the rise of the Caesars. That's the move from Republic to Principate. Third, the whole process of the crisis of the 3rd century, culminating with the great reorganizing reforms of Diocletian. That's the move from Principate to Dominate. Clearly, of those 3, the first is the most relevant to revolutions. Tossing out the king and founding a republic, though interestingly enough, overthrowing the monarchy and founding a kingless republic appears to have been the expressed intention only of the Romans. As we've seen, not the English, nor the Americans, nor the French were really aiming at starting up a republic from the beginning of their revolution. It's just sort of something that happened along the way. Steve O. from Philly asks, could you please tell me a fun fact about the history of Philadelphia that isn't widely known, or anything about its role in the revolution that didn't make it into the podcast? I'd love to know more about my city. I will probably have a way better answer for you a couple months from now once I'm back from the first American Revolution tour. But you should probably at some point drop by the Powell House at 244 South 3rd Street. It's described as the residence of Revolutionary-era Mayor Samuel Powell, but I don't really care about him. I care about his wife, Elizabeth Powell, who was clearly the intellectual and social powerhouse in the family. I would guess that just about every major revolutionary figure passed through their house at some point or another, and Elizabeth became a very close confidant of George Washington when the Constitutional Convention came to town. She is also the one who allegedly asked Benjamin Franklin whether the convention had produced a monarchy or a republic. Anyway, I think Elizabeth Powell was a totally cool lady. Her old house is now a museum, and you should probably go visit it. I think I actually just talked myself into doing the same when I'm in Philadelphia. David Whalen asks, my son and I are going to be visiting Rome in late March. What thing or things would you recommend seeing in the area of Rome that are not commonly on tourist itineraries? My favorite part of the History of Rome tour itinerary was the day that we got outside of Rome itself. We would spend the morning at Ostia Antica and the afternoon at Hadrian's Villa. Both are pretty incredible archaeological sites and totally undervisited. I never really saw more than a couple dozen people at either site. I mean, Rome is a fantastic city, but it's nice to get away from the chaos, relax a bit, enjoy some fresh air, get away from the tourists and the noise, and just meander through some old ruins. So go visit Ostia Antica and Hadrian's Villa. You will not regret it. Cliff Gallagher asks, how much did the rhetoric of the English Civil War and the American Revolution circulate during the French Revolution? Were the Jacobins quoting the Levelers, or was anyone other than Lafayette espousing the thinking of Jefferson, Madison, and the framers of the American Republic? So far as I can tell, the English Revolution had very little impact on the French Revolution. The Jacobins were not quoting the Levelers. The one reoccurring reference to the English Revolution that I've seen is that the French revolutionaries often accused each other of wanting to be Cromwell. I mean, we just saw the Girondins accuse Danton of wanting to be Cromwell. Obviously, that was an insult rather than a compliment, even amongst those who had just voted to send Louis to the guillotine. I did think, though, that it was really interesting how much Louis seemed to be studying up on the life of King Charles, both in trying to avoid the mistakes Charles made, and then, after Louis was condemned, on how to die like a king. As for the Americans, nearly all the French revolutionaries supported the American Revolution, at least those old enough to have had an opinion about it. And there was, of course, a cohort of liberal nobles, particularly those who had served in the American War of Independence, with Lafayette being the most prominent, who admired and actively promoted American-style republicanism. As we all know, Benjamin Franklin was a rock star during his time in Paris, and Thomas Jefferson enjoyed a certain amount of cachet, and he obviously helped Lafayette draft the Declaration of the Rights of Man. But once the French Revolution really gets going after Louis is dragged back from Versailles, the American Revolution stops being a leading light. So in the early days, yeah, there were a lot of references to the American Revolution. And remember, there was some real giddiness in the National Assembly about getting the opportunity to denounce a stamp duty, just like the heroic Americans. But after 1789, the references really start to peter out as the French push off into uncharted waters. Tom Harrigan asks, of the various revolutions you have covered, and those that you plan to cover, which revolution do you believe has had the greatest and longest-lasting historical significance? Well, the answer to that has to be the French Revolution. The French Revolution is the Great Revolution. But aside from all the big sweeping changes and the generation-long blender that it threw Europe into, there is a more subtle reason that I think is worth highlighting. The French Revolution bequeathed unto the world this thing called the professional revolutionary. These cliques of intellectuals and dissidents and agitators whose whole existence is dedicated to overthrowing whatever regime happens to be in power. Before the French Revolution, there's really no such thing as a professional revolutionary. After the French Revolution, you find these guys loitering around every coffee shop in every country in the world, usually sporting goatees and smoking a lot of cigarettes. Sometimes, if they're feeling up to it, they actually even get something going. Mostly they don't, though, and just talk a lot of talk. But the French Revolution is the reason those guys exist. Lenin would not have been Lenin had Danton not been Danton. Jake Lurch asks, do you have a favorite anecdote, myth, rumor that you found funny or interesting that couldn't fit into the narrative, either the history of Rome or revolutions? There is a great little story in H.W. Brands' biography of Benjamin Franklin. Around the time of the Treaty of Paris negotiations, Franklin was playing a game of chess. His opponent checked Franklin's king. But instead of doing anything about it, Franklin ignored the check and made a move elsewhere on the board. The opponent said, "Hey, you can't do that. You have to deal with your king." To which Franklin replied, "I see that he is in check, but I shall not defend him. If he was a good king, like yours, he would deserve the protection of his subjects, but he is a tyrant, and has cost them already more than he is worth. Take him, if you please, I can do without him, and will fight the rest of the battle en républicain. Aaron Kotkin asks, you sometimes mention that you study political theory as an undergrad. As a political theorist myself, I was wondering who is your favorite political theorist and, of course, why? I have a great deal of affection for the utilitarians, Jeremy Bentham and James Mill, properly modified by John Stuart Mill, of course. Of all the great theorists, they seem to be the ones actually trying to do something besides just sit around philosophizing. They were practical reformers trying to build up an intellectual apparatus to move society in a positive direction. I really admire what they were trying to do, and I think that they did a lot of good. The other guy that I should mention, though, is Montesquieu, though not for the stuff he is generally celebrated for, the separation of powers and all that. Once you get through all the well-tread bits of the spirit of the laws, you get into this relatively neglected section, where Montesquieu attempts to link political and social variations to environmental climate. The Swiss act like this because they live up in the mountains, the Italians act like that because they live out on a temperate peninsula, the Dutch live below sea level and that's why they're all bankers, that sort of thing. My brain really latched onto this idea and I've never really been able to let it go, even though when you actually try to truly isolate the variables, it all falls apart, because you wind up talking not about people, but cardboard cutouts. These excitable Italians are always gesticulating wildly because it's sunny outside. I still think there's something to it in theory, but it never seems to pan out in practice. And I'm now far more interested in the effects of the built environment on political culture than regional distinctions. If I were told that I had to guess a total stranger's political views based off of one variable, I would not say, oh, do they live in a valley or do they live up on a mountain? I would say, do they live in a rural environment or an urban environment? That isn't going to guarantee a correct answer, but knowing that gives you a real solid shot at least guessing in the right direction. Nathan Clifford says, I don't have a question, but if there is a question you wish somebody had asked and nobody did, feel free to pretend like I asked it. I wish somebody had asked me if it's true that I dream of resurrecting Steve Allen's old show, Meeting of Minds. The answer is yes. Yes, I do. The first episode featuring Julius Caesar, Machiavelli, J.P. Morgan, and Diane Fossey discussing the meaning of power. Mark Armstrong asks, what sort of preparation is required so that you can narrate each episode clearly and smoothly without a stumble? The answer to that is that I write everything in advance. The vast majority of my work is writing and editing the scripts. Actually, reading it and recording it only takes about an hour. And for the record, I stumble all the time. I should really put together an outtake reel sometime because I get pretty colorful about the fourth time I can't get a sentence right. Okay, the next question is from Chris Jones, who purchased my copy of Eusebius's Church History. And I wrote in it that I never realized how endlessly fascinating early church history was, which is true. Early church history never ceases to entertain me. So Chris asks, have there been other subtopics you've run across when preparing both the history of Rome and revolutions that had depths that interested you that you did not expect? And was there anything that you were really looking forward to learning about that was disappointing or not as interesting as you had hoped? Well, the crisis of the 3rd century is the big one. Going into the history of Rome, I was very well versed in the entire Republican period and most of the early Imperium. But the later you got, the less I knew. And like most people, all I ever really knew about the period between the Severans and Diocletian was that it got pretty messy for about 50 years. And once I started unpacking it, I was blown away by how interesting it was. There is just so much good stuff that happens. Truly, that period from AD 235 to 284 was the great find of the series, and will forever be one of my favorite periods in all of human history. As for something I was disappointed in, honestly, nothing big jumps out at me, but the closest thing I can think of is that the trial of Thomas Wentworth, the Earl of Strafford, wound up being some pretty extraordinarily weak sauce. I knew that his trial and execution was central to the beginning of the English Civil Wars, but once I got done studying it in detail, I was like, that's it? That's all you have? All you've got on him is one lame quote deliberately taken out of context and misrepresented? The case against Strafford was pathetic. I am so glad that bills of attainder are just not a thing anymore. Fred Keyes asks, listening to the podcast has reminded me that I learned and remember very little about European history between the end of the Napoleonic period and the outbreak of World War I. Do you have any suggestions as to good books, audiobooks preferred, that will cover what you will not? It has been a long time since I've been able to do any reading on that period, what with the history of Rome consuming my brain for 5 years and now revolutions doing the same thing. I don't really have time to read off topic. But whatever you read, you should get yourself a good understanding of the Franco-Prussian War. The Franco-Prussian War is really, really important. Nick Bastow asks, looking back over Rome plus the English, American, and French revolutions, what are your top 3 what on earth were they thinking moments? I.e. your top 3 because duh, King Charles moments. Okay, so setting aside Charles, the first would have to be the assassination of Aurelian. That was the dumbest assassination in Roman history. I'm actually still a little angry about it. I'm getting angry now just thinking about it. Second has to be Gentleman Johnny's party train. The Greeks have been trying to teach us all about hubris for 2,000 years, and nobody ever seems to get it. Third, I'll say the entire build-up to the war between Austria and France in 1792. That was just a running contest to see who could out-blunder who. Both sides thought the other was on the verge of collapse and could just be pushed over with a feather. Nobody understood what the hell was really going on, except maybe Robespierre, and so everyone rushed into a war that was supposed to last a few weeks and wound up engulfing Europe for 20 years. Oh, also, it probably destroyed whatever chance the French Revolution had of resolving itself peacefully. When people tell you that a war is going to be quick and easy and cheap and fun for the whole family, don't listen to them. Kevin Barrett asks, how do you go about researching a topic? Do you have go-to books or websites that recommend sources? Do you ask friends and experts? I tend to have trouble knowing where to start digging on particularly complex subjects, something that you seem adept at. When I started building up the reading list for revolutions, the approach that I took was to Google the topic, followed by the word historiography. So, English Revolution historiography, American Revolution historiography, and so forth. That should take you to articles that will address not just the topic itself, but also the history of how the topic has been studied. And contained therein will be references to every important book that has ever been written on the topic, how they adjusted previous interpretations, and what their influence was on future scholarship. Once you've read a few of those, you'll probably have a little list of books that are clearly must-reads if you're going to consider yourself well-versed in the subject. So for the English Revolution, that meant that I had to read The History of the Great Civil War by S.R. Gardner, The World Turned Upside Down by Christopher Hill, Fall of the British Monarchies by Conrad Russell. Once you've read these seminal influential works, you're going to have a pretty good foundation of knowledge and a variety of ways to think about the subject. After that, you're free to investigate whatever details and subtopics that you find particularly interesting. And hopefully, you'll then get to enjoy both the forest and the trees. Mark Fullerton asks, the English and American revolutions remained only fairly, without the same level of internal bloodletting as the French. On the other hand, both of those became fairly major civil wars, whereas the French had smaller breakouts, e.g. the Vendée. Why? That is a really good question, and at the moment I don't think I have a really good answer. The first thing I ever read back in college that was concerned with a general theory on revolutions, as opposed to just one particular revolution, was Hannah Arendt's On Revolution. One of her big points concerning the different levels of violence in the American and French revolutions was that the American colonies had a very large middle class, and basically no poor urban masses. Even in the quote-unquote big cities like Boston and Philadelphia, there were poor laborers, but unemployment and complete scarcity of goods and abject poverty were just not really a thing. So without that desperate pressure pushing up from below, things didn't get so bloody. And certainly, most of the extreme violence that we've seen so far, the lynching surrounding the fall of the Bastille, the massacre of the Swiss Guards, the September massacres, well, those have all been perpetrated by, or driven by, the lower classes in Paris. Now, I'm not sure that that's right, though, and this is going to require more research to get to the bottom of. When I'm done with the show, there's obviously going to be a huge compare and contrast session of all the revolutions that I've covered, and the question of the different levels of violence and terror will have to be thoroughly investigated. Dirk Hoffman-Becking, on behalf of Emma Hoffman-Becking, age 11, asks, at what age did you get excited about history, and what history was the first that you focused on? I think I have always been excited about history. I've always enjoyed it. But when I really got turned on to it was probably Mrs. Farrell's 5th grade class. That was the year that American history was a big focus, and her approach was to say, okay, put your pencils down and just listen. I am going to tell you stories. And then she would tell us stories. And it's hard to not look at what I'm doing right now and not see me doing just that, telling stories. My first great history love, though, was the American Revolution. And it would not be out of line to say that I started revolutions in part because I wanted to go back and hang out with my old friends again. Paul Hart asks, what do you think happened to the disappeared 9th Legion? I do not have the foggiest idea what happened to the disappeared 9th Legion, and I don't think anyone else does either. When I'm done with the time machine that I'm going to get a few questions hence, I'll let you borrow it. You can go back and check it out, and please report back. Robert Williams asks, would you consider the Glorious Revolution in England a revolution? Absolutely I would. But I do think it's interesting that these days the Glorious Revolution is considered the true English Revolution, while what I call the English Revolution is merely the English Civil Wars. Even though the Glorious Revolution more or less resembles every dynastic royal struggle in history. Yes, it inaugurated true constitutional monarchy, but it played out as one branch of the family fighting the other branch of the family for control of the throne. Meanwhile, the entire struggle between Parliament and the king, which resulted in the king getting his head cut off, and monarchy being abolished, and England being a republic for 10 years. It's like, no, that wasn't really a revolution, that was just a civil war. Charles Lovett asks, who are the 5 greatest generals in human history and why? So, this might come as a bit of a surprise, but I don't really have a good answer. My primary interest is political history. I study wars and battles because eventually that's where political leaders go to settle things. And so wars and battles wind up being important hinge points in the development of kingdoms and states and empires. But military history per se isn't anything I've really studied broadly enough to be able to accurately compare Rommel to Tokugawa to Crazy Horse. That said, I can definitely weigh in on the best generals from the periods that I have personally studied. So, for Rome, obviously Hannibal and Scipio emerge from the Second Punic War as all-time great strategists and tacticians. Hannibal's first few years in Italy, Scipio's Spanish campaigns, are both works of art. I also just spent some time revisiting the period between the Gracchi and the dictatorship of Sulla, and was reminded how brilliant Marius was. I think his reputation gets dragged down because he went off the reservation there at the end, but he single-handedly reformed the entire Roman army, and then went up to Gaul and smashed the biggest external threat to Rome since the Carthaginians. He was absolutely one of the greatest military minds in Roman history. Julius Caesar is, of course, one of the greatest generals in all of history. I would put Aurelian on that list because of everything he was able to do in just 5 years. And then Aetius was clearly the best general of those last few generations of Romans. In the English Revolution, things obviously start going really well for the parliamentary cause once Sir Thomas Fairfax gets into the game. Thomas Fairfax deserves a lot better than he gets in terms of his historical standing. Cromwell was obviously no slouch, and then John Lambert was like unbeatable. The Royalists didn't really have anyone of that caliber. Maybe Sir George Goring, if he hadn't been so drunk all the time. Prince Rupert certainly had a lot of promise, and people liked to talk him up, but he kept not coming back. The American War of Independence is pretty famous for its major lack of truly great generalship. I wonder a lot about what Richard Montgomery could have done had he not been killed in the Battle of Quebec in 1775. And then, aside from hypothetical Richard Montgomery, Daniel Morgan was almost certainly the best pure military man in the Continental Army. On the British side, Cornwallis was for sure the most capable of the senior generals, but that really isn't saying much. As for the French Revolution, well, That kid Bonaparte sure is about to make a name for himself. Larry Betts asks, are revolutions that revolutionary? They are fun and informative to study, all in their own unique way, but they all seem to involve 15 to 20 years of pain and violence, and end with everyone agreeing that the new guy's mustache is way nicer than the old guy's. Then they get on with paying taxes and trying to find enough to eat in the ruins. I suppose I am suggesting that small step evolutions tend to get overlooked because they are not very exciting, but they lead to way more change than the thrilling, noisy, flag-waving, beheading types of revolution that we all love to read about. I think it's broadly true that revolutions tend to overhaul society a little bit less than we might suppose. That it's more like a big wave that crashes up on the beach, but then recedes, and it turns out that the tide has really only come in a few inches. It would be nice if everyone could just agree to move those few inches without inflicting those years of pain and violence on each other. But sometimes, those with power just get too rigid and inflexible. So instead of accepting gradual reform, things snap. Some conflicts, unfortunately, can only be settled in blood. As I mentioned earlier, there will eventually be a big compare and contrast session for all the revolutions, and clearly one of the big issues at stake in all the early modern revolutions was, can the sovereign expropriate property from citizens without their consent? After the wave crashed and receded in each of the revolutions, the answer that remained was a resounding no. Even with both the English and French revolutions resulting ultimately in restorations, the monarchies that were quote-unquote restored were very different from the monarchies that had been pulled down. It was about way more than just the quality of their mustaches. There were limits placed on those kings that their predecessors did not have to deal with. And the horrible experience of revolution, with all its noisy beheadings, was a big reason they were forced to accept those shackles. Chris Burke asks, how important do you think the control of the issuance of passports by the revolutionaries was to the French Revolution? The irony of the passport controls was that one of those enlightened civil rights that was so much a part of the early revolution was the freedom of movement, both within the realm itself and coming and going from it. Telling a man where he can and cannot go was a mark of despotism and not worthy of a free people. But this was tossed aside as fear and paranoia swept through the country as it was faced with the dual threat of foreign agents crossing into France and then enemies within France making good their escape. So in that sense, it's just another example of the revolution tossing aside its principles in the name of expedience, because no man can reign innocently. The other thing that it did was create an abstract national identity that was somehow detached from place of birth or language or ethnicity. Your ability to secure a passport now rested on your ability to prove that you adhered to the most current patriotic dogma, and failure to do so meant that you weren't just a royalist, but that you weren't even a true Frenchman anymore, and you were therefore ineligible for a passport. And without the passport, you were trapped, now essentially a foreign alien inside your own country. In that sense, I think the control of passports helped determine who was safe and who was fair game when the heads started to roll, because killing an enemy alien is a lot easier than killing your fellow countrymen. Mark Heilman asks, okay, so Lafayette. It's fascinating how differently he's viewed in the US and France. How do you see him as a historical figure? Lafayette is indeed an interesting case. For a long time, I only knew him from the American Revolution, as this young pup eager to please. He refuses to take a salary. He says, I'm here to learn, not teach. He was legitimately brave in battle, and did a pretty good job when he finally got an independent command. So from the American perspective, the Marquis de Lafayette is nothing but a heroic young man who we adore. The French, meanwhile, see him as this vainglorious buffoon who lived in a fantasy world where he was the star of the show, and when reality hit him full in the face that he wasn't, he had to slink off the stage in disgrace. Now, I think the pot shots leveled at Lafayette by the French are unfair, but not necessarily wrong. He did live in a fantasy world of his own making. And it's not hard to argue that all of his exaggerated deference to Washington It was just Lafayette playing out this story arc that called for him to start as the student, so in time he could return home and become the master. But at the end of the day, I think it's pretty clear that Lafayette did have noble intentions. It wasn't just about his own ego. I mean, he wrote the Declaration of the Rights of Man, for God's sakes. So the bottom line is, I like Lafayette. I think he was pointed in the right direction, and if I saw him on the street, I would shake his hand. Ingrid Helsing Almas, hopefully I'm pronouncing that right, asks, I would like to know more about the shape of your week. How much do you read up during the week? How much do you know already? And is every episode scripted, or do you ad-lib? And the world is big and there are a lot of books. How do you select your sources? So as I mentioned, I script everything, and for Revolutions, I've taken a historiographic approach to my book selection. As for the particulars of my week, I work between 8:30 a.m. and 2:30 p.m. every day. That is when the boy is off at daycare. Monday and Tuesday are usually consumed with compiling a super detailed outline of what I want to cover and what order I want to cover it. Wednesday and Thursday is usually writing and editing. Episodes are now getting up around 4,500 words. Friday is more editing, particularly my world-famous speed edit, where I read the transcript out loud as fast as humanly possible to pick up any hidden tongue twisters or awkward sentence transitions. Then I record. That takes about an hour. Then I have to listen to the recorded episode to make sure there's nothing wrong with the audio, which I have to say is the worst part of the whole thing. I mean, I just spent days writing it and rewriting it and then recording it, and now I have to listen to it all over again. I wouldn't go so far as to call it torture, but I'm pretty much ready to be done with the episode by now. Then I post the episode, I have a drink, and start worrying about next week's show. James Ruff asks, my interest was piqued during a recent episode where you mentioned Thomas Paine's election as an honorary delegate of France's National Convention. What were the positions, actions of the other paragons of the American Revolution towards the revolution in France, and how did these views change over the tumultuous course of the revolution? The French Revolution was a major sticking point early on in American politics. The Federalists surrounding Alexander Hamilton were pretty pro-British and anti-French, while the Democratic Republicans surrounding Thomas Jefferson were pretty pro-French and anti-British. Jefferson in particular was very enthusiastic about the French Revolution and was eager to help it succeed. Your attitude about the French Revolution was, for a few years there, a pretty good litmus test about which side of the political fence you were on. George Washington, of course, wanted to keep America away from any European entanglements and pointedly declared neutrality when everyone in Europe started declaring war on everyone else in early 1793. The popularity of the French Revolution went into steep decline once reports of the Reign of Terror started crossing the Atlantic, and by 1798, the U.S. was in an undeclared war with France. John Laughran asks, when we look back in 100 years' time, which of the most recent and the current conflicts in the world do you think will prove to have been the most significant revolution? Assuming that we're now somehow so far removed from the collapse of communism that it no longer counts as recent, obviously the Arab Spring is the answer. It will always be a part of explaining the history of the early 21st century, though what it winds up meaning is still up to us. Stephen Mawson asks, if you could interview one individual from each of the revolutions you've covered so far, who would you interview and what question would you ask them? Since I started working on revolutions, I have become very interested in the men who were overtaken by events. The guys who started out on the leading edge of the revolution and then found themselves solidly in the political middle, then denounced as reactionary conservatives, and then maybe run out of town. So my candidates for the panel discussion on this topic would be from the English Revolution, the Earl of Essex, who was an uncompromising opponent of King Charles in the early days of the Long Parliament. Then he led the parliamentary armies. Then he wound up being dubbed insufficiently committed to the cause and shown the door. The self-denying ordinance could very easily be called the Dump Essex Ordinance. From the American Revolution, I would invite John Dickinson, whose Letters from a Pennsylvania Farmer put him way out in front, but he is generally remembered today for his opposition to independence in the Second Continental Congress. From the French Revolution, of all the guys who get overrun, I think Antoine Barnave is probably the most emblematic. The most radical voice down in Dauphiné during the Day of the Tiles, then a key leader in the National Assembly, a founding member of the Jacobins. And then suddenly he's a reactionary apologist for aristocratic swine, and is soon enough going to get his head chopped off for being a counter-revolutionary. The question to all of them would be the same. So, what was it like to go from radical to moderate to conservative, all without really ever changing your opinion about anything? Katrina Setterholen asks, what is your favorite fiction and non-fiction book to date? I thought a lot about this, because obviously picking one of each is borderline impossible. But for non-fiction, Fear and Loathing on the Campaign Trail 72 by Hunter S. Thompson just cannot be beat. Anyone who has any interest in American politics must read it. As for fiction, I would be lying through my teeth if I said anything but Illuminatus by Robert Shea and Robert Anton Wilson. Anyone who has any interest in what's really going on must read that too. Hail Eris. Niels Christensen asks, among all the historical figures you've covered, who would you have most liked to have been and why? Of all the Romans, it's kind of tough to not want to have been Antoninus Pius. That guy had a sweet life. But really, I think my answer to this question is John Lambert. I love John Lambert. He was a great soldier, a great general, a great leader, a deep thinker. I mean, we're talking about a guy who basically won every battle he ever fought and composed the first written constitution in English history. He's basically George Washington and James Madison combined. Now, the whole dying insane after 23 years of solitary imprisonment isn't, ideal, but Lambert is the man. Jan Willem van Dalen asks, I was wondering if you ever considered discussing the Dutch Revolution against Spain in the 16th century in your podcast. Yes, I did. I really did consider starting the whole series with the Dutch Revolt. I am really super interested in Dutch history, as you'll see in a second. But the process of Dutch independence unfolds over like 80 years, and that seemed just too unwieldy to kick the show off with. Of course, then I started with the unfailingly convoluted English Revolution, so, what the hell do I know about anything? George Pratt asks, if you count the establishment of the Republic as a revolution, then why is there a 2,000-year gap between European revolutions where a monarchy is replaced with a representative form of government? Well, to start with, I think you can knock the first 1,000 years of that off, because it took that long for the whole history of the empire to play out. After that, early feudalism entrenches itself, and the ties that started binding everyone together more or less demanded a monarch at the center of all circles. So I think that gets you to at least the High Middle Ages without there really even being an opportunity for a monarchy to be replaced by a representative government. The little city-state republics that cropped up along the way, and here I'm thinking about Venice, which I think got going in like the 700s, well, those were more or less born that way, rather than involving the overthrow of a king. There were also lots of free imperial cities out there in the Holy Roman Empire that functioned as republics, but they were all technically subordinate to the emperor, so we can't really count them. But once the High Middle Ages kicks in, you do start to see more Italian city-states like Genoa and Florence and so on, kicking out whatever noble lord happened to hold sway, and then reform themselves as republics. The Republic of Florence, for example, was founded in the year 1115. So it's really only about 1,500 years after the expulsion of the Tarquins that you start seeing monarchies, or some version of monarchy, being replaced by representative government, rather than the full 2,000 years. And then when you go back and think about it, really until the Americans come along, Western history has basically never seen a king who reigned over a large territory replaced by a representative government. Even in the Roman case, the king of Rome was really just the glorified mayor of a city-state when he was toppled. No one had ever tried to take a huge swath of territory and convert it into a republic until the American colonies took a stab at it. The concern that it would never work was actually something James Madison had to explicitly address in Federalist No. 10. Once the Americans showed that it could actually work, that's, I think, when you get the Europeans back in the old country, thinking that maybe they could get away with ditching their kings too. Rachel Lynn Underwood asks, you've mentioned in the history of Rome that you believe Livia's reputation as an evil, conniving poisoner was probably informed more by existing Roman archetypes, the evil stepmother who murders everyone, than by historical fact. Is there a similar case where archetype trumps accuracy in the revolutions you've been reading about? What historical figure does the popular narrative most misinterpret in your opinion? In my opinion, I think the British have got Oliver Cromwell all wrong. In my, albeit limited exposure to the general British popular image of the man, it seems like he is portrayed as a literally puritanical military dictator, mostly to be deployed as the butt of jokes and then dismissed. But having gone through his career in fairly fine detail, I just don't see that stereotype holding up. I mean, Cromwell himself was a devout Puritan, yes, and he did believe God was literally on his side. But he was also convinced that religious toleration was essential, and he was one of the first to really articulate that point and then try to put it into practice when he held power. His alliance with the ultra-activist Puritans in London, those were the guys who were literally waging a war on Christmas, that was a forced political marriage. Cromwell himself tolerated their program out of necessity. And then his actions during the entire run of political experimentation after the execution of Charles, well, that points to a guy who was desperately trying to share power, not gobble it all up for himself. As I said, one of the things the French accuse each other of a lot is trying to be Cromwell. But the funny thing is I don't think that Cromwell himself was ever trying to be Cromwell. It was just something he was kind of forced into. Benjamin Davidson asks, why didn't Parliament settle the whole direct versus indirect taxation / Parliament's right to tax the colonies issue by notifying the American colonies of the amount of goods or sums they hope to procure via taxation, and then allow the colonial representative bodies the difficult and likely alienating task of working out the nitty-gritty details of what form taxes should take and upon whom they would be imposed? It seems like Parliament and the ministry got themselves into a staring contest when they ought to have been sowing discord in the colonial ranks. In your opinion, would this policy have done anything to prevent the breakout of the revolution? So my basic understanding of this question is that Parliament just could not handle a scenario where Parliament was not the one creating taxes. So saying to the Virginia House of Burgesses, we need X amount of money from you per year, go create the taxes that meet that requirement, well, that would have been an unthinkable breach of parliamentary sovereignty over the right to tax. Were they dug in too deep on that point? Yes, I think they were. I think they took Parliament's right to tax far too literally. The point was that taxes had to come from a body that represented the taxed. And the Americans were not represented in Parliament. It wasn't that literally Parliament was the only body that should be able to issue a tax. And I have always thought that letting the colonies tax themselves would have completely diffused the crisis. That said, I just read the most fascinating thing about the financial history of the Dutch Republic, something that I never knew before. When the Netherlands were Spanish possessions, the Spanish crown did exactly as you suggest. They demanded subsidies from the various Dutch provinces and left it to the Dutch themselves to raise and collect the money as they saw fit. Now, what happened is that Holland started raising taxes pretty efficiently, and then they were able to start floating bonds based off of that tax revenue. Pretty soon, people in Europe with money to invest noticed that Holland was really super dependable about paying back its debts, and before too long, the Dutch had better credit than the Spanish Habsburgs, who were by that point totally overextended. So when the United Provinces decided to revolt, they were able to finance the uprising pretty easily, specifically because they had once upon a time been granted control over the levying and collection of taxes. Now, I don't think that the Dutch and American cases are exactly equal, but it is interesting to note that one of the great roads not taken by Parliament as they dealt with the colonies was taken by the Spanish, and it resulted in a successful revolt anyway. Janet Oblinger asks, if time travel were possible, which era, country, or event would you like to go to? So I'm now thinking that what I would do is zoom way back before civilization ever took root. There are a couple of firsts that I would really like to witness when it comes to the dawn of humanity. I'd like to watch the first human make a fire. There was some specific person in some specific place at some specific time that had to have been the very first one to do it. I'd like to watch it happen. Or see the first time one person used a written symbol to convey an idea to another person. Or then, more cynically, it'd be really fun to witness the first lie that was ever told, since lying is such a fundamental part of human social interaction. Does this bear skin make me look fat? No? Dylan asks, let's say I was the kind of person who likes to dive into an area of history and devour anything and everything I could find about it. What is an often overlooked yet incredibly interesting historical subject, person, place, thing, or time, that I could sink my teeth into and find lots of good sources about? Since I was just thinking about the 19th century and the Franco-Prussian War, I think I will point you to everything that goes on between about 1870 and 1896. That period deserves serious attention these days. This is an era that is simultaneously known as the Second Industrial Revolution, the Long Depression, and the Gilded Age. There are huge parts of the modern world that are born in those years and lots of lessons to be learned about what is going on right now. There is also more than enough information about all of it to drown in if you so choose. Deborah Wilson asks, what is your favorite outdoor sculpture on the Western Washington University campus and why? For those of you who don't know, I did my undergrad at Western Washington University in Bellingham, and Deborah is a fellow alumnus. The campus is fantastic. There is lots of really cool landscape design and outdoor sculptures. It's actually a little bit famous for it. Unfortunately, I've always been a little cynical when it comes to art, so my favorite pieces are both located on the South Campus. The bed of rocks that is supposed to have steam rising out of it that then changes and swirls in different light and weather, but which I never once ever saw turned on the entire time I was there, and there were years where I literally walked past it every single day. And then, of course, the stairs to nowhere. What the hell is going on with the stairs to nowhere? Robert Mass asks, what were the biggest factors which led you to do a podcast series on political revolutions? As I mentioned earlier, the American Revolution was probably my first great historical love. But my second great historical love was the Russian Revolution. I was obsessed with the Russian Revolution when I was a teenager. So, like I said, this is a lot about going back to hang out with old friends. The weird thing, though, is that when I look back on it, I can't quite figure out why I was so obsessed with the Russian Revolution. By the time I was really delving into it in the mid-1990s, the Soviet Union had already collapsed, so it wasn't about trying to understand our Cold War enemy. And I may as well say out loud that no matter how hard I tried, I never could get down with Marxism and communism, even when I was young and dumb. So it wasn't exactly about cheering those guys on. I guess I've just always been drawn to revolutions. Can't really explain why. I can tell you, though, that the immediate impetus for the show, like when I actually formulated the idea, was when I wrote a paper comparing the progress of Cesar Chavez's farm workers movement to the stages of revolution outlined by Crane Brinton in his Anatomy of Revolution. And that's when all my old love for the American and Russian revolutions came flooding back, and I was like, oh man, I know what podcast I'm going to do next. Matt Crawford asks, I was wondering if you ever considered doing an episode on Paul Revere. I know you're past the American Revolution, but you must admit he is quite the character and is more than deserving of your personal touch for his own episode. So what, that Legend Has It episode wasn't good enough for you? Did you not see it? I'm re-embedding it right now on the top of revolutionspodcast.com. If you haven't watched it, go watch it. It's funny and often makes sense. Robert Phillips asks, I was surprised to find out that nobody knows exactly where Charlemagne is buried, which makes me wonder if we know where any important ancient person is buried, excluding the dudes in the pyramids. So framing the question more narrowly, do we know the precise burial locations of any historically significant Romans who lived during the imperial era? I'd like to visit Aetius's tomb. Well, I don't know about Aetius, but we actually do know where a lot of the emperors were buried. As you know, they were all cremated rather than buried, so we're going to be talking about where their remains wound up. Shortly after winning the empire, Augustus constructed what is now called the Mausoleum of Augustus, and that's where all the major Julio-Claudians went, including Tiberius and Drusus and Germanicus, Claudius, all-time great best friend Marcus Agrippa. And what's super exciting is that despite its obvious importance, the Mausoleum of Augustus has sat totally neglected behind a fence in Rome for decades. But just last year, the Italians announced that they are going to rehabilitate it and open it back up to the public. That is really exciting stuff. So after the Julio-Claudians, Domitian built a temple to the Flavians on the Quirinal Hill where Vespasian and Titus were deposited, but archaeologists today only have an educated guess where it was, over now by the Church of Santa Susanna, northeast of Termini Station. Trajan, of course, went into Trajan's Column. That's one of the reasons it was built. Hadrian went into the Mausoleum of Hadrian, which he built, and is now known as the Castle de San Angelo. And that became the new imperial resting place, and Hadrian was eventually joined by Antoninus Pius and Marcus Aurelius, possibly Commodus, though I'm not sure about that. Caracalla was the last emperor to be buried in the Mausoleum of Hadrian. That skipped Septimius Severus, of course, because he died in York and was buried up there, though no one knows where. And I actually did spend a little bit of time looking into it because I was just up in York and will be there again next month. The rest of the 3rd century is too damn confusing to try to go through, but for the record, no, nobody knows where Aurelian wound up. Diocletian was buried in what is today the Cathedral of St. Domnius in Croatia. Constantine then built the Church of the Holy Apostles in Constantinople, and that became the imperial resting place for most of the Eastern emperors for centuries. And from the History of Rome era, that includes Julian the Apostate, Jovian, Valentinian, Theodosius. Unfortunately, most of the sarcophagi were broken into by the Crusaders, and the old church was eventually replaced by a mosque, so there's nothing really to see there. So that's a pretty good list, I think, and it only took a minimal amount of Googling to cobble together. Dustin Ruskell asks, I will be honest, I imagine you in a toga. I am sure you don't wear one, at least not all of the time, but I was wondering if there is any part of Roman civilization that you have incorporated into your life. Perhaps you have a Herma in your garden. How about Saturnalia? Have you incorporated any customs from that into your Yuletide? Or are you just fomenting revolutions in your free time? To be honest, I cannot really think of a single Roman practice or custom that I've actually incorporated into my life. Although as a very light morning eater, I was happy to discover that the Romans ate very little in the morning before heading out the door. I am baffled by their ability to eat lying down, which has always been weird and awkward for me. In broader terms, though, I have always admired the Roman willingness to assimilate good ideas wherever they found them, and I've always tried to live with that principle in mind. I despise it when people reject good ideas because they didn't think of it first, or the idea just comes from somebody they don't really like. That's silly. People shouldn't do that. As for fomenting revolutions, unfortunately, I now know way too much about how things really wind up going to be eager to ever let the genie out of the bottle ever again. From about to be 3-time tour alumnus Andrea Smith, she asked, do you see a history of Rome, the Gallic campaigns, or something like that in the future? Yeah, we have always kicked around the idea of a Julius Caesar-themed tour. I should talk to Nate about it. While I'm at it, if anyone out there listening missed the Rome tours and would like us to run another one, send me an email at revolutionspodcast@gmail.com. I'd like to gauge interest because I'd love to do another one. I mean, they're opening the Mausoleum of Augustus back up, and I want to see it. Stephen Britton asks, now that it has been a few years since the end of the history of Rome, looking back, what was your favorite part about producing that series, and how does it feel to have completed the entire history of the Western Empire in podcast form? When I was young, I had a lot of dreams and a lot of ambition, and that was great. But as I got older, and the years ticked by, and I kept not doing anything, or more precisely starting a lot of different things and having them all go nowhere, I started to be haunted by a voice that usually came at night, when the demons come. And that voice said, you're supposed to be on your 3rd great American novel by now, and look at you. You've done absolutely nothing with your life, and you probably never will. Completing the history of Rome means that whenever that voice tries to pop back up, I can tell it to shut up. Whatever else it was, the history of Rome was something. So you can't say I've done nothing, and then the voice has to go away, and I get to go to sleep. Jem Edsel asks, do you or have you played video games? And do you view them as an educational tool? I ask because my first exposure to history and ancient cultures was from the Civilization series of culture and empire building games, which led to my love of both, and eventually your work. Okay, so I do not personally really play video games. I like Missile Command, I like Miss Pac-Man, and that's about it. That said, I think video games can be a great educational tool. I have a ton of friends who do play them. They play Ages of Empire, they play Total War, they play the Assassin's Creed games, which I now hear a lot about because I've been running parallel to them for the last few years. The last one was set during the American Revolution, and I think the most recent one is set during the French Revolution. But when I hear friends who have no interest in history come over and suddenly want to talk to me about Charles Lee and whether he was actually that big of a villain in real life, well, that's all good in my book. So by all means, everyone, please play on. John Donnellan said that he would be happy to sponsor somebody else's question, and so I decided to take a fun one from Roger, which was just posted in the comment section of last week's show. You've mentioned that Talleyrand is one of your favorite historical figures. In that same vein, who is your most hated figure? While confining this again to the periods I've really studied in depth, my least favorite Roman of all time is whichever Appius Claudius happens to be around. Those guys are terrible. From the English Revolution, I really got sick of Arthur Haselrig's crap at the end. That guy did everything in his power to keep the Protectorate from working, and very much succeeded in keeping the Protectorate from working, because he had deluded himself into thinking that a purged parliament elected by almost no one was somehow the true representative of the people, and therefore deserved unlimited power over everything. Get a grip, Haselrig. For the American Revolution, Horatio Gates turned out to have been quite a bigger horse's ass than I remember. His conduct down in South Carolina was just unforgivably dumb. And then, so far in the French Revolution, I'm having a really hard time not wanting to pin the blame for everything on Jacques-Pierre Brissot. Beat the drums for war, and then when things go bad, start making paranoid accusations to avoid responsibility. Brissot basically built the stage the terror is going to play out on. So, good work on being an early and vocal opponent of slavery, but the French, I think, would have been a lot better off if he had just stayed in London. Christopher Kuntz asks, the English Civil Wars was like they fought over a bunch of stuff, then killed the king, then Oliver Cromwell, later the monarchy was restored. The French Revolution is like they fought over a bunch of stuff, they killed the king, then Napoleon for a while, later the monarchy was restored. So my question is, what happened to all of the kings? Were the various constitutional monarchies retooled at some point so that the royals became irrelevant? At what point did all of these countries get modern governments? Do any others still have figurehead royal families? Do they have any function in government? The answer to this question is extraordinarily complicated. But in part, the answer is that the history of Europe over the last 200 years or so is the history of taking monarchies and putting them into little tiny gilded boxes, and then either keeping those boxes up on a shelf because they are beloved family heirlooms, or chucking them out the window because who needs them? Of the 30 countries in the EU, 12 of them remain monarchies, including Britain, Denmark, Sweden, Norway, the Netherlands, Belgium, Spain. The rest are straight-up republics, who all shed their king at some point along the line. France had their last king in 1848, Italy's last king abdicated in 1946. Every country's history is different, though World War I did turn out to be quite the kingslayer. These days, whether technically a monarchy or technically a republic, parliamentary democracy is the thing everywhere. And I genuinely wonder, though, how long that will last. Our final question today comes from another History of Rome Tour alumnus, Mike Manfrin, who clearly has no idea how to read a calendar or follow instructions, but I like him, so I'll let the lateness of his question slide. How do you think history would have changed or shaped itself had Cicero decided to be a part of the triumvirate, or, I guess, quadrivirate? The first thing you have to ask is, where does this hypothetical Cicero fit into the equation? Caesar was gunning to be the first man in Rome, obviously. Crassus is looking to eventually win that big military victory that will legitimize him politically. Pompey just wants his eastern settlements ratified and his veterans given land that they have been promised. But what would Cicero have wanted? What did he want? I'm not really sure he ever had a specific agenda, and that's probably one of the reasons he didn't think it was a good idea to join up. But let's say that he did. What does Cicero bring to the table? Well, Crassus brings money, Pompey is Pompey the Great, and Caesar was the rising star of Roman politics. So what Cicero probably brings, though, is quite a bit of moral cover for the project, and he did have quite a silver tongue, so he becomes the official propagandist of the alliance. So I reckon if Cicero joins up, he becomes the point man in Rome, what with Pompey dozing on a sofa these days. But how much can he keep Cato and the rest of Caesar's enemies from doing exactly what they did? I don't think Cicero would have been that influential. So if he can't reconcile Caesar to his enemies, maybe he can reconcile the triumvirs to each other when they start bickering. But of course, the first time they almost split up, they wound up working things out, so Cicero wouldn't have been needed. But then when Crassus dies, and Caesar's daughter / Pompey's wife Julia die, the next question is, can Cicero successfully prevent the final break between Caesar and Pompey? And that, I think, is a distinct possibility. Maybe he can give Pompey enough cover to work things out, be a key voice in Rome not urging Pompey to break with Caesar. But if he can't do that, does he stay in Rome when the Senate skips town? I can't really see him siding with Caesar against the Senate. So clearly it comes down to how much can Cicero heal the rift between Pompey and Caesar, and how much would he have actually wanted to? Because even our hypothetical Cicero was conflicted about joining the pact. It's not like his heart would ever have been 100% into the project. So maybe as Caesar gets more reckless, Cicero re-entrenches with the Senate, tells Pompey to do the same. So in the end, my gut says that there's about a 10 to 15% chance Cicero keeps Pompey and Caesar aligned, and the civil war doesn't break out at that precise moment. In other words, I don't really think that Cicero would have been that important one way or the other. Okay, so that concludes question time, and we are going to wrap up by announcing the winners of the 2 enseignats from among those who purchased t-shirts during the fundraiser. The winners were chosen at random based on the 4-digit order number in the fundraiser database. To ensure the integrity of the selection process, I entrusted the picking of the winning numbers to Vice President of Letter and Number Identification, Elliot William Duncan. So Elliot, please take it away. Lucky winner number 1 had order
1947.
Order 1947. That would be Calvin Locke of Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. Elliot, say congratulations to Calvin.
Congratulations.
Good work. Okay, winner number 2 had order
3076.
Order 3076. That would be Scott Fry of Portland, Oregon, USA. Elliot, say congratulations to Scott with exactly the same tone and inflection.
Congratulations.
Good work. Calvin, Scott, you'll be getting emails shortly about arranging the shipment of your enseignat. As for the rest of you, I think this has gone on long enough, and I'm quite ready to have to listen to it all through to make sure there are no mistakes in the audio, and then have a drink. Hello, and welcome to Revolutions. Episode 3.31, The Man of Blood, Part 2. When we left off last time, the Enragés had just successfully expelled the Girondins from the National Convention, which capped off a very chaotic spring of 1793. Today, we are going to push our way into the very chaotic summer of 1793. Because believe me, the summer is going to bring the revolution, and students of the revolution, no relief. It is a summer that will see the French armies pushed back on all fronts. The Vendée rebels continue to defy attempts to pacify them. The Federalist cities try to raise an army to march on Paris, and the Jacobin revolutionaries in Paris attempting to push back against all of it, and force the rest of France, and indeed the rest of Europe, to recognize that they were now the pure and righteous embodiment of the revolution and the future. An assertion that was very much not recognized by a young woman from Normandy named Charlotte Corday, who will purchase a kitchen knife from a vendor in the Palais Royal, and then go off to show the world who was really the pure and righteous embodiment of the revolution. To start today, we must head back out to the front lines of the war, where the generals who attempted to salvage the situation after the defection of General Dumouriez found themselves threatened not just by the Allied forces arrayed against them, but by a clique of zealous revolutionary representatives sent to keep an eye on them all. As we will see, both of these threats would prove equally deadly. After the scandal of Dumouriez's treason, the National Convention voted on April the 9th to create an additional corps of representatives on mission, who would be sent to keep a much closer watch on the senior commanders leading the revolution's armies. To ensure that those commanders would not be able to duplicate Dumouriez's treason, these representatives, like their civil counterparts, were given blanket jurisdiction over all military matters. Those representatives were now the supreme authority in camp and involved themselves in every aspect of the war, from arranging logistics to planning strategy to deciding when and where to fight. The arrival of these representatives caused nothing but ulcers for the senior generals, who now had to fight a war under the watchful eye of political commissars who equated prudence and caution with treason, and thought defeat in the field a capital crime. The first poor sod thrust into this unenviable position was the man who was tapped to fill Dumouriez's treasonous boots in the north, the former Marquis de Dampierre, now styled, of course, simply General Dampierre. Dampierre was one of those liberal nobles who had long been sympathetic to the aims of the revolution. He had started the war as an aide-de-camp to Rochambeau, and then quickly rose through the ranks because, what with half the officer corps deserting, there was plenty of opportunity for rapid advancement in the revolution's army. Dampierre had stood his ground at Valmy, led the crucial right wing at Jemappes, and was then promoted to general for the invasion of Holland. After the defeat at Neerwinden and the defection of Dumouriez, it was left to Dampierre to hold the line. He managed to regroup with about 30,000 at a fortified camp at Famars, which was a few miles south of the fortress city of Valenciennes, and from there tried to figure out what to do next. Spoiler alert, it's not really going to be his decision. With the French now almost entirely evacuated from Belgium, the Allied forces prepared for a renewed invasion of France. And now that the British had joined the war, and the Prussians had settled things with Russia in Poland, these Allied forces were bigger and stronger and more determined than Brunswick's army of 1792 had been. But instead of just barreling towards Paris as Brunswick had done, the Allies this time elected to follow a more methodical approach to invading France, and concentrated their efforts first on capturing the string of French fortresses that dotted the Franco-Belgian frontier. And the first target was the city of Condé, and on April the 8th, the Allies opened up a siege. Back in the French camp, General Dampierre would have preferred to take the opportunity presented by the Allied focus on Condé to rest and recuperate his men. But then along came the representatives on mission from Paris, and they, of course, had other ideas. They helped Dampierre to understand that anything but an aggressive campaign to relieve Condé would be taken as proof that Dampierre was a traitor. Thus encouraged to fight, Dampierre gathered up his men and said, well, I guess we're going to go try to relieve Condé now. After reluctantly marching north, Dampierre made contact with a coalition army mobilized to block any attempt to relieve Condé on May the 8th. The two sides, both numbering about 40,000, squared off across a long line centering around the town of Reismas. When the fighting began, the French did surprisingly well given the circumstances, and, no doubt very aware that his every move was being scrutinized by the representatives on mission, Dampierre led the charge at the middle of the Allied line personally. The French nearly succeeded in pushing the Allies into retreat, but in the fighting, Dampierre himself took a cannonball through the leg and had to be carried off the field. Their commander mortally wounded, the French attack wilted into a retreat back to the camp at Famars. Dampierre died of his wounds the next day. And though there was apparently some attempt in the convention to posthumously denounce Dampierre as a traitor, for the crime, I suppose, of getting killed fighting a battle he did not really want to fight, less ungrateful heads prevailed, and Dampierre was instead interred in the Pantheon as a hero and a martyr, though his remains would be later removed, so we can't go pay our respects when we're in Paris here in a couple of weeks. The bulk of the French forces reconvened back at Famars under the temporary command of another poor sod named François Lamarche. With the siege of Condé now safe from French relief efforts, the Allies moved on to their next target, the fortress at Valenciennes. And the first move in that operation was to attack the demoralized French soldiers holed up at Famars on May the 23rd. Though the French were badly outnumbered, 27,000 to 53,000, their camp was up on a defensible ridge, and with a little help from some delays and lack of coordination amongst the Allies, the French managed to hold their position despite suffering 3,000 casualties in the fighting. But as night fell, it was clear to Lamarche that the next day he was likely to be surrounded and forced to surrender. So he abandoned the ridge and headed southwest to regroup. For the crime of withdrawing from a dangerously untenable position in the face of far superior numbers, Lamarche was denounced by the representatives on mission, arrested, and sent to Paris to stand trial before the Revolutionary Tribunal. This sort of thing is about to start happening a lot, and it almost certainly would have been Dampierre's fate had he not had the good sense to get his leg blown off and then die. The clearly cursed command of the Army of the North was next handed to the former Comte de Custine. Custine had once upon a time been a young colonel in Rochambeau's expeditionary force that had fought in the American War of Independence, and he had earned himself a bunch of medals for his actions at Yorktown. Coming home, he was elected to the Estates General, where he was tightly associated with fellow American veteran and fellow liberal noble Lafayette. After the National Assembly gave way to the Legislative Assembly, Custine rejoined the army and soon found himself leading the Army of the Rhine. And it was under Custine's command that the French army seized all those German principalities on the west side of the Rhine back when everything was going peachy keen in the fall of 1792. But the rapid French advance started to be reversed in December when the Prussians retook Frankfurt. Come the spring, the Prussians then redoubled their efforts, and Custine was pushed back so fast that he was forced to abandon a French garrison of 20,000 men holding Mainz, which was now a little island in enemy territory. For the crime of retreating, Custine was ordered back to Paris to answer accusations of engaging in Dumouriez-esque treason. Defending him, though, was none other than Robespierre himself, who successfully convinced the Committee of Public Safety that Custine was above reproach. So General Custine was given command of the Army of the North on May the 29th, and would soon enough fall prey to its curse, and this time Robespierre would not be able to get him off the hook. But we are going to leave the rolling disasters up on the Belgian frontier for the moment, because things were going no better in the West, where the revolutionaries faced both the uprising in the Vendée that showed no signs of slowing down, and an invasion across the Pyrenees by the Spanish. Soon to be joined in those threats was the Federals' insurrection of Bordeaux, and their call for a Federalist army to be raised and marched on Paris. When last we left the Vendée, the initial spontaneous uprising of angry peasants had been put under the direction of local nobles who were military veterans of the Ancien Regime army. These nobles then set about turning the rebels into a more coherent army. Or, should I say, more coherent armies, because the form the rebel forces now took were basically that of old feudal armies. Where the baron enlists the subjects in his dominion into a sort of private army that then goes off to fight under his personal authority. Well, that's exactly how the rebel armies in the Vaude will coalesce. Peasants would gather and fight under the banner of their own local lord. Now, on the one hand, this was great because the direct client-patron relationship ensured the kind of loyal discipline an army needs to survive. But on the other hand, it hampered the ultimate power of the rebels because those lords often had opposing notions about what to do next. And so they were never able to combine their full strength and pursue a single unified strategy. But in May 1793, the initial strength, rather than the ultimate weakness of the rebels, was on display. The rebels went back on the offensive against the beleaguered Republican forces who lacked the training, the discipline, and the morale to hold them back. And on May the 5th, 20,000 rebels overwhelmed the 5,000 Blues defending the city of Tours. And the capture of Tours was a huge boon to the rebel fortunes because the city held a major cache of heavy guns and powder. With these guns in hands, the Vaude rebels really started to resemble a fully functioning army. Their great strength was obviously the huge and passionate peasant infantry, but they also now boasted an irregular cavalry composed of local horsemen, and now obviously batteries of artillery. All of this was put to good use a month later when a 30,000-man army marched on the city of Saumur and seized it from the 12,000 Republicans trying to hold it. After the capture of Saumur, the entire Vaude region was basically in rebel hands. But then they made a fateful mistake. Instead of coordinating a push to break out of the Vaude, and for example, head north to link up with the British, who were eager to keep them supplied, the rebels got bogged down laying siege to the city of Nantes. And this time, the Republican defenders managed to hold out, forcing the rebels to break off on June the 29th. It was the first important victory for the Blues since the uprising began, and it cost the rebels a lot of time and a lot of momentum they really didn't have to spare. As the uprising in the Vaude was expanding, the convention then got word that down in the southwest, the Spanish were opening up a whole new front in the war. In April 1793, the Spanish marched two modest armies up across the border into French territory, one across the eastern Pyrenees and one up through the western Pyrenees. After taking a string of towns and pushing the very modest French garrisons backward, the Spanish drove the French out of their fortified camp at Mosdou on May the 19th, which paved the way for the siege of Bellegarde, which began on May the 23rd. And when the Spanish successfully captured Bellegarde a month later, it gave them unrestricted access to one of the major roads through the Pyrenees. Now, though the fighting down on the Spanish front was of a much smaller scale than the main centers of action in the Vaude and then up in the northeast, it still forced the revolutionaries in Paris to accept that they were now fighting a war literally on all fronts, and were currently losing. Back in Paris, this is of course the moment when the enragés go crazy and rise up in armed insurrection. So the delegates in the National Convention were now under siege from every single direction, from the poorest quarters of Paris to the richest courts of Europe, from royalists and Catholics and federalists, radicals, conservatives, moderates. In June 1793, the Central Revolutionary Government in Paris had now been winnowed down to a handful of zealous Jacobins who everyone was gunning for, but who, for some crazy reason, decided that they were not going to give an inch, and that instead they were going to fight this thing to the death. And their life and death struggle against everyone, everywhere, would soon enough give birth to the Reign of Terror, the Jacobins' final bloody answer to every question. After the insurrection of May the 31st, June the 2nd, the first order of business for the Jacobins was neutralizing the rabble-rousing enragés, who had just handed them control of the convention. Robespierre and the other delegates of the Mountain may have been the beneficiaries of the purge of the Girondins, but they had exactly zero love for the enragés, who the Mountain thought little better than rabid anarchists. So on the same day that the Girondins were purged, that is, June the 2nd, 1793, the convention voted to spend every day working on a new constitution for France, one that would be full of red meat for the sans-culottes, and hopefully undercut the position of the enragé agitators. Now, since the inception of the convention back in September 1792, a constitutional committee had been slowly working up a draft. But that committee had been stuffed full of Girondins, and its final draft was delivered just a few weeks after the Girondins had all been painted as royalist appeasers for backing the appeal to the people. And so, the tainted committee's draft was dead on arrival. Over the next few months, other drafts floated around, but with so much else going on, cobbling together the various proposals wasn't really a priority. After the enragé insurrection, though, the Mountain made that constitution its top priority. A 5-man committee was appointed to come up with a new draft as quickly as possible, and further signaling the importance of their work, these 5 guys were appointed to the Committee of Public Safety, which is how young Louis-Antoine de Saint-Just gets on to the committee that will help make him so infamous. But before he became the Angel of Death, which he's about to become, Saint-Just was simply a charismatic young man who fancied himself a literary genius, and so he took the lead composing the first draft. The articles he cranked out dispensed with all the carefully arranged niceties of the Constitution of 1791. There would be no more separation of powers or checks and balances. Republican France would be governed by a single, unicameral legislative body that would then elect a 24-man executive committee to handle the administration and execution of the laws. Now, I've also seen it regularly reported that Saint-Just's draft swept aside the usual 2-tiered electoral apparatus and instead went with a simple one-man, one-vote direct election of delegates. But the final draft clearly lays out a system of primary assemblies feeding into electoral assemblies, so obviously something happened on the way to the printer. Not that it mattered, as we'll see once the thing gets ratified. The final draft presented to the whole convention on June the 10th was also prefaced by a revised and expanded Declaration of the Rights of Man. Where the original version was composed of 17 articles, this new version had 35 articles, and included now was the statement that public relief was a sacred debt and unfortunate citizens must be provided for. It also said that education is needed by all and ought to be available to every citizen, and that if any government should ever break the public trust enshrined in the Declaration of Rights, that an insurrection against that government was, quote, the most sacred of rights. With a little luck, the sans-culottes in the street would read this retroactive sanction of their actions and feel a little less inclined to exercise that most sacred of rights against the now Mountain-led National Convention. And indeed, after the new convention was approved by the convention on June the 24th and sent out to the provincial primary assemblies for ratification, the enragé priest Jacques Roux led a deputation into the House demanding cheaper bread and a variety of other radical economic reforms, and he accused the revolution of being worse for the poor than the Ancien regime had ever been. When the delegates scoffed him out of the room, though, he was unable for the moment to muster enough outrage in the streets to do anything about it. Not that the sans-culottes weren't still ticked off about a whole bunch of different things. They were, and a series of riots targeting soap retailers over the next few days would attest to that. It was just that they appeared willing, for the moment, to give the purged convention the benefit of the doubt. And luckily for the delegates in the convention, Paris was about to be rocked by an incident that not only distracted the sans-culottes, but also gave the Jacobins a bona fide martyr to further cement their hold on the course of the revolution. And I speak now of the assassination of Jean-Paul Marat. As you'll recall, after the Girondins were put under loose house arrest, a few of them got up and walked out the door one day, including ex-mayor of Paris and former darling of the people, Jérôme Pétion. This little group surfaced a few days later in Caen, that's C-A-E-N, up in Normandy, where they started making all kinds of noise about leading the rest of France in revolt against the usurpers in Paris. To this end, they started recruiting young men to join a Norman brigade of the hoped-for Federalist army, to join with the brigades no doubt being raised in Bordeaux and Lyon and Marseille. But the recruitment turned out to be tougher than they thought, a problem that was eventually run into by all the other Federalist leaders. Because when one of the main drivers of local opposition to Paris is the fact that they're trying to institute a draft, well, good luck trying to get anyone to join an army. So when the Girondins in Normandy staged a rally on July the 7th, they were only able to muster about 2,500 to march around on parade. But though this showing did not impress many, it did impress 24-year-old Charlotte Corday, who was at that moment about as rabidly anti-Jacobin as any woman in France this side of Marie Antoinette. Charlotte Corday came from a family of minor Norman gentry, and seems to have spent her childhood inhaling Rousseau and Roman history, emerging as a fierce Republican idealist who was furious that the revolution had been hijacked by the bloodthirsty tyrants of the Jacobin Club who were perverting the revolution. The purge of the noble and moderate Girondins was just further proof that the revolution had been hijacked by a gang of dangerous pirates, and she nodded approvingly at every new anti-Jacobin tract that emerged from the little Girondin headquarters that had set up shop right next door to her house in Caen. Above all, she hated the murderous little troll Jean-Paul Marat, and no doubt nodded very approvingly when she read a circular that was going around that read, "Let Marat's head fall and the Republic is saved. Purge France of this man of blood. His head must fall to save 200,000 others." This is, of course, a quote that I'm happy to highlight, since we all remember when King Charles was denounced with that same reference to the biblical man of blood, the man who must be killed for the realm to be redeemed. On July the 9th, Charlotte Corday boarded a stagecoach for Paris. She had decided it was time to redeem the revolution by purging France of the man of blood. She arrived in the capital on July the 12th, took up lodgings, and set to work. Now, her initial plan was to apparently kill Marat right on the floor of the convention in a dramatic act of patriotism, but she soon discovered that Marat had recently been forced to quit attending sessions. He was suffering from some kind of painful skin disease that could now only be soothed by soaking in a cool bath. And stricken by a particularly bad flare-up, he now rarely left his room and worked full-time at a makeshift desk sitting in a bathtub. But despite being robbed of her intended stage, Corday pressed on with her plan. She purchased a kitchen knife from a vendor at the Palais Royal, and the next day, July the 13th, 1793, she headed down to the Cordeliers district to talk her way into an audience with the man of blood. Her first attempt to gain an audience failed, but the second time she shouted loudly enough for Marat to hear that she had information about the Girondins who had fled up to Normandy. His interest piqued, Marat called down to let this noisy young woman come up. Corday was then escorted into Marat's room, and under the suspicious eye of one of his housekeepers, proceeded to feed Marat exactly what he wanted to hear. After about 15 minutes, the two were finally left alone, and that's when Corday got up, pulled out the knife, and plunged it into Marat's chest. The screaming brought the whole neighborhood running, and they were horrified by what they saw, the great friend of the people dying rapidly in a bath filled with his own blood, and the murderer right there, not even really trying to get away. Corday was taken into custody and interrogated by the authorities, who pressed and pressed and pressed for the names of the men who had put her up to it. But she swore up and down that no one had put her up to it, that it was all her idea, and that it had been an act of patriotic duty. Marat was the man of blood. He had to die to save thousands of innocent lives and avert civil war. Very put out that they did not have a huge conspiracy to crack down on, the Paris authorities then tossed Corday into the conciergerie. She was guillotined before a huge crowd on July the 17th, believing her own death to be a noble sacrifice, and that she had struck the first critical blow in the war against Jacobin tyranny. But sadly for Corday, her actions did not help bring about the end of Jacobin tyranny, and in many ways, she helped bolster their cause. Marat overnight became a revolutionary martyr. His funeral was carefully orchestrated to exalt him as a popular hero, and eventually, something of a cult grew up around him. When dechristianization really starts getting going, busts of Marat would often replace crucifixes in co-opted churches. Now, interestingly enough, though, Marat's remains were not immediately transferred into the Pantheon, as we all might imagine they would have been. It was not until after the Thermidorian reaction, that is, after the fall of Robespierre, that Marat was dug up and put into the Pantheon. And that seemed to be simply a PR stunt to try to link the Thermidorians to the beloved revolutionary martyr. But wherever his body lay, the Jacobins deployed the memory of Marat to boost their own image and attack their opponents. So in a big way, Corday's assassination of Marat only strengthened the position of the men she hoped to destroy. Doubly sadly for Corday, the Girondins, on whose behalf she had died, were not about to come storming down to retake Paris. And across France, their struggle to raise willing recruits to form a federalist army went nowhere. A few thousand joined up in Bordeaux, but those guys didn't want to leave Bordeaux. A few thousand joined up in Marseille, but those guys didn't want to leave Marseille. The Federalist leaders never got anywhere near the pipe dream of 80,000 men they hoped to raise. The Federalist revolt, such as it was, would remain a series of independent uprisings, and could thus be dealt with each in their own turn. Not that anyone knew the Federalist uprising wasn't going to turn out to be as dire as predicted, and certainly not the leaders of the Allied coalition. Though the French armies just about everywhere were demoralized, and reinforced only by recruits raised by the levée of 300,000 who were both inexperienced he had left behind in Mainz had finally surrendered on July the 23rd, and that then the garrison at Valenciennes had done the same on July the 28th. Tossed into the conciergerie, Custine would be convicted of negligence by the Revolutionary Tribunal and eventually guillotined in the Reign of Terror. As you can imagine, the applications just flooded in to take over the Army of the North. But as I just mentioned, instead of capitalizing on their victories and the weakness of the French, the Allies elected to linger on the periphery, and up in Belgium, they simply moved off to take 2 more fortress cities rather than truly launch an invasion. And they were further held back by Prime Minister William Pitt's insistence that the Allies lay siege to Dunkirk, which wasn't a particularly vital stronghold in terms of winning the war, but which was the main spoil of war Pitt had his eyes on. So the huge Allied army on the Belgian frontier, now numbering almost 100,000, was divided up and dispatched to their various sieges, totally unaware that France was not about to implode on itself, and was in fact about to explode against all of them, and that they had just missed a golden opportunity to end the war right there. As all of this was unfolding, the so-called Constitution of 1793 was circulating through France. That is, the parts of France not currently in armed revolt. And when the vote came back in, the Constitution turned out to be accepted by an overwhelming margin, signaling widespread support not just for the Constitution itself, but also for the Jacobins who had drafted it. The margin of victory was so huge it was almost unbelievable. The reported numbers were 1,800,000 yes, 11,000 no. Yes, that is correct, 1.8 million to 11,000. It's almost unbelievable. Like maybe they were just some numbers that the Jacobins back in Paris had decided sounded like a comfortable enough margin of victory. Which isn't just the monarchy, and was orchestrated by artist and ardent revolutionary Jacques-Louis David. It involved the Parisians moving on a set path from location to location, starting at the remains of the Bastille and ending at the Champ de Mars. Along the way, David had erected huge theatrical stage works to celebrate this or that aspect of the revolution. And in case anyone was wondering what the Parisians thought of those out in the provinces who had risen up against them, one station along the route showed Hercules preparing to kill an evil monster representing federalism. Not exactly a call for reconciliation or fraternity, nor exactly signaling the unity and indivisibility of the Republic. And what was the fate of the Constitution of 1793 that they were all in part celebrating the ratification of? Well, when a delegate in the National Convention stood up the next day to suggest calling elections for the new legislature, he was practically laughed out of the room. There were far too many emergencies out there to risk inaugurating a new government. The elections would be postponed, and then they would be permanently postponed. The Constitution of 1793 would never be put into effect. And next week, we will introduce the men of the reconstituted Committee of Public Safety, to whom the fate of the revolution would be entrusted, since the fate of the revolution could clearly not be entrusted to the people of France. Hello, and welcome to Revolutions. Episode 3.32, The Committee of Public Safety. As the array of political and military disasters that erupted on all fronts in mid-1793 threatened to consume revolutionary France, the now mountain-dominated National Convention decided that they were absolutely not going to go down without a fight. The Federalists would be crushed, the rebels in the Vendée exterminated, the old regimes of Europe would be conquered by the armies of France. They aimed for nothing less than total victory on all fronts. But accomplishing this extraordinarily ambitious plan would require a far more omnipotent national government than the Revolution had yet allowed. And it is one of the great ironies of the French Revolution that just as it was publicly celebrating the super-democratic Constitution of 1793, it was simultaneously being converted into an authoritarian dictatorship, a dictatorship run through the newly reorganized Committee of Public Safety. The Committee of Public Safety had been established back in March as a direct response to the terrible news coming down from Belgium and then out of Vendée. And as I mentioned, the dominant figure of the first few months of the committee's existence was Georges Danton, who had become of late a voice of moderation. But as the bad news from all fronts continued to flood in, the delegates left in the National Convention after the purge of the Girondins were now open to the argument that moderation very possibly meant death. As we will see in a few moments, though, the turn away from moderation did not imply a turn toward further radicalism. Instead, the turn away from moderation was in the direction of, let's call it, uncompromising patriotic commitment that would tolerate challenges from neither the right nor the left. The coming Jacobin reign of terror, a far more colorful way of putting it than uncompromising patriotic commitment, would be directed as much against the populace on the left as against crypto-royalists on the right. The first move in this turn against moderation was the removal of Danton from the Committee of Public Safety. As we've seen, ever since the insurrection of August the 10th and the September massacres, Danton had been projecting an image of himself as a pragmatic and level-headed statesman, rather than as a fire-breathing agitator. His patriotism had already been called into question after he publicly supported the treasonous General Dumouriez, and after the insurrection of May the 31st, June 2nd, suspicions about his commitment to the revolutionary cause only grew. Rather than promoting vindictive reprisals against the Federalist insurrectionaries, Danton counseled leniency, bring them back into the fold with the carrot, not the stick. His answer to the collapse of the armies in Belgium was to try to open negotiations with the Prussians to try to dislodge them from the Allied coalition. Danton's apparent willingness to bargain with the revolution's enemies rather than crush them sparked a political backlash. When the monthly elections for the Committee of Public Safety came round again on July the 10th, Danton, ostensibly its most powerful member, was not re-elected, nor were any of his allies. And though Danton would remain a powerful force for months to come, this is really the moment when he and the old Cordelier inner circle, once the most extreme leading edge of the revolution, will begin their tragic march to the guillotine. The new Committee of Public Safety that started to take shape on July the 10th promised to be more vigorous in its approach to everything. Their mission was nothing less than the salvation of France and the revolution, and they would work tirelessly and without remorse until that mission was complete. As young Saint-Just said, those who would make revolution in the world, those who want to do good in this world, must sleep only in the tomb. You can accuse the Committee of Public Safety of a lot of things, but you cannot accuse them of being lazy. After the election of July the 10th removed moderate voices from the committee, a series of supplemental appointments over the next few months brought the total number of committee members up to 12, and it was these 12 men who would turn the Committee of Public Safety into the engine of terror that continues to haunt the Western imagination. Each of the 12 is interesting and important in his own way, but it would be silly to sit here and rattle them off to you one by one, because by the time I got to guy number 12, you wouldn't be able to remember who guy number 1 was. So what I'll do right now is highlight a few of the really important members, and then, in the episodes to come, introduce the others as they enter and exit the stage. So for now, let's first of all remember that Louis-Antoine de Saint-Just, all of 26 years old, had already been appointed to the committee back in June to work on the Constitution of 1793, and he was elected to an official spot on July the 10th. The most famous member of the committee, though, was not elected on July the 10th, and that was, of course, Saint-Just's mentor, the indomitable leader of the Mountain, Maximilien Robespierre. Robespierre, oddly enough, continued to cast a skeptical eye on the committee he was destined to dominate, and he was not persuaded to take a seat until July the 27th. Once he showed up, though, Robespierre would become the committee's voice inside the convention, defending its conduct and its further consolidation of power, and then, of course, serve as the key ideologue of the whole project. And in short order, Robespierre would emerge as the anchor of the political wing of the committee, the wing most concerned with rooting out and destroying the enemies of the revolution. And this would eventually lead Robespierre to put the committee, and by extension all of France, under his personal control. But in the midst of the crisis of mid-1793, the political wing of the committee was emphatically not the most important wing of the committee, because though consolidating national political power was a key objective, the really key objective was the objective that would ultimately make the consolidation of national power possible, and that was winning the war. So on August the 14th, 2 more men were appointed to the committee who would anchor what I'll call the military wing. And of those 2 men, one of them deserves special attention because he is going to go down in history as the great organizer of victory, the man who almost single-handedly turned the fortunes of war around and kept revolutionary France from being defeated by all her enemies right then and there in 1793. Lazare Carnot. So though the ideological terror unleashed by Robespierre and the political wing is more famous, had Carnot and the military wing not succeeded, and wildly succeeded as it would turn out, the political wing never would have had the power or the legitimacy to do what it did. Lazare Carnot had been born up in Burgundy in 1753, and from an early age he showed a great aptitude in math and science. He went off to study at a military college specifically focused on artillery and engineering, where he established a reputation as one of the brightest minds of his generation. But unfortunately, Carnot was a commoner entering the ranks of the army of the Ancien Regime, which, as you might recall from way back when, was currently in the process of making it even harder for non-nobles to rise to senior positions. So, despite his obvious abilities, Carnot was commissioned as a lieutenant, soon promoted to captain, and from there left to languish, despite the fact that in his spare time he was actually making genuine advances to theoretical and practical physics, and publishing papers that were very well received by the scientific community. So for obvious reasons, Carnot was sympathetic to the revolution when it broke out, and though he was not, and never would be, a politician per se, he had spent a lot of time thinking about the kinds of reforms that, let's say the army could use if it was going to survive in the modern world. So he stood for and won a seat in the Legislative Assembly in 1791. Now, try as I might, I cannot find a source that will tell me what Carnot thought about the warmongering of Brissot and the Girondins, whether he supported them or thought the whole thing crazy. And if anybody out there has any idea, please drop me a line. After the king was overthrown in August 1792, Carnot was dispatched to the Army of the Rhine to ensure that the officer corps there was prepared to fight for the new regime. Then he was elected into the National Convention, but was basically absent from Paris the whole time, being dispatched first down to the Pyrenees to set up a defensive line to block any advance by the Spanish, a line that unfortunately did not hold after he left, and then when things started going badly up in Belgium, he was one of those representatives on mission sent up to hold the line. Now, Carnot was, to be sure, in favor of aggressive action, and he was one of the ones pushing the generals to fight and not retreat. But Carnot was far more of a military technocrat than some raging ideologue, and after witnessing firsthand the setbacks that followed Dumouriez's defection, Carnot came away convinced that the army was not suffering from a lack of ideological commitment, so much as a lack of manpower, proper organization, training, material, and he started sketching plans to completely transform the French armies. When he was recalled from the front lines and appointed to the Committee of Public Safety on August the 14th and told, "Hey man, go win the war," he already had a pretty good idea of exactly what needed to be done. So it did not take long for new committee member Carnot to roll out his great project, and on August the 23rd, the Committee of Public Safety decreed, and the National Convention supported, the justly famous levée en masse, the simultaneous mobilization of the entire nation to arms. The levée en masse bluntly demanded that the citizens of France recognize an absolute and universal obligation to serve in the military. From here on out, every citizen was a potential soldier. The first round of conscriptions specifically targeted all unmarried men ages 18 to 25, and more specifically, those unmarried young men in regions that were currently threatened by either foreign attack or local federalist insurrection. The idea was to simply raise so many men so fast that they would overwhelm the revolution's enemies. Now, before I really started picking my way through the minutiae of the French Revolution, I knew that the levée en masse was a big deal, but I never realized just how truly audacious it was. I mean, it was just back in February that the convention issued the levée of 300,000, and look what that had gotten them. The Vendée Uprising and the Federalist Revolt. So to go back to that same well looking not just for more water, but for all the water, well, that's pretty crazy. But it worked. So you're probably wondering why the levee en masse wound up working given the oh-so-recent wave of anti-draft riots back in the spring. The answer is, first of all, as successful as the levee en masse turned out to be, quickly raising 300,000 and eventually leading to somewhere between 750 and 800,000 Frenchmen under arms by the end of the year, there was a lot of draft dodging everywhere. And let's just say, for example, that the marriage rates in France mysteriously skyrocketed in September 1793, just as commissioners were coming around looking for unmarried men to ship off to the front lines. But those that did submit were doing so under very different circumstances than when the levee of 300,000 was going around. Back in February, the French armies on the frontier were still ascendant, and the call to arms was premised on an abstract need to reinforce the army. But by the fall of 1793, everything had gone to hell. Foreign armies were camped inside French territory. The Federalist cities were calling for civil war. The Vendée was on fire. Representatives on mission and local commissioners could plausibly argue that if you didn't step up and do your duty, that revolutionary France would be crushed, and with it, any hope that you might have of not just going back to being some oppressed peasant resaddled to the yoke of a restored aristocracy. But the levee en masse was really successful because it was not just about raising troops. It was about putting everyone and everything to work to win the war. And this was described in the opening of the decree announcing the levee. From this moment until such time as its enemies shall have been driven from the soil of the Republic, all Frenchmen are in permanent requisition for the services of the armies. The young men shall fight. The married men shall forge arms and transport provisions. The women shall make tents and clothes and shall serve in the hospitals. The children shall turn old lint into linen. The old men shall betake themselves to the public squares in order to arouse the courage of the warriors and preach hatred of kings and the unity of the Republic. What all of that meant was that just as the Allies were anticipating the imminent collapse of France, France was instead transforming itself into a massive war machine. Even before the levee had a chance to start making a difference, things actually started to look not quite so dire. When that little Girondin-led brigade of Norman Federalists tried to rally further support by marching towards Paris in July, they were broken and dispersed the moment they made contact with a National Guard brigade sent to stop them. By the middle of August, Bordeaux was pulling back from its lofty dreams of everyone getting together and marching on the capital, and was hunkering down to brace for reprisals from Paris. In the east, both Lyon and Marseille were themselves facing the prospect of fighting regular army troops who were now redirected from their bases along the Alpine border to come down and retake the rebel cities. Now we'll come back to Lyon next week, since they're going to hold out until October, and the subsequent reprisals visited upon the city will form an integral part of the opening of the Reign of Terror. But Marseille is about to capitulate, so let's take care of that right now. Marseille was, of course, already suffering from an Allied blockade. That was part of the reason they had gone into revolt in the first place. But with regular troops now on the way, the Federalist leaders inside the city decided that the only way to survive was to open negotiations with the British to hand Marseille over to the Allies in exchange for provisions and protection. But when word of these negotiations leaked, it sparked a backlash, as most of the citizens who had supported the revolt against Paris were emphatic that they did not do it just to hand the keys to the city over to the British. After a series of street clashes, the most extreme Federalists were run out of the city, and Marseille surrendered to the approaching regular troops on August the 25th. But though this was welcome news in Paris, the explosive news that followed right on its heels really wasn't. And that news precipitated yet another insurrection in the capital. What had happened is that those hardcore Federalists who fled Marseille made their way over to Toulon, which just so happened to be the home base of the French Navy in the Mediterranean. With the capture of Marseille no longer an option, the British turned to the people of Toulon and made them the same deal that they had just offered to Marseille. Let us sail in, and we'll protect you. This proposal caused just as much heated controversy as it had in Marseille, but with the hardcore Federalists from Marseille now turning up with stories of vicious atrocities committed by the Jacobin-controlled regular troops, stories that for the moment were a bit overblown, the citizens of Toulon opted for what appeared to be the lesser of two evils. On August the 27th, they invited the British to sail into the harbor, thus allowing the Allies to capture the French naval yards without firing a shot. When word reached Paris of the betrayal of Toulon on September the 2nd, it fed into another round of angry unrest already rising in the capital that soon culminated with yet another popular insurrection on September the 5th, an insurrection that would mark the beginning of the Reign of Terror. In many ways, the insurrection of September the 5th looks a lot like the insurrections of May 31st, June the 2nd. Both involved angry sans-culottes arming themselves, surrounding the convention, and demanding a whole slate of populist reforms, with the convention then capitulating. But is that really what happened on September the 5th? As it turns out, no, not really. And the insurrection of September the 5th does not represent yet another stage in the process of increasing radicalization that has been ongoing since the Estates General first met way back in May 1789. Instead, it marks the end of that process. Now, this is not the end of uncompromising patriotic commitment, not by a long shot. But this is the end of the ever-increasing political and economic radicalization of the revolution. That is not really how it looks on the surface, though, and there's a lot of political sleight of hand going on here. So, let's get into it. To understand the insurrection of September the 5th, we must first understand the role played by Jacques Hébert. Hébert, you probably don't remember, was one of the two men arrested by the Commission of 12 back in May, arrests that helped trigger the purge of the Girondins. Hébert was a left-wing journalist who had been publishing a popular newspaper since 1790. He had started out advocating liberal noble-esque constitutional royalism, but like so many others, the flight to Varennes turned Hébert against the monarchy and in favor of making France a republic. He was present at the massacre of the Champ de Mars, and after that his paper became a windmill of attacks against the king and the queen and Lafayette, and most especially the Catholic Church. Hébert was an avowed atheist and one of the leading proponents of total de-Christianization. All of this earned him enormous popularity among the sans-culottes and helped him secure a seat on the insurrectionary commune after August the 10th. From that seat, he supported the September massacres and used his paper to publicly defend the necessity of the slaughter. But though Hébert was obviously a far-left radical, he was also personally at odds with most of the Enragé leaders and vied with them for influence over the sans-culottes. And it was much to his chagrin that the Commission of 12 lumped him in with the street maniacs when they went out looking for people to arrest. Hébert's other great rival for the hearts of the sans-culottes was of course Jean-Paul Marat, though it wasn't really much of a rivalry. Hébert published in Marat's shadow. Everyone did. But when Marat was assassinated in July, Hébert was determined to corner the market on revolutionary populism, and he was mostly successful. The circulation of his paper skyrocketed, and in no time Hébert became what Marat had so recently been, the most influential left-wing journalist in Paris. But as he was donning the mantle of the voice of the people, Hébert turned his virulent pen as much against the Enragés as against squishy moderates in the National Convention, and he was about to help orchestrate a plot to push the Enragés off the stage, or more precisely, up onto the scaffold. In September 1793, Jacques Hébert was wearing a number of different hats. He was, of course, editor and publisher of a hugely popular newspaper, but he also sat on the Central Council of the Paris Commune and was a member in good standing of the Jacobin Club. This meant that he had followers in the street, power in city government, and plenty of allies in the National Convention. So when the streets once again began to get restless after news that Toulon had surrendered, Hébert and his allies in the Commune and the Jacobin Club and the Convention helped organize a popular uprising that would help them all co-opt the Enragé platform, win the loyalty of the sans-culottes, and eliminate the Enragé as an independent political force. On September the 4th, a mostly spontaneous demonstration outside the Hôtel de Ville by workers demanding economic relief provided the perfect opportunity to initiate the plan. As a member of the Commune, Hébert went out and told the workers to come back tomorrow, and we'll have ourselves a real organized insurrection. Then he declared September the 5th a work holiday to ensure a large turnout for the coming show. This time, of course, the leading delegates of the National Convention were not surprised when this mob showed up, and were instead prepared to receive them. And when the mob showed up on September the 5th, the co-opting began in earnest. As we've seen, the Enragés, more than anything else, were driven by economic concerns. They had no money, they had no food, and their demands on September the 5th reflected this. They said, above all, we demand subsistence, and demand that the government provide that subsistence by any means necessary. They wanted that promised revolutionary army to be raised so it could go charge around seizing the food that they just knew was being hoarded by the wealthy. They wanted those units equipped with mobile guillotines to enforce revolutionary order. They wanted no more compromises, no more moderation. Appeals to patriotism and compassion and national unity were clearly not working. So they demanded that terror be the order of the day. That is, that the government use unflinching violence to ensure compliance with its decrees. On the surface, the sans-culottes certainly appeared to get most of what they demanded. But the concessions offered by the convention were designed mostly to complete the process of power centralization that had been ongoing since the insurrection of June the 2nd. For example, though that revolutionary army that we've been talking about was finally given the green light to organize, it was initially limited to just 6,500 men. And when these 6,500 most militant sans-culottes in Paris joined up and went out into the countryside looking for grain, guess where they weren't anymore? That's right, in Paris, causing trouble for the convention. Then there was the quote-unquote concession, proposed by Danton by the by, that men be paid for attending the sectional assemblies, and that those assemblies would be held twice a week. Now that sounds great, right? Except that the sectional assemblies had been in permanent session since the insurrection of August the 10th, so the twice-a-week mandate was really about severely limiting their ability to organize rather than enhancing it. And the payments for attendance? Well, that's just straight buying people off, because it would be the convention doing the paying, not the sections themselves. And wherefore comes the money, so too goes the loyalty. Then the convention agreed on September the 6th to appoint 2 new members to the Committee of Public Safety, and these 2 appointments would bring the total up to the infamous 12. These were 2 men who were adored by the sans-culottes, Jean-Marie Collot d'Herbois and Jacques-Nicolas Billaud-Varenne. These 2 men would in time become the most infamous architects of the terror, but for the moment, their inclusion on the committee was all about legitimizing the Committee of Public Safety in the eyes of the sans-culottes, and ensure that their especially uncompromising brand of patriotic commitment would be directed on behalf of the committee, rather than against the committee. In the weeks that followed, further popular initiatives were handed down that again gave the appearance of radical populism, but which were mostly deployed to further consolidate central power. On September the 11th, another grain maximum was decreed that promised to keep the price of bread down. Once it was decreed, the harvest, collection, and transportation of grain was put under the direct supervision of the Committee of Public Safety. Then on September the 17th, the law of suspects massively broadened both the definition of suspect and the surveillance powers of the authorities to the point that basically anyone could now be dragged before the Revolutionary Tribunal for any reason at any time. Now, these enhanced police powers were technically put under the control of the Convention's Committee of General Security, the committee that had been mostly superseded by the Committee of Public Safety, but which still had jurisdiction over local police and reports of domestic treason. Now, the Sans-Culottes wanted the jurisdiction of the Revolutionary Tribunal expanded, and suspects easier to arrest, because they were envisioning an all-out war on rich hoarders who live fat on the food that they were intentionally withholding from Paris. But the Committee of General Security had no plans to use their enhanced police powers to simply wage class war. Dominated by allies of Jacques Hébert, the Committee of General Security instead used it first to crush their enemies on the left. One of the first men arrested after the new law of suspects was decreed was none other than Jean-François Varlet. Varlet being the other guy arrested by the Commission of 12 along with Hébert back in May. 3 days later, another of the major enragés, Théophile Leclerc, was intimidated into silence. Threatened with arrest, he ceased publication of his radical newspaper. But what about the ultra-radical priest Jacques Roux, the most famous of the enragés? Oh, that's right, he's already in jail. He was arrested on the night of September 5th for his role in inciting the insurrection. All of this is going to mark the end of the enragés as a political force. A few weeks later, the convention then completed its co-option of the Sans-Culottes by rolling out an even more ambitious economic program. On September the 29th, they decreed the General Maximum. The General Maximum laid down a set of maximum prices for all sorts of essential commodities: grain, flour, oil, meat, firewood, paper, soap, leather. The General Maximum was loved by the end consumer sans-culotte in Paris, but was, of course, pretty much a disaster for everyone else. It legitimized the notion that high prices were caused by hoarders and price gougers and profiteers, rather than the basic mechanism of too little supply meeting too much demand. Enforcement of the General Maximum was then folded into the law of suspects, and pretty soon shopkeepers either had to sell their goods for less than they cost to acquire, or be denounced as traitors and executed. The General Maximum, though, worked great in one respect. It pretty much diffused any possibility that the convention had to fear another sans-culotte uprising, which is really what it was designed to do. As I've said now repeatedly, the insurrection of September the 5th was not about putting into place a more radical political and economic program for its own sake. This was all about giving the state, as personified by the Committee of Public Safety, essentially unlimited power to do whatever it wanted and the means to enforce their will. So, we are now a long, long ways from the tennis court oath and the Declaration of the Rights of Man. The French Revolution is now fundamentally no longer about liberty and rights. It is about obedience and sacrifice. What had begun as a project to free the individual from the capricious tyranny of the state had now become the opposite. The individual now existed to serve the needs of the state, needs defined now by the 12 men of the Committee of Public Safety. And if you refused, Madame la Guillotine awaits, because terror is the order of the day. So next week, we will begin the dark and bloody reign of terror, when the revolution will well and truly begin to devour its children. Hello, and welcome to Revolutions. Episode 3.33, The Geography of Terror. So last time, we brought ourselves right up to the beginning of the Reign of Terror, which is about to descend on France. But though the terror played out as a bloody game of sadistic revolutionary partisanship in Paris, The bulk of its victims were not major political figures, but rather obscure men and women out in the departments, specifically in those departments currently in insurrection. Contrary to the popular myth that the terror was about the poor killing the rich or the peasants killing the aristocrats, it was actually far more about eliminating opponents of the centralizing revolutionary government in Paris and scaring everyone else into submission. Through July 1794, there will be 16,594 official victims of the terror. That is, those specifically condemned by the revolutionary tribunals or representatives on mission and guillotined. Of those, 1,900 will come from the region surrounding Lyon, 1,300 will come from the region surrounding Marseille and Toulon, and a whopping 8,700 will come from the Vendée. Add those together, and we're talking about 70% of the total victims right there. Add the 2,600 killed in Paris, and now we're talking about almost 90% of the victims of the terror coming from 4 very specific locations. Now, we'll get into all the fun in Paris next week, where the Reign of Terror will be kicked off by the show trial and execution of Marie Antoinette, and then the show trial and execution of the Girondins. But I want to spend today circling the frontiers to bring the course of events outside the capital up to speed, because that's really where the Great Terror is going to play out. But I need to start today by heading back up to the war front in Belgium, because if the French don't start winning some battles, they'll never get a chance to chop each other's heads off. So when last we left the cursed Army of the North, the French had been getting kicked around, and their generals had been getting arrested and guillotined, which is really kind of an interesting way to try to win a war. As you will recall, after their run of victories in July 1793, the Allies decided not to invade the heart of France then, and instead divided up and went off to lay a couple of more sieges on the periphery. The Austrians headed down to the fortress city of La Quinoise and began a siege on August 28th. Meanwhile, the British and Hanoverian forces under the grand old Duke of York headed up to Dunkirk. Now, the move on Dunkirk, as I said, was less about immediate necessities of war than about fulfilling the long-term political and economic dreams of the British. But this diversion wasn't supposed to be that big of a deal. Dunkirk would fall quickly, France would collapse shortly thereafter. But then neither of those things happened, and before they knew it, the British were in full-on retreat back to the Netherlands. The British failure to take Dunkirk was mostly a failure of logistical coordination. When the British army showed up outside the city, they were supposed to be met by the British Navy, but there was no Navy. There was supposed to be a delivery of heavy siege guns, but there were no guns. The artillery company who was going to fire the guns got dropped off, but there were no guns for them to fire. When ships did appear on the horizon, they turned out to be French gunboats, who immediately started blasting away on the British position. As the Duke of York started digging in, expecting support, any day now, the French army started massing south of Dunkirk for a relief effort. Reinforced by the first waves of recruits from the levée en masse, about 40,000 men were concentrated south of the city by early September. And as I mentioned those new recruits, I should also mention one of the big innovations that is going to help the French really start kicking ass out there. A while back, I mentioned that the War Committee of the old Legislative Assembly had recommended integrating new recruits with veterans of the line for basically all the reasons you might think that would be a good idea. Well, now is the moment when this finally starts taking effect. Known as the amalgame, the pairing of recruits raised from the levée en masse with guys who had already been fighting for months and even years. This integration program dramatically increased the speed with which new troops could be turned into effective soldiers. Now, the amalgame was not without its detractors, and sans-culotte purists wanted to keep the levée en masse guys as their own separate brigades to maintain political purity. That way they wouldn't be poisoned by these cynical and probably royalist professional soldiers. But the representatives on mission in the army made it quite clear that the amalgame was going to be a thing. And so it was, and it turned out to have been absolutely the right call. As the forces south of Dunkirk swelled, the senior military officers, the representatives on mission, and then the Committee of Public Safety back in Paris discussed how to proceed. And one thing that has become clear to me in trying to get a handle on all of this is that it's very difficult to tell where ideas and strategies really came from. Like who was to blame for failures and who deserves credit for successes. As everyone jockeyed with everyone else in an effort to avoid the guillotine, the rush to take credit for the good and blame someone else for the bad became a regular habit. And I'm not talking just about the officers. Even someone like Lazare Carnot, who is regarded these days as indispensable to the war effort, while his position in the fall of 1793 was no more secure than anyone else's. One wrong move, and he might get swept off to the guillotine himself. So as we walk through this, I think it's fair to say that we know what happened, but it's definitely cobbled together from a bunch of unreliable witnesses who were far more interested in living another day than in writing an objective and honest account of the action. So by now you're probably wondering, okay, well, who is nominally in charge of the Army of the North? Who has been given the mother of all cursed promotions? Well, I'll tell you. This week's poor sod is Jean-Nicolas Houchard. Initially, the promotion of Houchard was greeted with some enthusiasm. He was a commoner, and so for the first time in French history, an army would be led by someone without a speck of noble blood. So this was a pretty big deal politically. But unfortunately, if you are looking to prove that a commoner can do the job just as well as some noble, Jean-Nicolas Houchard is not the man you're looking for. At the dawn of the Revolution, he had been in the army for 24 years and had risen to the rank of cavalry captain and never commanded more than a single company. But he was promoted along with everyone else once the old senior officers started ditching out through 1791 and 1792, but each promotion took Houchard further away from what he was good at, and that was bravely leading small units in battle, and toward something he was bad at, which is coordinating large armies and successfully planning a complicated operation on multiple fronts. And it's not like Houchard didn't know he wasn't up for the job he had just been handed. He did know it, which just makes his fate all the more tragic. As if the new General Houchard needed reminding of what failure meant, a messenger from Paris came up and informed him that his old commander, the esteemed General Custine, had just been convicted of negligence by the Revolutionary Tribunal and guillotined on August 28th. So, there's nothing quite like sitting around getting ready to start a job you don't think you can do, knowing full well that when you don't do it, you'll be killed. As you can imagine, Houchard hesitated to start this job. But when the representatives on mission sensed his hesitation, they basically ordered him to get his butt in gear. So on the morning of September the 6th, 1793, Houchard put his troops into motion, directing them against the 20,000 or so allies spread out south of Dunkirk, protecting the Duke of York's flank. The two sides battled each other across a miles-long line in some pretty crappy weather, and though the Allied forces were heavily outnumbered, they were only pushed back with supreme difficulty. And the standard historical analysis is that Houchard spread his men across way too wide a front, and thus failed to take advantage of his superior numbers. By 6 in the evening, Houchard wanted to shut things down for the day, but he was ordered to keep going by the representative on mission looking over his shoulder, who said, quote, "Free men were never too tired to fight the slaves of tyrants." So, on the French army went, eventually pushing the Allies back into the town of Honshout, whereupon darkness finally put a stop to the day's battle. The next day, the French were too scattered to do anything even with the representative breathing down Houchard's neck, so it wasn't until September the 8th that they were finally ready to attack the 15,000 Allies holed up in Honshout. But rather than massing his guys for one big push, Houchard again spread his army out. He broke off 12,000 to head straight for Dunkirk, and then he had another 10,000 or so stationed like 20 miles to the southeast, not really doing much of anything. So he only advanced on Honshout with maybe 22,000 guys. But despite completely negating his overwhelming numerical superiority, the Allies inside Honshout were pretty well battered, and so when the French launched their attack on the morning of September the 8th, the Allies first took heavy casualties, and then were forced to retreat. The Battle of Honshout forced the Duke of York to finally abandon his futile siege of Dunkirk. He had never received the reinforcements he requested to help him truly encircle the city. The siege guns had never arrived. The navy had never arrived. So with his flank totally exposed, he said, "Forget it, we're pulling out." Adding insult to injury, the combination of bad weather and the French defenders inside Dunkirk intentionally dumping all their wastewater into the Allied trenches, the British could not extract their heavy baggage, nor the few heavy guns they did have. So, literally bogged down, his retreat from Dunkirk was a slow slog. With all the Allies now in a stumbling retreat, the representative on mission told Houchard, "Go get 'em." But Houchard refused. His army was an exhausted mess, spread out all over the place, and the general just didn't think they could handle further action. In a fleeting, and ultimately fatal, bit of self-confidence, he told the representative who was demanding more action, quote, "You are not a military man." And the representative backed down. Oh, and in case you're wondering, 3 days after the Duke of York ended the siege, the British Navy finally showed up. Instead of pouncing on the retreating British, Houchard instead gathered up his men and pointed them at Le Quesnoy. Now, had Houchard managed to relieve Le Quesnoy, it's possible, just possible, he might have kept his head. But he just didn't have enough time. On September the 13th, his army successfully drove off about 15,000 Dutch from Mouna, which cleared the road to Le Quesnoy. But that same day, the city surrendered to the Austrians. And then 2 days later, the French advance was reversed by a reinforced Allied army, and that was it for poor old General Houchard. He was arrested in Lille on September the 24th and hauled back to Paris to face the Revolutionary Tribunal, where he was accused of treason. But though the treason charge was utterly bogus, it wasn't until one of the prosecutors called him a coward that Houchard was finally roused to defend himself. I mean, we're talking about a guy whose face had been disfigured in the past by not only a gunshot wound to the mouth, but also a saber slash to the cheek. This was a guy whose chest was basically one big intertwined mess of scar tissue. He had led the middle column of the attack on Honshout personally. Houchard may have been out of his depth, guilty of incompetence, and maybe even insubordination. But cowardice? Never. But they found him guilty anyway, and he was guillotined November the 17th. Okay, so who on earth is next going to get stuck with this death sentence of a command? Who is the next unlucky soul who will wind up running the army for 2 months before getting denounced, hauled back to Paris, and executed? Well, as it turns out, we're actually about to land on a guy who's going to stick around for a while. A really long while, as it'll turn out. He's going to have his near misses with the Revolutionary Tribunal along the way, but in 31-year-old Jean-Baptiste Jourdan, we finally got ourselves a survivor. Someone who can both run an army and avoid a revolutionary death sentence. And not to give anything away, but Jourdan is going to serve France in various capacities through everything. The Jacobin dictatorship, the Directory, the Napoleonic Empire, the restored monarchy, the July monarchy. Jourdan is going to die a well-respected son of France in 1834, the ripe old age of 71. And good for him. Jean-Baptiste Jourdan was born in 1762, the son of a surgeon. He ran away from home at the age of 16 and joined the army, just as France was getting into the American War of Independence. And in October 1779, he was there at the bloody fiasco that was the joint French-American attack on Savannah, which we talked about back in episode 2.10, Turning South. He spent the remainder of his war service in the West Indies before being discharged in 1784. After that, he set himself up as a dry goods merchant, got married in 1788, and appeared all set to live a life of peaceful obscurity. But then along comes the French Revolution. He joined his local National Guard unit, and then when Paris started begging for volunteers to help fill the ranks of the rapidly deteriorating French army, Jourdan enlisted. He was put in charge of a battalion, fought at Jemappes and Neerwinden, and quickly made a name for himself as an excellent young officer. After the defection of Dumouriez and the subsequent cycle of generals who came and went in rapid fire, Jourdan was promoted to brigadier general in May, divisional general in July, and then, when Houchard was arrested in September, 31-year-old Jean-Baptiste Jourdan was given command of the Army of the North, and I'm sure he was just thrilled about it. And as if being made commander of the Army of the North wasn't bad enough, what with the representatives on mission ready to arrest you for treason if you cracked your knuckles too loud, Jourdan was about to have to labor under the biggest representative on mission of them all, Lazare Carnot himself. After successfully capturing La Quesnoy, the Austrians then moved on to besiege the city of Maubeuge, and with the British off licking their wounds, this was a perfect opportunity to strike at the Austrians while they were unsupported by their allies. So Carnot headed out from Paris to make sure that Jourdan did not hesitate. Now at first, there was nothing but agreement between the two men. Jourdan favored an aggressive campaign, and he commended the representatives on mission for the job they were doing. So Jourdan is saying all the right things. Then, after regrouping following the actions at Dunkirk, the French were able to mass about 45,000 south of Maubeuge to strike at the 20,000 or so Allied forces arrayed to cover the siege. Though this is all about to go really well for the French, Jourdan and Carnot will emerge with different versions of why it went really well. And so, despite their successful collaboration, both will emerge not particularly well disposed towards the other. On October the 15th, the French attacked the entrenched Allies, but rather than using their almost 2-to-1 advantage to press on one spot and overwhelm the enemy, the French tried to execute a double flanking envelopment with a strong push up the middle, a maneuver that appears to have been devised by Carnot. By spreading their forces thin, they were held off on all fronts, and the attack failed. So the next day, Carnot and Jourdan rethought their approach, and decided to concentrate their efforts on the plains on the right side of the line, centered most especially around the town of Wattignies. Jourdan's version is that this was all his idea, and he basically had to disobey Carnot's orders to concentrate his attack on that spot and win the battle. Meanwhile, Carnot reported that as an engineer and an artilleryman, it was he who recognized the vulnerability of Wattignies and ordered all the French to attack the position. Whoever ordered the attack, though, it was successful. The Allies were pushed off the plateau, the covering force was driven into retreat, and the Austrians were forced to lift the siege of Maubeuge. The victory at the Battle of Wattignies basically ended the campaign season of 1793 in the north. After spending the year getting beat and beat again, and watching their generals defect, get killed in battle, or be executed for treason, the French army amazingly is now heading into winter quarters with the momentum once again on their side. Momentum that is going to help give the Committee of Public Safety back in Paris the legitimacy it needs to complete its consolidation of power, a process we're going to talk more about next week. A similar momentum shift that would also help bolster the committee's legitimacy was also underway in the West, where the Vendée uprising is about to peak and then begin its process of slow and bloody disintegration. Now, the first thing I'll mention about the war in the Vendée is that it was as dangerous to be a revolutionary general in the West as it was to be a revolutionary general up in the North. I would hate for you to think that it was just the commanders of the Army of the North who were getting killed for their failures. For example, after the city of Saumur fell to the rebels, which we talked about 2 episodes back, the victorious leaders of the Catholic and Royal Army offered asylum to the defeated and captured Republican commander. But the commander was afraid that if he accepted the asylum, that the angry Jacobins back in Paris would go after his family, so he rejoined his beaten troops, and as expected was ordered back to Paris to explain his defeat. And when he did not do so to their satisfaction, he was condemned to death by the Revolutionary Tribunal, and would be executed in March 1794. After that guy was called back, a guy named Francois-Joseph Westermann was dispatched down to replace him. Now, Westermann's revolutionary career is pretty interesting, and it was a running case of she loves me not. He had served in the army of the Ancien Regime as a young man in the 1770s, but it didn't stick, and he quickly left the service. After the revolution started up, he was bumming around Paris, and he fell in with Danton and the Cordelier Club. And as those guys got together to plan the insurrection of August the 10th, Westerman was the only one with any kind of professional military experience, so he was actually like the key architect of the attack on the Tuileries Palace, which I think is what buys him a little bit of credibility with the various revolutionary tribunals. But after that, he joined General Dumourier's staff, and then when Dumouriez defected, Westerman was suspected of being an accomplice. Denounced by Jean-Paul Marat himself, Westerman was recalled to Paris to make an account of himself, which he convincingly did, probably with a little help from Danton. So instead of getting his head cut off, they made him a brigadier general and said, please go stamp out the Vendée uprising. Now, the situation in the Vendée after Westerman arrived is going to become very confusing with a lot of moving parts. So at the risk of oversimplifying things, I'm going to oversimplify things. When Westerman showed up in late June, the Catholic and Royal Army was bogged down in the ultimately failed siege of Nantes. So Westerman was able to take 6,000 men and push his way to Châtillon, which was acting as a sort of rebel capital. He wasn't able to hold it, though, because once the siege of Nantes got called off, 25,000 men from the Catholic and Royal Army arrived unannounced at the gates of Châtillon, taking the Republican forces completely by surprise. Westerman himself managed to escape with about 500 cavalry, but the rest of his men were captured, at least those who weren't killed in the fighting. Now, as I've mentioned, the war in the Vendée was extremely bitter, and the victorious Vendée army had no qualms about lining up and massacring captured Republicans. Of the 6,000 Westerman had led into the city, 2,000 were either killed in the fighting or in the subsequent massacres. This is not a pretty war, and it's not going to get any prettier. After this defeat, Westerman was naturally ordered to come back and face the tribunal, but amazingly enough, he was acquitted a second time. Now, the next few months saw scattered skirmishing just about everywhere, and then one good victory for the Blues when 10,000 Republicans faced 35,000 rebels at Luçon and somehow managed to win the battle. Then in September, the Republicans got a major injection of fresh energy when the men from Mainz showed up. The men from Mainz, numbering about 15,000, were the guys who had been stranded behind enemy lines back when General Custine had been forced to retreat from the Rhine back in the spring. Cut off and without hope of relief, the Mainz garrison had finally surrendered in July. They were allowed to walk away free, though, on the condition that they did not rejoin the war, which was pretty much standard practice in the days before huge POW camps were a thing. So as they walked west away from the frontier, the Committee of Public Safety said, don't stop walking until you get to the Vendée. As a coherent and experienced fighting force, the Mainz garrison guys immediately became the best units the Republicans had. This injection of support, though, wasn't enough on its own to save the day, and into September the momentum remained with the Catholic and Royal Army, a very nebulous army of men coming and going, often with their families in tow, and commanders working together to achieve some objective before going off their own separate ways. On September the 19th, they massed 40,000 outside Tifauge, which was being held by an equal number of Republicans. After the rebels launched an attack to retake the city, though, the rebel infantry panicked in the middle of the fighting and tried to run away. But they ran smack dab into a solid wall of their women folk, who said, "What the hell are you doing here? Get back in there and win the battle." Suitably chastened, they turned back around and won the battle, pushing the Republicans out of the city. But after winning the victory at Tifauge, the rebel commanders disagreed about what to do next, although enough of them stuck together that they followed that up with another victory at Montague a few days later, which naturally led the beaten Republican commander getting called back to Paris, where, unlike Westerman, he would be convicted of being beaten by the enemy and fed to Madame la Guillotine in April 1794. But that was the high point for the rebels, and the momentum of the Catholic and Royal Army was finally broken just a few weeks later. With the Mainz garrison men as their backbone, the Republicans advanced about 25,000 men on nearly 40,000 rebels occupying the city of Cholet. But despite the numbers, the rebel generals knew that they were super short on ammunition and had no artillery on hand at all, so they withdrew to the north. Once out of town, the generals met in a contentious council. Some wanted to take the whole army north, cross the Loire River, and link up with the British. Others refused to abandon their homes and said, no, we should stay and fight. Others wanted some to go and some to stay. In the end, though, they finally agreed to stay and fight it out. And on the afternoon of October the 17th, they marched down in 3 columns to try to take back the city of Cholet. But when the Republicans executed a successful flank on their right, the Vaude soldiers thought it was a whole new army showing up, and they fled in panic. Meanwhile, up the middle, the Republicans used the old hidden heavy gun trick to blast the incoming rebels at point-blank range, inflicting heavy casualties. And pretty soon the call was going out among the rebels to retreat north to the Loire River, which marked the northern boundary of the Vaude. The victorious Republican leaders in Cholet were now confident that they were about to win the war. All that was left to do was go trap the remaining rebels against the Loire and smash them to bits. But that made them slow to get moving, and by the time they got up to the Loire 2 days later, they discovered the rebel army had successfully ferried itself across the Great River. So, though the Battle of Cholet was a major turning point in the war, it did not end the war. It simply opened up a dangerous new phase, because now the rebel army was loose in Normandy, and almost certainly on its way north to link up with the British. But that next phase will have to wait until next week, because we need to finish up today with the Siege of Lyon, a siege that will set the stage for one of the major centers of the Reign of Terror, and give us a chance right now to introduce another one of our infamous members of the Committee of Public Safety, the wheelchair-bound Georges Couthon. Georges Couthon was born in central France in 1755. He was the son of a local notary and followed in his father's footsteps, studying law before becoming a notary himself. As the revolution approached, Couthon started having problems with his legs, and it soon developed into full-blown paralysis, which doctors later diagnosed as a result of meningitis. Before too long, he was confined to a wheelchair. Once the revolution got going, Couthon was a perfect example of that class of guys who were not prominent enough to get elected into the Estates General in 1789, but who then stayed home and made local names for themselves in the new revolutionary political environment. Couthon was popular in the local salons, and despite his physical condition, he earned a reputation as one of the most forceful speakers of the whole revolution. He was eloquent, he was passionate, and he had a voice that carried for miles. So when the elections for the Legislative Assembly came around in 1791, Couthon was elected. He sat on the left of the Legislative Assembly, became friendly with Robespierre, but he was never a full-blown radical. Indeed, he very nearly wound up getting lumped in with the Girondins after he was subsequently elected into the National Convention. On a visit up near the Belgian border to find some relief for his legs, he met General Dumouriez and came away very impressed, firmly believing that Dumouriez was essential to the revolutionary cause. And at that moment, the Girondins and Dumouriez were closely linked by their aggressive posture towards Austria. But any flirtation with the Girondins ended the minute they refused Couthon a seat on the Constitutional Committee that they were busy packing full of their allies. Ticked off, Couthon went fully over to the mountain, and all through the trial of King Louis, Couthon was a tireless speaker against reprieves, against appeals, and against compromises of any kind. Needless to say, he voted death, no strings attached. These revolutionary credentials ultimately got him elected onto the Committee of Public Safety on May the 30th, just in time for the Enragé insurrection of May the 31st, June the 2nd. Couthon was the one who formally moved on June the 2nd that the Girondins be expelled from the convention. When the committee started getting reshuffled in July, Couthon clearly aligned himself with Robespierre and Saint-Just, and the three of them all tended to agree on who the good guys were and who the bad guys were. When the Federalists inside Lyon refused to surrender, the committee decided it needed one of its members to personally ensure they did not get away with defying Paris, and Couthon was dispatched on mission. He spent most of September in his home department, which is about 70 miles west of Lyon, raising men, money, and supplies to successfully prosecute the siege And then in early October, he finally made his way over to the intransigent second city of France. Lyon had been getting bombarded with cannons for 2 months now, and its fortifications were crumbling. On top of that, they were running out of supplies and did not have enough provisions to see them through the winter. So at noon on October the 8th, Lyon finally opened its gates. With Marseille already retaken and Bordeaux scrambling to try to get back on the right side of Paris, the surrender of Lyon meant that the only remaining Federalist holdout was now Toulon. And Toulon will hold out until December, and as it holds out, it will help introduce to the stage a young artillery captain from Corsica, who will play a major role in finally taking the city down, and then play a major role in, all of world history. But getting back to the fate of Lyon, a few days after the city capitulated, Couthon received instructions from Paris on how to handle the defeated city, instructions that seemed almost unbelievable. The decision had been made to make an example of Lyon, and the decree Couthon was to implement ordered that, quote, every habitation of the rich shall be demolished. There shall remain only the homes of the poor. It also said that the name Lyon itself should be blotted from the map, and that, quote, the collection of houses left standing shall henceforth bear the name of the liberated city. And finally, that on the remains of the demolished parts of the city, a great column would be erected that would say, Lyon made war on liberty. Lyon is no more. Beyond these explicit orders to literally destroy the city of Lyon, it was understood that Couthon would also immediately convene a tribunal, convict the Federalist traitors, and execute every last one of them. But Couthon did not really have the bloodlust in him, and as he worked his way ever so slowly through the demolition project, he worked even slower on the executions. And after only a few days of work, he concluded that he was just not the right man for this job. He wrote back to his colleagues on the committee requesting that he be reassigned, and that they send somebody to replace him. And so they did. And that replacement turned out to be Jean-Marie Collot d'Herbois, one of the 2 guys put on the committee after the September 5 insurrection, and Collot, as it turned out, absolutely had the bloodlust in him. But we're going to get into all of that next week. And what we'll also get into next week is, of course, what's happening back in Paris. Because October 1793 turns out to be a month of climaxes everywhere. With terror now the order of the day, and the prisons in the capital full of enemies of the revolution, it was finally time to start clearing them all out. And who better to start with than Queen Marie Antoinette? Hello, and welcome to Revolutions. Episode 3.34, Saturn's Children. On March the 13th, 1793, a few days after the first aborted attempt by the Enragé agitators to purge the National Convention of the Girondin delegates, one of those Girondins stood up to deliver a prophetic verdict on the direction of the revolution. Now, so far in the show, I have not mentioned Pierre Vergniaud by name, because I think we can all agree that too many names spoils the broth, but he is widely considered to have been one of the greatest orators of the revolution. He was one of the driving forces behind the push for war with Austria. His speeches helped topple the Fouillon ministry, and he was one of the most eloquent advocates of the appeal to the people during the trial of King Louis. For all of this, he was of course one of the 22 specifically named Girondins the Enragé wanted purged from the convention. Denouncing the recent run of lawlessness and violence, which was clearly ushering in a new kind of tyranny that was as opposed to true liberty as the old tyranny of the Ancien Regime. And he famously warned, "So, citizens, it must be feared that the revolution, like Saturn, successively devouring its children, will engender finally only despotism, with the calamities that accompany it. And of course, here we are 6 months later. The Committee of Public Safety is setting itself up as a joint dictatorship, and Vergniaud himself is about to be led to the guillotine. But as much as Vergniaud's speech is often portrayed as a prophecy of things to come, it's clear that he was speaking of a process that had been a part of the revolution from the very beginning. And as we stand here now on the brink of the Reign of Terror, when the revolution truly begins to gorge herself, it's worth taking a moment to look back and recognize just how many had already been eaten. Remember back in episode 3.5 when the Assembly of Notables resisted Controller General Calonne's reform package and were hailed for standing up to royal tyranny? Yeah, well, those guys have all been now driven into counter-revolutionary exile. Remember in episode 3.7 when the councillors of the Parlement became the leaders in the fight for French liberty? Well, then in episode 3.9, they came out against doubling the third and voting by head, so when the Parlement were unceremoniously abolished in 1790, no one shed a tear. Remember Jean-Joseph Mounier? He was a huge part of getting the Estates General called in episode 3.8, and then he went out and organized the Monarchian Coalition in episode 3.13 that dominated the early days of the National Convention. And what happened to Mounier? He quit the National Assembly in disgust after the Women's March on Versailles, and then had to sneak off to Switzerland after being branded a reactionary. Remember the liberal nobles of the Society of 1789, guys like Lafayette, Jean-Sylvain Bailly, and Talleyrand, who had done so much to get the revolution off the ground, and who held all the key ministerial positions in episode 3.16 and 3.17, which was right around the first anniversary of the fall of the Bastille. Well, all those guys have now been forced into retirement or exile for being way too conservative. Bailly is about to get his head chopped off. And then along came the Feuillants in episode 3.20, the constitutional monarchists led by the triumvirate of Duport and Lameth and Barnave, who rose up after the flight to Varennes and who finally completed the Constitution of 1791. Well, they were all branded traitors after the insurrection of August the 10th. Duport and Lameth have fled into exile. Barnave is currently sitting in a jail cell, and he too is about to get his head chopped off. And now here we are approaching the end of the Girondins, on whose behalf the Paris streets had stormed the royal apartments of the Tuileries Palace in episode 3.22. Less than a year later, those same streets are now demanding the Girondins be purged from the body politic. So when Vergniaud gave his speech in March 1793, he was not speaking as an oracle divining the future. He was just reporting on the very obvious course of revolutionary history, where it had been and where it was now obviously going. So when last we left Paris, the insurrection of September the 5th had led directly to the final pieces of the Reign of Terror being put into place, most especially the Law of Suspects, which opened the door for basically anyone to denounce anyone else for any reason. Before the Law of Suspects was passed, there were maybe 1,500 people locked up in the various prisons of the capital. By December, that number will have shot up to 4,500, and this was a pattern that would repeat itself across France, and soon enough, somewhere on the order of 500,000 people would find themselves in custody. And those numbers should tell you something, though, right away, something that's worth keeping in mind when we get into the chilling efficiency of the guillotine. The Reign of Terror only has about 16,000 official victims, and those killed in Paris numbered only about 2,600. So as much as being arrested by the revolutionary authorities might feel like an immediate death sentence, most people who were arrested were either acquitted, and we'll get to that in a second, or they languished in custody long enough to survive until the Thermidorian reaction. Now, those numbers don't count the tens of thousands killed by things like the infernal columns or in random street murders, which still went on pretty regularly. But still, compared to the horrific 20th century political slaughters in like Stalinist Russia, Nazi Germany, and the Cambodian killing fields that consumed millions of people, the Reign of Terror turns out looking positively humane. But despite the relatively low conversion of arrests to executions, things were definitely getting more vigorous and more streamlined once terror became the order of the day. Prior to the insurrection of September the 5th, the Revolutionary Tribunal in Paris actually operated with a degree of objectivity. For most of 1793, those trials were not, for the most part, show trials. You could get a lawyer to help you out, and you could even offer a defense, and if the defense was plausible, you would be acquitted. Everyone involved in the process took a certain amount of pride in making sure that they only killed the real enemies of France. Now, of course, since we've been talking a lot about the routine executions of all those revolutionary generals, you may have thought that the terror has really already revved up to peak irrational bloodlust. But between March and September 1793, only 66 people were actually guillotined. The generals were just in a special class all their own. To maintain the legitimacy of the central revolutionary government, it was essential that the failure of the French armies in the field be pinned squarely on treasonous or deliberately negligent officers. It was politically impossible to say, oh, well, our troops just aren't really that good, because everyone was irreversibly committed to the propaganda that the sans-culotte citizen soldier was just made of superior moral and military fiber. And you didn't want to say, oh, well, the guy we put in charge was incompetent, Hushar, because someone then might ask, well, if he's so incompetent, then why did you put him in charge? So better than to say that the general intentionally deceived us and committed treason and conspired with the enemy, and now we're killing him for betraying the nation. So yes, if you were a failed general, the tribunal was absolutely going to smear your good name and then chop your head off. But aside from those guys, you actually did have a decent shot at surviving if you were denounced. Now, of course, that very willingness to at least appear impartial was not going to fly in some quarters, specifically those quarters that read the newspaper of Jacques Hébert. After Hébert became the voice of the people, he used that voice to hammer on those who were willing to indulge in moderation. And in fact, both those words were soon turned into political epithets, and not too long after that, it would be a crime all on its own to be an indulgent or a moderate. In his war on moderation, there were two big questions that Hébert demanded answers to all through the summer of 1793. Why does Queen Marie Antoinette yet live when we know that she conspired with the Austrians to destroy us? And why do the Girondins yet live when we know that they were the architects of the Federalist uprising? The pounding rhetoric of Hébert was in fact one of the reasons Danton and his guys were bounced from the Committee of Public Safety, since Danton advocated hateful moderation, and specifically keeping the Queen alive to use as a bargaining chip with the Allies. Now, as you'll recall, immediately after being tossed out of the convention, the proscribed Girondins had been placed under a loose house arrest, as if the authorities were a little sheepish about what they were doing. But then individual Girondins started trying to slip out of Paris, and the grip had to tighten up a little bit. But though Pétion and a few other guys did manage to escape up to Normandy, the others who tried to make good their escape, including Jacques-Pierre Brissot, were tracked down and reapprehended. After the insurrection of September the 5th, the authorities prepared to prosecute them all as a group, and in anticipation of their trial they were moved to the Conciergerie, the prison known around town as the Antechamber of Death. On October the 3rd, the Committee of General Security started presenting their formal indictments of the Girondins, and soon brought them all before the Revolutionary Tribunal. But though the trial of the Girondins was meant to be a preordained public demonstration of their collective guilt, the rules and procedures of the tribunal was still set up to function as an actual trial, and the Girondins were nothing if not razor-sharp lawyers and excellent public speakers, so they were able to deftly parry every prosecutorial thrust. In a big way, it was the eloquence and persuasiveness of the Girondins that induced the Committee of Public Safety to step in and say, no more of this objective rule of law baloney. We know who's guilty. From here on out, we're going to bring the accused forward, announce the verdict, next case. And it would not be until after Thermidor that the accused would once again really have an opportunity to defend themselves. The prosecution went after the Girondins from a couple of different angles, and all those angles stalled out as the defendants started refuting the holy living hell out of all the charges. The biggest quagmire the prosecutors ran into was proving that the Girondins were in fact an organized faction. Now, these were the days when party and faction were still considered subversive and anti-democratic. And as I mentioned when I first started talking about the Girondins and the Mountain, those are convenient labels that help us group people together. But once you start actually trying to prove that they are a close-knit party working towards a shared goal, it all kind of starts to fall apart, as the prosecutors soon discovered. One by one, the Girondins stood up and argued, look, I might be friends with these guys, but I did this when they all did that, and they all did that, well, I did this. And sure, we get together for drinks, but for crying out loud, I voted against the appeal to the people. And then the next guy would get up and make his own version of the same case. With the attempt to prove this group of individuals were actually a single-minded party going nowhere, the prosecution moved on to its two big accusations, one of which was preposterous, the other was at least plausible. The preposterous claim was that the Girondins had been closet royalists all along, and that they had spent all that time pushing for war against Austria because they wanted France to lose. Now this was, of course, utterly insane. Yes, the little round of secret negotiations with the king just before the insurrection of August the 10th didn't look good, but accusing them of being crypto-royalists? That is nuts. Most of them were early and honest Republicans. And the idea that the war with Austria was about intentionally getting France into a war it couldn't win? Brissot wanted that war because he was willfully blind to the weakness of the French army, not because he wanted to exploit that weakness on behalf of the king. But the charge that was far more believable was that the Girondins had orchestrated the Federalist insurrection and had intentionally tried to divide the Republic from itself. Rather than getting bogged down in the other accusations, I think that this is really where the prosecutors should have focused all their attention. The Girondins were on the record asking for armed troops from the provinces to come occupy Paris. They had made threats about literally wiping the capital off the map. The few of them who had successfully escaped after the purge had put themselves at the head of armed Federalists and declared against the convention. You focus on that one line, and I think this trial wraps up in a much neater package. But by introducing the other patently absurd charges, the prosecutors gave the Girondins the opportunity to make incredulous and thoroughly persuasive rebuttals. By the middle of October, the trial was dragging on, and nailing down an irrefutable conviction was looking dicey. Just as the trial of the Girondins was getting going, the Committee of Public Safety made another move in the direction of just wholesale abandoning the rule of law. On October the 10th, a motion was passed through the convention permanently suspending the Constitution of 1793. The government of France would now be, quote, revolutionary until the peace. And by revolutionary, they meant the opposite of constitutional government. Basically, the nation was now officially being run by an emergency government until the war was won and France was safe. The Committee of Public Safety was then further led to believe that their emergency powers could not be abandoned when Fabre d'Eglantina approached Robespierre and Saint-Just and requested an audience with them and representatives of the Committee of General Security. Now, d'Eglantina, you might remember, was one of the old Cordelier Club guys, and an intimate of Danton and Desmoulins. Well, I hinted once upon a time that Danton would come to regret letting d'Eglantina rise to power with him, and it's right about now that the regret is going to start sinking in. Well, not quite yet. d'Eglantina is still playing his hand pretty well. On October the 12th, he met with Robespierre and Saint-Just and the Committee of General Security, and proceeded to lay out the details of what has since been dubbed the Foreign Plot, an intertwined conspiracy of treasonous Frenchmen and foreign agents in Paris working to undermine the revolution, mostly with money provided by the British. As we've seen, the revolutionaries were always susceptible to a good conspiracy theory, and paranoia had become something of a default position. When d'Eglantina laid all this out, Robespierre appears to have swallowed the whole thing hook, line, and sinker, especially the part about an agent of the foreign plot working inside the Committee of Public Safety itself. Robespierre had always been concerned about the committee being infiltrated, and so it might have even come as something of a relief that he finally had a real suspect, and a plausible suspect at that, Marie-Jeanne Hérault de Seychelles. Hérault was already a suspicious character, and it's somewhat surprising that he was even still on the Committee of Public Safety, being as he was of noble blood. Born in 1759, Hérault managed to secure an appointment as a king's advocate at the age of 20, that being the same job Danton would hold down before the Revolution. But like many of his noble brethren, Hérault was a man of the liberal Enlightenment, and he was well prepared to join the revolution once it got going. He was not elected to the Estates General, but he was appointed a judge in Paris when the legal reforms started kicking in. Then, he was sent on the first of many missions to Alsace to keep the border territories from resisting the revolution, or worse yet, trying to break away completely. He was elected into the Legislative Assembly in 1791 and sat on the far left, and was by now a close working associate of Georges Danton. Appointed to the Diplomatic Committee, he continued to mostly serve the government on missions to the frontier departments, all of which in retrospect would make him look like the perfect candidate for an alleged foreign plot, which is probably why d'Eglantina pointed at him. But still, his revolutionary credentials were pretty impeccable. He helped organize the insurrection of August the 10th, and though he was absent from Paris for the trial of the king, he made no secret that he supported death with no appeal. With his strong background in law, he was appointed by the convention to serve on the Constitutional Committee alongside Saint-Just, which is how Hérault winds up on the Committee of Public Safety. Once there, he became something like de facto foreign minister, handling almost all the committee's diplomatic business. Now, other than his frequent dealings with foreigners, which is pretty unavoidable if you're the de facto foreign minister, it was easy for Robespierre to suspect Hérault. Because unlike the more deadly serious revolutionaries, like José Robespierre, you kind of get the feeling that Hérault thought this was all a great game. He was a cultivated and well-dressed dandy. He was a noble. He was quick-witted and quick to make a little sarcastic joke, even at his own expense. He cast a cynical eye on the world and found it full of ironies and opportunities for pleasure. So needless to say, he was not an austere true believer. So when d'Eglantina said Hérault was now selling secrets to the Austrians and his advocacy for even more aggressive war was a two-faced attempt to lead France into some kind of trap, Robespierre was absolutely ready to believe it. But Hérault had too many friends to make any move on him just yet, so for the moment, Robespierre elected to bide his time. In addition to giving Robespierre an inner circle member of the Committee of Public Safety to keep an eye on, what d'Eglantina's foreign plot did was really start to help Robespierre narrow the definition of politically acceptable behavior. Those too far to the left or too far to the right were obviously just working with enemies of France to destroy or discredit the revolution. Robespierre began formulating this guiding rubric that classified some men as being cis-revolutionaries who fell unacceptably short of perfection, most prominent among those being the Girondins. And then he classified other men as ultra-revolutionaries, men like Jacques Hébert, who went unacceptably too far beyond perfection. The ultras were likely in the pay of foreign enemies, and the tactics they adopted and the programs they advocated were clearly meant to do nothing but bring the revolution into disrepute and fatally weaken its legitimacy. So, what is the thing in the middle that you were either falling short of or going too far beyond? Basically, Robespierre himself. He considered himself the standard by which everyone else would be measured, and that is why it's about to get very bad for everyone else. But before we move on, you do have to know that the foreign plot was completely made up, a fiction conjured out of thin air by d'Eglantina. Why? Well, as we'll discuss when I come back from my break, d'Eglantina is just corrupt as all get out, and he had been using the levers of revolutionary government to extort money from everyone he thought he could strong-arm into paying. Realizing that his shenanigans were about to come out into the open, he concocted an elaborate story that implicated all his enemies. By beating them to the denunciation punch, he was able to insulate himself from their very real accusations against him, because it would just look like they were attacking him to save themselves. And this would work for a while too, but not forever. And also, just so you know, before he goes down, d'Eglantina will make one other major contribution to the revolution, which we'll be talking about next week, in the first of a series of supplementals I've cooked up to keep you busy while I'm off on the tours. Now, as the myth of the foreign plot began to seep its way into the political firmament, and as the Revolutionary Tribunal continued to struggle with the Girondins, there was another matter everyone could turn their attention to who would give them a nice outlet for their fear without anyone getting up in arms about totally ditching the rule of law. It was time to bring Queen Marie Antoinette now dubbed the Widow Capet, to justice. And since the execution of Louis back in January, the Queen and the rest of the royal family had remained in the temple. Though they were not treated terribly just yet, there was nothing comfortable or comforting about their captivity, and they were closely monitored day and night. But if the Queen was hoping to make it through all of this in one piece, she did very little to earn the sympathy of her captors, as she pointedly treated her 8-year-old son as if he was now King Louis XVII, doing stuff like insisting that the boy be served first at meals and teaching him his place in the great royal hierarchy. But at this point, I think the Queen could probably see this all coming to an end two possible ways. Either the revolution would ultimately collapse from the dual pressure of civil war at home and invasion from abroad, in which case keeping the royal candle burning was essential to maintaining the continuity of an eventually restored monarchy. And if the revolution didn't collapse, they were probably all going to be killed anyway, so there's no sense in doing anything but going out an unrepentant martyr. But this posture did her son no favors, and so on the night of July the 3rd, Louis XVII was removed from his mother's care and handed over to a semi-literate cobbler who was ordered to raise the boy as a proper Republican. About a week after her son was taken, Duncan got the boot from the Committee of Public Safety, and the conditions of the Queen's captivity got considerably worse. On August the 1st, she was rousted in the middle of the night and moved down to the conciergerie. She was watched over day and night in a tiny little cell and given exactly zero privacy. Over the next few months, her health began to understandably deteriorate. Meanwhile, out in the streets, Jacques Hébert continued to beat the drum to have her killed, calling her the Austrian she-wolf and the arch-tigress, who has been at the heart of every terrible thing that has befallen France since she first showed up as an awkward teenage girl back in 1770. In many ways, Hébert turned her into this sort of woman of blood, though I don't believe it was ever specifically formulated in that way, and she needed to die for France to be purified. Once the insurrection of September the 5th came and went, the only question was how long until the Queen was executed. They finally called her to the Revolutionary Tribunal on October the 14th, and as I hinted, she wasn't even given the appearance of a real trial. She wasn't even afforded the superficial trappings that the convention had granted her husband, like, say, a lawyer. And what's kind of funny is that a lot of the stuff they accused her of was stuff that they had already convicted her husband of. Remember that business when the Swiss guards showed up at Versailles in 1789 and in the ensuing welcome party they trampled the cockade? Well, having already pinned this affront on the king, the story was now that the Queen was the one who was really behind it. And that veto of the anti-clerical law, well, Louis was now presented as a dupe being controlled by his evil wife who was really behind it. They also accused her of plotting to kill the Duc d'Orléans, which is a bit rich since Orléans himself is already imprisoned and will be convicted by the Revolutionary Tribunal and executed 3 weeks down the road. And FYI, the Duc d'Orléans is the focus of one of those little supplementals I've recorded. Now, most of the charges against her were just run-of-the-mill character assassination stuff, to prove that the Queen needed to die not necessarily for what she had done, but because of who she was. But before you start feeling too sorry for her, as with her husband, the charges against her were sometimes way off base, but other times pretty right on the money. She had absolutely helped organize the flight to Varennes with the intention of escaping France and linking up with the Austrian army. The tribunal had in hand all of her correspondence with the Austrian court, which unequivocally proved that she was not just inviting a foreign army to invade France, but had been positively begging them to do it. And that's treason. But the prosecutors wouldn't just let that obvious charge stand on its own, and so they stooped very low and brought her son out to testify against her. At the pressing of Hébert, the boy had been coached, I'm sure quite violently, to testify that his mother had sexually abused him. Now, the Queen knew she was doomed, and that it was important to maintain stoic calm in the face of all this abuse, but this was beyond the pale, and she angrily admonished her accusers for asking her to respond to such a crime against nature. And apparently the women in the audience, good revolutionaries all who wanted to see the Austrian she-wolf dead, started making angry noises in the gallery that the prosecution had jumped way over the line. But this last-minute bit of sympathy was not even close to being enough to save Marie Antoinette. On October the 16th, she was convicted of treason and sentenced to death. She held out a bit of hope that she might be granted something resembling the dignity allowed her husband on the day of his execution, but no such luck. She was forced to give her final confession to a patriotic civic priest rather than a clergyman recognized by Rome. Then, unlike her husband, who had been taken to the scaffold in a closed carriage, the queen was loaded onto the back of an open tumbril, just like a common criminal. As she rode, hands bound behind her back, Jacques-Louis David dashed off a famous sketch of an unhappy woman who yet kept her back straight and her head held high. When she was led up onto the scaffold and towards the guillotine, her last words were allegedly, "Pardon me, sir, I meant not to do it," when she accidentally stepped on the executioner's toes. Then they laid her down, and zip, thud, the end. Her body was then dumped into the same mass grave they had dumped her husband into. After the Restoration, what remained of the royal couple was exhumed. In the king's case, there was really nothing left, since the revolutionaries had covered his body with a double dose of lye to make sure it would fully disintegrate. But the agents of the Restoration did move what was left to the Basilica Saint-Denis, where they remain to this day. After dispensing with the queen, the Revolutionary Tribunal returned to the Girondins, who just kept making a nuisance of themselves by refuting point by point every charge levied against them. If this kept up, they might actually wriggle away from the hand of revolutionary justice. So on October the 29th, the Committee of Public Safety issued a fateful decree. From now on, trials would have a time limit. If, after 3 days, enough evidence had been submitted to establish guilt, then that was it. End of trial. There was no sense in letting the enemies of France spin endless sophistries to explain away their guilt. So in accordance with this new decree, the trial of the Girondins was cut off on October the 30th. The jury has heard quite enough. Thank you very much. When the final verdict was read out, guilty on all counts, of course, the Girondins acted each in his own way, some rising to their feet to furiously denounce the entire proceedings. Rousseau allegedly just slumped down in his chair. Another guy fell right out of his chair, and people in the audience thought that he had fainted or something, until they rolled him over and discovered he had smuggled a knife in and had just committed suicide. But don't worry, they'll load his corpse into the guillotine and cut his head off anyway. After spending a final night together in the conciergerie, the 22 Girondins were loaded onto the tumbril the next morning. The great orator Vergniaud, who had, of course, prophesied all this, considered ingesting some poison that he had kept at hand just, in case, but he decided to go out with his friends instead. In the tumbril, on the way to the scaffold, they all sang La Marseillaise together. Where Marie Antoinette had kept her head held high as a martyr for the monarchy, the Girondins kept their heads held high as martyrs for the revolution. They knew they were patriots, they knew this was unjust, and that history would vindicate them. The guillotine then dispatched them one by one, 22 heads in 36 minutes. When the revolution devours her children, she devours them quickly. So, we're going to leave it off there for now. As I've mentioned a few times, I am about to embark on the next round of Revolution tours, and I'll be spending the next 3 weeks in England and France, and then Boston and Philadelphia. We will officially return to our main story on May the 17th. We get into the Law of 14 Frimaire and the Committee of Public Safety's final consolidation of power. In the meantime, I have written and recorded 3 supplemental episodes to tide you over. The first will be about the new Republican calendar, which is just now, in October 1793, being adopted, and that will help explain to you what 14 Frimaire even means. The second one will be about the Duc d'Orléans, who is still occasionally accused of being the puppet master behind the early days of the Revolution. And then the third supplemental will be a highly entertaining side trip across the Atlantic, where we will watch George Washington get driven absolutely nuts by Citizen Genet, the French Revolution's ambassador to the United States. Meanwhile, I will be off on a grand adventure that you really should join me for the next time we do it. Hello, and welcome to Revolutions. Episode 3.34a, The Republican Calendar. So greetings from the past. By the time this episode goes live, I think I will be in London. Did you guys know that Gentleman Johnny Burgoyne is buried in Westminster Abbey? If I've played my cards right, then I was there yesterday and should have already taken a picture of me with my Gentleman Johnny t-shirt standing next to his marker. And we'll see if the hotel Wi-Fi lets me upload a picture of that along with the episode. Anyway, we are here today to talk about the famous French Republican calendar, the attempt by the revolutionaries to completely reinvent how humans mark the passage of time. When you head out there into the world, you might find people calling it the French Revolutionary Calendar, but as we'll see in a second, that is actually a misnomer, and for a very particular reason. But if you accidentally call it the French Revolutionary Calendar, don't beat yourself up. And if you hear somebody call it the French Revolutionary Calendar, don't beat them up. It's no big deal. And nobody likes a pedant. After the fall of the Bastille in July 1789, patriotic revolutionaries took to informally calling it the dawn of the era of liberty, and often specifically referring to 1789 as year one of the Age of Liberty. But this was all merely poetic expression. As the revolution progressed, however, more and more stuff started happening, and more things started getting reformed, time itself did finally come under scrutiny. As you may know, space came under scrutiny as well, which is where the meter comes from, but that's a story for another day, because we're here to talk about revolutionary time, not revolutionary space. The urge to remake the markers of time really came from two main currents. First, Enlightenment science and its desperate obsession with rationalizing everything. And then second, anti-clerical radicals who wanted to abolish any lingering sway held by the Catholic Church on the good citizens and citizenesses of France. After the insurrection of August the 10th, which seemed to have finally truly swept aside the Ancien regime, the movement to remake the calendar went from interesting conversation in the salons to actual working commission of the National Convention. Now, just to get this out of the way, technically, the National Convention rushed ahead on this, and just as they were abolishing the monarchy in September 1792, they also declared 1792 year one of the French Republic, and ordered all public documents to be so dated. But it was only public documents that were so dated, and it's unclear just how widespread the practice was. Plus, there was some disagreement about when exactly the year should start, and whether the rest of the calendar should be kept or whether a whole new system should be devised. So, the convention appointed a commission to make a recommendation. This commission was chaired by Charles Gilbert Rome, who was by disposition a mathematician, but who had also become a prominent national politician since being elected into the Legislative Assembly in 1791. Rome gathered up a collection of men to help study the issue and make a recommendation, and though the majority of the men he consulted were all Enlightenment science nerds, mostly astronomers, chemists, geographers, and mathematicians, there were also a few appointees from the more liberal arts side of the world, the most prominent being poet, playwright, and spinner of fictitious foreign plots, Fabre d'Eglantina. Now, the first major question that presented itself was, are we going to craft a revolutionary calendar or a republican calendar? If it was the former, then obviously 1789 is year one, and we are currently in year, well, wait a minute, are we in year 4 or have we moved into year 5? If we say year 1 was 1789, do we mean starting January the 1st, 1789, or like July the 14th, 1789? But luckily, we don't have to linger on that particular debate because the commission soon decided it wasn't going to be a revolutionary calendar. It was going to be a republican calendar. And they decided to fix the beginning of the new year one at the moment the monarchy was abolished on September the 22nd, 1792. But because the commission was full of science nerds, they couldn't just leave it at the anniversary of the abolition of the monarchy. They said, hey, look, that just so happens to coincide with the autumnal equinox, so we'll say that the year starts at midnight on the day of the autumnal equinox, which leads to some weirdness because the autumnal equinox floats around a little bit. So like in 1795, the first day of the Republican year would actually correspond to September the 23rd. And in 1803, it would actually correspond to September the 24th. This will lead to all kinds of weird conversion problems for historians, but let's not get into it right now. Setting aside the scientific problem of when to start the calendar, we can certainly say that poetically and politically it begins at the dawn of the Republic. After that, each Republican year would be divided into 12 months, same as before. Now, for a bunch of guys who are utterly obsessed with the number 10, I find it interesting that they didn't go with a 10-month year, but that would have obviously run into a couple of other problems. For one thing, these guys were super hot on the idea of a 10-day week, and there's not really any good way to make the math work if you're trying to cram 10-day weeks into 36-day months. The other thing is that these guys were all natural scientists and recognized that the year was divided into 4 distinct seasons, partitioned by the equinoxes and the solstices. So they kept the 12-month year, each month being divided into 3 10-day weeks for a total of 30 days each. But wait, you say, that's only 360 days. What about the other 5 days? And what do you do with leap years? Well, hold your horses. We'll get to it. Now, one of the big impetuses for the calendar, as I said, was the desire to break the long ingrained Catholic habits of the French people, most especially the every 7 days is a Sunday, and that is our day of rest. That 7-day rhythm would keep the people of France rooted in superstition, so the calendar tried to break the habit, which is why they were more interested in a 10-day week than a 10-month year. And in case you're wondering what the single least popular aspect of the Republican calendar was, well, here you go. Because good luck getting the peasants not to resent the heck out of you telling them that they get a day off now every 10 days rather than every 7 days. Getting deeper into the decimalization of everything, the new Republican day would be divided into 10 hours, and each hour would be divided into 100 minutes, and each minute would be divided into 100 seconds, and so on into infinity. A Republican hour was thus 144 old-style minutes, and a Republican minute was 86.4 old-style seconds. Now, if all of this seems like a really difficult thing to actually implement, you are right. And though it was all mandated, no one really tried to enforce it, and it would be quietly dropped in 1795. There was, however, a little time where watches were manufactured on this decimal time system. And you can see some of them on display at the Museum of Arts and Crafts in Paris, though I don't think that translation is really right. I think it's more like the Museum of Science and Industry. Anyway, I am going to try to pop in and go check some out when I'm in Paris. No one bought them, though, except for French Revolutionary science nerds, so there aren't actually that many of them left. Okay, so we've got our 12 months, each divided into 3 weeks of 10 days each. But our science nerds on the committee forgot that they were handing this off to real people who would actually have to use it in the real world. So dating things the first day of the 3rd decade of the 7th month of year 2 might be accurate, but it was clunky as hell. So that's when Fabre d'Eglantina steps into the picture and makes his other great contribution to the French Revolution. D'Eglantina said, let's give this cold math a little bit of romance. So he set his imagination to work on a naming scheme for all the months. Now, since the calendar was built around the natural rhythms of the year, d'Eglantina used that as the basis for his new naming scheme. The months would be grouped by season and given names to invoke a relevant aspect of that season. Since the calendar starts with the autumnal equinox, the first 3 months of the year are the autumn months, starting with Vendémiaire for the grape harvest, then Brumaire for fog, Frimaire for frost. And just so you know, d'Eglantina is making these words up by mashing together Greek or Latin with French to get something that just kind of sounded cool. Okay, so moving on to winter, you have Nivos for snow, Pluvios for rain, and Ventos for wind. I'm probably butchering the pronunciation of all these, but what can you do? Then in the spring is Germinal for germination, Floreal for flower, and Prairial for pasture. And then finally in the summer you get Messidor for harvest, Thermidor for heat, and Fructidor for fruit. But wait, there's more. Though they ultimately kept the names of the days simply first day, second day, third day, etc., d'Eglantina decided to riff on the old Catholic idea where every day of the year has a designated saint. So, in keeping with the natural pastoral romance of his naming scheme, d'Eglantina decided to use designated days to celebrate the wonders of agriculture. Every day was assigned a different object of reflection or contemplation. Most of these objects of reflection were vegetables or plants, apple, spinach, rose. The only exception was the month of Nivos, the first month of winter, corresponding roughly with January. In that month, the plants were replaced by minerals, so like flint and granite, things like that. But interspersed with all these plants were two other classes of objects. Every fifth day of the week was reserved for a common animal, like a dog or a pig or a goose. And then the 10th days were always dedicated to an agricultural tool, like the plow or the cart or the pitchfork. And I'm not sure if this was on purpose, but there's something kind of obnoxious about reserving the day of rest for a work tool. I mean, you finally get a day where you don't have to plow anything, and Fabra d'Eglantina wants you to sit around contemplating your plow. That just doesn't seem right. So now we can finally get back around to those extra 5 days at the end of the year, since 12 times 30 only equals 360, not 365. Those extra days were originally called simply complementary days. But the poetic d'Eglantina said no, we will call them the sans-culottes, because what's a little naked political pandering between friends? Each day of the sans-culottes would be dedicated to a different trait worthy of admiration. So the first complimentary day would be given over to genius, or talent, depending on the translation, and celebrate the great inventions or innovations of the year. The second day would be for labor, celebrate industry and production. The third day would be to policy, to celebrate all the best laws and decrees that the people had found most beneficial over the previous year. The fourth would be for honors or rewards, where the best exemplars of the previous 3 days' aspects would get like blue ribbons and stuff for their good work. The fifth day would be given over to opinion or conviction, which d'Eglantina thought would be a day you could get together and criticize the government, make fun of leaders, ironically mock whatever you liked with perfect freedom from punishment. And this fifth day of the sans-culottes should tell you just about everything you need to know about how far civil rights have fallen on the revolution's list of priorities. Because in a nation that respects freedom of speech, you don't really need a special day where you can criticize the government without fear of reprisal. Anyway, on designated leap years, there would be a sixth complementary day dedicated to celebrating the revolution itself. Now, after d'Eglantina presented this list of festivals, the incorruptible Robespierre made what he considered an essential alteration. The day of policy would be removed in favor of a day celebrating virtue, and virtue would be celebrated on the first day. When d'Eglantina protested a bit, Robespierre said virtue is more important than genius. Was not Cato a better man than Caesar? And random editorializing from the guy who brought you the history of Rome, I'm not really sure Cato was a better man than Caesar. The French Republican calendar was introduced to the convention on September the 23rd, 1793, and officially sanctioned by the National Convention on October the 24th. It would be in effect until Napoleon finally abolished it in 1805, aka Year 14, as a part of his wide-ranging program to reconcile the old ways with the new ways. The period when the calendar is in effect, of course, causes all kinds of headaches for students, because from here on out, all the important dates in the history of the French Revolution will reference the Republican calendar. That's why it's called the Thermidorian Reaction, and the coup of 18 Fructidor, and the coup of 30 Prairial, and the coup of 18 Brumaire. FYI, there's a lot of coups coming up. But just so you know, I am not going to start using the new calendar to do anything but point out why some event gets its name. So, when Fabra d'Eglantina, for example, gets hauled off to the guillotine, I'll still say that he dies April the 5th, 1794. But when Robespierre gets his face blown off, I'll tell you that it happened on July the 27th, 1794, but I'll also make sure to mention that it happened on 9 Thermidor Year 2, because that's how the event gets referenced in a lot of history books out there. And that's where it gets its name, the Thermidorian Reaction. Okay, so that does it for the Republican calendar, and hopefully you now have a better idea of why things are going to be called what they will be called. And I will see you all next week, which according to that calendar would be the 5th of Floréal, year 223, for a brief look back on the life and career of alleged revolutionary puppet master Philippe Égalité. Hello, and welcome to Revolutions. Episode 3.34b, Philippe Égalité. As I mentioned back in episode 3.25, the Duc d'Orléans, the renegade prince of the blood who was now styling himself Philippe Égalité, deserves more attention than I have been able to give him. Since he is about to get his head chopped off, I figured that now would be the perfect time to try to correct this oversight. So, without further ado, let's hop in the Wayback Machine and head back into the days of the Ancien Regime, because the story of the coming of the French Revolution is absolutely not complete without explaining the part played by the Duc d'Orléans. Young Louis-Philippe Joseph d'Orléans was born in 1747 into the House of Orléans, the senior cadet branch of the Royal House of Bourbon. His grandfather was Philippe, Duc d'Orléans, a younger brother of King Louis XIV, and it was to him that both the family name and their cadet branch status trace back to. The Orléans branch, being so close to the immediate royal family but just outside of it, earned their senior male patriarchs the distinction of being the first prince of the blood, an official court position reserved for the most senior royal prince not in the king's immediate family. What this meant in practice was that if all the inner circle Bourbons were to die out, the throne would pass to the House of Orléans, and that is going to be important. When Louis-Philippe was 22, he married one of his cousins, Louisa Marie, who happened to be the daughter of an insanely wealthy duke, who himself happened to be the son of one of King Louis XIV's legitimized illegitimate children, if you can follow along with that. So, Louise Marie's dowry, combined with the already huge estates of the House of Orléans, meant that when Louis-Philippe inherited the title Duc d'Orléans from his father, he became one of the richest men in France. This is also going to be important. Now, from very early on, Louis-Philippe cultivated an antagonistic edge in his dealings with the king's immediate royal family. He first ran afoul of them in the early 1770s, when Lord Chancellor Maupeou made his play at shutting down the Parlement, which we talked about way back in episode 3.3. While Louis-Philippe, not yet Duc d'Orléans, set himself up as a champion and patron of the Parlement. For this, he earned popular acclaim and the enmity of the king's ministry, and a lettre de cachet was issued exiling him from Paris. Not the last time that would happen. He kept up his tweaking of the Bourbons after Louis XVI ascended to the throne, and it took no time at all for Louis-Philippe and Marie Antoinette to come to utterly despise each other. When his father died in 1785, Louis-Philippe became the Duc d'Orléans, and first prince of the blood, which rankled the king's inner circle to no end. He also inherited the Palais Royal, a huge palace just a few blocks from the Tuileries in Paris. One of the subtle little quirks of Ancien Regime law was that royal residences, like the Palais Royal, were not subject to official censorship laws. So when Orléans inherited the property, he threw its doors open to the public and basically created a safe space to print and distribute material that might otherwise run afoul of the censors. The arcades of the Palais were soon brimming with shops and cafes and books, pamphlets and newspapers that advocated all kinds of crazy stuff were distributed at will. So, just as the pre-revolution was heating up, the Palais Royal served as the great clearinghouse for any and all dangerously seditious notions like, hey, maybe we should call the Estates General again. This political and literary patronage made Orléans very popular with the people and very unpopular with the inner royal family, most especially Queen Marie Antoinette, who saw in everything Orléans did further proof that he was going to try to overthrow the Bourbons and set himself up as king. Now, for his part, Orleans hated the queen right back, believing her to be a frivolous spendthrift whose loyalty to France was suspect at best. So the really critical thing to understand here is that in the late 1780s, when the political and economic reform movement was running into Enlightenment philosophy, which was running into complaints about the king and the church, they were all coming together in the Palais Royal, which was owned and operated by the Duc d'Orléans. So, though the queen's paranoia about her husband's cousin went too far, she blamed him for everything, it's really not hard to see why she thought him and his money were behind all the misfortunes that were about to befall her family. When the monarchy went bankrupt and Controller General Calonne had to call the Assembly of Notables in 1787, the Duc d'Orléans was of course invited, because he had to be invited. He was the first prince of the blood. And he, of course, became the most prominent critic of Calonne's reform package. Then, during the disastrous royal session of November 1787 that we talked about in episode 3.7, that was when the king was supposed to make nice and instead went off script and demanded fealty to his will, it was the Duc d'Orléans who got up and stammered that what the king was doing was illegal. And this affront got Orléans exiled from Paris again, helping to spark another round of pointed complaints against the whole lettre de cachet system that was now being used to silence the great patron of French liberty. When the Estates General was finally called in the spring of 1789, the Duc d'Orléans was of course elected to the Second Estate, and he was clearly ready to stand out as one of the liberal noble champions of the Third Estate. After Louis failed to intimidate the Third Estate during another disastrous royal session, the Duc d'Orléans was the one who led the delegation of 47 nobles into the now self-proclaimed National Assembly, which effectively ended any possibility that the estates might be kept separate. This forced Louis to call on everyone else to come together. We talked about all of this back in episode 3.10. Now, as if all this standing up to the king wasn't bad enough, do you remember where it was that Camille Desmoulins gave his famous speech that roused Paris to arms and led directly to the fall of the Bastille in July 1789? That's right, he delivered it from atop a café table in the Palais Royal. This left no doubt in the minds of the king's immediate family that the Duc d'Orléans was orchestrating the revolution to oust them from power and get himself crowned king. But though this all looks really suspicious, Orléans is actually not much of an arch puppeteer. What's going on here is that the French Revolution was a time of rampant paranoia, when everyone, royalists and moderates and revolutionaries, whoever, were all convinced that everyone else was a part of some vast sinister plot to destroy them. So, while the royal family was now convinced that Orléans was a revolutionary mastermind, really, he was just a rich liberal noble who enjoyed tweaking his cousins. If he was really aiming to overthrow them, he certainly never did much to finally close the deal. And indeed, once things started getting a little nuts in 1789, Orléans backed off and attempted to get right with the king and queen. He even accepted an order to leave the country and go on a little diplomatic mission up to England when the king asked him to. And then, if there was ever a moment for Orléans to try to capitalize on all this alleged sinister plotting, it was right after the flight to Varennes, when the king and queen were utterly discredited and suspended from power. But the Duc d'Orléans made no attempt to seize the crown. He, of course, had followers pushing him in that direction, but instead of doing that, we find evidence that he actually tried to help his cousins through the crisis. But of course, by that point, they were so ticked off at him that they rejected all his overtures. After the flight to Varennes, Orléans decided that the time had finally come to make a good show of his permanent commitment to the revolution, and he started publicly calling himself Citizen Philippe Égalité, and it was under that name that he was elected to the National Convention in September 1792. But once in the convention, Philippe Égalité discovered that the times had really changed around him. He sat with Robespierre in the mountain, but even as he tried to keep up with the times, he discovered that he was now little more than an embarrassment and a liability for the mountain. This was the age of the Republic, and despite his superficial name change, everyone knew he was a prince of the blood. The charge that he had made revolution to get himself crowned king was no longer an accusation thrown at him by right-wing conservatives, but rather now by left-wing radicals. In their war on the mountain, the Girondins twice made direct attacks on Philippe and accused the mountain of being his accomplices, which forced the mountain into the uncomfortable position of defending Philippe Egalité and saying, well, now this is all a bunch of crazy talk, he's not really like that. But even they had doubts about his real motives. When the time came to sit in judgment on the king, and Philippe Egalité voted death without appeal, it was impossible, even for his alleged allies, to not believe that he wasn't still trying to pave the way for his own coronation. Whether he really wanted to be king or not is a mystery of his inner mind that we'll likely never know the answer to. But if Philippe Egalité did want to be king, he pretty much blew any shot he had at it quite a long time ago. In the spring of 1793, he was finally brought down by events outside his control. As we talked about back in episode 3.27, when General Dumouriez defected, Philippe Egalité's firstborn son and heir went with him. When this defection led to a general crackdown on aristocrats still in France, there was nothing Philippe Egalité could say or do to avoid getting swept up by the authorities. His son had just been an accomplice to one of the great treasonous betrayals of the whole revolution. Philippe Egalité was arrested in April 1793, and all his assets were seized. Once this is all said and done, I have some ambition to cobble together a book on the children that the revolution devoured, and the first chapter will be about the Duc d'Orléans, who did so much in the late 1780s to harbor political dissidents and create a hotbed of activism that fed directly into the revolution, and who then gave so much patronage and money to the cause in the early going. I mean, he gave it protection when no one else would. He was so involved in the early days that, as I said, the king and queen truly thought that the entire revolution was a massive plot by the Duc d'Orléans to oust them from power. But that turned out to not really be the case, and it is a little bit ironic that those same accusations were the accusations that would bring him down, but they would ultimately come from the left, not the right. Philippe Egalité languished in prison until November, but once the Reign of Terror got going, he was moved quickly to the front of the line, what with being a prince of the blood and all. On November the 6th, 1793, Philippe Egalité, formerly Duc d'Orléans, was tried, convicted, and guillotined, all on the same day. But there is an interesting little postscript to all this. After Napoleon went down, and the brothers of Louis XVI came back into town to restore the monarchy, they wound up running an arch-conservative kingdom that, in the words of Talleyrand, had learned nothing and forgotten nothing. So after about 15 years of enduring the Bourbons attempting to turn French citizens back into French subjects, the French got sick of it all and overthrew the restored Bourbons in July 1830. The man they turned to lead a new constitutional monarchy was the Duc d'Orléans' son, Louis Philippe. So, just as Marie Antoinette feared, the House of Orléans did eventually succeed in overthrowing and replacing the House of Bourbon. It just took a little longer than she thought. Okay, so next week there will not be an episode because I only managed to crank out 3 supplementals before I left. But when we return in 2 weeks, I will be just getting back from the first ever American Revolution tour, and to celebrate, I wrote up a little thing on the young French ambassador dispatched by the National Convention in early 1793 to drum up support for revolutionary France in the new United States of America. With all of Europe now arrayed against them, it was critical that France secure support from their Republican brothers in the New World, which is why it was so unfortunate that the young ambassador the convention sent was the needlessly provocative and endlessly infuriating Citizen Genet. Hello, and welcome to Revolutions, Episode 3.34C, Citizen Genet. So this week's supplemental is an outgrowth of two things. First, listener James Ruff's question during the 250th episode about American attitudes toward the French Revolution. So, congratulations, James. This episode is partly your fault. But it also comes from another little project that I'll go ahead and tease right now. For those of you who are also Dan Carlin fans, he may have directed you over to this debut episode of the 10 American Presidents podcast that he narrated about Richard Nixon for British podcaster Royfield Brown. Well, Royfield talked me into doing the Washington episode, which should be coming out at some point soon, and there's already a little short pre-interview with me about George Washington posted up already. If you Google 10 American Presidents podcast, I'm sure you'll be able to find it. So between the 250th episode and preparing to talk about George Washington for roughly 30 hours straight, I got deep into the weeds of the thoroughly entertaining Citizen Genet affair. Edmond Charles Genet was born in 1763 in Versailles. He was the youngest of 9 children and the son of the head clerk of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. So his father basically ran the central clearinghouse for correspondence and intelligence during the 7 Years' War and the American War of Independence. So from the day he was born, Genet was immersed in the world of international politics. Young Edmund was also something of a precocious little genius, and by the time he hit puberty, he was fluent in 6 different languages, though, as we will see, not one of those languages was the language of diplomacy. At the age of 18, he was appointed to a position as court translator, and then in 1788, at the ripe old age of 25, Genet was dispatched on his first foreign assignment, joining the French embassy attached to the court of Catherine the Great in St. Petersburg. This was, of course, just before the revolution broke out, and when it did, Genet was a pretty staunch supporter. After a childhood spent in the palace at Versailles, and now a year spent at the opulent court of Catherine the Great, Genet had come to loathe the extravagant despotism of old Europe, and it would appear that he was unable to keep his disdain for the trappings of monarchy to himself. After one too many indiscretions, Catherine got sick of him and declared him persona non grata in 1792, calling his presence in Russia both superfluous and intolerable. Once back in Paris, the insurrection of August the 10th upended everything, and after the National Convention convened, Genet was appointed ambassador to the United States, surely the one country on earth that might stick with revolutionary France now that it was a republic. But keep in the back of your mind that Genet received this appointment in the early days of the convention, when the Girondins still held the levers of power. Once winter passed and war with the rest of Europe declared, Genet sailed away from France and landed in Charleston, South Carolina on April the 8th, 1793. Word of his arrival preceded him, and when he landed, he found himself an immediate smash hit. The Southern Jeffersonians were far more enthusiastic about the French Revolution than the Northern Federalists were, so Genet was welcomed with open arms in South Carolina, and a string of parties were thrown in his honor. Genet loved every minute of it, and the citizens of Charleston appeared to love every minute of him. He was young, still just 30 years old. He was handsome and charming and flamboyant and bursting with revolutionary confidence. He encouraged his new American friends to call him Citizen Genet instead of Monsieur, as was now the style in Republican Paris. Besides enjoying the trappings of being a celebrity, Genet had a list of things that were expected of him now that he was in the United States. He was to secure U.S. support and maybe even protection for French colonies in the West Indies. He was to press for early repayment of debts that the Americans had racked up during the War of Independence. He was to negotiate a new commercial treaty to help keep France supplied with all the stuff they were now having a hard time scrounging up. All of that would have to wait, though, until he got up to the American capital in Philadelphia. But there was another thing on his to-do list that he could get going on right now. According to the American-French Treaty signed back in 1778, French privateers based in American ports could go out and attack British merchant ships and then come back to those American ports with their prizes. So, with the blessing of South Carolina's governor, Genet commissioned 4 new privateer ships and issued them official certificates under the protection of French law. Not without a certain flair, these 4 ships were dubbed the Republican, the Anti-George, the Sans-Culotte, and the Citizen Genet. Up in Philadelphia, the arrival of Citizen Genet was more a cause for concern than celebration for President George Washington and his cabinet. It was still unclear whether the Treaty of 1778 was still operative, signed as it was by a man who had just gotten his head chopped off. Washington himself sure didn't think it was operative anymore, and he believed with every fiber of his being that the United States was best served by remaining neutral in any European war. The young country was simply not strong enough to play ball on that level. So on April the 18th, Washington posed a set of wide-ranging questions to his cabinet on the immediate and future course of American foreign policy. But really, it all boiled down to whether the United States should issue a neutrality proclamation. Secretary of the Treasury Alexander Hamilton, not wanting any part of a French alliance, recommended immediately declaring neutrality. Secretary of State Thomas Jefferson, on the other hand, who may have welcomed a French alliance but knew Washington was wary, said that the United States should hedge its bets. We'll let the French make their offer, and then let the British make their offer, and then we'll decide which is better. But in making this suggestion, Jefferson read Washington all wrong. The president was not happy at all about the idea of putting America's sacred honor up on the auction block. So, as he so often did, Alexander Hamilton won the point, and on April the 22nd, George Washington issued the Neutrality Proclamation, although technically the word neutrality never appeared. The Neutrality Proclamation ignited a brief firestorm in the Jeffersonian-backed Republican press. They were angry both that Washington was turning his back on an ally that had helped them win independence, and also that he had bypassed Congress to do it. This was just an executive proclamation, which led to murmurings that Washington was trying to make himself a king. Meanwhile, a Citizen Genet was still making his way north. Everywhere he stopped, he was greeted like some kind of popular itinerant preacher spreading the gospel of revolution. As he moved, a new breed of popular clubs began to spring up, clubs that seemed to owe a lot to the model of the Jacobin Club. The first one appeared in Philadelphia in April, and by year's end there would be 10 more, then 20 more the year after that. These popular societies were of course protected by the First Amendment's right to free association, but President Washington did not like them one bit, and in time he would come to actively hate them and suspect them of fomenting treason against the federal government. Almost all of the members of these societies seemed to be ex-anti-federalists, all those guys who had led the charge against the Constitution, and they were now actively cheering on even the most excessive phases of the French Revolution. So there was no telling what these guys might do. It finally took a month for Genet to get from Charleston to Philadelphia, a delay that did not endear him to George Washington even a little bit. On May the 16th, Genet finally entered the capital, and like everywhere else, he was greeted as a hero, and he gave a great speech to an enthusiastic crowd. In the president's house, George Washington wondered when the new ambassador from France was going to get around to actually presenting his credentials to the head of state of the United States of America. When Genet finally did decide to present his credentials, he was greeted with a calculated coldness by Washington. But Genet dismissed the possible implications of this coldness for the success of his mission. He had just spent the last month being convinced that the whole country was with him. Washington's stiff demeanor was just proof that the old general was out of touch. Before Genet arrived in Philadelphia, the source of what would become some pretty explosive tension had already sailed up the Delaware River, a French ship with 2 captured British vessels in tow. After his meeting with the president, Genet set to work rechristening one of those ships La Petite Démocrate, and he commissioned it into his little privateer fleet. Washington was furious that Genet was, in Washington's mind, threatening American neutrality. But Genet believed it was his right under the old treaty to do exactly what he was doing. And besides, he was a popular hero, while old man Washington needed to be put out to pasture. By the beginning of June, even Jefferson was starting to tell Genet to tone it down, that strutting around openly defying George Washington was only hurting their shared cause. Genet replied that Washington had clearly been put under the thumb by the Federalist Party, who were using the doddering president as a puppet to erect an American monarchy. Jefferson was indignant about this reply. Whether he recognized that Genet's confidence was likely fed by propaganda Jefferson's own press hacks were writing, we don't know. As the refitting of La Petite Démocrate neared completion, Genet was busy writing bold letters home that he had the old general on the run and that the people were with him. When the president left the capital for a few weeks on personal business, Jefferson told Genet that he better not try to sail the ship out of the harbor until the president got back. Alexander Hamilton and Secretary of War Henry Knox discussed ramping up the military presence at the mouth of the Delaware to stop La Petite Démocrate if Genet tried to defy the order. But Genet said that he would wait until Washington returned, though he also said that if Washington didn't say it was okay for the ship to set sail, that Genet was going to go over the president's head and appeal directly to the American people. The people, after all, were the true sovereign. Now, a threat like that is, of course, an unthinkable breach of diplomatic protocol, and even Thomas Jefferson now realized that Citizen Genet was turning out to be a disaster. Then, 2 days after saying he wouldn't launch the ship before Washington got back, Genet said, screw it, and launched the ship. When Washington got back to Philadelphia, he was cross-eyed with rage, and he had his cabinet draw up a series of explicit orders laying down the rules of conduct between the neutral Americans and all European belligerents. Privateers cannot be armed in American ports. Their prizes cannot be offloaded in American ports. In response to this, Genet started to follow through with his threat to go over Washington's head. With French sailors roaming Philadelphia getting people riled up, Genet himself delivered a fiery speech that called on the citizens of Philadelphia to defend true liberty, not the crypto-royalist Federalists and their puppet George Washington. For a few nights running, huge crowds roamed the streets, ominously congregating around the president's house and demanding that he declare war on England. This was all, of course, too much for the cabinet, and by the end of July they were deep in discussions about how to demand the recall of Genet without offending the French government. After all, neutrality meant neutrality. The last thing they wanted was for France to declare war on the United States too, and force the country into a fight it didn't want to fight. It was suggested that maybe they deliver all of Genet's impetuous correspondence to Paris and say, look, just send us a guy who won't try to blatantly undermine an elected government. But before they came to any firm decisions, Federalists up in New York, specifically John Jay and Rufus King, took it upon themselves to publish the correspondence. The result was a swift backlash against the French ambassador. Genet had made the mistake of both believing his own hype and the anti-Washington invective streaming off the partisan Jeffersonian presses. He completely missed the fact that George Washington was George Washington. An overwhelming majority of Americans still thought of him as nothing less than a minor deity. Genet had convinced himself that he was beating George Washington in a popularity contest. But when it came out how flagrantly disrespectful he was being, it turned out that he was not. In late August 1793, the cabinet decided it was time to formally demand the recall of Citizen Genet. But of course, we know what has happened back in Paris in the meantime, don't we? That's right. The Girondins that appointed him to his job have been purged from the convention. Unbeknownst to the Americans, the now mountain-controlled convention has already dispatched a replacement for Genet, with orders to maintain friendly relations with the United States, lest they too be pushed into an anti-French coalition. The new ambassador arrived with instructions to arrest Genet and put him on a boat back to France, where he would stand trial for his crimes. And everyone knew exactly what that meant. The once haughty and disrespectful Genet then came down and begged Washington for asylum. At the urging of no less an advisor than Alexander Hamilton, the president granted the request. They may not like the bugger, but they weren't going to send him to his death just for being obnoxious. So, Genet stayed in America. For the rest of his life, as it turned out. He wound up wooing the daughter of hugely powerful New York Governor George Clinton, and then settled into a life of rustic tranquility. Having thus avoided being guillotined at the age of 30, Citizen Genet lived out his days on a comfortable little estate overlooking the Hudson River. In a last act of revolutionary patriotism, he died at the ripe old age of 71 on July the 14th, 1834, the 45th anniversary of the fall of the Bastille. Hello, and welcome to Revolutions. Episode 3.35, The Law of 14 Frimaire. So welcome back to our regularly scheduled program. I hope you enjoyed the supplementals while I was away. The tours, as usual, were fantastic. And I've got a little collection of pictures up at revolutionspodcast.com so you can get an idea of just how much fun we had and just how many different cool things we saw on both the European and American legs of the tour. Before we dive back into the action, though, I have one big piece of news that will have an impact on how the rest of the French Revolution is going to play out. Mrs. Revolutions is pregnant with baby number 2, and the due date is in early October. So the French Revolution is now officially scheduled to wrap up the last week of September. This means a couple of things. First, I'm setting the end point at the coup of 18 Brumaire, which is the coup that brings Napoleon to power as first consul in November 1799. Second, by necessity, I'm going to have to truncate a few things over the next 5 months to make sure that we cover everything. Fortunately, the really truly revolutionary stuff peaks with the fall of Robespierre in the summer of 1794, and we're already fast coming up on that as we speak. The 5 years after the Thermidorian reaction are thankfully a little less hectic than the 5 years leading up to it. So there just won't be as much to cover as there was in, say, 1793, when simultaneous and critically important eruptions on all fronts turned it into the year that would never end. 1793 has been fun, but it will never be this complicated ever again. So, when all is said and done, the French Revolution will wind up being just over 50 episodes long, which feels about right. Once Napoleon seizes to power with the help of a certain sly ex-bishop, I'm going to take some paternity leave, and then when I come back, I will launch into the long-promised series on the Haitian Revolution. But then after that, it's kind of wide open. I'm absolutely committed to doing the Mexican Revolution and the Russian Revolution and probably the Cuban Revolution. But before we get there, I might find the revolutionary events surrounding Simon Bolivar irresistible, and maybe I'll figure out a way to tackle 1848 without it becoming too unwieldy, and maybe I'll roll out some kind of listener's choice contest to point me towards a revolution that you really super badly want me to cover. Who knows? By that point, I will have a newborn and a toddler running around the house, and plugging my way blindly through the chaos will be the name of the game, so I'll just be making it up as we go along. So that's the big news here at Revolution's headquarters. There is another baby on the way, and with that, let's get back to plugging our way blindly through the chaos. So when last we left off, let's see, it was October the 31st, 1793, and the Girondins had all just been executed. And by the by, we were all just at the conciergerie and saw Marie Antoinette's cell and the chapel where the Girondins had their final meal together. It was pretty neat, given that I just finished the episode covering their executions right before I left. Anyway, the execution of the Girondins cleared out most of them in one fell swoop, but there were a few loose ends to deal with. For example, Madame Roland, who had been arrested back during the insurrection of May the 31st, June the 2nd, for her well-known part in organizing the Girondin faction in the first place. After spending the last few months cooped up in the conciergerie writing her memoirs, she was finally brought before the Revolutionary Tribunal a week after all her friends were killed. Convicted of treason under the speedy new rules that made it super easy to obtain convictions, Madame Roland was led to the guillotine on November the 8th, and as she stood on the scaffold, she uttered her famous last words, "O liberty, what crimes are committed in thy name?" Then zip-thud, the end. Her husband, Jean-Marie Roland, had himself managed to slip out of Paris when his colleagues were getting arrested and had been in hiding ever since. When he learned that his wife had finally been executed, he despaired and killed himself on the side of a road near Rouen. Over the next few months, the few remaining Girondins who had gotten away were one by one either apprehended, with predictably fatal consequences, or they committed suicide to avoid Madame la Guillotine. Jérôme Pétion and a few others managed to hold out until June 1794, when they finally decided that Robespierre's Great Terror would never relent, and committed suicide. That was just a month before Robespierre was himself overthrown and guillotined. While we're tying up loose ends, I may as well mention that just a few days after Madame Roland was executed, old Jean-Sylvain Bailly was hauled before the Revolutionary Tribunal and accused of intentionally orchestrating the massacre of the Champ de Mars. It took no time at all to convict the man who had stood at the very center of Jacques-Louis David's great and unfinished painting, The Oath of the Tennis Court. On November the 12th, the guillotine was moved from its spot in the Place de la Révolution to the Champ de Mars, so that Bailly could be executed on the spot where he had betrayed the nation. In the freezing rain, he stood on the scaffold while the audience heckled him. One guy apparently shouted, "Do you tremble, Bailly?" And Bailly responded, "Yes, but only because it's cold." Then zip-thud, the end. Now, as I mentioned a few episodes back, though these kinds of major political figures are the victims most often associated with the terror, the bulk of the victims were not in fact major political figures. They were obscure men and women who happened to be on the wrong side of the day's reigning political faction, and who happened to have fallen under the jurisdiction of a particularly bloodthirsty representative on mission. Because though we've already established that the terror was mostly operative in departments recently in revolt against Paris, the whims of the particular representative sent to your town played a huge role in how vicious the terror was going to be. The first great example of this came in Lyon, where originally the wheelchair-bound Georges Couthon had been dispatched to oversee the inevitable reprisals against the city once it capitulated. But after Lyon did capitulate, Couthon quickly discovered that he had no taste for implementing revolutionary justice, and he was replaced by his more zealous colleague, Jean-Marie Collot d'Herbois. Collot had been one of the guys appointed to the Committee of Public Safety to mollify the sans-culottes after the insurrection of September the 5th, and he absolutely had a taste for revolutionary justice. In his former life, Collot had been an actor and dramatist who had, coincidentally enough, spent 1787 running one of the major theaters in Lyon, to apparently mixed reviews. When Collot came back to Lyon at the end of October 1793 to take up his new assignment, he was appalled at the bare minimum Couthon had done to punish the Federalist stronghold. Only a couple of dozen people executed, only a few houses destroyed. This simply would not do. Didn't Couthon realize that the people of Lyon didn't know great theater when they saw it? I mean, were a bunch of dangerous counter-revolutionaries threatening the indivisibility of the nation? These people must pay. Arriving along with Collot was a contingent of the sans-culotte-filled Revolutionary Army that had also been established after September the 5th. Collot dispatched these guys every night to conduct house searches, overturning every inch of the city looking for suspects and evidence of treason, which of course they found everywhere. But though he speeded up the accusation and execution process, Collot was still dissatisfied that by the end of November, only about 200 enemies of the nation had been killed. So he streamlined the operation of the tribunal to dispense justice even quicker. Almost overnight, another 300 were condemned. But now the convictions were coming in so fast that even the super-efficient guillotine couldn't keep up. So Collot had to turn to mass executions, and he settled first on the practice of lining everyone up next to an open grave and then blasting them with a cannon. Really horrible stuff, especially when a bunch of the condemned turned out to have been merely wounded by the cannon shot, and they had to be finished off one by hand. Yuck. This all went on through the winter, and by the end of April 1794, somewhere close to 2,000 people will have been killed in Lyon, making the city one of the major epicenters of the terror. And I've heard that to this day, Lyon is still kind of mad at Paris about it. But though Collot is one of the most infamous practitioners of government by terror, he was not the most infamous. That honor must surely go to Jean-Baptiste Carrier, a man who may in fact have been literally insane when he was assigned to the Vendée to help end the Great Uprising. But before we get into the grisly details of Carrier's work, let's first wrap up the last major organized campaign of the uprising, a campaign that will see the Republic emerge victorious, though that victory will not really end the insurrection. It will simply turn it into a torturous guerrilla brushfire rather than a field army-led inferno. So when last we left the war in the West, the rebels had been soundly defeated at Cholet on October the 17th, but the remains of the Catholic and Royal Army had managed to slip across the Loire River into Brittany. Their plan was to race north to the coastal city of Granville, which was the nearest port to the British island of Jersey, from which they would hopefully be able to get weapons, provisions, and maybe even some armed backup. As the rebel caravan progressed, they picked up disgruntled Bretons along the way. Because remember, the rural population of Brittany had started to revolt the same time the Vendée had exploded. There were just more Republican troops around to put the clamp down. So by the time the rebel army reached Granville on November the 14th, they were numbering something like 60,000 men, women, and children. They then set up shop and started to lay siege to the city, praying that British relief would arrive soon. But unfortunately, though the British and the rebels had been in touch with each other over the last few months, events had moved too quickly after Cholet to alert the commander of Jersey that this rebel horde was on its way. The intelligence was being routed through London. So though they were just 50 miles away with plenty of supplies, the British garrison at Jersey didn't get word until November the 26th that the rebels were in dire straits and needed help. By then, it was already too late. The British sailed down to Granville on December the 2nd, but the rebels had already been forced to abandon the siege for lack of supplies and equipment. Their position in Brittany untenable without British aid, they elected to try to force their way back into their home territory. But on December the 4th, they were unable to force their way back across the Loire. A week later, an army led by Francois Westermann caught up with the rapidly disintegrating rebel army at Le Mans, and in a night attack smashed them to bits. Westermann ordered no quarter given, and something like 10,000 people were killed either in the battle or in the retreat that followed. Then, on December the 23rd, the last 10,000 or so were cornered at Savannah. Almost all of them were either killed in the ensuing battle or in the mass executions that followed. Westermann supposedly wrote the Committee of Public Safety following the battle that, quote, "There is no more Vendée, Republican citizens. It died beneath our free sword, with its women and its children. I have just buried it in the swamps and the woods of Savannah. Following the orders that you gave me, I crushed their children beneath the horses' hooves, massacred the women, who, those at least, will bear no more brigands. I do not have a single prisoner to reproach myself with. I have exterminated them all." But this letter is, of course, either extreme hyperbole or very possibly a later fabrication. But it does fit in generally with Republican conduct after major field operations ceased, especially given the conduct, as we're about to see, of Jean-Baptiste Carrier, to say nothing of the infernal columns, which haven't even gotten rolling yet. While the war proper was being waged north of the Loire, Carrier was dispatched as representative on mission to Nantes, with near absolute authority over the 3 Vendée departments that had been in revolt. Carrier had been a far-left member of the Mountain since being elected to the National Convention, and he had already been dispatched as representative on mission once before up to Normandy, where he had shown a judicious temperament, and the revolutionary tribunals he ran there conformed to something resembling the rule of law. But when he was transferred down to Nantes, something had changed. Whether it was the cue from Paris that terror was now the order of the day, or whether he actually became a little unhinged after watching the brutal struggles with the Catholic and Royal rebels, Carrier appears to have arrived in Nantes with nothing but cold-blooded brutality in his heart, a brutality directed most especially at the local clergy, who Carrier believed were behind the entire counter-revolutionary insurrection. His plan was to wipe them all out. Under Carrier's direction, accusation and conviction quickly became synonymous. It would be too much to even call the tribunal's processing of prisoners a show trial. If you were taken into custody, you were doomed. But Carrier soon ran into the problem that Collot had run into in Lyon. Even the super-efficient guillotine was not proving efficient enough. After initiating large-scale firing squads in the quarries outside of town, Carrier then devised an even more sinister method of mass execution, a method that would be used primarily against the hated clergy. Carrier ordered carpenters to rig floating barges so that they could be sunk at will. On November the 19th, 90 priests were hogtied and led onto the barge. The barge was then floated a distance out into the Loire, the plugs were pulled, and the barge sunk, drowning the struggling prisoners. Carrier appears to have been so delighted with the result that the mass drownings became a regular thing. About once a week for the next 2 months or so, a barge full of prisoners would be floated out into the Loire and sunk, a process that would become known as Republican baptisms in the national bathtub. As the drownings proceeded, new humiliations were devised, and in at least one instance, men and women were stripped naked and chained together in pairs before they were drowned, the revolutionaries laughingly referring to these as Republican marriages. Of course, as the drownings progressed, they became more indiscriminate. Rather than simply targeting priests, now we have old men and women and children all being killed if they were suspected of being a royalist sympathizer, which is frankly about as flimsy an accusation as you'll ever find this side of Pol Pot's, "Hey, that guy is wearing glasses." The final grisly details are disputed, but somewhere between 2,000 and 4,000 men, women, and children were drowned in Loire over the winter of 1793-1794. And that was on top of all the people that were being guillotined or killed in the mass firing squads. But don't worry though, Carrier will finally get his in September 1794, but not before he denies that he had anything at all to do with those terrible drownings in Nantes. The guy was a real piece of work. The cases of Collot in Lyon and Carrier in Nantes represent the most extreme edge of the first stage of the Terror. An extreme edge reached not just because Lyon and the Vendée were hotbeds of revolt, but also because of the individual personalities of the men in charge of the reprisals. Collot and Carrier were bloodthirsty fanatics. By way of contrast, over this same period down in Marseille, another Federalist stronghold, just under 1,000 people were brought to trial by the local revolutionary tribunal. About half were acquitted outright, and of those convicted, only about half again were executed, 289 to be precise. Meanwhile, over in Bordeaux, the capital of the Girondin homeland, and a city that had explicitly called for a Federalist army to march on Paris, only 300 would be executed from the whole Girondin department. This random and unsystematic application of the terror started to trouble the members of the Committee of Public Safety back in Paris. In some places, unchecked and bloody excess threatened to create far more enemies than it eliminated, while in other places there appeared to be a dangerous leniency, a leniency possibly purchased from unscrupulous representatives on mission, ready to turn their nearly unlimited powers in the direction not of national purity, but personal gain. The untidiness of it all rankled the incorruptible Robespierre to no end. But that was not the only bit of untidiness that was rankling Robespierre to no end at the end of 1793. The other big thing is that this is also the moment in the revolution when violent de-Christianization really takes over, and Robespierre had no truck at all with the atheists or their plan to destroy the church. Not only did he consider organized religion essential to civic life, but Robespierre firmly believed that de-Christianization was actually a major part of that foreign plot, which was designed to undermine and discredit the revolution. Because, as we've seen, nothing alienates people from the revolution faster than assault on the church. This is something we've been following from the very beginning. Like, for example, when those first civic oaths back in 1789 turned a bunch of disaffected parish priests from supporters of the revolution into arch enemies practically overnight. And then, of course, we've seen how the attacks on the local clergy more than anything else really got the Vendée uprising off the ground. Robespierre was convinced that the only people who would push for an even more extreme anti-religious platform had to have some sort of sinister ulterior motive. He just couldn't believe that for a lot of the leftist revolutionaries, eliminating religious superstition from public life was actually the logical conclusion of the whole project. The latest cycle of anti-religiosity can be traced first, of course, to the rise of Jacques Hébert as the voice of the people in Paris. Hébert was an avowed atheist who wanted to tear the whole facade of superstition down. But more specifically, it can be traced to a representative on mission named Joseph Fouché. And for you Napoleon files out there, yes, this is that Joseph Fouché. A world-class survivor and side switcher, Fouché would wear many, many hats during a political career that would take him all the way through to the Restoration, and he is, at present, in the early far-left radical phase of his career. He had been assigned as representative on mission in the Vendée in the early days of the uprising, and had emerged from that mission convinced that the Catholic Church needed to be eradicated if the revolution was going to survive. So when, in the autumn of 1793, he was appointed representative to Nièvre in central France, he arrived with a rather bold plan. On his own initiative, he started forcibly de-Christianizing the department. With the help of volunteers who formed a local revolutionary army modeled on the Paris version, Fouché and his boys went around stripping churches of all religious icons, gathering up whatever valuables they could find in the churches and then shipping them off to the treasury to be used to fund the revolution's wars. He even went so far as to remove crosses from cemeteries and ordered that the inscription, "Death is an eternal sleep," be posted outside the newly rationalized burial grounds. In place of all this old superstition, Fouché introduced a new civic religion that would merge seamlessly in with the short-lived cult of reason, which we're going to talk about here in a second. Fouché's de-Christianization really caught on when Pierre Gaspard Chaumette, a native of Nièvre who also happened to be president of the Paris Commune, came home for a visit. Already a staunch enemy of the counter-revolutionary superstitions of the clergy, Chaumette was excited by Fouché's zeal and returned to Paris fired up to transform the capital along the same lines and then hopefully export the movement across France. Fouché, meanwhile, was subsequently reassigned to join Collot in Lyon, where he continued his zealous destructions of all things Christian and helped Collot implement some of the worst excesses of the Reign of Terror. The fact that Fouché managed to survive through Thermidor and get on with the rest of his long and varied career is actually kind of mind-blowing. When Chaumette returned to Paris, he immediately set about organizing the Festival of Reason, which would culminate with Notre Dame being rechristened, though that's probably not the best way to put it, rededicated as the Temple of Reason. They installed an altar to liberty inside to replace the Christian altar, and "To Philosophy" was inscribed above the main door. The Festival of Reason itself involved girls dressing up in old Roman togas, but wearing a tricolor sash on top of it, and then everyone gathering around an actress who was playing the part of the goddess of reason. This festival, or something like it, was then repeated throughout France as copycat revolutionary armies sprang up across the country, eventually numbering something like 40,000 people. These guys started stripping away all the symbols of Christianity. Churches were closed. Clergy were forced to renounce their offices and take wives. And we're talking now about civic clergymen who had sworn every revolutionary oath that had ever been put in front of them. So yeah, this was no longer about putting the church under the authority of the nation. It was about destroying it completely. In place of Christianity, men like Hébert and Chaumette and a bunch of others hoped to found the cult of reason, which they dreamed of as a sort of civic anti-religion. It would have the outward trappings of religion. There would be congregations and acts of devotions, but there would be no God to worship, only the people, who they would try to perfect through the noble pursuit of truth and liberty and reason, human faculties that would be admired but not worshipped. For a brief little while over the winter of 1793-1794, the cult of reason picked up adherents among the sans-culottes and were led by more radical intellectuals, particularly in the Paris Commune. but it was all strongly resisted by Robespierre and Danton, who both thought the whole project dangerously counterproductive. Both were strongly and publicly opposed to dechristianization. Robespierre called the Festival of Reason a ridiculous farce. He said that atheism was aristocratic, that the people believed in a supreme being, and that trying to violently purge religion from France was folly of the worst kind. Danton thundered in the Jacobin Club that the excesses of the anti-pious would do far more harm than good in the end. And so, with dechristianization, a new line is now being drawn in the revolutionary sands. One that just so happened to parallel a line that was also being drawn in the sand over the continuation of the terror. You see, by the end of November 1793, the situation everywhere seemed to have improved dramatically. The Federalist revolt had been pretty much squashed, except for Toulon, whose fall we're about to get to. The rebels in the Vendée had been put to flight, and the region was nominally back in Republican hands. And then up along the frontier, the Allies were all collectively in retreat. So Danton, the man who had coined the phrase, "terror is the order of the day," now stood up in the Jacobins and said it was time to start winding it all back down. The emergency has passed. When he was attacked for his moderation, Robespierre, of all people, stood up and defended him. And this marked the opening of a new round of intense factional fighting between the revolutionaries. Those who circled around Danton, who opposed dechristianization and wanted to dial back the terror, were soon dubbed the Indulgents. Those who circled around Jacques Hébert, who supported dechristianization and wanted to ratchet up the terror, were dubbed, well, they weren't really dubbed anything, but taking a cue from Robespierre, Ultras is a pretty serviceable working name for them. Next week's episode will be all about the running battle between the Indulgents and the Ultras, a battle that will be won by, well, trick question, neither side is going to win. Because by then, Robespierre and his buddies in the Committee of Public Safety will have consolidated power to the point that they will be able to feed both the Ultras and the Indulgents to Madame la Guillotine. That final consolidation of power was made possible by a law passed by the National Convention at the beginning of December. Confronting both a haphazard reign of terror that no one seemed to be in control of, and a spontaneous and possibly sinister dechristianization movement, a wary National Convention decided to vest in the Committee of Public Safety the last few bits of authority it needed to truly run France as a de facto dictatorship. In a sweeping piece of legislation passed on December the 4th, 1793, aka 14 Frimaire Year 2 of the new calendar, virtually the entire apparatus of government, all government, everywhere, was put under the control of the committee. First and foremost, that meant bringing to heel the representatives on mission that the convention themselves had been dispatching to run things out in the departments. Vested with nearly absolute powers in their assigned provinces, the representatives were now going to take orders from and answer to the Committee of Public Safety. All those spontaneous revolutionary armies that had been sprouting up and being deployed by the representatives were ordered to cease operations immediately. The law also gutted the power of local authorities to be anything but implementers of the committee's will. All those municipal and departmental governments that had been set up way back in the early days in the National Assembly were now told they could not alter or interpret decrees to suit their own needs, and certainly not initiate any of their own. Those local authorities had been a hotbed of federalism, and they were now going to be monitored very closely and given the keys to nothing. Agents would be arriving shortly to make sure that no one started thinking for themselves again, and those agents would be sending back reports to Paris every 10 days like clockwork. All the local revolutionary tribunals and surveillance committees would report their findings up the chain of command, and orders would be sent back down for them to implement. The entire apparatus of the terror was now going to be centrally planned and monitored. Everything throughout France was now under the jurisdiction of the 12 men of the Committee of Public Safety. Now this was all, of course, anathema to everything the revolution had once stood for, and in every way was simply a more dangerous and more comprehensive version of the centralized monarchy of the Ancien regime. But Robespierre defended the necessity of the law. He said that constitutional government could not survive in the chaos and anarchy that currently defined France. The goal of a constitutional government, he said, was to preserve the republic. But we haven't even gotten that far yet, which is why we must have a revolutionary government, whose goal would be to found the republic, to put the republic on solid enough ground that later constitutional government could come in and preserve it. Now maybe Robespierre was right. Maybe it all had to be done. But with the law of 14 Frimaire, France was now run by a dictatorial committee who would inevitably, because you just knew this was coming, start to conflate their own interests with those of the nation. So God help you if the committee decided that you were a threat to their interests, because that meant ipso facto you were a threat to the nation and liable to become a victim of the newly systematized and centrally planned Reign of Terror. 2 weeks after the law of 14 Frimaire was put into effect, the newly empowered committee received some very good news. News that would help bolster the indulgent argument that the national emergency was receding and that the terror could be dialed back. The all-important port of Toulon had been retaken. And I find it an interesting historical coincidence that just as dictatorial government was being entrenched in Paris, the man who would in the end fully embody and perfect dictatorial government was making his debut on the world stage. Because the siege of Toulon would never have been brought to a successful conclusion had it not been for a brilliant young artillery officer named Napoleon Bonaparte. And since he will be weaving his way in and out of our story for the next 5 years and then ultimately bring it to a close, we will close today by introducing the boy who will be emperor. Napoleon Bonaparte was born on the island of Corsica in 1769. He was the third son of a minor noble family of Italian origin. He also just so happened to be born in the year that Corsica was ceded to the French by Genoa. Now, the internal politics of the island of Corsica are way too complex to get into here, but just know that basically the greatest leader in French history was himself not very French at all. And in his youth, he was actually a Corsican nationalist who would soon be talking about the 30,000 Frenchmen who have vomited upon our shores. His family was of some means and connections, and his father served as the Corsican representative to the court of Louis XVI starting in 1777. 2 years later, young Napoleon was accepted to a provincial military academy up in north-central France, and upon graduation, he gained admission to the prestigious military school in Paris, where he trained to be an artillery officer. Now, through his years in school, it was clear to everyone, student and faculty alike, that this Bonaparte kid was crazy smart and crazy driven. He excelled at just about everything and never stopped reading, writing, studying, and thinking. Needless to say, this did not make him particularly popular with the other boys, who teased him about his provincial Corsican accent. And this is, of course, as good a time as any to mention that Napoleon Bonaparte was not also teased about his diminutive stature, because contrary to all historical myth, he was not short. He was about 5'7", which made him average for his day and age. His father died while he was at school, and the subsequent financial hit his family took meant that Napoleon had to race to complete a 2-year program in a single year, which he was, of course, able to do, emerging with a commission as a second lieutenant in 1785. He served fairly anonymously in the army of the Ancien Regime until the revolution broke out in 1789, at which point he seems to have taken advantage of all the uncertainty and demoralization within the officer corps to take a leave of absence that wound up lasting years. He returned to Corsica and threw himself into a 3-way fight for control of the island between French royalists, French revolutionaries, and Corsican nationalists. But though he was close with the leader of the nationalists, Bonaparte himself decided to volunteer for the Revolutionary National Guard, which ultimately pitted him against the nationalists. Forced to leave the island in 1793, a Corsican friend brought him to the attention of Augustin Robespierre, the brother of the incorruptible Maximilian. These two guys recognized something special about young Bonaparte, and they pushed him into the artillery corps, against the wishes of the artillery commander, just as the Republican army in the southeast was coming together to stamp out the Federalist uprising in the summer of 1793. After Marseille fell, these armies moved on to Toulon, and set up a siege that would soon draw in about 35,000 Republican soldiers. As the siege dragged on, not terribly successfully, Captain Bonaparte had zero qualms about writing a blunt letter to the Committee of Public Safety, complaining about the incompetence of the officers around him. And he wasn't wrong. They were pretty incompetent. Bonaparte had diagnosed in about 5 seconds what it was going to take to break the Allied hold on Toulon, and he simply had to sit around and wait for the higher-ups to get with the program. Time that he spent drilling his totally inexperienced troops in the finer points of artillery. A few command replacements up at the top later, Bonaparte, now a colonel, was finally ordered to do what he always knew they were going to have to do to take Toulon. He led the charge against the key British fortification on the night of December the 16th, took the fortification, and was wounded in the leg in the process. Now totally exposed to a French bombardment, the Allies were forced to withdraw, but not before successfully burning a good chunk of the French fleet. This was all a huge relief for the leaders back in Paris, and a great triumph for young Bonaparte personally. It put him on the map, kicking off a career that would wind up seeing him not just on the map, but holding the map in his hands and redrawing it at will. But that is all still a ways off, and next week we will get into one of the defining factional fights of the whole revolution, the battle between the Ultras and the Indulgents, with the guillotine looming as punishment for defeat. But the fight would not be a defining one because of what everyone was fighting over. It would be a defining fight because in the end, everyone will lose. Hello, and welcome to Revolutions. Episode 3.36, The Liquidation Process. So last week was a bit of a grab bag of topics to bring everything up to speed so that we could spend today talking about the great factional battle between the Danton-led Indulgents and the Jacques Hébert-led Ultras in the first few months of 1794. As we established last week, this latest factional battle was fought over de-Christianization and the Terror. The Indulgents wanted to pull back from both, the Ultras wanted to go even further with both. Now, had the revolution continued on the path it had been on since Controller General Calonne first declared bankruptcy back in 1786, the outcome would not have been in doubt. The radical, de-Christianizing terrorists would have defeated the moderate Indulgents. I mean, that's the way it's always gone, right? Right. Except that since the insurrection of September the 5th, the revolution has been on a new path. So this time around, the radical Ultras will actually be the first ones to go down. Not that the more moderate Indulgents would have long to savor their victory, as they themselves would be led to the guillotine less than 2 weeks later. Because the revolution's new path is now being paved by Maximilien Robespierre, and it was a very narrow path that only he could see. The battle between the Indulgents and the Ultras burst out into the open in early December 1793, when Camille Desmoulins launched a new weekly newspaper specifically designed to counter Jacques Hébert's anti-Christian, pro-terror screeds. Desmoulins dubbed his new paper the Old Cordelier, clearly trying to recapture the magic of the early revolution and reclaim spiritual ownership of the Cordelier name. You see, when the original core of Cordelier leaders surrounding Danton had graduated up to running the country, control of the Cordelier Club had passed into the hands of the sans-culotte-backed radicals, and the current president was none other than Jacques Hébert. It had to hurt Desmoulins to see the club he and his buddies had founded now perverted to serve the bloodthirsty, sacrilegious ends of the Ultras. The first issue of the Old Cordelier was published on December the 5th and was an instant bestseller. There were tons of people in Paris who had been cowed into silence by the radical fury of the Ultras, and they were thrilled to finally have someone giving voice to all their fears. The journalistic broadsides were echoed in the convention by the alliance between Robespierre and Danton that we touched on a bit last week. They both delivered speeches denouncing de-Christianization and the excesses of the terror. On December the 6th, the convention passed a decree reaffirming the right to the freedom of worship, a right that was a core part of the Declaration of Rights, and a right that de-Christianization clearly threatened. And I completely forgot to mention this last week, but this is the moment in history when the word vandalism enters the world lexicon. Opponents of de-Christianization liken the destruction of church property with the destruction of Rome by the Vandals. So, that's where vandalism comes from. In the third issue of the Old Quarterly, published on December the 15th, Desmoulins riffed off Tacitus and drew a specific parallel between revolutionary Paris and Rome under Tiberius, a time when fear and brutality spread like a sickness through a once great civilization. With the rhetorical foundations laid, the Old Quarterly stalwart Fabre d'Eglantina stood up in the convention and denounced two primary carriers of the dreaded sickness, Charles-Philippe Ronsin and François-Nicolas Vasson. Ronsin was the leader of the Paris Revolutionary Army, and he was just back from Lyon, where he had been a zealous accomplice of Collot d'Herbois. Vasson was General Secretary of the War Department, and he had been using his position to push for an even more rigorous application of the terror. Both were arrested December the 17th. A few days later, Robespierre gave his tacit approval to form yet another committee, a committee who would be tasked with investigating wrongful arrests. Obviously, this oversight panel would act as a check on those who wanted to turn the terror into an indiscriminate bloodbath. These sudden and surprisingly popular attacks on their position caught the Ultras off guard. But despite the flurry of attacks against them, the Ultras regained their footing just a few days later. When Collot d'Herbois heard that Ronsin had been arrested, he raced back from Lyon to Paris. He reached the capital on December the 22nd and gave a fiery speech in the Jacobin Club, denouncing what he saw as a sudden turn to spinelessness. When I left, we were united behind the goal of purging France of her enemies, and now I return to find the best and most patriotic men we have in jail? I mean, what the hell, people? This speech re-energized the radicals. Collot then teamed up with his fellow radical on the Committee of Public Safety, Jacques-Nicolas Billaud-Varenne, and together they got the new oversight panel shut down before it even started up. So as 1793 gave way to 1794, it looked like the Committee of Public Safety itself might become a front in the war between the Indulgents and the Ultras, and then maybe, inevitably, a casualty. But then the East India Company scandal blew up and changed the whole dynamic. Because in the current political fight, Maximilien Robespierre was the critical swing vote. He had been leaning towards the Indulgents, but after the East India scandal broke, he straightened up very quickly. So, what was the East India Company scandal? Or maybe we should start with, so, what was the East India Company? The East India Company was first chartered by Louis XIV back in 1664 to help the French compete with the English and Dutch in the rapidly expanding Oriental trade markets. The company was given a monopoly over trade in the Pacific and Indian Oceans, but as everyone discovered over the next century or so, state-chartered monopolies are a horrible, horrible way to do business. The French East India Company was a mess, thoroughly corrupt, and always in financial trouble. As the ministers surrounding Louis XV started to attempt some much-needed reforms after the disastrous conclusion to the 7 Years' War, the East India Company was targeted and abolished in 1769. But 16 years later, the company was rechartered by Controller General Calonne, and once again given a monopoly over trade east of the Cape of Good Hope. Now originally, this monopoly was supposed to run for 7 years, but of course then along comes the revolution in 1789, and in January 1790, the more free market inclined delegates of the National Assembly stripped the company of its monopoly. Now exposed to the terrors of competition, the company predictably started to implode, and by the summer of 1793 was limping towards death. It was finally put out of its misery when the newly reshuffled Committee of Public Safety banned all joint stock companies in August 1793, and the East India Company was ordered to liquidate all its assets by January the 1st, 1794. And that is when the scandal comes into it. The scandal itself is a little complicated, but the gist of it is that with the company slated for liquidation, financial speculators with insider information started manipulating the process to reap huge profits for themselves by selling the stock short. But that, in and of itself, wasn't actually the scandal. The scandal was when certain members of the convention discovered this illegal stock manipulation, and rather than doing something about it, decided, hey, let's get in on the action. They threatened to expose the corruption and turn the speculators over to the Revolutionary Tribunal unless they were given a cut of the ill-gotten gains. To make sure no one else was tipped off to this extortion, the convention committee assigned to oversee the company secretly altered the rules of the liquidation process, allowing the company to sell off its own assets rather than having government agents handle it. This would mean fewer questions about what was being sold, how much it was being sold for, who it was being sold to, and of course, whose pockets the money was actually winding up in. And wouldn't you know it, Fabre d'Eglantina was the chairman of that committee, and he was the one who signed the crooked paperwork after being promised a fat bribe. This was a fatal mistake, not just for d'Eglantina, but for all of his friends. By mid-October, the fishiness of the liquidation process started to stink, and d'Eglantina decided to get out in front of things before it all blew out into the open. And that is when he went to Robespierre with the details of the foreign plot, a plot that just so happened to implicate his accomplices in the East India Company extortion racket. By coming forward first with the denunciations, d'Eglantina was briefly insulated from the scandal. Because when another one of the compromised delegates came to Robespierre in mid-November with his own version of what was going on, a version that implicated d'Eglantina, Robespierre believed that this was just a revenge denunciation. But then at some point in late December or early January, Robespierre was handed incontrovertible proof of d'Eglantina's involvement, probably the falsified paperwork he had signed. The incorruptible Robespierre was furious. Doubly so, because he had been clearly duped by the slick-talking d'Eglantina. On January the 8th, Robespierre publicly denounced d'Eglantina in the convention, and on January 12th, the corrupt poet revolutionary was arrested. But always one to embrace a guilt by association mentality, Robespierre could not believe that d'Eglantina's corruption was the personal failing of just one man. Instead, it was proof that the indulgent faction he fronted for was compromised. Robespierre was only further convinced of their shared guilt when Danton stood up and defended d'Eglantina, the only member of the convention willing to do so. In Robespierre's head, Danton could not possibly be motivated by old ties of personal loyalty. It had to be something more sinister. And then, in an unfortunate coincidence of timing, just as d'Eglantina's guilt was being established, Desmoulins used the Old Cordelier to criticize the Committee of Public Safety and the leadership of Robespierre. So now we have a conspiratorial pattern. Now, Desmoulins had strayed over the line once before, but in that case, Robespierre had merely ordered copies of the offending issue burned. But by mid-January, with the East India Company scandal swirling, word went round to the printers of Paris that the Old Cordelier was a dangerous thing to be caught printing, and it was only after considerable delays that Desmoulins was able to get the 6th issue published on February the 3rd, and that 6th issue would also be the final issue. After just 3 months, the Old Cordelier was killed stone dead. With Robespierre now coming to believe that the indulgents were a bunch of self-serving partisans, he really started to go in for the notion that factional fighting in itself was a danger to the nation, and that everyone needed to stop the bickering, come together as one, or else. As an olive branch to the ultras, Rosson and Vasson were released from jail in early February, and it was hinted to them that now would be a very nice time to take the high road and not seek reprisals. Danton tried to get in the spirit of things by publicly applauding their release, but then he undermined his own position by saying, hey, maybe we should let d'Eglantina out of jail too. He's a good guy, I swear. Then on the 5th of February, Robespierre laid out his vision for the future in a speech to the convention entitled Report on the Principles of Public Morality. Now I'm going to set aside the details of that speech until next week when we talk more about Robespierre's Republic of Virtue. But just to give you a heads up, as it turns out, that Republic of Virtue will only be achieved after everybody who isn't virtuous is murdered. And that has a lot to do with what comes next. But after giving this speech, Robespierre got very, very sick, and he disappears off to bed for a month. Nobody took his advice about coming together as one in his absence. As soon as Roussin and Vasson were let out of jail, they started gearing up for a big fight. They could see the effect that the Law of 14 Frimaire was having, and saw how the Committee of Public Safety was now stifling dissent on all sides. If they didn't act now, they might never have another chance. But unlike the past 2 years, when the dark days of winter helped radical forces muster sans-culotte anger into political action, this time the drive to insurrection went nowhere. And it's not that the sections of Paris weren't getting restless. They were. As usual, there were commodity shortages in the capital. The general maximum had gone some way towards alleviating the problem of spiraling costs, but mostly it just pushed everything into a thriving black market that even the threat of the guillotine couldn't close down. So there were street clashes regularly through February that looked eminently exploitable. So from their base in the Cordelier Club, the new Cordelier Club, Jacques Hébert and the Ultras started trying to organize yet another Paris insurrection. And that is when they discovered that by early 1794, the well of sans-culotte political wrath was mostly empty. It had been sucked dry by all the decrees passed in the wake of the insurrection of September the 5th, the insurrection, ironically enough, that Hébert himself had orchestrated. Because for the average sans-culotte, every decree he had ever wanted had already been enacted. The general maximum, the law of suspects, punishment for hoarding, the streamlined revolutionary tribunal, men they trusted placed on the Committee of Public Safety. And on top of all that good stuff, the convention had just passed the so-called laws of Ventose, that is, the Republican month of Ventose, at the end of February and beginning of March. Those laws promised to take property confiscated from suspects and émigrés and redistribute it to the poor. And that is to say nothing of the payments they were all receiving for attending sectional assemblies. Now, super radicals denounced these 40-sou patriots who came down twice a week to pick up their checks, but it was working out exactly the way the Committee of Public Safety hoped it would. The Parisian streets were pretty well bought off. All of this made it very hard to convince the Parisians that there was a desperate need for yet another revolt. And oh, one more thing. Since taking power, all the Committee of Public Safety had done was push the Allied armies out of France, crush the Federalist uprising, and put down the Vendée insurrection. And now you want me to overthrow these guys? I'm sorry, dude, but I'm actually kind of on their side now. But the Ultras pressed on. On March the 4th, they launched a new incarnation of the Friend of the People, obviously trying to recapture some old magic themselves, and then they scheduled a mass demonstration. On March the 6th, Hébert and the Ultras led a mob out of Section Marat, which is what they were calling the old Cordelier district these days, to the Hôtel de Ville. But not a single one of the other 47 Paris sections followed their lead. It was a combination of lack of interest and poor planning. So there will be no insurrection of March the 6th on the test, because it pathetically fizzled out and went home. While the Ultras found themselves unsupported from below, they also found themselves unsupported from above, because this was the moment that Collot Dubois decided it was far better to stay in power with the Committee of Public Safety than to tear it down and try to start over again. He went down to the Jacobin Club and gave another fiery speech, except this one was about the importance of sticking with the revolutionary authorities. Look at all the good we've done. Don't throw it away just for the sake of a few crazy radicals. His speech successfully kept the Jacobin Club on the side of the committee, and the Ultras suddenly found themselves dangerously isolated. After that, it didn't take long for the hammer to fall. Or I guess I should say it didn't take long for the guillotine to fall. The members of the Committee of Public Safety were all collectively re-elected on March the 10th, and then Robespierre emerged from his illness ready now more than ever to destroy the hated Ultras. On March the 13th, Saint-Just denounced the radicals in the convention as agents of a vast foreign plot to discredit the revolution. The next day, Jacques Hébert, Vasson, and Roussin were arrested along with a dozen or so foreigners living in Paris, including the colorful Prussian on anarchist Klutz, who has been around the revolution since the early days, but who I'm just mentioning now because he's about to get his head chopped off. This group was collectively tried from March the 21st to March the 24th on charges of fomenting insurrection, intentionally inducing famine, and plotting another prison massacre, all apparently at the behest of British Prime Minister William Pitt. They were, of course, all found guilty and led straight away to the scaffold. Apparently, their executions drew the largest crowd of any execution in the whole revolution. Now, I'm surprised it drew better than the king's execution, but I guess there was something thrilling about watching men who had just spent the last year calling for everyone and their mother to be shaved with the national razor, to themselves get shaved by the national razor. Over the next week, the Committee of Public Safety completed its liquidation of the Paris radicals. 3 days after the execution, the oh-so-recently organized Revolutionary Army was dissolved. Then, using its authority under the law of 14 Frimaire, the committee purged the Paris Commune's General Assembly of anyone it didn't like, including its president, Pierre-Gaspard Chaumette, who was one of the arch-instigators of de-Christianization. He and another batch of radical sympathizers were arrested and would subsequently be executed on April the 13th. Just like that, the Paris Commune was put under the thumb of the Committee of Public Safety. And for the first time since, probably the flight to Varennes, the Paris Commune was subservient to the national government rather than the other way around. Once the engine of the revolution, the Paris Commune is now a broken shell of its former self. So here we are now at the end of March 1794. The terror is clearly about to start winding down, right? The law of 14 Frimaire is in place, and most of the out-of-control representatives have been brought to heel. Jean-Baptiste Carrier, for example, has just been recalled to Paris so that he would stop doing all the terrible things he was doing in Nantes. Collot Dubois just reaffirmed his loyalty to the Committee of Public Safety. And in a fine and ironic twist, the most zealous advocates of the terror have just fallen victim to it. So this has got to be the end, right? You can't blame everybody for thinking this at the time, but they turned out to be very wrong. In an even finer ironic twist, the execution of the Ultras turned out to usher in not the end of the terror, but the beginning of its darkest phase, the so-called Great Terror, which was run, of course, by the incorruptible Robespierre, following that very narrow path of virtue that only he could see. The first sign that this was not in fact the end of the terror came when the Revolutionary Tribunal turned its attention to prosecuting those implicated in the East India Company scandal, because the tribunal is about to cast a far wider net than the facts would possibly warrant, in a blatant attempt to catch the biggest revolutionary fish of them all, the one guy who might possibly be able to beat Robespierre and the Committee of Public Safety in a fair fight, Georges Danton. On March the 16th, the head of the Committee of General Security, the head of the National Police Force, if you will, finally issued a report on the India Company scandal, and he dutifully found that a number of convention delegates and assorted speculators had indeed committed fraud on a massive scale. But Robespierre found the report too narrowly focused on the financial details. It failed to properly take into account the broader political crimes. So 3 days later, the Committee of General Security came out with a new report that called for a much more open-ended trial of these traitors to France. Once Hébert and the Ultras were dispatched, the defendants in the India Company trial were next up on the Revolutionary Tribunal's docket. As the trial date approached, a debate erupted in both the Committee of Public Safety and the Committee of General Security about whether all the right suspects had been rounded up. Some wanted to keep the scope of the next trial narrowly focused on the fraud, execute the men guilty, and leave it at that. But another camp wanted to use this all as an excuse to dispose of the whole indulgent faction, and most especially their leader, Georges Danton. The swing vote in this debate was Robespierre. And though a lot of later historians are always ready to paint Robespierre as nothing but a poisonous little snake who you should always think the worst of, I, for one, am willing to believe he was genuinely conflicted about going after Danton and Desmoulins. I think it's well established that he pulled back from any public alliance he might have been forging with the Indulgents after d'Eglantine was exposed. And I think it's also well established that d'Eglantine's corruption had made Robespierre very suspicious of his old allies. But Danton and Desmoulins were not aristocratic swine, or out-of-control rabble-rousers, or mere faceless enemies of the state. Remember, Robespierre and Desmoulins had gone to school together as children. They were friends. Robespierre was the godfather of Desmoulins' son. And Danton, well, it was no secret that Robespierre privately thought Danton an immoral ogre, and it was also no secret that Danton thought Robespierre a repressed little prig who needed to loosen the hell up, but neither had ever doubted the other's revolutionary commitment. And at a couple of key moments, they had stood side by side when the winds were blowing really hard in the other direction. I'm thinking here of the run-up to the war with the Austrians, when Robespierre was practically the only guy to oppose war fever, and Danton was practically the only guy who would stand up and defend him. I'm also thinking about what's just happened in the last episode. Danton had gone out on a limb by saying, look, the emergency is past, let's wind down the terror. He was lambasted by the rest of the Jacobin Club, but Robespierre rose to his defense. They both thought dechristianization to be the height of folly, and joined forces trying to combat it. This is all just a few months ago. I think it's fair to say that Danton and Robespierre were not friends, but they clearly had had each other's backs for years. So the idea of now going after Danton, arresting him, accusing him of treason, and then executing him, that cannot have been an easy idea to swallow even for somebody as heartlessly pure as Robespierre. Plus, Danton was Danton. He was a giant, a force to be reckoned with. Going after him might actually blow up in all their faces, and it would be their heads, not Danton's, that would wind up in the basket. In March 1794, Danton and Robespierre met twice to try to hash out their differences and avert any kind of dramatic conclusion to their shared revolutionary careers. I don't think Robespierre was yet ready to abandon Danton after the first meeting, and when he was pushed to support an arrest warrant while the trial of the Ultras was occupying everyone's attention, Robespierre, for the moment, refused to do it. But at some point before they met for the second and final time on March the 29th, Robespierre had made up his mind that Danton posed too great a threat to let Rome free. Events after the meeting progressed too quickly and were too well prepared for the wheels to not have already been in motion. At the meeting, Danton begged Robespierre to recognize that his mind was being poisoned, and Robespierre demanded Danton denounce his old friends as proof of his commitment to the revolution. Neither really heard a word that the other was saying. But as I said, I'm pretty sure Robespierre had already begun drawing up Danton's indictment, and this whole exercise was simply meant to lull the great ogre into a false sense of security. Initially, the plan was for Saint-Just to take to the floor of the convention on March the 31st and denounce Danton and his friends, paving the way for their collective arrest. But when this was all being laid out for the members of the Committee of General Security, they shook their heads and said, "Holy crap, are you crazy? First arrest Danton, then denounce him. If you give that guy even a 5-minute head start, he'll kill us all." So, that's what they did. Danton was of course tipped off that an arrest warrant was being prepared, but it appears that he just couldn't believe it was true. He was Georges Danton. Surely, of all the men in France, he was the one guy who could not possibly be accused of being a counter-revolutionary. He was the revolution. Except, he wasn't anymore. Robespierre was. And Robespierre was the one who prepared the indictment. On the night of March the 30th, Danton and Desmoulins and a few of their closest associates were arrested. Also picked up were Marie-Jeanne Hérault de Sachel, the nobleman on the Committee of Public Safety Robespierre had been keeping his eyes on these past few months, and then also Danton's old friend and recent scourge of Vendée, General Francois Westermann, who had come back to Paris just in time to get picked up in the sweep. The trial of Danton and his friends was, of course, a complete farce. And not to get off on a tangent here, but I've really come to love this whole historical subgenre of political show trials when the defendants refuse to play the part assigned to them. When the Earl of Strafford runs circles around the Long Parliament, or when Charles I refuses to enter a plea and just grinds his trial to a halt, or then when the Girondins get up one by one and just eviscerate every charge levied at them. And now here we have one of the greatest shows of them all. Because if you think Danton is just going to sit back and take it, you are out of your mind. The courtroom was packed, the crowd was rowdy and ready for a show, and Danton gave it to them. The farce of it all was obvious from the beginning. All the East India Company defendants and Danton's group would be tried together. Desmoulins was immediately outraged, and he protested. He said, "Let us be sacrificed alone. What do we have to do with these rogues?" When Westerman was brought in after the others, and neither asked to identify himself nor formally indicted, the general protested. When the judge shrugged and said, "Those are mere forms," Danton shouted out, "Form? We're all of us here only for form," much to the laughing delight of the audience. When the judge told him to pipe down and respect the proceedings, Danton boomed back that the judge had better respect their proceedings too. "Remember," said Danton, "I'm the one who created this tribunal, so I know something about it." The judge then rang his little bell that signaled for order in the court, and when the court did not return to order, the judge asked, "Don't you hear the bell?" And Danton barked at him, "A man defending his life does not care about a damn bell. No, he keeps shouting." The prosecutors were clever, though, and knowing that Danton would continue to seize the stage any chance he got, they spent the first 2 days of the trial focused on the boring and eminently provable crimes of the East India Company fraudsters, which gave Danton no ability to talk, since he had nothing to do with it. But on the third day, they finally had to come round to him. The problem was, they didn't really have anything on him, just a bunch of vague stuff going all the way back to the allegations that he had been too busy apologizing for General Dumouriez to realize General Dumouriez was plotting a coup, and then even further back that he had once been friends with the now disgraced Mirabeau, all of which Danton had very good answers for, and all of which the tribunal had no proof of any actual wrongdoing. As he parried each thrust, Danton continuously counter-demanded that he and his friends be allowed to call witnesses in their defense. Danton planned to call every member of the Committee of Public Safety, and no doubt subject them to some very uncomfortable cross-examination. These demands were repeatedly rebuffed, but it was getting hard for the judge and prosecutor to maintain order. To help speed matters along, the Committee of Public Safety seized on a report of a rumor that Desmoulins' beloved wife Lucille had been spotted at the prison where the defendants were being kept with a large amount of money, supposedly a bribe to help facilitate a prison break. Not really caring whether the story was true or not, the committee ordered Lucille arrested on the night of April the 4th, and a decree was passed that if the defendants did anything further to insult the majesty of the tribunal, that they could be removed from the courtroom. The next day, April the 5th, 1794, Danton once again got into an argument about whether or not he could call a witness, and the judge invoked the new decree. The defendants were removed from their own trial. The specially handpicked jurors were then asked to deliver a verdict, and they did. Without proof, witnesses, or the defendants present, they found everybody guilty of defrauding the nation and conspiring to restore the monarchy. An absurd verdict? Of course, but also a final verdict. As they waited their last few minutes in the conciergerie, Danton lamented the poor state he was leaving the Republic, and allegedly said, "If only I could leave my balls to Robespierre and my legs to Couthon, the committee might live a little longer." At 4 p.m, Danton, Desmoulins, Fabre-d'Églantine, Westerman, Hérault, some of the most dedicated, passionate, ferocious revolutionaries were led out onto the tumbrils. These were the men who had taken down the Bastille, overthrown the monarchy, sentenced the king to death, and then defended the Republic with every fiber of their being. But now it is time for the revolution to devour a few more of her children. One wonders if Fabre-d'Églantine contemplated lettuce on his way to the guillotine, this after all being the 16th of Germinal, the day he had so poetically set aside for the contemplation of lettuce. Desmoulins no doubt died fearing for his arrested wife Lucille. Not that she would suffer for long after his death, she herself would be executed just a week later. Georges Danton was of course the last of the group to be killed. After watching his friends die one by one, he approached the guillotine himself and told the executioner, "Don't forget to show my head to the people. It is worth a look." Then zip thud, the end. Next week, we will continue to follow Robespierre as he leads France along the razor-thin path to the Republic of Virtue, a republic that could only be forged by its evil twin, the Reign of Terror. And though his accomplice Saint-Just had just promised the convention that the execution of the indulgence would finally bring an end to the political massacres, it will turn out that they were just getting warmed up. Hello, and welcome to Revolutions. Episode 3.37, The Republic of Virtue. So last time, the revolution ate some of her most famous children, gobbling them up at the behest of her friends on the Committee of Public Safety. According to Robespierre, their factional partisanship threatened to lead France off the narrow path to the virtuous promised land he clearly believed it was his destiny to lead France to. Translated into more practical language, the ultras and the indulgents had both posed a political threat to the dictatorship of the Committee of Public Safety and thus had to be eliminated. Today, we will see the committee complete its consolidation of power, leading directly to the so-called Great Terror, which ran the streets of Paris red with blood, and in the process convinced a lot of people that Robespierre was not going to stop until he had killed everyone that did not meet his exacting revolutionary standards. On February the 5th, 1794, that is, 2 months before Danton and his guys were executed, Robespierre had defined those exacting revolutionary standards. In a speech to the convention called Report on the Principles of Public Morality, he laid out the philosophical framework that ought to now guide government policy. He started out by saying that up until now the revolution had not been guided by any exact theory or precise rules of conduct, which, tell me about it. The time had come, though, to finally lay some out. So he said, what is the goal toward which we are headed? The peaceful enjoyment of liberty and equality, the reign of that eternal justice whose laws have been inscribed not in marble and stone, but in the hearts of all men. So what he's talking about here is a democratic republic founded not on mere laws, but rather in something deeper, psychological and emotional. So he is moving the revolution away from Montesquieu and towards Rousseau. Then he asked them, what is the fundamental principles of popular or democratic government? That is to say, the essential mainspring which sustains it and makes it move. Now, anyone who knew Robespierre even a little bit already knew what his answer was going to be. He said, it is virtue. Now, luckily, being the occasionally good disciple of Rousseau that he was, Robespierre believed that virtue was natural to the people, and that it was only through the corrupting influence of intriguers and despots that it was corrupted. So he said that naturally, the first rule of your political conduct should be to let all your measures tend to maintain equality and encourage virtue. For the first care of the legislator should be to strengthen the principles on which the government rests. So what Robespierre is saying is that first we need to ensure the people are virtuous, and then we can have our perfect republic. And this is radically different from the assumptions of James Madison and the founders of the American Republic, who explicitly built their constitution on the assumption that men were not virtuous animals at all. And maybe that's why they didn't have to chop off as many heads. Robespierre then transitioned into talking about how to found this republic of virtue, because he recognized that the tempest of the times meant that virtue alone was not enough. He said, if the mainspring of popular government in peacetime is virtue, amid revolution, it is at once virtue and terror. Virtue, without which terror is fatal. Terror, without which virtue is impotent. Terror is nothing but prompt, severe, inflexible justice. It is, therefore, an emanation of virtue. So now we're getting to the good stuff, where virtue can only be achieved when the wicked are purged from the body politique, and the virtuous are scared into being anything but virtuous. But Robespierre knows what you're about to ask, and so he asks it for you. He asks, but hasn't it been said that terror is the spring of despotic government? Does yours then resemble despotism? Yes, Robespierre answered himself. But the government in a revolution is the despotism of liberty against tyranny. Is force only intended to protect crime? Is not the lightning of heaven made to blast vice exalted? He refers to the terror as the steel that glistens in the hands of the heroes of liberty. So where we're at now is the belief that the people are naturally virtuous, that they've been corrupted, and what is needed is a vanguard of warriors to clear out everything standing between the people and their natural virtue, which will then manifest itself in a glorious republic of equality and liberty where the nation will secure the comfort of the individual, and an individual prides himself on the prosperity and glory of his country. So Robespierre is describing like a symbiotic organism made up of pure republican virtue that will then, I guess at some point, disappear in a flash of white light up to a higher plane of existence. Or, collapse under the weight of a pile of heads and then get taken over by a little corporal from Corsica, whichever comes first. Now, Robespierre delivered this great speech, possibly the defining speech of his career, just before he took a month's sick leave from the public stage. But when he came back in March, it was clearly with the Republic of Virtue in mind that he aimed at immediately purging those dangerous factions, which in and of themselves were evil because they divided the people from the government and the people from each other. All of it, of course, was being funded by foreign enemies, which is why it was no problem to kill them all. They were not true citizens, they were strangers, alien enemies outside the protection of even human empathy. Upon delivering the indictment of the indulgence to the convention, Robespierre's young ally and collaborator Saint-Just promised that this would be the end of the political killings, that with this last of the factions liquidated, the process of virtuous regeneration could begin unimpeded. Now, it's hard to tell if he was lying through his teeth or just magnificently self-deluded, but whichever it was, Robespierre and Saint-Just were not going to keep that promise at all. To ensure that the virtuous regeneration continued unimpeded, the Committee of Public Safety purged the General Assembly of the Paris Commune, so that there would be one less cesspool for factionalism to spread out from. Anyone deemed insufficiently loyal to the committee was barred from taking their seats. The more prominent men of the Commune were, of course, arrested and executed, and in their places, new, more reliable delegates were appointed, a task handled personally by Robespierre, which will become important next week when we follow the climactic drama of the Thermidorian reaction. Following up on the purge of the Commune, Robespierre then led the Committee of Public Safety to attack another possible hotbed of factionalism. This time the target was the Committee of General Security. Now, it's easy to get these two committees confused, so just to remind you of the difference, the Committee of General Security predated the Committee of Public Safety. It had been the first stab at creating an executive council to run the country, but for a variety of reasons it didn't work the way it was supposed to, and was supplanted by the Committee of Public Safety in March 1793. But in the power transfer, the Committee of General Security retained jurisdiction over domestic policing and the pursuit of counter-revolutionaries. It was kind of a national police force. Now, during the consolidating moves that eventually culminated with the Law of 14 Frimaire, the Committee of General Security had been made subordinate to the Committee of Public Safety. But despite its nominal subservience, it continued to operate as its own independent thing. And given its mandate, it shouldn't surprise you to learn that the leaders of the Committee of General Security tended to skew ultra, and a few of its leading members had been very anti-Christian and pro-terror, and thus they were now suspect in the eyes of Robespierre. So those leaders of the Committee of General Security did not miss the blatant shot across their bow fired by Robespierre on April the 16th. Saint-Just came down to the convention to introduce a new law creating a Bureau of General Policing within the Committee of Public Safety. This new bureau would have jurisdiction over, that's right, domestic policing and the pursuit of counter-revolutionary suspects. Assigned to the bureau were Robespierre, Saint-Just, and Georges Couthon, who now formed a pretty tight little clique within the committee. Obviously, the intent of this new bureau was to make the Committee of General Security redundant, and knowing Robespierre, probably as a prelude to purging and executing the suspect leaders of that committee. All that said, it should not really come as a surprise to you that some of the prime movers of the Thermidorian reaction were those threatened leaders on the Committee of General Security. So in a way, Robespierre's paranoia was now becoming self-fulfilling. By seeing enemies around every corner, he was making enemies around every corner. The incorruptible was starting to denounce everyone in sight. In a Committee of Public Safety meeting, he made veiled threats at Lazare Carnot, the organizer of Victory, who was pretty apolitical at this point. Secure in his position, Carnot scoffed at Robespierre and basically said, "Bring it on, little man." But feeling less secure were the two radicals on the committee, Collot Dubois and Billaud-Varenne. With the sans-culottes now effectively broken as a political force, these two sans-culotte members of the committee recognized that it might not be long before they were identified as expendable and executed. But Robespierre's real boogeyman these days was a conspiracy that was allegedly being hatched between old allies of Danton and returning representatives on mission who had been recalled following the Law of 14 Frimaire. Specifically, Robespierre was worried about Joseph Fouché, the guy who had gotten de-Christianization started. Now, I'm frankly shocked Fouché hasn't been arrested and executed already. He was back in Paris by early April and would have made a juicy target, but for whatever reason, he was never picked up. Now, I don't know whether there was a conspiracy between the old Danton allies and the representatives on mission before Robespierre dreamed it up. But as soon as they all got word that the virtuous little devil suspected them, well, they had better get going with a conspiracy to overthrow him, or it would be all of their heads. A month later, the Committee of Public Safety made another consolidation move when they decided that the various local revolutionary tribunals that had sprouted up over the past year could no longer be trusted to implement revolutionary justice. Some were going cuckoo bananas one way and just indiscriminately slaughtering people. Others were barely doing anything. So on May the 8th, 1794, the various provincial tribunals were closed. All suspects were now to be carted into Paris to have their fate determined. But of course, this decision inevitably led to, you guessed it, massive overcrowding in the Paris prisons. So almost overnight, the pressures of overcrowding needed to be addressed, and addressed it soon would be. But before we get into the Law of 22 Prairial and the beginning of the Great Terror, we need to swing back through the mind of Robespierre and deal with his fancy new religion. Now, unlike the ultras, who saw religion as an enemy of France, Robespierre saw religion as one of the great vehicles for the promotion of virtue. With the Commune now practically under Robespierre's personal control, it goes without saying that de-Christianization immediately ground to a halt. But Robespierre did not intend to follow this up with a re-Christianization of France. He wanted to follow it up instead by introducing a new cult that would bridge the divide between the old superstitions of Christianity and the new rationalism of the Enlightenment. So probably since the cult of reason had first burst onto the scene a few months earlier, Robespierre had been spending his free time cooking up a civic religion of his own, one that he hoped would supplant the sacrilegious atheism of Jacques Hébert and his boys, and he called it the Cult of the Supreme Being. On May the 7th, Georges Couthon came down to the convention and announced that in 1 month's time there would be a great festival of the Supreme Being. Municipalities across the country were ordered to prepare for local celebrations to coincide with the Paris launch of the new cult. With almost no notice, all those municipalities scrambled to put something together, and in one of history's little ironies, the local leaders just went and dusted off all the old props they had used for the atheistic Festival of Reason that they had been instructed to celebrate back in October. But let's just not tell Robespierre, okay? In Paris, meanwhile, there would obviously be no such recycling of materials, and Robespierre handed planning of the festival over to Jacques-Louis David, who by now was the all-purpose art director of the French Revolution. Having stage-managed both the funeral of Marat and the festival of the unity and indivisibility of the Republic, David was getting pretty good at throwing the revolution's theme nights, and for the Festival of the Supreme Being, he attempted to outdo his own high standards. He had construction crews working round the clock building something out in the middle of the Champ de Mars, and then devised an elaborate processional to celebrate both the cult of the Supreme Being and the man who was bringing it to France, Maximilien Robespierre. On June the 4th, Robespierre was conveniently enough elected president of the convention, so that he could lead the official processional and give the major speeches merely because he was president of the convention, not because he was a would-be tyrant with a messiah complex. Not that at all. On June the 8th, a glorious day, by the by, Robespierre stood next to one of David's most ingenious works of public art, a giant effigy of atheism. Now, everyone must have been wondering what Robespierre was delivering a speech dedicated to the Supreme Being next to a huge statue of atheism, but upon completing the speech, it all became clear. At the climax of the speech, the effigy was lit on fire, and as it burned, a second statue hidden inside the first started to emerge. Ooh, what's that? What could it be? When the fire and smoke cleared, a great statue of wisdom was left standing in place of destroyed atheism. Everyone was suitably impressed. When the statue within the statue trick was played out, the procession moved on to the Champ de Mars. There, everyone beheld what David's construction crews had been building. It was a huge replica of a mountain built from cardboard and plaster. On top was a liberty tree, and just next to it was a 50-foot-high column anchoring the mountain, atop which was a statue of Hercules, one of David's favorite symbols for this phase of the revolution. And this time Hercules held liberty in his hands, protecting her from danger. When everyone was gathered round, I kid you not, Robespierre descended from the mountain to deliver another stirring lecture on the glories of virtue and the Republic. To borrow a phrase from Simon Schama, Robespierre was presenting himself as nothing less than Jacobin Moses. To the growing list of men who now considered Robespierre the most dangerous man in France, watching all of this unfold cannot have done anything but give them ulcers, because clearly Robespierre was moving into the direction of crazy Roman Emperor land. 2 days after the Festival of the Supreme Being, everyone's ulcers got a little more acute when Saint-Just came down to the convention to deliver the latest new decree from the Committee of Public Safety. And in case you're wondering, it's right around this period that young Saint-Just gets dubbed the Angel of Death, since he was the one who was always coming down to deliver the news to the convention that this batch of former stalwart revolutionaries were now deemed enemies of the state, or, for example, right now, when he came down and announced the beginning of the Great Terror. Of course, he didn't call it the Great Terror. That's just a label we've slapped on it after the fact. What Saint-Just brought down to the convention was the now infamous Law of 22 Prairial, that is, June the 2nd, 1794. The law took the already streamlined revolutionary tribunal process and made it even more streamlined, if you can believe that. We've already seen show trials like Marie Antoinette's bar the defendant from having counsel. But technically speaking, counsel was still allowed. Well, not anymore. And all Danton's bluster about his right to call witnesses, well, he was right about that. Witnesses were supposed to be a part of the process. But not anymore. The Law of 22 Prairial made it virtually impossible for a defendant to, well, defend themselves. Also introduced were a fun new array of potential crimes, like slandering patriotism, spreading false news, and my personal favorite, seeking to inspire disagreement. Citizens were not only empowered to apprehend or denounce men and women guilty of these anti-patriotic crimes, but they were required to do so. Failure to come forward was proof of your own complicity, which, as you can imagine, led to an atmosphere of paranoia, mutual distrust, and hair-trigger accusations. Oh, also, there would be no more middle ground. The re-reformed tribunal now had two possible verdicts: acquittal or death. With the prisons of Paris already overstuffed, Indeed, that was one of the driving forces behind the law. The newly reformed tribunal got to work clearing out the damned. Executions in the capital had been waning in the first few months of 1794, but in June they skyrocketed back up again. Now, as I've mentioned previously, there are about 2,600 official victims of the terror executed in Paris. Of those, nearly 2/3 would be killed right now in June and July 1794, and that's why it's called the Great Terror. But in the grand scheme of things, remember, the total number of people killed in the terror was about 16,000. About 1,500 thus represents less than 10% of the total victims. So, yes, the pace quickened dramatically after 22 Prairial, and had Thermidor not come along and shut it down, it might have just kept accelerating. But personally, when I think of the worst of the terror, I think Lyon and Nantes and the bloodbath that immediately followed the fall of Toulon. So the label, the Great Terror, I think betrays a little bit of a Paris-centric worldview, because this was when the terror was the worst. In Paris. But the Great Terror in Paris does have one kind of cool thing going for it. Cool in an extremely morbid way. The Great Terror of June and July 1794 is when the terror most resembled the standard portrayal of the Reign of Terror. That is, that it was a bunch of zealous Jacobin revolutionaries cutting off the heads of every damned aristocrat they could get their hands on. Now, in the main, aristocrats made up a very small percentage of the total victims of the terror. Most of them have emigrated a long time ago. So it was mostly peasants from the Vendée getting beheaded, not dukes from Versailles. But during the Great Terror, whole noble families were targeted as a group and executed, their only crime really being that they were noble. During the Great Terror, aristocrats made up close to 30% of the victims, and if you threw in the extra clergymen, you're now talking about 50% of the victims. So when the people portray the terror as a process of exterminating the nobility, kindly remind them that yes, this may have been true, but it was really only in the early summer of 1794. There's one other super interesting thing about the Great Terror, and this super interesting thing is what I think ultimately undoes Robespierre and gets him overthrown. As we've seen, the bloodiness of the revolution tracks pretty well with the fortunes of the French army. Things going good out on the frontiers? No massacres. Things start going bad? Well, it was the invasion of France that triggered the insurrection of August the 10th and the massacre of the Swiss Guards. And then it was the imminent arrival of that Allied army into Paris that triggered the September massacres. After Valmy and the push into Belgium, things were pretty cool. But then Dumouriez defected and things started turning against France, and suddenly everything went to hell again. It was the great crisis of the summer of 1793, Federalist Revolt, Vendée Uprising, setbacks in Belgium, that led to the Reign of Terror in the first place. So you would think that if the terror is going to get ratcheted up again, that there must have been something gnarly going out on the frontier, some great defeat, some danger about to pounce. But instead, no, nothing. Things are actually going great for France. That's what makes the Great Terror unique. It was emphatically not driven by some military crisis. And Robespierre's enemies are going to be quick to point this out. So I want to end today by circling around to check in on all our various war fronts to make sure that everything is in fact cool. So that next week we'll be able to come back to Paris and say to Robespierre, dude, there is no emergency, so lighten up, Francis. We'll start this time out in the West with the Vendée Uprising. After the failed run to Granville marked the end of the Catholic and Royal Army, the Republicans settled in to brutally reassert control of the region and punish the rebels. We've already talked about the horrors unleashed by Jean-Baptiste Carrier and his Republican baptisms, but what he was up to up in Nantes was only a drop in the bucket compared to the bloody flood that washed across the Vendée beginning in January 1794. And I speak now of the infernal columns. The infernal columns had first been cooked up back in August 1793, when the fires of insurrection were still raging out of control. But it had taken 6 months to get it all organized and decide that they were really going to go through with it. 12 army columns, numbering about 65,000 men, under the command of an otherwise innocuous general named Louis-Marie Turreau, were to march into the Vendée with a single mission: exterminate the civilian population. Now, this may seem harsh, but there was a simple, if brutal, calculus at work. As many leaders throughout history who have faced a guerrilla insurgency will tell you, differentiating enemy fighter from innocent civilian is nearly impossible. They all look the same. Plus, in the minds of the convention, there were no innocent civilians in the Vendée. There were men who fought, and then the families who kept those fighters fed, supplied, and hidden. They were all collectively guilty, and with the war still raging, this drastic policy that bordered on genocide seemed justifiable. With the benefit of hindsight, though, the columns getting moving in January 1794, after the Catholic and Royal Army has been beaten again, and beaten some more, well, now it just looks like murderous, destructive revenge, and that is not a good look for anyone. The columns got rolling on January the 21st, 1794, and they carried out their orders. They killed men and women and children. They destroyed homes. They burned villages. They destroyed everything in their path. Then they moved on and repeated the process. So just as Robespierre was droning on about the virtue of virtue, the infernal columns were cutting a truly terrifying swath through the Vendée. And the numbers are staggering. Somewhere between 20 and 40,000 people were killed between January and May 1794. None of those deaths are counted in the official Reign of Terror victims list because they were not processed by any sort of tribunal. They were just killed with guns, knives, clubs, torches, and presumably a few with bare hands. This ugly slaughter even turned the stomachs of the men carrying it out, and it is without a doubt one of the most unjustifiably horrible things that happened in a decade full of unjustifiably horrible things. After Thermidor, the commander of the infernal columns, General Turreau, would be arrested. But eventually, a military tribunal would acquit him of any wrongdoing because he was, after all, just following orders. A defense that no longer flies these days. But whatever moral judgment we can pass on the Republic's policy in the Vendée, one thing is certain. In June of 1794, the region posed no immediate threat to the Republic. It was simply too busy being exterminated. Okay, so what about the other great internal threat that had faced the Republic in 1793? The Federalist Uprising. Oh, that's right. Toulon was the last holdout, and it had been retaken by the Republic back in December. By June of 1794, federalism had been rotting in an open grave for 6 months. Federalism just isn't a thing anymore. So obviously, no major emergency on that front. Okay, so having established that there were no major internal emergencies in the summer of 1794, what about along the frontiers? Well, you go around and it's pretty much the same story. The Spanish had penetrated across the Pyrenees in 1793, but a reinforced French line had pushed them back in the spring of 1794. And then those guys would just keep rolling. By the end of the year, the French would be occupying Spanish territory rather than the other way around. And then over along the Alps, the French made an abortive push into the Piedmont, and yes, it was pushed back, but it's not like anybody was threatening to spill over onto French soil. Now, up along the Rhine, a front we haven't actually talked about that much, things were a little bit stickier. But again, in the end, the first half of 1794 was defined by a couple of French thrusts being turned back by the Allies, not major French defeats. I will, however, mention that the situation on the Rhine might have actually been a major weak point for the French, had it not been for the furious and nearly superhuman energy of Saint-Just. Just after the Girondins were executed in October 1793, Saint-Just was dispatched to reorganize the Army of the Rhine, which was apparently suffering from pretty poor morale and a general breakdown of discipline. Saint-Just came sweeping in and whipped them all into shape, enforcing some pretty severe disciplinary measures. But unlike most military disciplinarians, Saint-Just was actually more sympathetic, if that's even the right word, to the enlisted troops rather than the officers. Saint-Just listened to complaints from put-upon privates, and he had no qualms about putting an offending officer against the wall and having him shot. When the Law of 14 Frimaire passed in December, the army, like everything else, now answered directly to the Committee of Public Safety. As the committee's representative, Saint-Just dismissed officers he deemed insufficiently energetic, and elevated two new generals of very poor lineage who would have languished in obscurity had not the Revolution and Saint-Just intervened: Lazare Hoche and Jean-Charles Pichegru, the latter nothing more than the son of a peasant. With the Army of the Rhine straightened out and under new ownership, the French spent the end of December defeating the Allied armies arrayed against them and holding the line ably. By the spring of 1794, there was another shakeup that is way too high school drama to get into, with Pichegru denouncing Hoche and Hoche getting arrested but not executed. But the bottom line for us right now is there's no military crisis on the Rhine frontier in June 1794. So that brings us around finally to the all-important Belgian frontier, where, far from a crisis, the French armies are about to achieve permanent ascendancy. With no prominent geographical barriers in the way, the Belgian frontier is where both sides had to concentrate their troops in the spring of 1794. The French had nearly 200,000 men facing off against about 150,000 allies. The levée en masse, combined with the strategy of the amalgame, meant that not only were the French numerically superior, they were also not going to be slouches in the field. Also, after his work along the Rhine seemed to pay off so handsomely, Saint-Just did the same for the Army of the North, bringing strict discipline and a sense of energetic purpose to the French armies. That is, when he wasn't back in Paris handing out death sentences to the enemies of the Committee of Public Safety. The Allies, for their part, had finally given up on the whole strategy of let's let France collapse on its own. And so they planned to open 1794 by carving out a road to Paris and then charging hard at the capital to kill the revolutionary beast once and for all. They'd laid siege to one of those frontier fortresses everyone was so fond of laying siege to, and they spent April successfully fending off the French attempts to relieve their fortress. But then the French opened up a whole new front away from the besieged city and scored a couple of hard-fought victories. They then suffered a tough defeat at Tournai at the end of May, but a month later, the French and Allies squared off at Fleurus on June the 26th. The French were led by Jean-Baptiste Jourdan, who, since his victories back in October, had actually been fired for insubordination and nearly lost his head, but he was recalled after the French defeat at Tournai, and so wound up getting the credit for one of the greatest victories of the Revolutionary Wars. The Battle of Fleurus was actually not really a French victory, so much as it was an Allied admission of defeat. With their whole offensive stalling out, and the Battle of Fleurus turning into an indecisive stalemate, the Allies decided to pull back. And then they kept pulling back. Clearly, a decision had been made among the Allied commanders that a quick plunge to Paris was no longer in the cards, and that with the French continuing to mass men and guns, that their foothold in the Low Countries was undefendable. After Fleurus, the Allies evacuated Belgium, leaving it wide open for French occupation. So, like I say, not only was there no crisis, but the French just won a stunning victory. Saint-Just just so happened to be present for the Battle of Fleurus, and he rushed back to Paris to personally deliver the fantastic news. But what he found when he arrived was not a united capital ready to celebrate the great victory, but instead everyone holding long knives and glowering at everyone else. And far from being yet another major feather in the cap of the Committee of Public Safety's pretty impressive turnaround of the war effort, the victory at Fleurus and the Allied evacuation of Belgium only bolstered the case of the Committee's enemy, that Robespierre had become a mad tyrant who had no justifiable reason for continuing the terror except to exterminate all his personal enemies. Next week, they are going to strike at him before he can get to them, and they will bring Act 1 of the French Revolution to a final, bloody close.